My father awakened the divine grade Mecha, Shadow Dragon Emperor, and my mother awakened the holy grade Mecha, Evil Flame Fire Phoenix. But in this world where everyone awakens mechas, I awakened a broken token with no connection to mechas. Just as the teachers and students of the school were mocking me as a useless person, suddenly, a sound came from the awakened token. Congratulations on awakening the only profession, Mecha Battle King. The holder of the Battle King's token can enter the Battle King's hall, and as your strength breaks through, you can gradually awaken all the mechas within the hall. Today was the awakening ceremony at Kanglan 3rd High. At this moment, a graceful young girl walked toward the awakening platform. This was the school's campus beauty, Liu Qingxue. As she entered the awakening formation, a beam of light shot into the sky. At the same time, a humanoid mecha, 3 meters tall and completely ice blue, appeared behind her, exhaling icy crystal breath. Seeing this, the crowd exclaimed, the pressure and momentum of this mecha, it must be above level 5. As the voice fell, a line of text appeared above Liu Qingxue's head. Potential, 9th tier Jade Mecha Master, awakened her signature mecha, Ice Snow Empress. My god. Looks like Kanglan 3rd High is going to rise. The school leaders were so excited that their mouths couldn't close. But at this moment, the awakening officer's voice sounded, next, Zhou Luo. Hearing this, I quickly stepped into the awakening formation, and in an instant, a powerful energy beam shot into the sky. The entire crowd was forced back by the energy of this beam, and even Liu Qingxue, standing below, cast a longing look at me. However, the next second, a line of text appeared above my head, profession, Mecha Battle King, signature Mecha None, and a token appeared in my hand. No way, buddy, you're out of your mind. Everyone else is awakening mechas, and you're awakening a broken token? The funniest thing is, you awakened a profession no one's ever heard of. This is just all show and no substance. Hurry down, don't waste time. The crowd began to mock me relentlessly. But at that moment, the voice from the token kept echoing in my mind, the Battle King returns, the wind blows fiercely, the divine artifact reappears, the mighty Hong flies high. Life is a game on the island of the world, the supreme arc of light embraces the world. Congratulations on awakening the only profession, Mecha Battle King. The holder of the Battle King's token can enter the Battle King's hall, and as your strength breaks through, you can bind multiple mechas. The first time you enter the Battle King's hall, you can awaken the City of Time's City Guardian General, as well as the owner of the Thunder Half Moon / Fire Thunder. Upon hearing this, I looked at the Battle King token in my hand, a faint smile curved on my lips, and a powerful sense of control surged within me. However, everything was not over. The awakening formation sensed that I had no signature mecha, so it kindly enhanced my body. At this moment, I quickly walked off the awakening platform. Despite the endless mocking from the crowd, I didn't care. Since everyone who had awakened could return home, I planned to go home quickly and check out the Battle King's hall. 2 minutes later, after arriving home, I entered the Battle King's hall. The hall was vast, with over 10 towering stone pillars standing tall. Beneath each pillar was a mecha towering at 80 meters, and all these mechas were in deep sleep. I was very familiar with these mechas, the Reckless Speed Blade, the Prideful Breakheaven Warrior, and the Sharp-Tongued Reverse Wind Spin. At this point, I walked up to a fire-red mecha, holding a crescent blade. As I stood under its feet, I could feel the icy breath coming from the blade. This was the City of Time's City Guardian General, Fire Thunder. Suddenly, the Battle King token in my palm emitted a dazzling light. I felt an overwhelming power and shouted, Mecha Warrior, transform. In an instant, Fire Thunder's body shook, and its dormant eyes instantly lit up. Its body began to shrink and ultimately transformed into a 3-meter-tall battle mecha. Fire Thunder, at your service, Mecha Battle King. It sheathed its crescent blade, knelt on one knee, placed its right hand on its chest, and looked up with eyes full of respect. At this moment, the Battle King token turned into a sci-fi pair of glasses attached to the side of my face. At the same time, Fire Thunder's data appeared in front of me. With a single thought, I successfully bound it, and suddenly, I felt a connection with Fire Thunder. By the way, how are you going to get out with your 3-meter-tall body? My house will probably be wrecked. Mecha Battle King, you can first leave the Battle King's hall, and then summon me from the garage. I nodded, exited the Battle King's hall, and headed to the garage. Without hesitation, I summoned Fire Thunder. As the Battle King token tore through the void, a portal appeared, and Fire Thunder stepped out, immediately transforming into a cool, fire-red sports car. Mecha Battle King, where are we going? From now on, don't call me Mecha Battle King. Call me Master. Yes, Master. Let's go to 0321 County. As soon as I finished speaking, I floored the gas pedal, and Fire Thunder shot out of the garage. 0321 County was a relatively low-risk area, with most of the alien beasts being below level 3. It was an area open for new mecha masters to train and fight, where they could gather battle energy to enhance their mechas. After leaving the city, with me at the wheel, Fire Thunder sped up quickly. The wheel screeched against the sand, raising a thick cloud of dust. At this moment, a convoy of cars, led by an ice-golden sports car, was racing behind us. A woman in the car couldn't help but complain, "This guy is so annoying, I can't even see the road ahead with all this sand." "Miss, there's a fire-red sports car ahead, with golden flame stripes on its body. I detected that it's only a first-tier mecha, but its speed is unbelievable. To catch up, we would have to push our limits." This convoy belonged to Liu Qingxue, and 2 third-tier mecha masters were leading the team. "What? A first-tier mecha is this fast? Liu Qingxue exclaimed in shock. A first-tier mecha sports car had already left their convoy in the dust. In just a few seconds, the fire-red sports car had already surpassed the detection range. And it was her 9th-tier potential mecha, and a sports car at that. Miss, according to its route, it seems to be heading towards 0321 County. I suspect this might be a super talent that was overlooked, someone we could recruit into our family. Yes, miss, this mech looks extraordinary at first glance. Even if it can't compare to you, it can still be useful to you in the future. The 2 third-tier mech controllers spoke, trying to persuade. Forget it, we'll talk when we encounter it. Liu Qingxue didn't have much confidence. Talented people like these, each one with a proud heart, would never be someone else's lackey. 0321 County. What met the eye was a desolate and decaying scene. The houses that once stood now only had shaky frameworks left. Many facilities had already decayed severely, as if they were the ruins casually discarded by history. The streets were bumpy and uneven, with thick weeds growing wildly in the cracks. In the air, a strong and pungent smell of blood rushed over, instantly filling the nostrils and making one want to vomit. The scent was heavy and sticky, as if it mixed with the smell of rust and decaying flesh, lingering without dispersing. On the streets, the figures of strange beasts were not only commonly seen, but huge ones could be glimpsed in the blink of an eye. Even within the shadows of the buildings, there was a thick, strange beast scent. On the walls and the ground, dried blood and deep claw marks left no doubt about the terror here. 0321 County was one of the lower-risk counties in the area. Most of the strange beasts inside were below Tier 3, meaning their size didn't reach 70 or 80 meters tall. A mech controller like Zhou Luo, who had just bound his mech and was only at level 1, could only come to this kind of county to obtain battle energy. To obtain battle energy, forming a team wouldn't work. One had to personally engage in over 70% of the battle to gain the energy. Even if one only assisted by stealing kills, they could only gain 10% of the battle energy. Therefore, every high-level mech controller was an incredibly powerful individual, none of them were weak. Of course, there are exceptions. Zhou Luo controlled the fire thunder to transform, pulling out the 3-meter-long crescent moon blade from its back. Creating too much noise in the paradise of strange beasts was asking for death. The mech's steps on the desolate streets made a heavy sound. Woo woo woo. A massive strange beast suddenly leaped out from a deep pit. Strange beast, bloodthirsty tiger. Zhou Luo immediately recognized it. The Battle King's glasses detected it. Strange beast, bloodthirsty tiger. Level 3. Signature move, fierce throat lock. Evaluation, a fight is possible. I didn't expect it to be a level 3 bloodthirsty tiger. Fire thunder, prepare for battle. Zhou Luo tapped twice on the control panel, and the deep blue virtual buttons flickered. Come on. Fire thunder suddenly lifted its head, its deep blue eyes flashing with light. The crescent moon blade in its hand trembled, and a red halo radiated from the blade, showing no fear. In an instant, it took a battle stance. The mech warrior controlled by the Battle King could unleash several times its own combat power. In critical moments, it could even activate the power of bonds, making it incredibly powerful. Level 1 fighting level 3, the advantage is mine. The bloodthirsty tiger was 4 meters long, with a shoulder height of 2 meters. Its muscular limbs were made of tendon, and its sharp claws emitted a cold gleam. Its bloodthirsty eyes locked onto fire thunder, as if it wanted to tear apart the mech that was provoking it. Roar! The bloodthirsty tiger threw its head back and roared angrily, causing the air to tremble. Its claws scratched the ground, releasing an explosive force. Its speed was incredible, leaping through the air with an astonishing momentum. If an ordinary person faced this strange beast, they would indeed appear flustered, but Zhou Luo was the Battle King. His hand speed was astonishing. In no time, 4 or 5 combination buttons lit up. He could operate Fire Thunder's control panel even with his eyes closed. The engine behind Fire Thunder ejected, and the entire mech turned into a red shadow, rushing forward. The hard mech scraped against the ground, sending dazzling sparks flying. Fire Thunder actually used a sliding tackle. The crescent moon blade, carrying an immense force, slashed at the bloodthirsty tiger's abdomen. The sharp blade easily tore through its body. A large amount of blood and internal organs were destroyed. The two figures flashed past each other, Fire Thunder's thunder axe spinning, casually sweeping the blood off the blade, the whole movement flowing smoothly and gracefully. But the bloodthirsty tiger slammed heavily onto the ground, its limbs trembling as it tried to force itself to stand but couldn't, finally collapsing and lying motionless on the ground. A ball of deep blue energy surged into Fire Thunder's chest to be absorbed. Suddenly, a crimson energy burst out from Fire Thunder's body. Aha! Fire Thunder roared, instantly breaking through to level 2. Strength, speed, and swordsmanship all increased sharply, and some moves that were previously impossible for him, he could now execute. For example, now he could slide and swipe faster, making it impossible for the bloodthirsty tiger to react. Chapter 6, The Rampaging Tank Warty Pig at Midnight. Fire Thunder, your battle energy has improved greatly, soon you'll be able to unleash the Thunder Half-Moon Slash. Zhou Luo said with a smile as he looked at Fire Thunder's battle energy. Master, your combat skills are impressive. If it were me alone, I might not be able to defeat it. Fire Thunder scratched his head and said humbly. Then let's activate the hunting moment. Zhou Luo controlled Fire Thunder to charge into 0321 County. Along the way, any low-level mutant beasts they encountered became the souls claimed by Fire Thunder's blade. On the other side, Liu Qingxue's team also entered the county at this moment. The cars began to transform and stood tall on the uneven roads. There are signs of a battle. Liu Qingxue drove the Ice Snow Empress to the broken bloodthirsty tiger. This is a level 3 bloodthirsty tiger, with a fatal wound in the abdomen, cut by a mech blade. The battle skills show it's a master. The Tier 3 mech controller immediately analyzed with his combat glasses. It should be a low-level mech controller, the strong ones wouldn't come here. 0321 County is a county where novice mech controllers hone their skills, the strong would never come here. Everyone, be careful, the wilderness is not peaceful. Liu Qingxue's calm voice came from within the mech. The group nodded upon hearing it. They weren't worried about the mutant beasts but were cautious of the lunatics from the Dark Hall. The lunatics from the Dark Hall don't care if you're a mutant beast or a human, as long as you're a mech controller, you're their target. Because if a mech controller's battle mech is destroyed by someone else, it will explode with a massive amount of battle energy. These people are the most terrifying. The two people hanging at the back of the team instinctively exchanged glances, their lips curling into a victorious smile. Night slowly fell, and the mutant beasts in 0321 County began to grow violent, becoming bloodthirsty. Their combat power also surged by more than double. The night is the paradise for mutant beasts and monsters. On the ruined streets, a mech was surrounded by dozens of mutant beasts in the center. The next moment, the fire-red mech powered up, exploding like a golden flame under the night sky, with attacks that were fierce, domineering, and even stronger than during the day. A sharp blade of light swept across, and in an instant, the surrounding dozen mutant beasts were all sliced at the waist. A large mass of deep blue battle energy emerged from the bodies of these mutant beasts, and then all surged into Fire Thunder's chest. After absorbing the battle energy, Fire Thunder's crimson battle energy boiled, and the surrounding air was shaken and distorted by the roar. Mech, Fire Thunder. Level 3. Race, Motorcycle Clan. Special move, unlocked. Evaluation, this is a warrior from the City of Time's car clan, named Fire Thunder. His battle style is as swift, domineering, and majestic as his name. More than 100 mutant beasts had died at Fire Thunder's blade that day, at least 70 or 80 of them. After absorbing so much battle energy, Fire Thunder finally reached level 3. This is not that Fire Thunder levels up slowly, but that the battle mech's upgrade also depends on the mech controller's talent. Because the two are bound together. The mecha cannot be upgraded indefinitely without limits. Some people's potential is at the 4th level, which means they can potentially reach the 4th level if nothing unexpected happens. If a mecha controller falls into mental turmoil or encounters some problems, it's completely normal for their level to stagnate. Zhou Luo, who possesses the Mecha Battle King profession, doesn't need to worry. Although he needs more experience than others, he doesn't have any bottlenecks. As long as there is enough battle energy, he can level up instantly. Zhou Luo glanced at the sky. The sky was gray and hazy, with only a thin sliver of moonlight shining through the cloud-covered full moon. This scene is not suitable for continuing the battle. After controlling the mecha for such a long period, Zhou Luo was also feeling exhausted. Fire Thunder, return to the hotel we were at before. Okay. Fire Thunder has its own consciousness. Zhou Luo's combat techniques, which he controls the mecha's body to execute, can be remembered by Fire Thunder. It can even fight and travel autonomously. Other mecha controllers, however, cannot do this. Zhou Luo lay on the soft chair, his feet resting on the control panel for a short break. Soon, Fire Thunder arrived at the hotel from before. The hotel was now dilapidated, but fortunately, there were no mutant beasts inside. The mutant beast group that once occupied it had already been slain by Zhou Luo. Virun Fire Thunder's chest began emitting a dazzling red light. Zhou Luo's figure emerged from within and gently landed on the ground. Zhou Luo sat directly on the mattress to rest. Fire Thunder also leaned the crescent blade against the wall and gently sat down against it. Fire Thunder wasn't injured, nor did it feel tired. Here. Zhou Luo took out a large bottle of high-quality mecha oil from his backpack and tossed it to Fire Thunder. Fire Thunder's eyes lit up when it saw the large bottle of mecha oil in its hand. Mecha oil is like a drink of joy for a mecha warrior. After fighting for so long, taking a sip of high-quality mecha oil was simply the best. Gululu Fire Thunder gulped it down in one go. I have more. Zhou Luo smiled when he saw this. Maintaining mechas usually means adding oil, which ensures that the mecha stays in its peak state at all times. Coincidentally, mecha warriors also enjoy drinking mecha oil. This bottle of mecha oil was expensive, costing a full $10,000. Zhou Luo directly bought 20 bottles. The entire backpack, aside from his food, was filled with Fire Thunder's mecha oil. Fire Thunder picked up another bottle of mecha oil and began savoring it carefully. At this moment, Zhou Luo's wristband suddenly vibrated. Zhou Luo answered the call. The faces of Wang Xiong and Zhou Hong appeared. Xiao Luo, are you in the wilderness zone? Zhou Hong asked seriously. Old Zhou, how did you know? You're smart. Zhou Luo smiled. How dare you laugh? Don't you know that the wilderness zone is dangerous? A few years ago, I almost died there. Zhou Hong's angry voice came through the wristband. Zhou Luo was about to speak when a shaking sound came from below the hotel building. The heavy footsteps immediately made Zhou Luo alert. Fire Thunder had already picked up the Frost Crescent blade. Old Zhou, I'm hanging up, something's happening here. You little brat, be careful. Zhou Hong and Wang Xiong's eyes flashed with concern. Many things they wanted to say were left unsaid. Not daring to interrupt Zhou Luo, all their words turned into this one sentence. Understood. Zhou Luo felt warmth in his heart. He ended the video call and hurriedly went to the window to look down. He saw a huge warthog, as large as a tank, rampaging below. The surrounding walls were being smashed, making loud crashing sounds. Damn, making such a huge noise. It's sure to attract powerful predators. Zhou Luo's expression was extremely grim. Master, should I go down and slay it? Fire Thunder gripped the Frost Crescent blade tightly, its eyes showing no emotion. This beast dared to disturb his Mecha Battle King's rest. It already had a death sentence. Chapter 7, The Snipe and the Clam Compete, The Fisherman Benefits. Zhou Luo used the War King's glasses to scan, and the data of this exotic beast instantly appeared before his eyes. Exotic beast, Tank Warty Pig. Level, 6. Special move, Desperate Charge. Evaluation, avoid its sharp edge. The level is so high. This is a level 6 Tank Warty Pig, known for its strong defense and immense power. We are only level 3. Even with the blessing of the moonlight, we are no match for it. Unless you use your special move, Thunder Half Moon Slash, but your level is too low to make it effective. Fire Thunder fell silent upon hearing this. A level 6 Tank Warty Pig was indeed beyond his ability to deal with. Then, what should we do? We can wait and see, like the clams and the snipe. Let's quietly wait for a fated person. No. A fated beast. Zhou Luo confidently lifted a smile. A fragrant Tank Warty Pig, I don't believe there won't be any predators coming. And so, Zhou Luo watched the rampaging Tank Warty Pig below. Because the Tank Warty Pig's aura was so terrifying, all the low-level exotic beasts on the street had no idea where to flee. A few minutes later. Under the watchful eyes of Fire Thunder and Zhou Luo, a black shadow quickly swooped down from the distance. In the blink of an eye, the exotic beast landed on a high wall. I didn't expect it to be an old friend. Zhou Luo smiled, watching with interest as the bloodthirsty tiger below. The bloodthirsty tiger was extremely large, with its strong limbs supporting its heavy body. Under the faint moonlight, its fur shimmered with a strange glow, and its thick hair stood up like steel needles. Its sharp claws reflected the cold gleam of moonlight, like the scythe of death, sending a chill down the spine. What's going on with this Tank Warty Pig? Isn't it noticing the strong presence of the bloodthirsty tiger? The Tank Warty Pig's unusual behavior puzzled Zhou Luo. At this moment, the bloodthirsty tiger had already assumed the hunting stance, its bloodshot eyes fixed firmly on the Tank Warty Pig. Its lowered body could strike a fatal blow at any moment. No sooner said than done. The bloodthirsty tiger roared and pounced, and a strong stench of blood assaulted the senses. Only then did the Tank Warty Pig notice the attacking bloodthirsty tiger. It quickly turned and raised its tusks to charge. Boom! The two massive exotic beasts collided with each other in an instant. The fierceness of both beasts was ignited completely, and thick dust was kicked up. Damn, that's awesome, well done. Zhou Luo was taken aback. The Tank Warty Pig was charging forward without hesitation, seeing the bloodthirsty tiger did not run but instead rushed forward like a mad beast. Exotic beast, bloodthirsty tiger. Level, 7. Special move, powerful bite. Evaluation, get out of there quickly. A level 7 bloodthirsty tiger was actually being suppressed by a level 6 Tank Warty Pig. Zhou Luo couldn't help but say it was amazing. Has the Tank Warty Pig taken some medicine? Even the bloodthirsty tiger seemed somewhat unconfident now. Though the bloodthirsty tiger's strength was greater than that of the tank warty pig, it was not comfortable after being collided by the tank warty pig. Moreover, the tank warty pig's tusks were terrifying, and a single blow left 2 blood holes. This made the bloodthirsty tiger hesitate to attack directly. It simply circled around the tank warty pig, launching attacks. After a few minutes, the tank warty pig's body had many deep scratch marks, and the bloodthirsty tiger had been hit once, with blood dripping from the corner of its mouth. Suddenly, a strange red light emanated from the bloodthirsty tiger's mouth. It roared again and pounced once more. The bloodthirsty tiger's special move, powerful bite. The bloodthirsty tiger's speed was very fast. The level difference became evident, and the tank warty pig couldn't react before its throat was grabbed. The tank warty pig struggled wildly, and the more it struggled, the bigger its wounds became. The key was that the heavy bloodthirsty tiger was hanging onto its neck, making it terrified. It kept charging at the walls, trying to crash the bloodthirsty tiger off. The tank warty pig let out a sharp howl and unleashed its special move. Desperate charge. The more desperate the tank warthog's situation, the stronger power it could unleash. Under the watch of Zhou Luo and Fire Thunder, the tank warthog slammed into the hotel wall where it was located with the bloodthirsty tiger. After the impact, the tank warthog fell helplessly to the ground, its claws still twitching, with only a breath left. Meanwhile, the bloodthirsty tiger's mouth was filled with blood, uncertain whether it was from the tank warthog or itself. Fortune lies in risk, it's our turn. If we don't act now, when else will we? This is a huge opportunity. Motorcycle warrior. Charge. Zhou Luo's body flew into Fire Thunder's chest. Controlled by the machine Battle King, Fire Thunder surged in power, directly crashing through the wall and leaping into the air. Just in time, the full moon appeared in the sky, and both Fire Thunder and Zhou Luo felt the strong power of the moonlight. Heaven helps me. The intense moonlight power poured into Fire Thunder's frost moon crescent blade, enveloping the entire blade in a ghostly blue moonlight power. Slash. The combined voice of Fire Thunder and Zhou Luo exploded above the bloodthirsty tiger's head. The bloodthirsty tiger instinctively raised its head. The next moment, its pupils instantly shrank to pinholes. Within its eyes, a motorcycle warrior, glowing fire red, executed a move like the forceful strike on manhwa, and the crescent blade with 1,000 gene force was about to land on its head. It relied on its powerful body control to dodge to the side. But facing Zhou Luo, who had merged with the machine god, it could only honestly take the blow. Bang! The frost moon crescent blade struck the bloodthirsty tiger's neck, and the terrifying force sent it flying, its massive body crashing heavily onto the ground. Zhou Luo didn't take advantage of the victory to pursue, instead easily sending the tank warthog beneath him to the afterlife with one more strike. A deep blue battle energy emerged from the tank warthog's body. After absorbing the battle energy, Fire Thunder and Zhou Luo easily broke through to level 4. Everything fell into place. Mech, Fire Thunder. Level 4. Race, Motorcycle Tribe. Ultimate move, Thunder Half Moon Slash. Evaluation, a warrior from the City of Time, part of the sports car tribe, named Fire Thunder. His combat style is as swift, domineering, and majestic as his name. Very good, the ultimate move is unlocked. With the ultimate move unlocked, even facing a level 7 bloodthirsty tiger, the two of them were confident. Roar. A furious roar rang out. Although the roar was loud, Zhou Luo casually laughed twice. It was just a paper tiger after all. The bloodthirsty tiger struggled to get up from the ground. Its neck already had a deep cut from the blade. Zhou Luo's strike almost severed its neck. What a shame, didn't manage to finish it off. Zhou Luo sighed. If someone were to hear this, they would definitely curse him as a show-off. Level 3 taking down a level 7, and with one strike nearly killing the bloodthirsty tiger. Can a human really do this? Master, it seems like it wants to fight us for a few more rounds. Fire Thunder couldn't help but joke about the bloodthirsty tiger. He could tell that the bloodthirsty tiger was already breathing heavily. Chapter 8, Frost cold like moon, Thunder's force like a mountain. Then let's try it. Zhou Luo snorted coldly, his hands quickly moving, and 8 buttons suddenly flew out, emitting light. Fire Thunder felt something, a flash of lightning bursting at the corner of his eyes. Frost moon cold as ice. Thunder's force like a mountain. Fire Thunder unleashed his ultimate move, releasing his battle energy to the fullest, altering the surrounding magnetic field. Behind him, a bright round moon appeared. He raised the frost moon crescent blade, absorbing the moonlight's power. His entire body was enveloped by terrifying battle energy. In just an instant, the moonlight's power reached its peak, and Fire Thunder and Zhou Luo both felt the terrifying power condensed on the frost moon crescent blade. If they didn't find a target to release it upon, it will backfire. Thunder. Half moon slash. Fire Thunder flipped over, leaping as high as 7 meters. The engine behind it spouted, bringing powerful force. The frosty crescent blade in its hand slashed at manhwa with overwhelming strength and unstoppable momentum, descending from the sky. The bloodthirsty tiger trembled under this pressure. As the overlord of this area, it wanted to resist but could not. All that awaited it was death. The fiery red mech slashed once, and with a whoosh, the bloodthirsty tiger's body was split in half. Fire Thunder sheathed the blade, standing as cool as ever, the fiery red combat energy gradually dissipating into the heavens and earth. Immediately after, a surge of intense battle energy rushed into Fire Thunder's body. Zhou Luo felt like he was being wrapped in warm milk. Wait, warm seawater, an indescribable feeling of comfort spread throughout his body. Fire Thunder's battle energy suddenly surged again, raising its combat level from level 4 to level 5, and continued to rise rapidly. Finally, when the combat level reached almost level 6, it stopped. One could say that a level 7 bloodthirsty tiger helped Fire Thunder increase by 1.5 levels. I haven't even gathered the power of the terrain yet. Just the moonlight power is enough to deal with this heavily injured bloodthirsty tiger. Zhou Luo chuckled twice. A proper Thunder Half-Moon Slash not only requires gathering moonlight power but also needs to absorb the terrain's power through the frosty crescent blade. Only then can one's momentum be pushed to the peak, releasing an unparalleled strike. Don't waste good things. Zhou Luo collected the bloodthirsty tiger's claws and the tank warty boar's tusks. Anyway, his backpack was large enough to carry them. If not, he could just stuff them into Fire Thunder's seat. These materials could all be sold for money. We can't stay here, the nearby alien beasts have gone berserk again, and more terrifying beasts may appear soon. Zhou Luo glanced at Fire Thunder's radar scanner and noticed many red dots around, with a few particularly glaring ones. Of course, besides the alien beasts, there were also mechs fighting them. Some mecha controllers did not hide their positions. Clearly, this wasn't the real number of people. After all, a county was not that large, and encountering mecha controllers was quite normal. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently. In a few jumps, Fire Thunder reached the top floor of the hotel. Looking around, a monster had appeared several streets away. The origin of the monster was unknown. Even though it was several streets away, the nauseating smell could still be smelled. The powerful aura made Zhou Luo feel tightness in his chest, his heart racing uncontrollably as if an invisible hand was tightly gripping it. Damn, how did a monster appear in 0321 County? Zhou Luo couldn't help but curse. At this moment, two dazzling beams of light were released from the monster's location. Two huge mechs appeared in front of the monster. The three giant entities almost occupied a corner of 0321 County. In no time, a fierce battle erupted between the two sides, making Zhou Luo anxious and terrified. He did not expect the monster to be so large and fast. The mech's battle energy slammed into the monster, causing a dull sound, while the monster's claws struck the mechs, sparking bright flames. Any mech capable of gigantism was at least level 3, with both the monster and the two mecha controllers being forces that Zhou Luo could not provoke. Can't provoke, gotta run. After confirming the direction, Zhou Luo drove Fire Thunder, transforming it into a streak of light that vanished at the end of the street. The two giant entities collided, and the explosive battle energy spread everywhere. The surrounding buildings, already in a state of ruin, could no longer withstand this energy. The building kept collapsing. "Miss, hurry and go, we'll hold off this king of the earth." A man's voice came from within the massive mech. "Uncle Xiao, Uncle Li, hold on, I've already sent the message back to the family. Strong warriors will be here soon." At this moment, Liu Qingxue was also at a loss, unable to understand why the king of the earth had appeared in County 0321. This king of the earth had already reached the 4th level, and although her uncles were peak 3rd level mech masters, they were no match for a 4th level monster. Moreover, the surrounding beasts had already gone berserk, and any human who appeared would be torn apart in an instant. "Hurry and take the miss away, leave here now." The two of them knew their fate, and all they could do now was to delay the king of the earth and allow Liu Qingxue to escape. Yes. The remaining 2nd level mech masters were completely powerless to help. Liu Qingxue understood the seriousness of the situation and knew this was not the time for emotions. The remaining 7 or 8 people gathered together, and the 2nd level mech masters led the way as they fled towards the outskirts of the county. Half an hour later, Liu Qingxue and the others arrived at the edge of the county, behind the ruins of a building, looking disheveled. Zhou Luo and Huolei were hiding their presence, secretly watching from the shadows. "Isn't that Liu Qingxue? Could it be that their team is fighting that king of the earth?" Zhou Luo analyzed to himself after seeing Liu Qingxue's team. A figure separated from the 2nd level mech. He weakly knelt on the ground, his mouth stained with blood. The mech behind him also lost power and knelt down, the glow in its mechanical eyes slowly fading. The mech was severely damaged, with wear marks all over its body, and a deep crack on its chest. All the 2nd level mech masters had been overwhelmed by the beasts, and only Uncle Fu had used his last strength to bring the 3 of them out. Uncle Fu, are you alright? Liu Qingxue separated from the Ice Snow Empress, her beautiful eyes trembling with a hint of moisture. At this moment, she realized how terrifying the wild zones were, far beyond what simulated battles could show. Even with a potential 9th level mech, if it hadn't grown, it would still be nothing but an ant. My combat energy is nearly depleted. I'm beyond saving. Uncle Fu spoke with great difficulty. Old man, you're finally going to die, but thanks for covering us. Otherwise, we might not have escaped. A voice with a dark tone came from the mech beside. But to thank you, let us do a good deed and put you out of your misery. Wang Yan's eerie laughter echoed. The two mechs began to activate, and serrated blades were drawn from their hands. You too. It was you two who caused all this. Liu Qingxue instantly realized what was going on. Chapter 9, Ice Snow Empress's ultimate move, Winter Storm. Sigh, my dear Miss Liu, how can you blame us? We just wanted you to level up quickly. Jilin looked at Liu Qingxue's body and the mech behind her with great interest, his greedy expression completely unabashed. Why say so much to her? Wang Yan slashed through Uncle Fu, and Fu's mech was completely destroyed. Uncle Fu's remaining combat energy surged into Wang Yan's body. Even a small amount of combat energy from a peak 2nd level mech master was enormous. Of course, this was true for Wang Yan, who was 3rd level. After absorbing Uncle Fu's energy, Wang Yan's combat level broke through to the 4th level. Jilin felt dissatisfied upon seeing this, and immediately spoke up. You absorbed this old man's energy, what about mine? What, are we still talking about this? How about you start things off first? Wang Yan chuckled awkwardly, not saying much more after gaining the advantage. Hearing this, Jilin's expression softened, and as he gazed at Liu Qingxue's alluring figure, his heart burned with desire. Beast! Even though Liu Qingxue had always had a good temperament, she couldn't hold back at this moment. Jilin and Wang Yan were orphans, raised by the Liu family. This morning, after awakening as 4th grade mech controllers, the Liu family decided to focus on training them. That's why the two of them were able to join Liu Qingxue's team. Originally, 2 peak 3rd grade mech controllers leading the team could already dominate in the 0321 county. With all the trouble that had happened on this journey, it was certainly caused by the two of them. We, the Liu family, thought we never mistreated you. Why are you doing this? Liu Qingxue glared at the two of them with resentment. Her actions were swift, and at this moment, she had already entered the Ice Snow Empress's body. The Ice Snow Empress seemed to sense Liu Qingxue's anger, her body exuding an icy crystal aura that made one shiver. The oppressive aura from the high-quality mech made both of them uneasy. If you want to blame someone, blame your mech for being too tempting. The people from the Dark Hall offered to trade for the marrow-cleansing crystal stones. And it's not just her mech that's tempting, her body is quite tempting too, ha. The two of them shamelessly ogled the Ice Snow Empress as if they were admiring a piece of art. You're asking for death. The Ice Snow Empress clasped her palms together and slowly spread them apart. An icy crystal spear appeared between her hands. Let's attack together. The three mechs moved in response, and within the blink of an eye, they were fighting. Even facing the two siege, Liu Qingxue was still confident of victory. My level is 1 higher than Jilin's, and Wang Yan just recently advanced to level 4. My mech is also far superior to theirs. If I can't kill these two dogs, I'll write my name Liu Qingxue backward. Liu Qingxue's speed was astounding. The two's attacks were easily blocked by the Ice Snow Empress, while the Empress's spear moved like a flexible serpent, with sharp and unexpected angles. The two were forced to retreat again and again. In all of Kanglan City, except for Zhou Luo. Who can suppress me? Liu Qingxue's face was as cold as frost, her slender, fair fingers flew across the control panel of the Ice Snow Empress. She was the second in the first-tier domain of the Virtual Mech Company. The Virtual Mech Combat Platform was developed by the Starry Sky Mech Company, perfectly simulating the battle techniques of alien beasts and monsters, and ranking second in the entire Kanglan City with its first-tier strength out of the city's hundreds of millions of people. This clearly showed how incredibly high Liu Qingxue's simulation strength was. Liu Qingxue's combat skills are so high? Why does it seem a bit familiar? Zhou Luo looked at Liu Qingxue's battle with confusion. In his mind, he suddenly remembered the person who once competed with him for first place. That person seemed to be called Cold Spear, but Zhou Luo wasn't entirely sure. After all, Zhou Luo didn't make a habit of remembering the names of those he defeated. Liu Qingxue's combat ability was far superior to Jilin and Wang Yan's. After only 20 exchanges, their mechs were already flashing with arcs of electricity. This woman is really violent. Later, I'll make her sing Conquest under me. This is how Conquest should feel. Die. Liu Qingxue hit a few operation buttons, and the battle energy of the Ice Snow Empress erupted wildly. Hard ice crystals spread out around her, and the temperature around them suddenly dropped. Not good, Liu Qingxue has unlocked her ultimate move. We can't stop it. Don't worry, let the bullets fly for a while. Compared to Jilin's panic, Wang Yan was much calmer. Wang Yan looked at the time on his wristband, silently calculating the time in his mind. Winter storm. The Ice Snow Empress swiftly swung the long spear in her hand, and the sharp ice crystals whipped up from the spear, turning into sharp ice crystal steel knives that slashed at the two mechs. The two of them did their best to maintain their energy barriers in defense. It's time, Liu Qingxue. It's over. Wang Yan slightly raised his head, his cold, deep gaze seemed to penetrate the Ice Snow Empress, looking straight at Liu Qingxue. What? Liu Qingxue had no time to react. Suddenly, a wave of weakness spread through her limbs, and the battle energy inside her body was obstructed by an invisible force, unable to be released. The Ice Snow Empress staggered, and the two took the opportunity to strike and cut her open. This is the spirit dispersing powder, it's the seasoning for tonight's barbecue. You two poisoned it, despicable and shameless. Liu Qingxue's battle energy could not be released, unable to resonate with the Ice Snow Empress, thus she couldn't control her. At this moment, the Ice Snow Empress had completely turned into a cold mechanical armor. The drawbacks of the armor master were now exposed. If it had been Zhou Luo and Fire Thunder, even if the spirit dispersing powder could restrict Zhou Luo, it would still be unable to stop Fire Thunder from fighting autonomously. Kiki, surrender. It's not in vain that we brothers did so much. Liu Qingxue frowned tightly, her mind constantly thinking, searching for a way to escape. The effects of the spirit dispersing powder were still taking effect, she was already on the verge of unconsciousness, her fingers could no longer move. Or boom boom. Suddenly, the sound of a sports car engine came from the distance. The sound was like a giant beast waking up, a low growl, as if announcing its power, ready to pounce. The sports car accelerated, the engine sound gradually rising, like the giant beast completely waking from sleep, its roar growing deeper and stronger. The rumbling sound vibrated through the air, each one making the ground shake, deafening. Who's there? The two men looked towards the distance with eyes like poisonous snakes. They saw a fiery red sports car, now like a ball of flame, speeding towards them. Motorcycle warrior. Transform. Slash. Fire Thunder's speed was at its peak, both strong arms slammed the ground, and the entire fiery red sports car rapidly transformed in the air. A huge mechanical shadow appeared on their faces. The frost moon blade swirled, releasing a cold light as it slashed horizontally. Boom. Intense sparks flashed. In the control room of Jilin and Wang Yan, strong electrical arcs burst out, the mecha instantly lost control and fell to the ground, a huge knife mark appeared on the mecha's waist, and the two's main mecha nearly got severed in half. It's him. Liu Qingxue recognized the figure of the mecha from earlier, realizing it was the same fiery red sports car. Chapter 10, The enemy before me either escapes or is utterly defeated. The enemy before me either escapes or is utterly defeated. Fire Thunder spun the frost moon blade and placed it behind him, the blade tip pointing diagonally to the ground. Who are you? The mechas of Jilin and Wang Yan lay weakly on the ground, struggling to lift their heads to look at Fire Thunder. A defeated foe is not worthy to know my name. You should worry about yourselves. Zhou Luo's voice fell as he controlled Fire Thunder's body to lower, all the power gathering in his legs, the long blade ready to strike. The battle energy that had come to him should not be wasted. As long as he defeated these two, Zhou Luo's battle level would likely break through to level 6. Alone, leveling up, and breaking through to level 6 in just half a day, this kind of speed was simply terrifying. You want to kill us? No. This is the way of the Dark Temple, you can't kill us. The two men were immediately filled with fear. Ridiculous, you can kill others but others can't kill you? Off with their heads. The mecha mixed with human sounds exploded, and under the desperate gazes of the two, the frost moon blade slashed through their mechas' necks, and the two hiding in the control room were cut in half with one stroke. The fiery energy burned their mechas black. Two surges of battle energy poured into Fire Thunder and Zhou Luo, instantly filling their battle energy, successfully breaking through to level 6. Master, are we being too cruel? They seem to also be motorcycle warriors and humans. Fire Thunder murmured. Fire Thunder, you're still the same. Mercy is your greatest weakness. Have you forgotten what your master last told you? I, Zhou Luo, have never been one to seek conflict, but I have no choice but to kill. Fire Thunder's deep blue eyes flickered with brilliance, and he remembered his master, Fire Wujie. His master's words echoed in his ears again. In the next moment, Fire Thunder's gaze became resolute. That's right. Pity is my greatest weakness, the master was right to teach me this. Zhou Luo slightly nodded upon hearing this, relieved that Fire Thunder could understand. What he feared most was that Fire Thunder couldn't align with him mentally, unable to unleash his full combat potential during battle. Zhou Luo? Liu Qingxue's beautiful eyes flashed with surprise and doubt. She quickly activated her combat classes to analyze Fire Thunder before her. Mecha, Fire Thunder. Level 6. Signature move, unknown. Other than the mecha's name and combat level, Liu Qingxue couldn't analyze Fire Thunder's details at all. After all, her combat glasses were not like Zhou Luo's King of War glasses. Wait. Zhou Luo wouldn't have any intentions toward me, would he? Liu Qingxue closed her eyes, and Zhou Luo's face appeared in her mind. Thinking of Zhou Luo, who had saved her life, Liu Qingxue pursed her red lips with a complex expression. Should I resist or not resist? It seems like I can't even resist. Just as Liu Qingxue's mind was running wild, she suddenly felt the Ice Snow Empress tremble slightly. Fire Thunder grabbed the Ice Snow Empress's ankle with one hand and dragged her across the ground. Is he going to force me? Scoundrel! Liu Qingxue cursed Zhou Luo in her heart. The next moment, Fire Thunder picked up the Ice Snow Empress and ran toward the depths of the county. After running for over 10 minutes, Liu Qingxue was starting to lose her strength. Alright, just throw her down, she's such a stupid woman. It took her 20 rounds to deal with 2 pieces of trash. Liu Qingxue nearly spat out blood from anger. She was about to speak but couldn't hold on any longer and fainted. Outside the ruins. Wind's tight, the crazy guys from the Dark Hall are coming. Hurry, let's go. After Zhou Luo finished handling the scene, he didn't hesitate at all and rushed in the opposite direction. Liu Qingxue was a 9th level mecha, and the temptation for the Dark Hall was huge. This woman was like a ticking time bomb nearby. 10 minutes after Zhou Luo took Liu Qingxue and left. Several black off-road vehicles stopped at the site of the previous battle. The car doors opened, and a man dressed in a black combat uniform stepped out. He looked at the 3 shattered mechas with a gloomy expression. 13th sequence, found 3 incomplete bodies. 2 men pieced together the broken bodies and placed them in front of Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao looked at the 3 bodies on the ground without saying a word. His gloomy face seemed like it could drip water. He could immediately recognize 2 of the bodies. Weren't they just the useless Wang Yan and Jilin? The 9th level mecha escaped. I shouldn't have trusted these 2 fools. Zhang Hao stomped on Wang Yan's head. Zhang Hao was the 13th sequence of the Dark Hall. He was only 20 years old but already a 4th level mecha master. He had been waiting for a mecha with great potential to appear. A year had passed and he finally saw the appearance of the 9th level mecha. Today, he could have taken over the 9th level mecha, but unexpectedly, Wang Yan and Jilin messed things up. Zhang's sequence, based on the battle traces, there should have been a third party involved. Wang Yan and Jilin's mechas have fatal damage from extreme fire attribute energy. 2 men wearing black masks spoke in a low voice. A meddlesome fool, I'll make him wish he was never born. Everyone, conduct a carpet search of County 0321. No matter what, find Liu Qingxue. The Liu family will send people soon. A deep sense of caution flickered in Zhang Hao's eyes. A mere Liu family wouldn't scare the Dark Hall, but he couldn't report this mission to the Dark Hall. Otherwise, how could the 9th tier mecha have his share? This time, he brought several high-level mecha commanders, but they couldn't stop the Kanglin Liu family. Facing the powerful Liu family, Zhang Hao could only temporarily retreat. Yes. The others also knew the situation, and immediately got into their mechas, pushing forward and charging into the 0321 county. High-level mecha commanders not only have incredibly powerful mechas, but their own combat strength is also terrifying, as they inherit 50% of the mecha's power. As they passed a ruined area and released combat energy to search, they found no mecha energy and continued deeper. Little did they know, the 9th tier mecha, the Ice Snow Empress, was buried deep within the ruins. When Liu Qingxue fell unconscious, the Ice Snow Empress automatically entered the Ice Sealing state, a self-skill of the Ice Snow Empress, not part of her ultimate skills. And the true culprit, Zhou Luo, had already left 0321 county early, traveling to 0112 county to fight. Time was running out. In half a month, the National Mecha Entrance Exam would take place, and nearly all senior mecha commanders would be upgrading and preparing for the exam. This world's entrance exam is extremely unfair and brutally harsh, with almost every year having death quotas. Those eliminated could only wait for Mecha University acceptance, and if they weren't accepted, they had to seek other paths. This world's long country is extremely martial, everything is settled by strength. Chapter 11, the 7th tier mecha appears in 0321 county. More than 10 minutes later. Several towering mechas silently appeared above 0321 county, their unmatched aura sweeping across most of the county. The alien beasts on the ground simultaneously looked up, stunned for a moment, before quickly retreating into the buildings. These mechas, judging by their appearance, were of the car type, and to fly, their combat level must exceed the 6th tier. And these mechas were indeed all 6th tier, with exceptionally high quality, making their combat power extraordinarily terrifying. Among them, 2 mechas Zhou Luo had seen when leaving the city. For such mechas to appear in 0321 county, it must have something to do with Liu Qingxue's incident, which stirred them. The next moment, the void shattered, and a rift appeared before the mechas. A pitch-black mecha emerged, emitting a cold and powerful aura. Everything around it seemed dimmed by its presence. This mecha is the Wild Battle Destroyer. It's Deputy Liu. The mechas behind were slightly stunned as they saw the new arrival. They couldn't help but feel a heavy sense of dread in their hearts. They didn't expect that the eldest son of the Liu family had even been stirred up this time. Looking at his worn appearance, it seemed he had come from the military through a void break. To break the void, one must have 7th tier strength. Has the eldest son of the Liu family grown to this point over the years? Where is my sister? The voice from the pitch-black mecha was full of unmatched authority, making it impossible for anyone to resist. To Deputy Liu. We have only just arrived. We'll search the entire city immediately. No need, energy location. The Deputy Liu's mecha slowly raised its hand, and a massive energy magic circle appeared in front. Found it. In an instant, he had locked onto his sister's bloodline aura. The Wild Battle Destroyer took a step, shaking the void, and in a flicker, it had already left, with the other 6th-tier mechas quickly following. By the time they arrived, the Wild Battle Destroyer punched, and the entire ruins were flipped over. In the deep pit, the Ice Snow Empress lay there. Liu Tiancheng breathed a sigh of relief when he saw his sister was fine. Zheng Hao and the others, hiding in the shadows, felt an immense rage when they saw the Ice Snow Empress in the ruins. They searched for so long, and it turned out she was in this ruin. The others quickly lowered their heads. Her face felt incredibly hot. What a bloodline positioning. Let's go. At this point, what else could be done? A single Liu Tiancheng could kill them all here, not to mention several battle-hardened 6th-grade city defense generals. Zhang Hao and the others secretly left County 0321. Meanwhile, Liu Tiancheng, dragging the Ice Snow Empress with one hand, broke through the void and left. What should we do? Retreat. Before retreating, we must first slay the hidden Earth King. The incident with the Liu family girl being attacked is obviously a conspiracy. Agreed. The Earth King, sensing the presence of the group, had already hidden deep underground. However, it was still relatively easy to bring it out. True body of the Battle King. The Battle King roared, his 3-meter-tall body instantly expanded, like a god of the earth, towering over the land. An 80-meter-tall mech stood firmly on the ground. Come out. The Battle King stomped on the ground, unleashing destructive battle energy that ravaged the earth and sky. The Earth King couldn't hold on for more than a few seconds before it was forced out. As soon as it appeared, the Battle King pressed its hideous head down. A mere 4th-grade monster dares to act fierce? Die. With one hand, he easily crushed the Earth King's head, releasing a disgusting, sticky green-white substance that smelled horrendous. Battle energy surged into the Battle King's body, but he showed no reaction. At his level, the amount of battle energy required to level up was vast. Several 6th-grade mechs broke through the sky and left. What happened here, the handsome Zhou Luo did not know, as he was still deeply trapped in the battle. The next day. Kanglin Liu family. Under the treatment of medicine, the spirit-dispersing powder in Liu Qingxue's body had been removed, and she also woke up. Her long eyebrows trembled twice, and her beautiful eyes slowly opened. Her familiar bedroom came into view. Little sister, you're awake. A steady voice reached Liu Qingxue's ears. Hearing this voice, Liu Qingxue excitedly propped herself up. Big brother. Liu Tiancheng smiled lightly at the sight. Little sister, although the spirit-dispersing powder in your body has been removed, you're still a bit weak. You need to rest for a few days. Oh, Liu Qingxue, upon hearing this, seemed a bit down. She pulled up the soft blanket, revealing only half of her face. She had wanted to wake up and immediately go to the wasteland zone to fight and gain battle energy, but who would have known something like this would happen? Also, she hadn't told her family at first and had gone out directly with people. She was definitely going to get scolded badly. By the way, tell me what exactly happened. Liu Tiancheng suddenly changed his demeanor. Having fought for years and lived in the military, every word and action of Liu Tiancheng exuded an undeniable aura. Liu Qingxue didn't hide anything and told him everything that had happened. You idiot! Liu Tiancheng wished he could tear apart Wang Yan and Jilin into pieces. It was just as he had suspected, everything was plotted by the people from the Dark Hall. The goal was the Ice Snow Empress, Liu Qingxue. By the way, little sister, you said it was your classmate who saved you? Why didn't I see your classmate in County 0321? Liu Tiancheng asked with confusion. Damn Zhou Luo, he actually threw me into the ruins and didn't care about me. As for where he went, I don't give a damn. Liu Qingxue's face turned red as she kept complaining about Zhou Luo. Liu Tiancheng raised an eyebrow and looked at his sister with suspicion. In his impression, no one seemed capable of affecting his sister's mood. Wait. Something's off. Liu Tiancheng, being extremely sharp, noticed the problem instantly. This Zhou Luo was definitely not simple. Liu Qingxue also realized her mistake and quickly tried to change the topic. Big brother, the mech entrance exam is coming soon. If I don't hurry up and increase my battle rank, I will be pulled farther away by other geniuses. Don't worry about that. The family will arrange for someone to take you to level up. Even if there is some distance, it won't be much. You'll catch up soon. Liu Tiancheng didn't care at all about Liu Qingxue's worries. But I don't want to grow under the protection of the family. I want to fight. I am San Lan. Liu Qingxue suddenly stopped speaking. What about San Lan? Nothing. Big brother, you can leave now. I need to rest. Oh. Liu Tiancheng nodded lightly and turned to leave Liu Qingxue's bedroom. As soon as he exited the room, Liu Tiancheng called a man over to him. Go find out about Zhou Luo's background. Don't get caught or make an enemy of him. He's my little sister's lifesaver. Understood, sir. The man, expression cold, turned and left the Liu family. Chapter 12, Liu Tiancheng, raised Zhou Luo's file to SSS level. Less than half an hour later, Zhou Luo's file appeared on Liu Tiancheng's desk. Liu Tiancheng didn't use the Liu family's power, but instead relied on the military's connections, with an efficiency that was surprisingly fast. Liu Tiancheng opened the file and started reading. Why does it start from birth? The man in black beside him awkwardly scratched his nose. But soon, Liu Tiancheng found the key points in the file. Mother, Wang Xiong, a golden member of the virtual mech company, with a peak 3-tier mech pilot strength. Father, Zhou Hong, a mercenary mech pilot from the mech hall, with a peak 3-tier mech pilot strength. Sister, Zhou Yun, an 18-year-old awakened mech pilot with a potential of 5 tiers. Accepted into the Demon City Divine Martial University. Now in her second year, a mid-tier 3-tier mech pilot, deeply cares for her younger brother Zhou Luo, and was pursued by classmates in university. Zhou Luo, 18 years old, San Lan Virtual Mech Company, first place in the first-tier network domain, a famous internet addict, extremely middle schooler in personality. Yesterday, he awakened as a professional mech warrior. There is no such job recorded in the profession records, ability unknown? No signature mech? Record, Zhou Luo's awakening caused a storm, overwhelming Liu Qingxue's awakening light. After finishing the file, Liu Tiancheng slowly closed it and placed it on the table. He clearly remembered that his sister said Zhou Luo piloted a completely red mech, and after defeating Wang Yan and Jilin, his combat level reached level 6. It was 2 levels higher than his sister. Interesting, he hasn't even become a mech pilot yet, and he's already first place in the first-tier network domain. He's trampled all the first-tier mech pilots in San Lan City. Who else has seen this file? Liu Tiancheng looked up at the man beside him. The awakening officer and the person who recorded the file. Make this file the highest level within my authority. What? Deputy Commander, your level is already SSS. The man beside him changed color drastically. Could there be something special about Zhou Luo that made Deputy Commander Liu value him so much? Do as I say. Yes. Also, enter the virtual mech company and pull up Zhou Luo's battle videos for me. The man didn't hesitate at all and quickly retrieved Zhou Luo's various battle scenes. The two watched Zhou Luo's first battle, which also happened to be the day he registered. His opponent was an 8th level mech, clearly very experienced in battle, and Zhou Luo's mech combat level had also been raised to level 8 by the system. Both of them initially thought the battle would be one-sided and that Zhou Luo would lose quickly. Even the virtual audience didn't have much hope for Zhou Luo, booing him. But as the battle began, Zhou Luo piloted his mech and with only 3 moves, he chopped off the enemy mech's head. From that moment on, Zhou Luo's legend began. Within a day, Zhou Luo fought 100 battles, each ending within 10 moves. His battle experience was terrifyingly rich, and various techniques didn't faze him at all. Zhou Luo was also extraordinarily persistent, fighting for a full day and night before finally ending the battle. He never lost a single match, winning 239 times in a row. In just one day, he stormed his way into the top 100 of the first-tier mecha trainers in Kanglan City. With his godlike performance, Zhou Luo made everyone fall silent, capturing countless fans. On the third day, when Zhou Luo logged back in, his viewing platform was already packed, with a buzz of excitement filling the air. People initially thought Zhou Luo would stop once he reached thousands, but he shocked everyone once again, defeating the number 1 ranked Han Chang in just 50 moves. From that point, he began his 8-year reign as number 1. No one knew what Zhou Luo looked like, all they knew was that his name was Zhou Luo. But having stayed in the first-tier domain for so many years, people guessed that Zhou Luo had not yet become a mecha trainer. Zhou Luo's mystery was even greater than the second-ranked Han Chang's. And the second-ranked Han Chang often challenged Zhou Luo, but each time, Zhou Luo found a way to defeat him. An afternoon passed. Liu Tiancheng and the man finished watching all of Zhou Luo's battles and reviews. He closed his eyes and rubbed his brow, and the next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. A super genius. A super genius. A terrifying 100,000 battles, with a win rate of 100%. Not a single match lost. But Zhou Luo doesn't have a signature mecha. What does it matter if he doesn't have a signature mecha? As long as we can recruit Zhou Luo into the Liu family will spare no cost to find him a 9th tier unmanned mecha. Liu Tian was extremely excited. To him, Zhou Luo was a treasure worth more than gold. The man beside him nodded thoughtfully, then pulled up Han Chang's information. Lieutenant Liu, don't you think the second-ranked Han Chang looks familiar? Isn't this my sister? As her older brother, how could I not know? I saw it when she challenged Zhou Luo for the 10th time. I didn't expect my sister to be a gaming addict as well. In just a few years, she fought 80,000 battles, with a win rate of 85%, and most of her losses were to Zhou Luo. Looks like I've been neglecting Qingxue all these years. Liu Tiancheng sighed slightly. This city had already become a ruin since the monster invasion era, and by now it had turned into a haven for high-level exotic beasts and monsters. The exotic beasts and monsters here were extremely ferocious, and the city often erupted in beast tides, making it one of the key prevention cities for Kanglan base. Mecha trainers below Tier 3 would never come here to die. But at this moment, a group of people quietly arrived here. I will never let Liu Qingxue go, and that meddlesome kid will definitely suffer a fate worse than death. Zhang Shuli, where are we headed? We're going to lure the monsters inside the secret realm out. Zhang Hao pointed ahead at the void secret realm that had suddenly appeared. It looked like a crack had been torn in the world, with a colorful chaotic light enveloping the entrance, making it impossible to see what was inside. But everyone knew that there must be powerful monsters inside. Because the secret realm was already incredibly dangerous, and it was an unstable one. No one knew exactly what was inside. The two Tier 4 mecha trainers behind showed bitter expressions, hesitant in their hearts, clearly not daring to enter the secret realm. A few 100,000 a month, what's the point of risking our lives for that? Zhang Shuli, after all, we're only Tier 4 mecha trainers, and this is an unknown secret realm. Our fighting strength may not be enough to handle it. The two of them started to have second thoughts, already planning to leave the Dark Hall once this matter was over. These lunatics didn't value human lives at all. They regretted joining the Dark Hall in the first place. Either you two go in and lure out the high-level monsters, or you can stay here forever. Zhang Hao's lips curled into a slight smile, revealing a mocking grin. The intense killing intent flickered in his eyes. These two ants actually dared to defy his orders, they were already marked for death. Chapter 13, Unknown Secret Realm, Crazy Zhang Hao. A 6th-tier mech rider next to Zhang Hao snorted coldly, and an overwhelming pressure suddenly descended, fiercely pressing down on the bodies of the two men. Wow! The two men's bodies felt as if a mountain was crushing them, their chests surged with blood and chi, and they spat out a mouthful of reverse blood. Just the pressure alone was enough to firmly pin the two men to the ground. The 6th-tier mech rider's terror was such. Their lifebound mechs could not resonate under this terrifying pressure. At this moment, they were like ordinary people without their lifebound mechs. This is the deterrent power of high-tier mech riders. Dealing with low-tier mech riders is a dimension-reducing strike. Unless their mechs possessed special abilities. However, it was clear that their mechs were just ordinary ones, lacking such abilities. The two of them felt their life-bonded mechs calling them, their expressions quickly changed, and they showed a fawning smile. We swear to follow Zhang's sequence to the death, we were just attracting the monsters, this task is something we can handle. Yes, please spare us, master. The two of them knelt at Zhang Hao's feet, constantly begging for mercy, their faces full of pleading, but in reality, they were scheming in their hearts. Take this, once you enter, you know what to do. Zhang Hao flipped his palm, and a sealed device appeared in his hand. With a pop, it activated on its own, revealing a transparent, special glass container in front of the two men. Inside it, a bright crimson flower was floating. Dragon blood flower. The two men looked at the bright and eerie flower, unable to help swallowing their saliva. The scent of the dragon blood flower could attract monsters, and it was especially effective on 7th-tier monsters, enough to cause a 7th-tier monster to evolve into an 8th-tier monster. However, this flower had a fatal flaw. Humans could not use this 7th-tier treasure medicine. Once contaminated by its energy, even low-tier mech riders could be easily killed. The two men understood Zhang Hao's intentions very well. He wanted them to lure out the 7th-tier monsters. But how was Zhang Hao so sure that there were 7th-tier monsters in this secret realm? Yes, we know what to do. One of them tremblingly reached out and took the seal device, and under Zhang Hao and the other's watchful eyes, the two limped into the secret realm. Zhang's sequence, these two have ulterior motives, they cannot be kept alive. The 6th-tier mech rider said in a deep voice. Two mere ants wish to rebel, let them attract a few 7th-tier monsters, and once they come out, deal with them directly. These two had joined his ranks before, and to Zhang Hao, 4th-tier mech riders were nothing but useless trash. Everything he did was for the 9th tier mech of Liu Qingxue, and he didn't care if the Ice Snow Empress was a female mech. A perfect mech is something rare and priceless. The news of this secret realm came from Xiong in the branch hall. The Zhang branch had sent people to explore. A group went in but only one came out, because the secret realm detected a 7th tier monster. Moreover, according to the news, this secret realm was suspected to be one of the passageways to a high-level secret realm, but for some unknown reason, it appeared in City S. After losing personnel, the Dark Branch only reported the news, and then the matter was left unresolved. The highest combat power of the branch hall was only a 5th tier mech rider, not enough to explore the secret realm, and wasting too much energy in this unstable secret realm was not worth it. The Dark Temple's power structure from bottom to top consisted of branch halls, main halls, and the central hall. The highest combat power in the branch hall was 5th tier, in the main hall it was 8th tier, and those above 8th tier were in the central hall. The influence of the Dark Temple spanned the entire Blue Star. Because this group of people has no restrictions, killing and looting are regular operations, and attracting monsters to destroy cities is also a basic skill. Because they commit all sorts of evil, their strength increases very quickly. The reason they are despised by humans is because they cooperate with unknown creatures. Inside the unknown secret realm, the two were thrown to the ground by the power of the rules, and the heavy mecha crashed onto the ground, creating a deep pit. What caught the eye was an endless plain. The dense wild grass actually reached 2 meters high, and even reached the chest of the mecha. In the swaying grass, there was always the feeling that some creature was lurking. Damn thing, we clearly have strong people, but you still chose to send us two to die. You shouldn't have agreed to him. Now look, we are doomed to die in this secret realm. One of them vigilantly scanned the surroundings, unable to help but complain. Humph. As if we wouldn't die if we didn't come in. The matter isn't over yet. What do you mean? Whether we can break through depends on it. The mecha's head slowly lowered, its red mecha eyes fixed tightly on the dragon's blood flower in its hand. Didn't Zhang want us to lure out monsters? Then let's lure out a few very powerful monsters, let the monsters kill those bastards, and maybe we can even get their battle energy. The man inside the mecha had a look of madness on his face. What a good move to kill with a borrowed knife. Only yours. Humph. Let's go deeper. Either way, we will die, so let's just do it. Let's go. The two were completely insane now. This was their only chance, otherwise, when the secret realm's passage closed, they would be forever trapped inside. Unless they were lucky enough to wait for the secret realm to open again. But with their peak 4th stage strength, there was almost no chance of surviving in the unknown secret realm. The two didn't want to gamble, and they didn't dare to gamble. Meanwhile, over 100 kilometers from S City, in a certain alley in 0112 County, a mecha, completely red and resembling flames, was sprinting through the alley, followed by a pack of shadow wolves. Fire Thunder, you say that your old wolf king wasn't killed, but what made you provoke that strong adult wolf? Zhou Luo calmly controlled Fire Thunder, while complaining. But master, I couldn't control my big knife. Who knew that the combat level of that wolf dog would be so high? And wasn't it you who told me to strike it? Fire Thunder, is there no one to speak up for me? Fire Thunder ran at a fast speed, dragging the frost crescent blade in his hand, the ground being plowed into a long blade mark. Zhou Luo glanced at the shadow wolves closely behind and smiled. He and Fire Thunder had already reached the state of mecha mind fusion. It seemed like he was running for his life, but in reality, the frost crescent blade in his hand had gathered terrifying power, and once the opportunity arose, he would strike back with a single blow. One wolf wasn't a big deal, the most annoying thing was that it was followed by several other wolves. If Zhou Luo and Fire Thunder were in peak condition, they would have already dealt with them, but after fighting the old Wolf King, their battle energy was down to only 30%. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been chased for so long by an 8th level Shadow Wolf, along with its pack of smaller wolves. Mecha, Fire Thunder. Level, Peak Level 7. Ultimate move, Thunder Half Moon Slash. Battle energy less than 30%, not suitable for battle. Evacuate as soon as possible. That's right, after a day of fighting, Fire Thunder and Zhou Luo had reached level 7, their leveling speed was simply invincible. Top geniuses with the support of their families would probably only be at level 6 or 7 at this point. Chapter 14, Level Up to First Stage, Flaming Sun Slash. As time passed, Zhou Luo controlled Fire Thunder and rushed out of the alley, with the Shadow Wolves still tightly following. The Shadow Wolf was a mutated wolf creature, originally a speed-type mutant beast. Moreover, the Shadow Wolf was a nocturnal beast, and during the day, they gathered to rest inside buildings. If it wasn't for Zhou Luo attacking their old Wolf King, interrupting their rest, they wouldn't be so determined to hunt down Fire Thunder. They just wanted to tear apart this vile mecha ahead of them and then happily return to catch up on sleep before going out hunting at night. Master, there is a 5-meter wide cliff ahead, it should be caused by some kind of monster. The radar engine of Fire Thunder can detect within 1,000 meters. Cliff? Dragon Break Platform. Zhou Luo's eyes flickered, memories flashing through his mind of the Dragon Break Platform from the Mecha Warfare game map. When Fire Thunder was weak, Zhou Luo used the Dragon Break Platform to kill many black iron beasts, gaining a lot of combat energy. Heaven helps me. Transform, Mecha Warrior. Zhou Luo pushed the control stick with force, and Fire Thunder's body radiated red light, transforming into car mode in midair. The ground was deeply marked by the friction of Fire Thunder's tires. Thick flames shot out, and the transformed Fire Thunder accelerated, rapidly increasing the distance in the blink of an eye. Oh, the shadow wolf behind saw its prey trying to escape. Its strong limbs turned into shadows, clearly indicating that the shadow wolf had used its skill, Shadow Assault. The distance between them was closing. The same level Shadow Wolf unleashed its ultimate move, and its state was stronger than Fire Thunder, its speed 3 points faster. Oomph, Mecha Warrior Transform. Boom! Fire Thunder's engine roared as it soared, the naturally fiery car form again transforming in the air, a smooth and impressive motion. The heavy Fire Thunder crashed to the ground, successfully leaping over the 5-meter-wide cliff. I don't know when the frosty moonblade had appeared in his hand, the long blade gathering energy that stirred up dust, the intense fire attribute of combat energy raised the surrounding temperature. At this moment, the Shadow Wolf also charged towards Fire Thunder, its body forming a graceful arc in midair, maintaining excellent balance. But unfortunately, what awaited it was a sharp blade exuding a breath of cold frost. As expected, it's a beast, welcome death. Fire Thunder's combat energy was of extreme fire attribute, but it could also harness the cold frost attribute from the ground, freely switching between the two energies. It was precisely because of this terrifying talent that he was promoted to the City Guard General at level 3. This was his master, Fire Wuji's recognition and cultivation of him. With a strike gathering all of Fire Thunder's strength, it cut through the Shadow Wolf's head and grazed its body. Purple blood sprayed onto Fire Thunder's body, adding a touch of fierce killing intent. Deep blue combat energy surged out from the Shadow Wolf's body, transforming into a gleam of light rushing into Fire Thunder's chest. Zhou Luo's somewhat tired body was revitalized by this surge of combat energy, dispelling most of his fatigue. Fire Thunder could not help but unleash its own combat energy. He reached level 8. Zhou Luo controlled Fire Thunder to lift a hand provocatively. Sure enough, a few shadow wolves flew over from the opposite cliff, but all turned into nourishment for Fire Thunder. After waiting and slaying several shadow wolves, the remaining ones glanced at Fire Thunder in fear before being summoned back by the old Wolf King. Waving isn't to apologize, but brother, you still need practice. Zhou Luo quickly manipulated Fire Thunder to leave the area. He arrived at a hidden building, cleared out the weak inside, and separated from Fire Thunder. As always, Fire Thunder drank its oil, its deep eyes gazing silently out the window. Fire Thunder was just like this, steady, calm, neither arrogant nor impatient, and spoke little. At this moment, Fire Thunder was no longer as new as when it first emerged. Its body was covered with scratches, but for him, these were just surface wounds, not reaching the core. The aura on his body was completely different from when it first began. Zhou Luo just wanted to quickly reach the first level, then sweep through the entire current generation of the Kangling, and rise to the Imperial City Mecha University with an invincible posture. He was now almost ahead of most of the new mecha riders, perhaps some might catch up with him one day, but Zhou Luo intended to crush them with an invincible posture. Just like how he dominated the first level of the virtual battle rankings for years. A few days later, Fire Thunder's combat level reached the peak of level 9. During these days, the Shadow Wolf clan targeted Zhou Luo. As soon as Zhou Luo started hunting to gain combat energy, large groups of shadow wolves would surround him. Each time, Zhou Luo killed his way out. The shadow wolves suffered heavy losses, with the old, weak, sick, and disabled almost all slaughtered by Zhou Luo, leaving only a few higher-level ones with toughness in the nest. And all of this was being manipulated by the old Wolf King behind the scenes. As long as it was killed, everything would end. It's time to settle the score. A fiery red sports car shot out from the street under the moonlight, and wherever it passed, beast corpses flew everywhere, either crushed by the car or bombed to death. Half an hour later, at Wool Mall, inside the Shadow Wolf's den, the severely injured old Wolf King finally died under Fire Thunder's great sword. Boom! The heavy frost moonblade sunk 3 inches into the ground. Fire Thunder's arms were trembling as he supported the hilt of the sword, and Zhou Luo in the control room was panting heavily. Zhou Luo wiped the sweat from his forehead, finally finished. A pure ball of combat energy erupted from beneath the massive Wolf King's corpse, and the energy seemed to be drawn, pouring into Fire Thunder's body. At this moment, Fire Thunder's combat energy continuously increased, with uncontrollable extreme fire attribute energy constantly trembling. Ha! Suddenly, a surge of power appeared in both Fire Thunder and Zhou Luo's bodies. Though they were already exhausted, Zhou Luo felt that he could still fight head-on with a true Wolf King. Of course, Zhou Luo knew this was just an illusion created by the power boost. With his current combat power, if he encountered a strong Wolf King, he could only escape in a sorry state. At this moment, Fire Thunder's combat energy was still surging. The fiery red energy spread outward, flipping over several beast corpses on the ground. Fire Thunder has leveled up. Zhou Luo quickly opened the Battle King glasses. Mecha, Fire Thunder. Level 11. Special move, Thunder Half Moon Slash. Blazing Sun Slash. Evaluation: this is a warrior from the City of Time's motorcycle clan. His name is Fire Thunder, and his combat style is as swift, domineering, and imposing as his name. Mutation: different planes and different powers have caused Fire Thunder to evolve. He can now absorb moonlight power, thunder power, frost power, and now, he can also absorb the power of the blazing sun. P.S. Hurry and hand over your collection to me, or my little brother will make a move with the Kuimping's vast sky strike. Chapter 15, Battle King Hall activated, Rapid Edge, Double Mecha. The blazing sun hangs high, undefeated in battle, the full moon hangs high, invincible in attack. Damn! Fire Thunder, you've taken off. Zhou Luo looked at Fire Thunder's luxurious attribute panel, shocked beyond belief. A mecha warrior controlling a motorcycle can unleash about 3 times the power, and under specific conditions, the motorcycle warrior can unleash double the power. Now, Fire Thunder, not only under the full moon, can unleash several times the normal power, but also under the blazing sun. With his control, Fire Thunder at level 11 could fight with a level 14 mecha, and even a level 15 mecha could be challenged. The increase in battle power can only be described as perfect, invincible. Zhou Luo separated from Fire Thunder. Standing in front of Fire Thunder, Zhou Luo, at 1.85 meters tall, could only surpass the mecha's knee by a little. He looked up and down at Fire Thunder, and apart from the wound, the fiery patterns on Fire Thunder's chest had turned into a purple-gold color. If the pattern on Fire Thunder's body before vaguely resembled flames, then now the pattern was vivid and alive, a burning flame that was boiling. Yes, Master, I feel like I could single-handedly take on the 10 of me from before, and deepen my memory, a memory has awakened. It's the long-lost ultimate move from the City of Time. Oh? Does the City of Time's motorcycle warriors have other ultimate moves? Zhou Luo asked with confusion upon hearing Fire Thunder's words. Yes, the motorcycle warriors of the City of Time originally had 2 different factions. One is the Hao Sun warriors, who can unleash immense combat power under the Hao Sun, and the other is warriors like me, the Moonlight warriors. Really? I didn't know about this. Zhou Luo was puzzled. He was the king of Mecha combat, the Mecha King, and he knew everything about the Mecha King game. He was surprised that he didn't know this. Well, the City of Time indeed has 2 types of warriors. My master told me so. Fire Thunder scratched his head, also confused about why he had the Hao Sun warrior's talent. Could it be that his mother was a Moonlight warrior, and his father was a Hao Sun warrior? Don't ask how mechas have children, the answer is, nobody knows. Well, after all, it's just a game, Zhou Luo chuckled awkwardly. He didn't continue to think too deeply about it. Anyway, Fire Thunder was awesome now, that's all that mattered. Of course, there was still something more important to do now. Congratulations, Mecha King has reached level 1, you can now enter the War King Hall and activate the Speed Blade. Mecha King feature, you can bind multiple motorcycle warriors at the same time. Zhou Luo focused his mind, and in the next moment, his body was pulled into the War King Hall by an invisible force. It was still as quiet as before. But around the entire square, all the motorcycle warriors stood firm. Fire Wujie and Hai Wuliang, the city lords, were also there, but they were in statue form. Clearly, Zhou Luo didn't have the qualifications to activate them yet. Only the statue of Speed Blade released a brilliant blue light from its chest. Motorcycle warrior, transform. Zhou Luo was eager, activating Speed Blade would greatly enhance his combat power, and the bond between him and Fire Thunder was also incredibly powerful. The huge statue trembled, and the broken stone pieces vanished into the air as light particles. The 3-meter-tall Speed Blade's eyes shimmered with dazzling light, and its sharp aura soared into the sky. Speed Blade, at your service, Master. Speed Blade knelt on one knee, clasping its hands in a salute. Speed Blade, let's go outside. Your good buddy is waiting for you out there, Zhou Luo said with a smile. In the next moment, Speed Blade was controlled by an invisible force, transforming into a blue and white 2-tone super sports car police vehicle, looking extremely cool. The car door opened thoughtfully. Zhou Luo drove Speed Blade and rushed out of the War King Hall. A time-space rift appeared, and Speed Blade's figure rushed out, quickly transforming. Zhou Luo also separated from within him. Speed Blade. Ah, Fire Thunder. The moment Fire Thunder saw Speed Blade, a flash of excitement appeared in his pupils, and the light flickered several times. Zhou Luo caught the change in Fire Thunder's expression. So Fire Thunder is usually silent not because he doesn't like to talk, but I should have guessed that Fire Thunder must be thinking about his brothers, Zhou Luo thought. After all, Fire Thunder had his own thoughts and memories in the Mecha King world, and they also had their own emotions, except for Luo Luo's memories. I'll activate the flying demon wheel when we get back. The flying demon wheel could be directly activated when he awakened as Mecha King, and activating this almost powerless motorcycle warrior had no restrictions. Previously, Zhou Luo didn't activate the flying demon wheel because he was going to fight outside the city, but he would do it when he got back. Speedblade was also very happy to see Fire Thunder, an old friend. The two fists collided together, and everything was unspoken. Fire Thunder, you're quite strong. Your battle energy is many times greater than mine. I'm afraid a single punch from you could knock me out. Jizafang, feeling Fire Thunder's battle energy, couldn't help but feel envious and teased him. This is all thanks to the master. With the master controlling me, my battle level has risen quickly. Once your level catches up, you'll definitely be stronger than me, Fire Thunder humbly said with a smile. Alright, do I not know your strength? Jizafang waved his hand. Fire Thunder's strength could not be underestimated. In the Battle King world, there were a few from the motorcycle clan who could defeat Fire Thunder in a one-on-one fight, but those were few and far between. However, in the environment of the full moon, there seemed to be no one who could defeat Fire Thunder, whose abilities had been enhanced in every aspect. No matter if you were a fighter jet or a bulldozer, they would all be chopped down. And it seemed that Fire Thunder had never fought with full power in the Battle King world. Even when sparring, it was always 50-50. Very few knew the true extent of Fire Thunder's strength. Jizafang was one of those who knew. Mecha, Jizafang. Level, first level. Ultimate move, not awakened. Evaluation, this is a warrior from the Moon Temple, named Jizafang. He is also the general guarding the city in the Moon Temple. His fighting style is fast and has strong penetration. Confidence, arrogance, loyalty, and frankness are his trademarks. Motto, arrogance requires hidden energy behind it, and my master happens to have that. Zhou Luo saw Jizafang's motto and couldn't help but exclaim, awesome. However, Jizafang's battle level was still first level. The battle level had to be raised, or else he wouldn't be able to form real combat power. Mecha Battle King gains battle energy, motorcycle warriors share the battle energy. This makes things easier. As long as Fire Thunder slays powerful exotic beasts to gain battle energy, Jizafang will also gain an equal amount of battle energy. Isn't this like doubling the experience points? It's time to start a new round of hunting. Zhou Luo stood up and looked at the desolate street outside. Fire Thunder, Jizafang, go. Zhou Luo's body emitted red light particles, which then merged into Fire Thunder's body. Fire Thunder and Jizafang turned into race cars and sped toward the Wolayer Mall. Jizafang, is this all the strength you've got? Then you're really pathetic. Chapter 16, both level 15, Jizafang also has 2 ultimate moves? 1 week later. On the desolate, broken road, 2 race cars were speeding ahead. Behind them, not far away, a terrifying beast wave was following. Behind, yellow sand filled the sky, and the roars of beasts echoed to the heavens, creating a scene that was truly horrifying, like a natural disaster. This was just the outskirts of the beast wave, with only some lower-level exotic beasts, but there were already 2nd and 3rd-level exotic beasts among them. In this situation, even a 5th-level Mecha Master would be overwhelmed and perish in the beast wave. A week had passed, and Zhou Luo's strength had already reached the mid-level of the 1st rank. His battle level was an astonishing 15th level, and his speed of leveling up was horrifying. Mecha, Fire Thunder. Level, 15th level. Ultimate moves, Thunder Half Moon Slash, Flaming Sun Slash. Bond power, overall attributes increased by 30%. Evaluation, this is a warrior from the City of Time, named Fire Thunder. His fighting style is as swift, domineering, and majestic as his name. Mecha, Jizafang. Level, 15th level. Ultimate moves, Earth-Shattering Tsunami Kill. Extreme Phantom Slash. Bond power, overall attributes increased by 30%. Evaluation, this is a warrior from the Moon Temple, named Jizafang. He is also the general guarding the city in the Moon Temple. His fighting style is fast and has strong penetration. Confidence, arrogance, loyalty, and frankness are his trademarks. Jizafang's combat power had also increased rapidly. Zhou Luo's strength had undergone earth-shattering changes. Received notification from the base city. Beast waves have occurred in several surrounding counties. According to the direction in which the beast waves are gathering, it's heading towards Kanglan Base City. Zhou Luo pulled up the military notice on his wristband. After linking to the military radar, it became clear that the beast wave was gathering on a massive scale. What a shame. If the beast wave hadn't occurred, our combat level could have reached level 16, said Jisoo Fong, somewhat regretfully. In these days, he and Huolei Ting had been wildly gathering combat energy. This battle maniac really enjoyed this feeling. Let's head back to the base city. Zhou Luo glanced at the rearview mirror of Huolei Ting's vehicle. Around them, many vehicles had appeared, mostly off-road cars, sports cars, and trucks, with hardly any flying units. He didn't need to guess. These people had been forced out of the wilderness area by the beast wave. Their strengths were varied, with many high-level powerhouses among them. Zhou Luo made Huolei Ting and Jisoo Fong hide their combat energy so that no one could detect their levels. Instinctively, the group gathered together to form a convoy, as humans naturally stick together in such situations. Around Zhou Luo, more and more mechas appeared. At the same time, a video from Wang Xiong and Dehong came through. Xiao Luo, a level 2 beast wave has occurred in the wilderness area. Where are you right now? As soon as the screen appeared, Wang Xiong's anxious voice could be heard. I'm about 3 kilometers from the base city. I'll be back soon, Zhou Luo reassured them, telling them not to worry. He didn't tell them that the beast wave was actually just 700 to 800 meters behind him. Their convoy was in great danger, with many mechas already being overwhelmed by the beast wave. But there was nothing Zhou Luo could do. He had already pushed the speed of Huolei Ting and Jisoo Fong to their peak. The mechas around him were all second-tier mechas. Alert! 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 A level 2 beast wave has occurred in the wilderness area. All units, prepare for battle. At this moment, all the city gates of Kanglan Base City stood solemnly, the air filled with a heavy, oppressive atmosphere. Every mecha master's face bore a look of indifference. They had long become accustomed to life and death, stationed at the base city's gates. The pulse particle cannons on the tall city walls were fully charged, and the plasma energy shield had already been deployed. At the city gate, there were mecha masters from the military, as well as from virtual mecha companies, Galaxy Mecha Dojos, Thunder Mecha Dojos, Mecha Alliances, families, and other forces supporting them. The level 2 beast wave was definitely caused by a 7th-tier monster, or even a monster above that level, with a not-so-simple bloodline. The base city was everyone's home. Once it was breached, the consequences would be unimaginable. Liu Qingxue was the deputy officer of the military in Magic City. This time, on his vacation back to Kanglan Base City, he had naturally stepped up to take the lead and stationed himself at the North Gate. The temporary city defense commander of Kanglan Base City had arrived early in the command room to personally take charge. Why did the beast wave happen at this time? And it's a level 2 beast wave. The city defense commander, Duan Zhangwo, looked grim, his deep eyes tightly fixed on the surveillance screen. Duan Zhangwo, the temporary city defense commander of Kanglan Base City, with immense power, capable of commanding all units of the base city. His strength was terrifying, a terrifying 8th-tier mecha master, the number 1 person in Kanglan Base City. His military rank was 5th-class Golden Flower. We still haven't figured out exactly what happened, but it's certain that this beast wave was initiated by an 8th-tier monster, and there are also several 7th-tier monsters. Then let it come. Duan Zhangwo clenched his fists tightly, a flash of lightning flickering in his eyes, his entire body radiating intense battle intent. He knew that the beast wave couldn't be stopped. What Kanglan Base City could do was to kill all these beasts. Has the energy barrier been closed? Duan Zhangwo looked towards a subordinate. Not yet. We've detected a mecha convoy about 2 kilometers away. They'll be entering the base city soon, but the beast wave is very close behind. The implication in the subordinate's words was very clear. Send someone to assist them. At this time, most of the mecha masters were newly awakened, who had been gaining battle energy outside. These are the future pillars of Dragon Nation, and we save one if we can. Yes. As the order was given, a 6th-level mech broke through the air and exited the city. In less than a minute, a mech convoy rapidly charged towards the city. Zhou Luo was naturally among them. By the time they reached the thick city gates, they had already closed, and the energy shield was deployed. In an instant, the unstoppable beast tide collided with the energy shield, and in a flash, blood and flesh flew in all directions as countless battle energies scattered through the air. Form ranks. A commander gave the order, and all mech riders synchronized their movements and entered their mechs. Everyone waited. The energy shield wouldn't last long, its only purpose was to block the beast tide's unstoppable momentum. The fighting ahead would rely on the mechs and artillery. Many young soldiers looked excited, their blood boiling. The beast tide was dangerous, but it also carried opportunities. This was a good chance to gain battle energy, and many mech riders who survived the beast tide had leveled up. Zhou Luo naturally knew about this opportunity. The bigger the storm, the more precious the fish. How can such a good opportunity be missed by me, Zhou Luo? Mech warriors, transform. Just after charging into the base city, Fire Thunder and Rapid Edge instantly transformed. The 2 mechs, majestic and powerful, struck battle poses. This attracted the attention of the surrounding mech riders. The others had already disappeared into the base when they fled, but Zhou Luo didn't leave. Instead, a terrifying battle intent radiated from him, which surprised everyone. Chapter 17, Are you the protagonist, or am I? More than 10 minutes later, the terrifying beast tide broke through the energy shield, and countless pale blue light particles scattered in the air. The pungent, rancid, and nauseating odor came rushing in. Kill! A general led the team to charge, like a sharp dagger slicing into the beast tide. Their strength was formidable, and with every strike, a large group of beasts was taken down. The remaining beasts, even if they didn't die, lost their combat ability. This gave the soldiers in the back a chance to deliver finishing blows. Although the battle energy they gained wasn't much, it was still a huge reward given the level difference. Haha, even the Tiger Slayer Tion's troops weren't my match back then. You guys can't beat me. Rapid Edge, with battle intent fierce, unleashed sharp battle energy, slicing through the air like a knife. The afterimages flashed, recklessly harvesting the lives of the beasts. Although Rapid Edge was arrogant, he wasn't a fool. He specifically targeted weak and heavily injured beasts to kill. Seeing this, Fire Thunder also felt eager. Go! Zhou Luo personally controlled Fire Thunder, charging to the front lines. The two mechs, one red and one blue, moved at lightning speed, flipping up and down, taking down one or two beasts with every strike. Watch this. Rapid Edge merged his two guns, releasing an astonishing burst of extreme water attribute energy. The surroundings changed, and rippling energy appeared on the ground, with the faint sound of an angry sea in the air. Heaven-shaking wave slash. Rapid Edge turned into afterimages, constantly flashing so fast that even second-level mech riders couldn't see his movements. All they could hear was the sound of his spear cutting through the air. In one ultimate move, Rapid Edge killed over 20 beasts, and his battle level reached level 16 at that moment. Fire Thunder, benefiting from energy sharing, also leveled up. How's it going, Fire Thunder? Rapid Edge tilted his head and looked at Fire Thunder. But he didn't notice a massive lion-type beast pouncing from behind. Flaming Sky Slash. The voices of Fire Thunder and Zhou Luo overlapped, echoing around as the terrifying extreme fire attribute energy exploded, sending nearby beasts flying and creating a vacuum zone. Fire Thunder leaped 8 meters high, and a massive fire-red blade of light descended from the sky. The frost crescent blade slashed across the waist of the flaming wild lion, sending it flying. At this moment, Rapid Edge also realized and turned around, warily looking behind. The thick smoke cleared, and they saw that the flaming wild lion had taken the full brunt of Fire Thunder's ultimate move and wasn't dead yet. Only the waist had been torn open with a shocking wound. Beast, Flame Fury Lion. Level, 23. Special move, Frenzy. Evaluation, not to be feared. A 23-level Flame Fury Lion. Rapid Edge murmured, receiving the data sharing, attacking this master, you seek death. As soon as the words were spoken, Rapid Edge charged forward with his spear in hand. Fire Thunder silently followed, holding a large blade. In the combined attack of the two, the Flame Fury Lion didn't even get a chance to unleash its special move before it was pierced through the thick skull by Rapid Edge's spear. The battle energy from both of them exploded once again. Their levels rose from level 16 to level 18. As they fought, the energy spread, letting the surrounding mecha masters know about their battle level. Killed a 23-level Flame Fury Lion at level 18? Truly impressive. They were at level 16 before this, so it must be high-quality mechs, and not just any quality. Of course, the mech's special move even affects the surrounding environment. I definitely couldn't do that. Even though Fire Thunder and Rapid Edge kept slaying the alien beasts, the tide of beasts showed no signs of decreasing. In fact, the pressure only grew stronger, and the stronger fighters ahead were even forced to retreat. The number of second-tier and third-tier alien beasts increased, while the lower-level ones grew fewer. Zhou Luo knew that the upcoming battlefield was beyond his reach. Without hesitation, he controlled Fire Thunder and Rapid Edge and retreated to the inner city. Soon, Zhou Luo arrived at the Mecha Mall. He sold all his spoils, receiving more than 30 million Federation coins. I need to buy some items for the mechs, Zhou Luo said, looking at the person in charge. Dear customer, may I ask what you need? Our Mecha Mall has everything. The person in charge, Xiao, flashed a gentle smile and waved her hand, causing a virtual screen to appear in front of Zhou Luo. The screen displayed a dazzling array of items, too many to count. Mechs, mech special moves, mech crystals, medicinal herbs. Damn. So these things are sold so expensively. If I had known, I wouldn't have returned the money. But over the years, he had saved up a bit of small money, so he could still afford to buy. I need to buy 10 thunder crystals, 50 barrels of top-quality mecha oil, and 2 basic repair crystals. Certainly, sir. The total comes to 10.2 billion, and we'll gift you the 50 barrels of top-quality mecha oil. Thank you. Zhou Luo paid the painful sum of 10 billion. 10 thunder crystals cost 1 billion each, special crystals from the Thunder Secret Realm, with a tiny chance for the mechs to absorb thunder power. One word, expensive. Basic repair crystals cost 100 million each, which can fully heal the mech's wounds, an essential item for every mecha master. Damn it. Out for more than 10 days, earned 30 million, came back and spent over 100 billion. The little savings are completely gone. Sir, here is your membership card. From now on, you are a golden member of our virtual mecha company. Xiaowan's lively eyes looked at Zhou Luo as she respectfully handed him a golden card. Zhou Luo slightly furrowed his brows. By rights, his spending wasn't enough to qualify him as a golden member, not even silver. After all, golden members get an 15% discount on purchases. But don't underestimate this 15%. No merit, no reward. Zhou Luo didn't accept. It's like this, sir. Our virtual mecha company values talent, and this is our way of supporting geniuses. It's also a gesture of goodwill. Xiaowan seemed to sense Zhou Luo's doubt and gently explained. I see. The founder of the virtual mecha company wants to recruit the current generation of geniuses, so they issued this order. The founder of the virtual mecha company sure is expanding his reach. Of course, sir, whether or not you join the virtual mecha company doesn't matter. It's just a gesture of goodwill. There's no loss for you, right? Then thank you very much for your company. Zhou Luo smiled and took the golden card, then put the things away, waving his hand as he left the mecha mall. Just as Zhou Luo stepped out of the mecha mall, a huge explosion suddenly occurred in the city, and then two massive mechas appeared in the city center. The moment the battle broke out, powerful figures rushed to support from all directions. However, in an instant, another mecha was slashed to death on the spot. What's going on? A battle broke out in the city center? Damn! The Liu family was attacked. Suddenly, a loud shout caught Zhou Luo's attention. What? The Liu family was attacked? Could it be Liu Qingxue again? Is it because of the 9th grade mecha again? Zhou Luo exclaimed, impressive. Are you the main character or am I? This is the template for a main character, right? The main character should be targeted by the boss, but here I am, a time traveler with nothing happening to me, while Liu Qingxue has already been attacked twice. Chapter 18, Fire Thunder, Swift Edge Mastering the Power of Thunder. When Zhou Luo returned home, he saw Zhou Hong and Wang Xiong looking out from the balcony. Xiao Luo, you're finally back. Do you know how worried we've been for the past half month? First, Zhou Luo left a message and went to the wilderness area, staying there for half a month. Then today, there was a level 2 beast tied. How could they not be worried? Mom, you should worry about the beasts, not me. When I entered the wilderness area, all the beasts within a 20-mile radius had already moved away. Zhou Luo said seriously. Put. With your abilities just awakened, what kind of combat power do you have? Honestly, was the mecha you bought torn apart by the beasts? And now you're still bragging? Hearing Zhou Luo's words, Zhou Hong couldn't help but laugh. What mecha did I buy? You're still playing coy. We saw you leaving in a mecha, and now you come back without it. Where's your mecha? Did the beasts tear it apart? Old dang, are you talking about him? Zhou Luo faintly pointed outside, and the two turned to look. A massive mechanical head appeared outside the floor-to-ceiling window, with deep blue eyes that conveyed a human-like emotion. Hello, I am the City Guard General of Time City, Fire Thunder. The metallic voice of Fire Thunder reached their minds. Is this a mecha? A talking mecha? Time City? Fire Thunder? The two were startled by Fire Thunder's appearance. They didn't know when Fire Thunder had appeared in the yard, and it was speaking. Facing Fire Thunder, both of them felt a little panicked. After all, they had never heard of a mecha that could speak on its own. Is this your personal mecha, Xiao Luo? Wang Xiong looked at the majestic and extraordinary Fire Thunder, then her gentle gaze fell on Zhou Luo. Zhou Luo didn't deny it and simply nodded in acknowledgement. Didn't you say you don't have a personal mecha? What's going on? Zhou Hong was excited, his hands trembling uncontrollably. I only said I don't seem to have a personal mecha, but I never said I only have this one mecha, okay? Zhou Luo sighed, explaining helplessly. What does that mean? Both of them had big question marks above their heads, feeling a bit confused by Zhou Luo's words. Hello, I am the City Guard General of the Moon God Temple, Swift Edge. Suddenly, another blue and white mechanical head appeared outside the window. Swift Edge scratched his metal head with a sheepish smile. 2 mechas. Xiao Luo, you have 2 innate mechas? My heart can't take this, let me catch my breath. Zhou Hong sat down on the sofa with a thud, fumbling in his pocket for a cigarette, trembling as he lit it. He kept repeating, 2 innate mechas. 2 innate mechas means having 2 personal mechas at the time of awakening. People like this can no longer be called geniuses, they can only be called monsters. This kind of person not only levels up incredibly fast, but also has extremely powerful combat strength. As long as nothing unexpected happens, once they grow up, they will become a pillar of the nation. I didn't expect Zhou Luo to also be in innate double armor. This is such a surprise. I have to tell your sister this news, let her be happy too. Our Zhou family is about to soar. Tomorrow, those mecha universities and mecha martial halls will all be at your disposal. Husband, are you stupid? If the news that Xiao Luo is in innate double armor gets out, people with bad intentions will target him. Yes, we have to wait until Xiao Luo grows up or gets into a top-tier mecha university. For now, the two of them didn't tell Zhou Yun about this news. Zhou Luo sighed helplessly at the old couple's reaction. Forget it, let them imagine whatever they want. The most urgent thing right now is to improve Fire Thunder and Rapid Edge's strength. Tomorrow is the National Mecha exam, and a supreme powerhouse will be stationed at the base city. The beast tide is nothing to fear, and the Dark Hall wouldn't dare to cause trouble. Just as Zhou Luo expected, 10 minutes after he left, a supreme powerhouse descended upon Kanglan base city. With one hand, he suppressed an 8th-tier beast, while Commander Duan Zhangwo led his people to slay the remaining 7th-tier beasts. With the high-tier beasts gone, the beast tide immediately collapsed. In less than an hour, Kanglan base city lifted the alarm, and everything returned to peace. At this moment, Zhou Luo had already brought Fire Thunder and Rapid Edge into the Battle King Hall. Fire Thunder, Rapid Edge, these are thunder crystals. If you absorb them, there's a tiny chance you'll gain the power of thunder. Once you succeed, your strength will double. Zhou Luo flipped his palm, and 10 thunder crystals floated in the air, pulsating up and down. Deep blue crystals flickered with arcs of lightning, containing a terrifying amount of energy inside. Fire Thunder had a trace of thunder power. It could absorb electricity, but it couldn't absorb thunder or convert its power for its own use. Rapid Edge had a trace of electric light power. Though it could use electric power, it didn't bring much improvement. In Zhou Luo's view, there was a high probability that Fire Thunder and Rapid Edge could awaken the power of thunder. The moment the thunder crystals appeared, they immediately caught Fire Thunder and Rapid Edge's attention. Each crystal was about the size of a goose egg. For Zhou Luo, they were quite big, but for Fire Thunder and Rapid Edge, they were just like ordinary stones. I can't believe such a small crystal contains such immense energy, Rapid Edge said in surprise as he held the crystal. Yeah. Fire Thunder nodded. Hurry up and absorb them. No one will disturb you inside the Battle King Hall. Fire Thunder and Rapid Edge exchanged a glance, then directly pressed 5 crystals into their chests, absorbing them as if they were absorbing battle energy. At the same time, arcs of thunder burst forth, making them tremble uncontrollably. This thunder power was indeed wild and hard to control. The violent lightning crackled for a few moments before gradually calming down. Zhou Luo analyzed Fire Thunder and Rapid Edge's current state. Mecha, Fire Thunder. Level, 18. Ultimate moves, Thunder Crescent Slash, Blazing Sun Slash. Status, absorbing thunder power, attribute energy is changing. Rapid Edge was in the same condition. Zhou Luo's eyes lit up with joy. At first, he was just guessing, but he didn't expect that with only 5 thunder crystals, they could really stimulate the thunder energy within them. For those big family disciples to obtain thunder power, they had to spend hundreds of billions, or even more, on their mechas. But Zhou Luo had only spent 10 billion to succeed. In just a short while, their battle energy burst forth. Zhou Luo could feel it clearly within Fire Thunder's fire attribute energy, traces of thunder were now mixed in. The rapid sharp energy of water was also mixed with raging thunder. My strength has increased again. Fong clenched his fist, and instantly a thunder arc appeared on his arm. The thunder arc was as thick as a child's arm, almost like a lightning serpent. Chapter 19, Liu Qingxue's Gift, the Energy Purple Crystal. Thunder, the most violent force in the world, is not only effective against monsters and exotic beasts but also possesses powerful destructive power against mechas. A mecha with the power of thunder is extremely hard to deal with. Alright, use these 2 repair crystals as well, and then rest in the War King Hall. Zhou Luo threw 2 pale purple crystals to the 2, the repair crystals contain gentle energy, which was highly beneficial to them. Moreover, mecha warriors can quickly recover from injuries in the War King Hall, which is one of Zhou Luo's big advantages. In the War King Hall, a basic repair crystal is equivalent to a top-tier repair crystal. In less than an hour, both of them will recover to their peak condition. At night, Wang Xiong suddenly knocked on Zhou Luo's door. Xiao Luo, a girl is looking for you. A girl is looking for me? Although Zhou Luo was confused, he still walked out, only to see a girl with a graceful figure standing at the villa door, her hands behind her as if holding something. Upon seeing Zhou Luo, her expression seemed to be a little evasive. Liu Qingxue? Wasn't the Liu family attacked? How dare you come out? Zhou Luo was startled. He didn't expect Liu Qingxue would come to find him. Zhou Luo, I will be leaving with my tutor tonight. I came to thank you. If it weren't for your help, I might have been doomed. Liu Qingxue stuck out her soft pink tongue, her face slightly flushed, but her eyes, clear like autumn water, still gazed at Zhou Luo, as if trying to see through the secrets deep inside him. You are mistaken. I did not save you. Liu Qingxue was targeted by the people from the Dark Hall. Those guys dared to launch an attack within the city, and they didn't even care about the Liu family, a level 8 family. If they got into trouble with him, it would be bad. He certainly didn't have the powerful background of the Liu family. Zhou Luo immediately denied it. Humph. I knew you would lie. Even if your voice merges with the mecha, I can still hear it. Take this. Liu Qingxue glared at Zhou Luo with reproach, then, without giving Zhou Luo a chance to refuse, stuffed what she had been hiding behind her back into his hands. I chose the magic capital Divine Mecha University, just like your sister Zhou Yun. I will wait for you. As soon as Liu Qingxue finished speaking, her ears visibly turned red, and she quickly turned around. The black, smooth hair she had emitted a fragrance that rushed to Zhou Luo's face. That stunning glance flashed by in an instant. Miss, it's time to leave. The two men behind Liu Qingxue spoke in a deep voice. The three of them left Zhou Luo's villa. Damn it! How did I get involved with this woman again? What do you want me to do? Zhou Luo muttered helplessly, looking at the two large, special boxes in his hands. Zhou Luo closed the door and turned around, only to see Wang Xiong and Zhou Hong looking at him with interest. Not bad, Xiao Luo, eating so well? Girlfriend? Seeing the mischievous smiles on the two elders' faces, Zhou Luo didn't say much and walked calmly into his room. Since the two elders found out Zhou Luo had two mechas, they no longer worried about his mecha college entrance exam the next day. Even if Zhou Luo only showed one mecha, his strength was far beyond others. Because the speed of upgrading with two mechas from the start was much faster than others. At this moment, Zhou Luo opened the box that exuded a fragrant aroma in his room. A dazzling purple light reflected on Zhou Luo's face, and in an instant, the room was filled with pure energy. Energy purple crystal. Zhou Luo couldn't help but take a deep breath, staring blankly as he closed the box. He never expected Liu Qingxue would give him two energy purple crystals. The energy amethyst is sold for 10 billion each in the mecha marketplace, and a single crystal can instantly restore the combat energy needed by a third-level mecha master, which can turn the tide of battle. It's too precious. Interesting, are you so sure I will enter the Divine Martial Mecha University? The next day, Zhou Luo arrived early at the third high school of Kanglan, where all the mecha masters of the senior class had already gathered. My level has already reached level 8, I should be able to enter a top mecha university. The minimum standard for the previous year's top university was level 8. Maybe, but I heard this generation has many geniuses, the minimum standard should rise. Then I can only go to a higher mecha university. I really envy your high combat level. Unlike me, when I went to the wilderness area, I could only be meek, and after half a month, my combat level is only level 5. Did you hear? Yesterday, the Liu family was attacked, and even the second-level beast tide was secretly pushed by the Dark Temple. Their real target is Liu Qingxue's Snow Queen. Your news is outdated, I knew that already. Moreover, I know that Liu Qingxue chose Divine Martial Mecha University, and she was taken away by a mentor last night. My cousin's aunt's second uncle works for the Liu family. He told me that many top university mentors went to the Liu family early yesterday. Looks like Kanglan City has produced a top powerhouse. Zhou Luo stood in his class, looking completely calm, and his appearance surprised everyone. You see, Zhou Luo didn't have his own mecha. Did Zhou Luo buy a growth mecha randomly? But growth mechas are much more expensive than regular mechas, and they are almost priceless. Zhou Luo, I didn't expect you would still dare to take part in the mecha college entrance exam. With your trash, do you even have the qualifications? Fong swaggered over with several lackeys. The people around quickly made way. With his combat level improved, Fong was now full of confidence and determined to regain the face he lost before. Get lost. Zhou Luo's combat energy exploded, and he lightly waved his hand. A deep blue combat energy gathered and formed a large palm print, sending Fong and the others flying. Fong and his group were knocked unconscious again, and some of them had their limbs twisted, obviously broken. The whole place was shocked. Combat energy leaving the body. This is something only a first-level powerhouse can do. How could Zhou Luo? Everyone was stunned, looking at Zhou Luo, who looked as calm as if he had swatted a fly. Stop. The Mecha College entrance exam is a battle, how is this appropriate? Chen Wentai released his 6th-level momentum, and everyone was startled by this imposing aura. A 6th-level Mecha Master is terrifying. Lord Yuantong, it's time to start. Chen Wentai merely glanced deeply at Zhou Luo before respectfully looking at the man in a black trenchcoat standing to the side. Yuantong merely stood in place, emitting a powerful aura. Facing the adjudicator, Chen Wentai had to show respect, even though he and the adjudicator were both 6th-level powerhouses. Interesting little guy. Yuan Tong smiled faintly, his eyes filled with interest as he observed Zhou Luo. Below, Zhou Luo immediately felt a powerful aura locking onto him, then he raised his head and made eye contact with Yuan Tong. Yuan Tong withdrew his gaze and took a step forward. The void trembled as he stood above it, like a god overlooking everyone. All eyes were drawn to him. Chapter 20, The Awakener Official Became the Adjudicator? I am from the Heavens Punishment Martial Arts Hall, Adjudicator Yuan Tong. I am personally in charge of this year's Mecha College entrance exam. With just a glance, Yuan Tong made the students below lower their heads. How is this possible? The examiners every year are Awakener officials, why would it be an adjudicator for our year? This is completely over. Such changes made the students below suffer unbearably. Facing the awakened officers, their ratings were very low. Now, facing the even more terrifying judges, their ratings were simply unbearable to look at. A low rating would affect their chances of entering the Mecha University. Yuan Tong's expression was indifferent, and he did not provide any explanation. The Mecha College entrance exam is divided into two parts, one is the strength test, and the other is to fight me. Before anyone could react, Yuan Tong's black coat trembled violently, and a large hexagram formation appeared beneath his feet. In an instant, a towering mecha walked out of the star formation. Virtual Testing Tower. A level 6 judge could not shake the massive testing tower with just their physical strength. The mecha's arm shook, and it took out a futuristic-looking testing tower from the mecha space. The tower landed steadily in the center of the field, causing the ground to slightly tremble. Let's begin. One by one, students entered. As soon as they entered, their combat levels were detected, and everyone could clearly see the results. The professors from the top universities on the high platform glanced at the results and shook their heads. These students were not qualified to enter the top universities. In fact, only 2 or 3 professors from the top Mecha universities remained. They had all come for Liu Qingxue. But unfortunately, Liu Qingxue was taken by the Divine Mecha University, and many people had already left Kanglan City last night. The level 9 genius had been taken away, and they didn't want to waste any more time. It was better to go to other base cities and try their luck. By the time the test was halfway through, most of the students were of a low level, and there wasn't a single level 1 mecha controller. The professors had thought that there would be no miracles. Then, Zhou Luo entered. Name, Zhou Luo. Occupation, Mecha War King. Level, Peak Level 18. Fated Mecha, Fire Thunder. Zhou Luo knew he couldn't avoid the test tower's detection, so he hid the Rapid Edge inside the War King Hall. At this moment, he guessed that the Rapid Edge was probably venting its little emotions inside the War King Hall. Damn! What? Oh my god, what am I seeing? A level 18 peak senior mecha controller? Wasn't Zhou Luo without a fated mecha? What's going on? Did the test tower malfunction? Hell, even if there's a problem, the test tower won't malfunction. All the strong experts on the high platform suddenly stood up, and President Chen Wentai almost jumped out of his seat. This Zhou Luo, my Imperial Capital Starcy Mecha University wants him. My Imperial Capital Starry Mecha University also wants him. So what if it's the Imperial Capital? Today, my Jiangnan Mecha University will fight for him. Jiangnan Mecha University, get out of here, my Sky Mecha University hasn't spoken yet. Old man, you want to fight? My Magic City Divine. Go aside, you're a professor. Let it go, do you think a student can speak? A third-year student from the Divine Mecha University spoke, but he was immediately stared down by several level 6 experts. He quickly hid to the side and stopped talking. Everyone, let's wait a bit. After Zhou Luo finishes the test, let him choose how he wants to go, alright? President Chen Wentai smiled and calmed them down. The professors finally calmed down but still looked at each other with disdain. At this moment, everyone's gaze was attracted to the screen. Zhou Luo had already reached the second level. The second level was a combat space, and in front of him was a completely black, angular mecha. The energy it released was at the second level. Obviously, this was the judge's mecha projection. Level 2 was the national standard, and no one expected a super genius beyond level 15 to appear. The professors had already decided that even if Zhou Luo's combat talent wasn't great, they would still recruit him into their universities. After all, combat skills could be trained, but talent couldn't be cultivated. Now, it all depended on Zhou Luo's performance. In the combat space. Fire Thunder. Zhou Luo's calm voice echoed around the space. Someone. In the next moment, a deep and magnetic voice sounded, and behind Zhou Luo, a 6-pointed star array suddenly appeared. A fiery red, muscular body, stepping on blazing flames, surrounded by a thunderous and divine war machine, walked out. Everyone's eyelids twitched when they saw this extraordinary mech. It seemed that last night's Ice Snow Empress, Liu Qingxue, didn't have this kind of power, did she? It looks like this mech not only has flame energy but also thunder energy. Zhou Luo's body soared into the air, merging with the Fire Thunder body. Fire Thunder's eyes emitted a deep and brilliant light. As his foot stepped onto the ground, a frost-covered crescent blade, 3.5 meters long, appeared before him. The battle begins. The mechanical voice echoed. The opposing second-level mech was instantly activated, its gaze locked onto Fire Thunder, and it transformed into a blur of movement, charging forward. Fight! Fire Thunder roared as he raised his long blade and charged forward. As the two clashed, the students could only see the explosion of battle energy, unable to make out how the blades were being swung. Only teachers and other powerful individuals could see clearly. The two had already fought over 20 rounds, and Fire Thunder's giant blade was cutting through the mech's illusory figure, which could only defend itself. Can you believe that a mech, holding a blade longer than its own height, is swinging it with such precision and speed? Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. Zhou Luo was only an 18th level mecha master, yet with such ruthless combat techniques and rich combat experience, where did it all come from? This left everyone utterly confused. It wasn't just these people, even the judges in the void couldn't help but twitch their mouths. Though this was only his second level projection, was he really that weak? His combat experience and skills were at the peak of level 6. With this second level mech projection, it would be impossible to win without a combat power above level 23. There's only one possibility: Zhou Luo's combat power can't be judged by ordinary standards. At this moment, the two mechs collided violently, and the black and blue-red battle energy crashed against each other. The energy that spilled out could easily knock over a first-level mech. Go! Fire Thunder's arms exploded with power, sending the enemy mech flying. But he didn't continue the attack. Instead, he stood still and extended a finger. What does that mean? What is Zhou Luo doing? Has he gotten cocky? Don't hold back, bro, you've already got this win in the bag. When everyone heard Zhou Luo's voice, they finally understood what arrogance and confidence truly meant. One strike. I will only make one strike. Before the enemy mech could react, Fire Thunder raised his long blade with one hand. A crackling thunderbolt flickered at the blade's tip, and the surrounding environment suddenly changed, as if they were inside a domain. Behind Fire Thunder, a bright full moon appeared. Violent thunder and blazing flames intertwined, wrapping around him. Fire Thunder's momentum reached its peak at that moment. Chapter 21, I will only strike once. I used 70% of my strength for this strike. Test strike. Thunder half-moon slash. Zhou Luo and Fire Thunder's voices merged into one, indistinguishable from each other. The 3-meter-high mech leapt 8 meters high, and the blade glowed with flashing lightning and flames. Before the blade even reached its target, its force alone made the second-level mech tremble. Is this Zhou Luo's mech's ultimate move? How terrifying. The judger's projection is actually shaking, and arcs of electricity are even sparking. Damn it, if I had Zhou Luo's power, I would be even more arrogant than him. So it turns out he isn't arrogant, it's just that we are too weak. He's only using 70% of his strength against a second-level mech projection. How can he be so overpowered? Everyone watched with rapt attention. The flames and thunder roared, and the air in the battle space was evaporated. The void itself twisted. The terrifying energy was far beyond what a first-level mech could unleash. This strike, a second-level initial stage mech couldn't block it. After the strike, the second-level mech projection was slain, but unfortunately, there was no combat energy left. Challenge completed. Rating, SSSR. Ranking, 1. Title, Top of Kanglan Base City. Zhou Luo's ranking shot straight to the top, meaning that all the senior mecha warriors in the entire Kanglan Base City had been suppressed by him. With this rating, it's unlikely that any genius could surpass him in the future. SSSR? Never even heard of it. Not only is his battle level far ahead of everyone else, but his real combat power is just as terrifying. Is he even human? At this moment, Zhou Luo's figure stepped out of the testing tower. Zhou Luo felt like the entire world was looking at him differently. Ha ha ha. Zhou Luo, well done. You are truly the super genius of Kanglan High School. With this result, no one in the country can surpass you. You really made me proud. The tall and proud Chen Wentai quickly walked over with a group of people and slapped Zhou Luo's shoulder heavily. Not bad, kid. Yu Wenong descended from the air, casting Zhou Luo a meaningful glance. In the afternoon, Zhou Luo was called into the principal's office. Besides the Mecha University professors, even the judge Yu Wenong was there. Each one of them was secretly calculating their own plans. Zhou Luo, you must know why you're here. These are the professors from the Mecha University, but only a few of them. Chen Wentai said awkwardly. Some top university professors, upon hearing the news, were rushing over at breakneck speed. At this moment, they regretted not coming earlier. Child, I am the head of the Mecha department at Star C Mecha University. As long as you choose our Star C University, we are willing to offer 50 billion in annual funding, 3 opportunities per month to use the Gravity Tower alone, a personal mentor at the 8th level, and... Enough with your nonsense. I'll say one thing, whatever Star C Mecha University can give, our Star Sky Mecha University can give too. And whatever they can't give, we can. Li Wenli, are you deliberately looking for trouble? See? You're getting anxious again. The two major Mecha universities, Star Sky and Star C, have a deep connection. It's said that the founders of both schools are brothers. The older brother wanted to establish a Mecha university to cultivate talent, while the younger brother wanted to prove himself, so he followed suit and helped establish a Mecha university. Ahem, my Jiangnan Mecha University may not have such deep roots, but we have many stunning beauties. If you choose Jiangnan Mecha University, we will guarantee a placement for you. Our Divine Martial Mecha University is also willing to offer you an SSS level training contract. I know that your sister, Zhou Yun, is studying at our university. We welcome you at Divine Martial Mecha University. Several 6th level experts immediately grew anxious upon hearing this. Damn it, trying to play the emotional card, huh? The teacher from Dawn Mecha University's eyes shifted rapidly. I'm more ruthless than you. Zhou Luo, as long as you choose me, I'll have someone bring your sister Zhou Yun here and offer her an SSS level training contract. At these words, everyone was shocked. Are you crazy? Zhou Yun is just... He didn't finish, as speaking like that in front of Zhou Luo was a bit disrespectful. If you can't play, just step aside. If you want to improve, just practice more. At Dawn Mecha University, even if we have to use all our resources, we'll train you into a top-tier expert. Can you dare to do that? The teacher from Dawn Mecha University spat as he spoke, his attitude unshakable. Humph. You speak so arrogantly, do you have that much authority? Mind your own business. Several 6th level experts were red in the face, arguing in the office. It was truly a rare sight. Covered in a black cloak, Yuanon was just sipping tea, not saying a word. My War God Mecha University also welcomes you to join. We can only offer you the most basic security guarantee. As for the resources you want, you'll have to fight for them with your own strength. The man who had been silent until now spoke coldly. Hearing the War God Academy's mentor speak, the others couldn't help but laugh to themselves. What conditions do you have, yet still dream of such talents choosing you? Dream on. Alright, let's let Zhou Luo make his own choice. Chen Wentai looked troubled. Everyone calmed down. They had offered the best conditions, and now it was up to Zhou Luo to decide. Thank you, seniors, for your regard. The conditions you propose truly tempt me, but could I have some time to consider? After all, this is a big decision in my life, and I need to discuss it with my parents. How about I give you my answer tomorrow? In that case, I'll wait for one night. Thank you all for your time. After getting Zhou Luo's response, the other mentors also left one after another. The judge and the mentors from the War God Mecha University followed them out. Only the principal and Zhou Luo remained in the office. Zhou Luo, you brought honor to Kanglan 3rd High today. As principal, I've prepared a gift for you, hoping it can help you. Principal, this is what I should do, there's no need for a reward. Zhou Luo waved his hand. How can that be? I gave it to Liu Qingxue, how can I not give you one? Chen Wentai's tone was firm, not allowing Zhou Luo to refuse. This is a mecha secret skill for you, along with a set of Tier 5 battle gear, and this Tier 5 space ring. In front of Chen Wentai floated a white crystal, a set of dark red battle armor, and finally a noble spacetime ring. These 3 items could not be bought for less than 100 billion federal coins. Just the Tier 6 mecha skill alone was incredibly expensive. Thank you, Principal. Zhou Luo accepted the reward. Regardless of what choice you make, I only hope that the students of Kanglan 3rd High can go further. I'm looking forward to the day you stand at the peak. Chen Wentai pushed up his glasses and smiled gently, seemingly placing great importance on Zhou Luo. As for the Fong family, you need not worry. I will warn them. If they dare to take any action, you can act as you wish, I will stand up for you. I still have some influence in Kanglan Bay City, even if things get tough, I have my connections. Chapter 22, War God Academy and Punishment Martial Arts Hall. Zhou Luo of Kanglan 3rd High has an astounding lead at level 18, far ahead of everyone, even crushing the world-class talents from the capital, Magic City, and Sea City. He cut down the Proctor's judge projection with a domineering slice, shocking the entire Kanglan Bay City. All the young people knew Zhou Luo's name. Many powerful forces couldn't help but investigate Zhou Luo's information, they could only find that he had dominated the top of the first-level domain for years. He had fought a full 100,000 battles, with an astonishing win rate of 100%, no wonder he had such rich fighting experience. As for other information about Zhou Luo, no one could uncover it. At this time, Zhou Luo had returned home, but as soon as he opened the door, he saw two people sitting on the sofa. Zhou Luo has met two elders. These two are the Judge Yuan Tong and the recruitment mentor of the War God Mecha Academy, Mangle. Let me introduce myself formally. My name is Mangle, a level 3 mentor at the War God Mecha Academy. Mangle stood up from the sofa and slowly extended his hand. Zhou Luo shook hands with him. Mengle's hair was slightly white, his figure a bit thin, his eyes extremely dark, and his cheeks quite sunken, but he stood exceptionally tall, looking like a tightly coiled snake, exuding a chilling aura. It was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Upon hearing the name Mangle, Zhou Luo could not help but change his expression slightly. Isn't that the Demon Blade Mangle? The well-known level 7 super powerhouse. The name Demon Blade was given to him by the world because his mecha was surrounded by strange black mist during battles, plus his exclusive weapon was a large black blade, and his ultimate move could affect the enemy's mind. It was very demonic. Thus, he was called the Demon Blade. A level 7 powerhouse with a title is a completely different concept from one without it. Yuan Tong, you know me. Next, Yuan Tong also took off his white hat, revealing a face that commanded respect without anger, with a scar on the right cheek that added a menacing look. We came to your home, you should have guessed. That's right, the Judge Yuan Tong, formally invite you to join the Heavenly Punishment Mecha Martial Institute. The War God Mecha Academy also formally extends an invitation to you. I reiterate, besides ensuring your safety, we cannot directly provide you with resources, everything relies on strength. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. Let me tell you about the Imperial Capital Base City and the Demon City Base City. Several top academies will definitely offer amazing resources, but so what? Those places are just gold plating for the younger generation, which lacks true value. Even if there are top geniuses, they are nothing but useless. Only our War God Mecha Academy can recruit geniuses like you. There, you will find incredibly skilled mentors and equally impressive students, there is not a coward among them. Most importantly, we have many secret realms, especially suitable for combat geniuses like you to hone their skills. After hearing Mangle's words, Zhou Luo nodded in agreement. The mecha universities in the capital and the Demon City are indeed not easy to talk about. The students there either have deep backgrounds or extensive resources, and students like them from outside can only be suppressed. Even if he could crush those people, if they clung to him like flies, that would be a trouble. On the contrary, the War God Academy was indeed appealing. The War God Mecha Academy is located in the Tianyu Base City, which is not only a world-class base city but also a top university. Its overall strength is not inferior to the mecha academies in the Imperial Capital and Demon City. Most importantly, the War God Academy has many secret realms. With his Fire Thunder and Rapid Edge mechas, unlocking double experience would be incredibly exciting. Seniors, but both of you want to recruit me, yet I can only choose one. Zhou Luo's face showed bitterness. The Heavenly Punishment Mecha Martial Institute is also quite remarkable, and the judge is respected wherever he goes. He doesn't want to give up such a prestigious title. Upon hearing this, the two exchanged glances and burst into laughter. You don't need to worry about that. Our War God Mecha Academy and the Heavenly Punishment Mecha Martial Institute are close allies. We will send many outstanding students to the Heavenly Punishment Mecha Martial Institute, which is not restricted. Moreover, Yuan Tong graduated from our school, and he is one of my students. What? Now it was Zhou Luo's turn to be shocked. He didn't expect the War God Academy to be so impressive, having a close ally relationship with the Heavenly Punishment Mecha Martial Institute, and that the Judge Yuan Tong was actually a student of the Demon Blade Mangle. What? Can't you tell, kid? Yuan Tong teased. Zhou Luo chuckled awkwardly twice. It seems that the War God Academy is indeed his destiny. He doesn't want to go to the Imperial City or the Magic City to play house with those gilded disciples. Speak your choice, little one. I choose the War God Academy, and I won't let go of the Heavenly Punishment Mecha Martial Arts Hall. I knew it. Ha 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 ha. The two who had accepted such a genius immediately burst out laughing. In the kitchen, Xiong and dehong quietly exchanged glances. Seeing Zhou Luo and the two seniors talking so happily, they both sighed in relief. 1 month from now, on September 15th, I will pick you up at 8 a.m. at the Kanglin Base City port. If you're late, figure it out yourself. As for those who are still not giving up, I'll personally notify them. The Devil's Blade gave Zhou Luo a deep look before shattering the void and leaving. Teacher is running for his life. Don't think too much about it. The vice president of the Starry Sky Mecha University even came forward for you. If he doesn't run, he'll definitely get a good beating. Hearing Yuan Tong's explanation, Zhou Luo couldn't help but laugh. Since you've already agreed to the Heavenly Punishment Mecha Martial Arts Hall, I should tell you about the structure of the Martial Arts Hall. You've probably heard of it, but you surely don't know all the details. Then I'll trouble you, senior. Our Heavenly Punishment Mecha Martial Arts Hall was founded by the current #1 top powerhouse in the world, Punishment. This is indisputable. When it came to the punishment, the head of the hall, Yuan Tong's expression revealed an unmistakable trace of admiration and reverence. Chapter 23, the 6th stage top enhancement skill, Divine Power. The positions from low to high are, Stage 1 to 3 sword holders, Stage 4 to 6 judges, Stage 7 to 8 executors, and above Stage 9 are called Heavenly Punishers. Most of these powerhouses are not on Blue Star, so this is too far for you to think about. Our martial arts hall only accepts 36 people each year. Each one is a top genius. Your main task is to train hard and grow stronger. And our enemies are the Dark Hall, those anti-human organizations, and madmen, among others. Except for completing certain tasks at specific times, there is nothing else. It's quite free. In addition, there are great benefits. You'll know about those later. By the way, you need to complete a task now, kill a beast or monster that is 1 stage higher than you. This is a test that everyone must pass. It will be a piece of cake for you. Compared to Meng Li, Yuan Tong talked a lot more, and he was also easier to get along with. He appeared to be a high and mighty powerhouse, but secretly, he was actually a very easygoing person. He said a lot, and Zhou Luo wrote it all down. There's one more thing. Before this, people from the Liu family and the Mecha Alliance, various forces large and small, have come to find you, but I and teacher sent them away. Soon, Yuan Tong left. Zhou Luo returned to his room and took out the reward given to him by the principal. A 6th stage Mecha Master's ultimate skill, he was still very eager for it. He entered the War King Hall and saw Fong practicing his gun skills at the side, constantly complaining about Fire Thunder and Zhou Luo. Seeing Zhou Luo appear in the War King Hall, Fong quickly came forward. Master, when will you take us out to fight? Staying here, I feel like I'm rusting. Zhou Luo was embarrassed. Big brother, how long have you even stayed here? I'll take you out tomorrow. That's great. This time we're going deep into the wilderness area of the county town. All those beasts outside, when they see me, Fong, they move at least 20 miles away. Zhou Luo ignored this arrogant man. Take this and absorb it. Zhou Luo handed the ultimate skill crystal to Fong, since Fong would share it with Fire Thunder after absorbing it anyway. Fong knew this was a good item, so he grabbed the crystal and pressed it against his chest. Silver-white energy threads intertwined at Feng's chest. A few minutes later, the Rapid Edge absorbed all the inheritance from the crystal, and this crystal lost its energy, becoming an ordinary inheritance crystal. Zhou Luo put away the crystal, knowing it could still be used in the future. Rapid Edge comprehends the 6th tier ultimate skill, Divine Power. Fire Thunder shares the ultimate skill, Divine Power. Divine Power, when this ultimate skill is used, all attributes below 6th tier mechas will triple. Once activated, it will fight until the last bit of combat energy is used up, unable to be turned off by oneself. At that moment, Zhou Luo also received information about this ultimate skill. This is a type of enhancement skill, and it is of the highest grade. It cannot be carelessly used and should only be regarded as a trump card. Fire Thunder and Rapid Edge are already formidable in their combat power. The principal is truly generous, he actually gave me his life's ultimate skill. Zhou Luo felt grateful towards Principal Chen. This is the most precious thing for a mecha master. The next day, the news of Zhou Luo being admitted to the War God Academy spread, and it was rumored that he also joined the Judgment Mecha Martial Hall, causing a massive uproar. No one had ever heard of someone being recruited by the Judgment Mecha Martial Hall before even the first year began. Even the most talented individuals seem to only get recruited at the end of their first year. This is enough to show how much the Judgment Mecha Martial Hall valued Zhou Luo. There is no doubt about Zhou Luo joining the Judgment Mecha Martial Hall. As long as he is a genius, everyone wants to become a character like the judge. But what does it mean for the War God Academy? They actually disregarded the martial ethics and went to someone else's territory, really losing all shame. For Zhou Luo, the deputy director of the Imperial Capital Starry Sky Mecha Academy personally spoke out. Knowing Zhou Luo was intercepted, he directly approached the War God Academy. What happened after that is unknown. In the spacious hall of the Kanglan City Mecha Mall, Zhang Hao and his subordinates sipped coffee calmly, watching Zhou Luo's astounding performance on the giant screen. Zhou Luo? Interesting. Zhang Hao said with a charming smile. He was very interested in this young man who was only 18. As far as I know, his profession is mecha warrior, right? He has no personal mecha. Yes, Zhang Xulie, a 6th tier mecha master nodded. Mecha warrior? Mecha, combat, king? Could it be that this profession possesses characteristics of a mecha master, closely linked with mechas, and has unknown secrets? Zhou Luo's profession as a mecha warrior and the fact that he has no personal mecha cannot be hidden. All the teachers and students saw it earlier. We do not know. I have never heard of this profession. In the near future, do not approach or investigate Zhou Luo. He has joined the War God Academy and the Judgment Martial Hall, and surely has strong protection behind him. The main objective now is Liu Qingxue. Liu Qingxue ran away from him again. He did not feel discouraged. To be honest, he did not believe this attempt to capture Liu Qingxue would go smoothly. After all, the Liu family is an 8th-tier family, and there are many strong warriors among them. Unfortunately, he lost a 6th-tier mecha master. What he didn't expect was that Liu Qingxue actually chose to go to the Magic City Divine Martial Academy. He was a sophomore student at the Divine Martial Academy, which was his obvious identity, making things much easier to handle now. If Liu Qingxue went to the Divine Martial Academy, she will definitely not escape Zhang Xulia's grasp. Liu Qingxue is already in the bag. The most taboo thing is to celebrate prematurely. It is still too early to be happy. During this time, you should all keep a low profile. Yes. At this moment, Zhou Luo had already taken Fire Thunder and Rapid Edge back into the wild area again. After experiencing the level 2 moisture, the wild area's exotic beasts surprisingly showed no signs of decrease, and there were even sightings of monsters. Mecha Warrior Transformation. Fire Thunder and Rapid Edge transformed into their mecha forms. The hunt has begun. After Zhou Luo gave the command, Fire Thunder and Rapid Edge rushed out in different directions, splitting up to hunt. Doubling the battle energy allows the two of them to quickly improve. In a month's time, Zhou Luo is confident that he can reach the mid-stage of the 2nd rank, and maybe even the late stage. At this moment, Zhou Luo is at the peak of the 1st rank, and 2nd rank beasts pose no threat to him at all. What he needs to do now is find a 2nd rank beast to complete the task early, otherwise, once he reaches the 2nd rank, he will have to hunt 3rd rank beasts and monsters. This is impossible unless he can instantly kill a 3rd rank beast. In the vast wilderness, 2nd rank beasts and monsters are still easy to find. And now, Rapid Blade has found a 2nd rank monster, the King of the Earth. This should be the offspring of the huge monster from before. Chapter 24, Late Stage 2nd Rank. Terrifying Growth Speed. A month passed in the blink of an eye. The next day, Zhou Luo completed the assessment at the Heavenly Punishment Martial Arts Hall and successfully became a prominent figure as a sword handler. In 1 month, Zhou Luo slaughtered frantically, and his battle level is as follows. Mech, Fire Thunder. Level, 27. Special moves, Thunder Half Moon Slash, Blazing Sun Slash, Divine Power. Bond Power, 30% overall attribute increase. Evaluation, this is a warrior from the City of Time, a racer named Fire Thunder, whose battle style is as fierce, domineering, and majestic as his name. Mech, Rapid Blade. Level, 27. Special moves, Sky Shaking Wave Killing, Speed Phantom Slash, Divine Power. Bond Power, 30% overall attribute increase. Evaluation, this is a biker warrior from the Moon God Temple, named Rapid Blade, and also the City Guard General of the Moon God Temple. His fighting style features speed, strong penetration, confidence, arrogance, loyalty, and frankness. Mech, Flying MO Wheel. Zhou Luo also activated Fire Thunder's sidekick, Flying MO Wheel. Its appearance added some fun to Zhou Luo and others. This is another mech warrior with almost no combat power. But Zhou Luo never expected Flying MO Wheel to help him fight. At this point, both Fire Thunder and Rapid Blade's battle energy have reached level 27, and Zhou Luo estimates that his strength is already invincible among the 2nd rank. He no longer knows who could defeat him at his age. Looking at all the geniuses in the Dragon Kingdom on the surface, it seems there is none at all. The strongest genius in the Imperial capital recently heard to have a battle level of only 19, which is a one-shot target for Zhou Luo. At this moment, Zhou Luo is bidding farewell to his parents. Xiao Luo, when you get to the Battle God Academy, you must study hard. I know you're mature, you have your own plans, and as long as you have it in your heart, that's enough. Zhou Hong looked at Zhou Luo with red eyes and was pleased, patting Zhou Luo's shoulder heavily. I will, Dad. Zhou Luo did not call Zhou Hong old man this time. Xiao Luo, you also need to work hard and try to bring a daughter-in-law back. That girl before was quite good, but you seem to have stood her up. I'm still waiting for grandchildren. Zhou Luo's mouth twitched upon hearing this. To be honest, he had been so busy fighting, leveling up, and honing combat skills that he had completely forgotten about Liu Qingxue. He didn't know how she would feel when she found out he was going to the Battle God Academy. It should be interesting. Also, when you get to the Battle God Academy, be a bit more low-key. The world-class base cities are different from Kanglan Base City. Wang Xiong was somewhat uneasy about Zhou Luo, just like how she used to worry about Zhou Yun. Humph. My wife, the Battle God Academy, what kind of place is that? The Battle God Academy is a place where everything is based on strength. Low-key? Our Xiao Luo is the top of Kanglan, and even if he wanted to be low-key, he couldn't. Xiao Luo, don't listen to your mother. Once you get in there, if anyone gives you trouble, just fight back. No matter what, we support you. Zhou Hong suddenly became bold, leaving Xiong speechless. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, old man, as long as I, Zhou Luo, go to the Battle God Academy, any genius there, whether dragon or tiger, will have to lie down for me. Who dares to call themselves a genius? Who dares to claim they are unmatched? Before me, Zhou Luo, they are nothing. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hong and Wang Qian's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Zhou Luo was good at everything, except he was overly dramatic. Whether he'd get beaten up for this attitude was anyone's guess. Who cares? Anyway, it's not like they were the ones getting hit. Alright, it's about time. You should leave now. Zhou Luo nodded heavily, then climbed onto a blue and white motorcycle. He revved the engine, the wide tires screeching against the ground with a piercing noise. I'm off. Zhou Luo's figure gradually disappeared into the distance. Zhou Luo arrived as agreed at the port of Kanglan Bay City. This wasn't a seaport, it was a skyport. Before Zhou Luo stood numerous spacecraft. Among them was a particularly eye-catching fighter jet, the Starblade X-9, a genuine Tier 8 warcraft. It could withstand attacks from Tier 8 beasts and even simulate the aura of such creatures to repel airborne monsters and beasts, preventing assaults. Who knew how many federal credits were needed to buy such a craft? It wasn't just about money, reservations were required even at mech markets. It was not only a symbol of identity and status but also of the owner's power. At the port, Zhou Luo immediately spotted the figure of Demon Blade Meng Li. He quickly ran over. Senior Meng, Zhou Luo called out. Don't call me senior. Just call me teacher. You'll likely end up under my wing when you join the academy, Meng Li replied, giving Zhou Luo an appraising look before smiling in satisfaction. Zhou Luo hadn't wasted time, instead, he had grown stronger. Meng Li couldn't gauge Zhou Luo's exact combat level, which surprised him, but he didn't press further. Everyone had their secrets. Let's go. Someone important is waiting for you. This person holds you in high regard. Oh. A beam of light descended from the bottom of the Starblade X-9, enveloping both of them. The surroundings seemed to lose gravity, and they floated upward. The sensation was incredible. Whoa! The Starblade X-9 fighter jet. Its owner must be at least a Tier 8 powerhouse. Which big shot has come to Kanglan Bay City? Weren't those two Demon Blade Meng Li and the strongest genius Zhou Luo? So they're strong instructors from War God Academy. How enviable. The appearance of the Starblade fighter caused a stir. But Zhou Luo had already entered the craft and couldn't hear the commotion below. Before him sat an elderly man in the pilot's seat. The chair swiveled as the man slowly rose and walked toward Zhou Luo. As the man's gaze fell upon him, Zhou Luo felt as though he were being stared down by a prehistoric beast. Time around him seemed to slow, and even his own breathing sounded deafeningly loud. The elder's pressure continued to grow. Zhou Luo glanced at Meng Li beside him and noticed that Meng Li seemed entirely unfazed. He understood. This elder was testing him. What terrifying aura! But I am the Mecha Battle King. Activating his professional ability, Zhou Luo slowly straightened his body. His stance became upright and unwavering, his determined gaze fixed on the elder. No matter if the heavens collapsed or the world ended, he stood resolute. An invisible force pushed the elder's aura away, like the immutable laws of the universe. Now it was the elder's turn to be shocked. He thought his mastery over the forces of heaven and earth had faltered, so he redirected his aura onto Meng Li. As a result, Meng Li let out a thud and was pinned to the ground, unable to move. Damn it! Principal, why are you targeting me? Weren't we supposed to test Zhou Luo? Meng Li forced the words out with great difficulty, clearly in immense discomfort. Only then did the elder realize the problem wasn't with him but with Zhou Luo. Ahem. The elder coughed, retracting his aura as though nothing had happened. Chapter 25, Codename? Me. Zhou Luo, the madman of the West. The Starblade X-9 fighter jet tore through the skies, disappearing beyond the horizon. Heading towards Tianyu Bay City, many fighter jets could still be seen along the way. And Zhou Luo also got to know this old man. This old man, with graying temples and a thin frame, was named Liu Qingxue, the vice dean of War God Academy and a top-tier 8th-rank powerhouse. No wonder he could suppress Demon Blade Meng Li with sheer pressure alone. Although they were only one rank apart, the difference was beyond words. Kid, from now on, you'll learn from Meng Li. His blade skills might not be great, but teaching you is more than enough. Liu Qingxue's voice wasn't loud or soft, but it was steady and powerful. It was impossible to tell that he was an old man over 80 years old. Perhaps only a powerhouse like him could completely disregard Demon Blade Meng Li. Yes, Vice Dean. Zhou Luo glanced at Meng Li, who stood silently beside him. His face looked a little awkward, seemingly embarrassed for losing face in front of his student. With the 8th rank beast aura released by the Starblade fighter jet, there was no danger along the way, and they arrived at Tianyu Base City smoothly. Tianyu Base City was enormous, divided into 4 regions, with many aircraft flying in the sky. Its prosperity was far beyond that of Kanglan Base City. After all, Tianyu Base City had been established for many years, and many great families resided there. It was also Zhou Luo's first time coming to such a bustling base city. Zhou Luo, kid, I know you are strong, but this year, our War God Academy has recruited many geniuses, and some of them are no weaker than you. You better not let them surpass you. Mangle gave Zhou Luo an early warning. A few small kittens are nothing to fear. I have never seen them as opponents. Zhou Luo's eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, radiating an innate arrogance, with an unruly smile always hanging on his lips. His confident aura even made Liu Qingxue slightly startled. This kind of presence he had only felt from Xiong in his youth. Xiong was the 8th-ranked powerhouse on the world peak ranking. His reputation was second only to the number 1 peak, FA. Xiong's life could hardly be described as anything less than legendary. At only 30 years old, he broke through to the 9th rank, and at 35, he swept through the world's powerhouses, reaching the 8th rank on the peak ranking. The Starblade fighter jet continued forward until a massive building appeared before them, and they could already see the words War God Academy. Our War God Academy was founded by the 5th-ranked War God on the world peak ranking. Remember our academy's motto. Born to fight, battle to the final chapter. Zhou Luo was stunned upon hearing this. As expected of War God Academy, even the motto was something else. The Starblade fighter jet slowly hovered at the entrance of War God Academy, and Zhou Luo and Mangle stepped down, their appearance instantly causing a commotion among the crowd. Because Zhou Luo's reputation had grown too big recently. Bearing the title of the number 1 genius in Dragon Nation, Zhou Luo even overshadowed Mangle, who was known as the Demon Blade. Because of Zhou Luo, geniuses from all major base cities wanted to step over him to prove themselves, attracting many top-tier talents to War God Academy. This was all a chain reaction caused by Zhou Luo. This year was the most monstrous year for War God Academy, directly named the Platinum Generation by the outside world. Mangle smiled as he watched the scene unfold. The two of them walked past the crowd and entered War God Academy. Holy shit! Zhou Luo is insanely handsome. It's enough that he's strong, but why does he have to be this good-looking too? Did he just look at me? I'm in love. You filthy bitch, do you even have the right to say that? Clearly, Zhou Luo was looking at me. The rumors are true, Zhou Luo has really come to War God Academy. Things are going to get lively now. Have you heard? The number 1 powerhouse of Quangta Base City, Xiong, has also arrived. TCH. At that moment, a chubby kid walked over. Even the head of High City, Yu Lingling, has come, as well as Yi Fong from Shanghai Base City. These people have also brought a large group of geniuses. Zhou Luo followed Mangle into the academy and soon arrived at the director's office, where Zhou Luo's information was registered quickly. From today on, you are my second student. You will have a senior sister. However, she is currently adventuring in the secret realm, so she cannot meet you for the time being. At this moment, Mangle's gaze towards Zhou Luo changed. It became gentler, no longer as oppressive as before. Teacher. Very good. Mangle did not expect to take in such an amazing disciple on this trip. The two went to the accommodation area. Although it was called an accommodation area, it was actually a large villa area, and Mangle's place, as a grade 3 mentor, was naturally of high quality. A spacious villa. This will be your home for the next 3 years. Yi Wan Yun. The 4 characters Yi Wan Yun sounded a bit strange when spoken by Mangle. Zhou Luo couldn't help but joke, I didn't expect the teacher to have such charm. Mangle glared at Zhou Luo, and Zhou Luo quickly sobered up. Damn, being high-ranked makes you amazing, huh? I usually do not live here, which means it's just you and your senior sister living here. Mangle smirked and cast a meaningful glance at Zhou Luo. Zhou Luo felt a chill down his back under that gaze. Think of a code name for yourself. Once you decide, lock it in with the wristband. This code name will not change and can be used for ranking later. Although Mangle appeared difficult to get along with, he was very meticulous in his work. Sometimes he could be a bit fussy, a tough exterior with a soft heart. Zhou Luo seriously suspected that Mangle was deliberately maintaining this persona. Lost in thought. The Kanglan Base City is in the west, and since I came out of Kanglan Base City, my codename will be Xiquang. In the War God Academy, it will be Xiquang Zhou Luo, and countless top talents will have to lower their heads before me. Mangle, seeing Zhou Luo's proud expression, gritted his teeth. As his teacher, he wanted to give Zhou Luo a good beating, let alone those arrogant geniuses. Damn it. He was even more pretentious than Mangle, the Demon Blade. He only called himself the Demon Blade to indicate he was pretty amazing, but Zhou Luo's code name Xiquang implied that Zhou Luo was the most arrogant in the entire West. Is he sure he won't get hit on the way out? Forget it. Tomorrow, there would be plenty of opportunities to teach this kid a lesson and make him remember it well. Mangle hesitated several times but ultimately remained silent. Zhou Luo had locked in his code name, and his name appeared on the freshman leaderboard. Familiarize yourself with things. Tomorrow is the opening ceremony, and all teachers and students must attend without being late. After saying that, Mangle quickly left, fearing that Zhou Luo's Chinibu nature might be contagious. After Mangle left, the large villa was left with just Zhou Luo. At the same time, a chubby fellow found out about Zhou Luo's code name Xiong and excitedly spread it around. Zhou Luo proclaimed he would suppress all the freshmen in the War God Academy. This rumor spread like wildfire and quickly spread throughout the entire War God Academy. Chapter 26. Are you playing the overbearing CEO with me? At dusk, the whole sky felt oppressive, like the end of the world was approaching. Zhou Luo was a bit hungry and planned to go to the cafeteria to buy something to eat. He saw that there were many cooking utensils at home, but surprisingly, the refrigerator had no ingredients at all. Even a mouse would shake its head in disappointment. At this time, those who were supposed to enroll had already registered, which meant there were more people in the academy. Among them, there were arrogant upperclassmen leaning against the wall, sizing up the freshmen, and overbearing freshmen recklessly releasing their combat levels. Even during meals, each one acted pridefully. However, the moment Zhou Luo appeared, all eyes turned to look at him in unison. Zhou Luo was simply too famous. His appearance had already been deeply etched into everyone's mind. He was like a thorn in the hearts of all the new students. Zhou Luo didn't care about anyone else. He just served himself a portion of food and started eating. I'll give you 5 minutes to eat. I'll be waiting for you at the combat tower. Suddenly a muscular man walked in front of Zhou Luo, his face showing provocation as he spoke. Zhou Luo slightly raised his head and glanced at the man with a calm expression. Name, Xiong. Level, peak level 18. Mech, demon bear mech. Signature move, unknown. Damn it. If you were a third year or above, I might tolerate it. But you, a one-shot guy, actually dare to show off in front of me? Who the hell do you think you are? Not to mention Zhou Luo, even the swift Fong from the War King Hall had already reached his limit, and was now openly declaring he would kill this guy. Even the calm fire thunder was boiling with battle intent, clearly unable to resist cutting this man in half with his big sword. Earlier, even Fong Feiyan wasn't this arrogant, so who the hell do you think you are? Go to hell. Zhou Luo roared, grabbing a metal tray and smashing it with all his strength into Xiongzhan's face. Even without his mech, Zhou Luo's explosive energy was terrifying for a second-tier mech warrior. Bang! A loud crash echoed through the cafeteria as everyone looked up in shock, seeing a figure slammed against a supporting pillar. Wow! The crowd gasped in horror. Damn! No wonder he's from Western Fury, he's a beast. Doesn't he know that outside the combat tower, no one can fight in the academy? I can only say he's too young. It's too weird. Didn't you all notice how overwhelming Zhou Luo's battle energy is? Xiongzhan, a peak first tier, actually couldn't resist. The cafeteria was filled not only with new students, but also many senior students. These seniors had been at War God Academy for a year and had sharp eyes. They immediately noticed the gap between Xiongzhan and Zhou Luo. Are you playing the domineering CEO routine with me? Today, I'll show you what it means to respect the strong. Zhou Luo took a step and instantly appeared in front of Xiongzhan, throwing a full-force punch that compressed the air and exploded. Not good, stop him. This punch will kill Xiongzhan. The seniors realized things were going bad and rushed to move. But a figure faster than their movement appeared in front of Xiongzhan. Before anyone could react, he had already stretched out one hand, blocking Zhou Luo's full-force blow. Boom! The battle energy dissipated, and the recoil forced Zhou Luo back 4 or 5 steps. Zhou Luo stared deeply at the chubby man in a chef's uniform standing before him. Hee, you can't fight here in the academy, you've already crossed the red line and will face severe punishment, but I don't care about that. If you want to fight, go to the combat tower, just don't destroy my cafeteria. The head chef kept smiling at Zhou Luo. Zhou Luo knew with this strong man present, he couldn't teach Xiongzhan a lesson anymore. His gaze turned toward Xiongzhan, who was half kneeling, covering his face. You like fighting, huh? Perfect, I like fighting too. Put 50% of your battle energy as a wager and let's head to the combat tower. You have no choice but to accept today. Zhou Luo gave a cold smile and directly grabbed Xiongzhan's head, walking out of the cafeteria. You're forcing me into a battle. The academy will expel you. How are you any different from those trash in the dark hall? Let me go. Under his battle energy suppression, Xiongzhan's resistance was useless. Only then did everyone realize the huge difference between the two. We're screwed, this is getting out of hand. Zhou Luo, don't be impulsive. He's right. You'll be expelled from the academy. It's not worth it. Although War God Academy values martial arts, it's not for this kind of thing, oh my god. Oomph. If I get expelled, so be it. I'm not letting this go today. I can't improve my battle level if my heart is not clear. You have already become my inner demon. The strongest genius, Zhou Luo, got into a conflict with Xiong from the Guangzhou base city, and the news quickly spread throughout the entire academy. In no time, the observation stands inside the battle tower were filled, and even the outside was packed with people watching the show. By the time the teachers received the news, Xiong had already been forcibly dragged to the outer edge of the battle tower by Zhou Luo. Damn it! I just left for half a day, and you caused such a big mess. Are you trying to defy the heavens? Mengli rushed in from deep inside the academy. Accompanying him were Xiong's teacher and a few level 3 mentors. Their strength was so great that in an instant, they intercepted Zhou Luo. Only then did everyone breathe a sigh of relief. However, when the students saw the teachers intervene, a chorus of boos erupted. The academy's rules state that when students have conflicts, teachers are not allowed to intervene. This matter was instigated by Xiong, and it was up to him to decide. Zhou Luo, what are you doing? Stop it now. Mengli hurriedly advised. I've only just received such a rebellious disciple, and I don't want any accidents. Zhou Luo, I know about this. Let go of Xiong, and I'll give you 100 points as compensation, how about that? Xiong's teacher quickly spoke up. Zhou Luo tossed Xiong to the ground and looked at him coldly. You are lucky that so many teachers are pleading for you. I'll give you 2 choices. First, come with me into the battle tower, stake half your battle energy, and fight me. Second, refuse. Several teachers frantically made eye contact with Xiong. Anyone with a clear mind could tell that Zhou Luo's strength was far beyond Xiong's. If Xiong chose the first option, he would be a stepping stone for Zhou Luo, offering up his battle energy for free. But how could Xiong, ranked in the top 10 of the geniuses, back down? His bloodline would never allow him to bow his head. Xiong's face twisted with rage, his bloodshot eyes glaring at Zhou Luo. I know your strength surpasses mine, but if you dare, suppress your strength to my level, and let's have a fair fight. If I lose, I, Xiong, will accept it. But if you lose, you must kneel before me. The hot blood inside Xiong boiled, and the cafeteria trays were sent flying. Zhou Luo had just humiliated him in front of so many people. Was he, Xiong, supposed to lose face? If he refused, could he still call himself a man? Even if he lost, Xiong would accept it with honor. As you wish. This time, they voluntarily walked into the battle tower, so the forced bet did not count. The battle between the 2 top geniuses stirred the academy, and nearly half of the senior students came to watch. Chapter 27, Equal Strength? No, I want to crush you completely. To encounter such a thing right at the start of the school year was simply too exciting. This time, Xiong's teacher did not interfere, as he knew Xiong's strength, and within the same rank, he had no rival. But he still felt some unease in his heart. The 2 had already signed a contract, and the loser would give half of their battle energy to the winner. Once lost, the consequences would be unimaginable. Demon Bear Mecha. A hexagram array appeared under Xiong's feet, and a massive, sturdy mecha slowly appeared behind him. The mecha was deep yellow all over, with a broad double-edged axe on its back, which could also be used as a shield. The mecha's head resembled a demon bear, with a battle scar on its cheek. The demon bear mecha looked heavy, powerful, and had exceptional defense. Fire Thunder. Zhou Luo sneered. A fiery red mecha appeared behind him as well. Since it wasn't time for the Rapid Edge to appear, Fire Thunder came out with the fighting spirit of the Rapid Edge. Fire Thunder's feet were surrounded by flames, and thunder wrapped around it in an impressive display of martial might. The 2 rare, violent energies actually appeared together in a single mecha. It seems that this mecha has completely mastered the power of thunder and flames. No wonder Zhou Luo is so strong, his mecha is also incredibly powerful. The aura emitted by both of them is at the peak of the first tier. Zhou Luo keeps his word. 3 moves. Zhou Luo's voice merged with Fire Thunder, sounding incomparably indifferent. This time, he raised 3 fingers. Everyone was baffled by his actions. Only Mengli guessed what Zhou Luo was about to do. What do you mean? Are you looking down on me? Xiong felt provoked and had already drawn the heavy battle axe from his back. I'm giving you only 3 chances to strike. After 3 moves, you will have no chance of winning. Zhou Luo's tone was icy cold, and the battle energy within Fire Thunder surged violently. Arrogant! Xiong roared and leaped up, executing a powerful overhead chop. The terrifying force split the air with a howling sound, and faint white air currents could be seen. Zhou Luo sneered in disdain, pressing 4 buttons with both hands. Fire Thunder merely shifted its foot and sidestepped the heavy strike with ease. Xiong was not discouraged. He gripped his axe and swung it in a sweeping motion. His plan was good, but he didn't realize how slow his mecha was. Fire Thunder immediately saw through his move and seized the opportunity, kicking him back 7 or 8 meters. 2 moves. Xiong's technique had already been deciphered by Zhou Luo. In reality, Zhou Luo could have ended the fight with a combo attack, but he chose not to make a move yet. At this moment, the entire audience, both in the stands and those watching from outside, fell into silence. After all, Xiong came from a prestigious family, and his mecha had 8th tier potential. Yet, the Xiong family's famous mountain-splitting axe technique had been countered so easily. Could there really be such a vast difference between geniuses? What level of genius was Zhou Luo? And what level was his mecha? Even a clay figurine has some temper. You've gone too far. The pupils of the demon bear mecha glowed crimson, its metallic eyes burning with boundless fighting spirit. A deep, guttural roar rang out. The next moment, the battle tower's ground began to tremble, and streams of deep yellow energy gathered from all around, converging towards the demon bear mecha. The mecha suddenly swung its thick arms, and the massive axe blade slashed down. The terrifying force even produced a faint tearing sound in the air. Mountain-splitting strike. This attack drained all of the demon bear mecha's battle energy. Xiong had used everything he had. Good. Bring it on. Facing the giant axe strike, Zhou Luo showed no fear. Fire Thunder bent its knees, its entire body tensed. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, he stretched out his right hand and condensed an energy shield. In the blink of an eye, the two mechas clashed. The shocking battle energy exploded outward from their center, surging wildly, far beyond what first-tier mechas should be capable of unleashing. Many instructors were slightly astonished. What? How dare he? This is way too reckless. Ha! I thought Zhou Luo was something special, but he turned out to be a fool. This fight is pointless now, he just doomed himself. Some senior students had already made up their minds about the outcome and were about to get up when a voice suddenly rang out. Is this your full power? It's not bad, but it's way too weak. Even after unleashing its ultimate move at full force, the demon bear mecha was only about as strong as Fire Thunder at 80% of its normal state. At this moment, endless extreme fire energy surged into Fire Thunder's body. With the Mecha Battle King trait combined with the Radiant Sun energy boost, Zhou Luo's strength was amplified 6-fold. He couldn't see any way he could possibly lose. How is this possible inside the demon bear mecha? Xiong's expression was stunned. His heart was filled with deep helplessness, yet he was unwilling to accept it. He had gone all out, but he couldn't even break Zhou Luo's energy shield. And he could clearly sense that Zhou Luo's aura was still at the peak of the first tier, completely unchanged. Don't talk about Xiong, this scene is like a giant slap in the face of the senior students. Say Xiong is weak, but he is the genius leader of the Quinto Bay City, none of these senior students could match him at his age. Say Xiong is strong, but damn, even his full force strike can't break through the opponent's defense. Getting involved with me is the biggest regret of your life. I'll take your blade, and you'll take mine. The Fire Thunder erupted once again, shaking the massive axe aside, and with a single hand, grabbed the magic bear mech's arm, throwing it away. The Frost Moon Blade appeared through the thunder. The 3.5-meter Frost Moon Blade made Xiong tremble in fear. Thunder Half Moon Slash. Zhou Luo didn't even gather any extra energy, relying solely on his own combat energy to strike. Xiong, who had already used his full strength, was at the end of his rope. If he struck with all his might now, he'd be finished. Facing this terrifying slash, the magic bear mech curled up and defended with all its might. The moment of contact, Xiong felt a 1,000-pound force spread throughout his body, and the next moment, he was uncontrollably slammed into the wall of the battle tower, collapsing to the ground weakly. The magic bear mech trembled, electric arcs flashing across its body. Its heavily armored arm had been shattered beyond recognition. The contract was fulfilled, and more than half of the combat energy was drained from the magic bear mech and absorbed by the Fire Thunder. Zhou Luo's combat level only increased by 1. Xiong, having lost more than half of his combat energy, felt weak, as if his bones were about to shatter. He deeply regretted provoking this madman. Now, his combat level had dropped from level 18 to level 9, and it would take more than a month to catch up. Fire Thunder ruthlessly stomped on the magic bear mech's chest. The genius leader of Quinto Bay City? Sorry, in front of me, Zhou Luo, even this kind of genius is just a one-blow deal. Next time, bring someone stronger. What I want is not an even match, but an absolute crush. So what if I, Zhou Luo, want to suppress the freshman? Prepare your combat energy and come find me anytime. I'm happy to fight. Chapter 28, Lure the enemy in and steal combat energy. Confident Xiong, thinking his family background had helped him surpass Zhou Luo in combat level, intended to use Zhou Luo as a stepping stone to fame. But who would have thought Zhou Luo was this strong? Xiong couldn't see through his combat level at all. The mountain-splitting axe technique passed down from Xiong's family was exposed on the second move. Now, he was being trampled underfoot in front of everyone. Struggling, he raised his mech arm and pointed at Zhou Luo. You. The next moment, the anger took over, and he fainted. His combat level dropped by 9 levels in an instant, and the gap between him and the other geniuses of the same class widened. He had lost all his face. Anyone would struggle to accept that in such a short time. Who else wants to come up and have a match with me? The tip of the sword pointed toward the direction of the freshmen, and these freshmen gritted their teeth, but none dared to step forward. Suddenly, the sword tip pointed toward the direction of the seniors. Second stage seniors can come up too. Such a provocation. How could the seniors of Battle God Academy tolerate this? Though their talent was a bit weaker, having reached the second stage after a year, they were all at the peak of the second stage. Not everyone can insult a peak second stage expert. Damn, he's so damn arrogant, I can't take it anymore. A senior signed the contract and jumped up. Summoning his mech, without saying a word, he charged straight at Zhou Luo, full of rage as if he wanted to teach Zhou Luo a lesson. However, what awaited him was a blade slash that was so fast it was shocking. The senior was sent flying more than 10 meters back. He looked up in horror, only to see Fire Thunder still standing in place, casually holding his sword, looking at him indifferently. What kind of look is that? The senior, feeling insulted, was furious. This time, he drew out the cold bone sword from his back. The two fought together again. The moment the senior student engaged with Zhou Luo, he felt that Zhou Luo's strength was actually just average, not exaggerated to the point of sweeping away second-tier opponents. Now it was the senior's turn to act arrogantly, his attacks growing faster, sword light raining down like a storm on Fire Thunder. Fire Thunder swung his large knife. Within 3 meters, no magic could harm him. Inside the control room, Zhou Luo calmly responded to his attacks. One couldn't help but say, the senior was still the senior, his battle experience was obviously much better than Xiong's, and his mecha attributes were also more balanced. Master, his attacks are becoming more and more aggressive, our plan is working, Fire Thunder said. Do I need you to say my acting? Once we take him down, we'll pretend like we've put in a lot of effort, Zhou Luo replied. At this moment, a sixth strategy appeared in his mind. Although it could make him the enemy of the entire academy, it didn't seem too shameful for the sake of battle rank. At the spectator platform, several teachers crossed their arms, and when they saw the scene, they couldn't help but shake their heads. These seasoned veterans really weren't on the same level as those from the same class, even the new freshmen were better. Didn't they see that Zhou Luo was pretending to be weak, luring the enemy deeper? Humph. First, he crushed Xiong with a domineering posture to intimidate Xiao, then he acted arrogantly and provocatively, acting like he didn't care about anyone, and now he's pretending to be weak to lure the enemy deeper, this brat. Xiong's teacher trembled with anger upon seeing this, cold fury in his body. Although Xiong was his student, they had only met a few times, and even if his battle rank dropped by 9 levels, it didn't matter. He would personally take Xiong to a high-level secret realm, and in a few days, Xiong would catch up. Because Xiong had only dropped levels for retraining, not starting from scratch, so he would catch up quickly. What he feared was that after this incident, Xiong might develop inner demons, and that would ruin him for life. Interesting kid, Mangle, how about we swap students? I'm also quite interested in Zhou Luo, the tall female instructor said with a playful smile. Teacher Yi is joking. This was the deputy dean's personal decision. You can talk to the deputy dean about it, Mangle replied, his stiff face showing a smug smile, though it looked a bit odd. While they were talking, Zhou Luo successfully defeated the senior, and the senior lost half of his battle energy. After absorbing the battle energy, Zhou Luo did not level up. The defeated senior mumbled over and over, so close, so close. Seeing this, the peak second-tier senior's mind started working quickly. If he could defeat Zhou Luo, perhaps he could use the opportunity to break through to the third tier and also suppress Zhou Luo's spirit. Zhou Luo seemed to be in a somewhat exhausted state, looking as if he could be easily defeated. Another senior summoned his mecha and rushed forward. I'll do it. After 100 rounds, the senior lost. Fire Thunder, now hunched over, clutching his chest, faintly releasing lightning as if the mecha was injured and emitting electric arcs. He can't hold on, I'll go. Another senior went up, and after more than 80 rounds, he was defeated again. After absorbing the battle energy, Fire Thunder's energy bar was over halfway full, just a bit more and he would level up. Quick! Send several at once, I'm almost done for, Zhou Luo said, pretending to be in great pain. On the spectator platform, several senior students, with indifferent expressions, stood up, feeling bored. A bunch of idiots, can't even tell he's pretending to be weak, and they sent all the battle energy right to him. Boring. Let's go to the secret realm and play. Upon hearing the words of these senior students, the older veterans below lowered their heads, their faces turning red. These senior students were no simple figures either. A few people are strong challengers in the top 100 of the leaderboard, and their strength is said to have surpassed the unfathomable third level. Such a battle is child's play for them. Even Zhou Luo only made them raise their eyebrows, that's all. With just a flick of their fingers, they could suppress Zhou Luo. Seeing that his scheme was uncovered, Zhou Luo helplessly straightened up, and the electric arcs on his mech body disappeared, making it clear he had fought it all. Seeing this scene, the deceived few immediately broke down their defenses. Damn it, you were indeed pretending. Will you owe me battle energy? This is the end. In the God of War Academy, only the strong are respected. Once strength falls behind, one will quickly be eliminated and find it hard to move forward in the academy. Now, they were left with two choices: either join a martial arts hall or the military in the academy for training and upgrading, or drop out. It's simple and brutal. Zhou Luo did not see Meng Li's figure on the observation platform. He must have already left. Bored, he returned to his own yard, releasing fire thunder, rapid edge, and flying wheels. After all, in this world, everyone is a mech controller, and their mechs take up space, so everyone's yard is quite large. At least here, he and his senior sister have their own spacious yards, but the houses are interconnected, allowing them to live together. A night passed in silence. But Zhou Luo's reputation was completely established. The West Mad Zhou Luo defeated the Blood Demon Bear with one swift strike, sweeping through second-tier seniors undefeated, and no one dared to come on stage below the third tier. Zhou Luo's deeds became more and more legendary. Chapter 29, West Mad, East Evil, North Beggar, South Emperor, all gathered? In the deep of night. In the imperial capital's base city, in a luxurious villa of the Starry Sky Mech Academy. A platinum two-color mech was quickly striking against the air in the yard, and the air was shredded by the powerful blade light, the violent battle energy creating waves spreading outward. Ah! The mech roared with both hands holding the blade stuck into the ground, wantonly releasing its battle energy. After a while, the raging battle energy dissipated from the sky, and a young man who looked to be no more than 18 or 19 emerged from the mech's chest. He had a well-proportioned body but not overly muscular, just the corners of his mouth were slightly crooked. Perhaps when he smiled, he could truly become the Dragon King, with a proudly raised head looking quite haughty, but a hint of cold light revealed between his brows. "Young master, drink some water." At the same time, an old man quietly appeared beside him, respectfully offering a bottle of water, which was actually a bottle of energy recovery liquid worth 1,000 federal coins. Gulyulu, he gulped it down in one go. "Young master, your swordsmanship has reached perfection. I suggest you take some time to adjust. Breaking through in swordsmanship is not something that can happen overnight." Rest? How could I possibly rest? This young man suddenly became excited, turning towards the old man, his gaze as sharp as a sword, piercing and intense, with infinite rage burning deep in his pupils. The old servant was momentarily stunned by this gaze. It's like... so similar. It's exactly this gaze, so much like the old master back then. But in the next moment, the young man thought of something, and his whole demeanor became somewhat dejected. By the way, what's going on with Zhou Luo, who was praised as the strongest genius of the Dragon Kingdom? Has his battle level reached the second tier? Is his swordsmanship better than mine? Suddenly, the young man's tone shifted, asking. That Zhou Luo is too arrogant. I feel he is not even on the same level as the young master. My suggestion is for you to stop suggesting, just answer my questions. Before the old man could finish his words, he was reprimanded by the young man. The old man raised his eyebrows and then shared the news he had gathered. Zhou Luo arrived at the God of War Academy yesterday, and he took on the codename West Mad. A month ago, he sold a peak-level second-tier alien beast. And the cause of death is a single strike that killed instantly. The old servant speculates that his strength is at the late stage of the second rank, and it's very likely that he is at the peak of the second rank. In terms of combat power, he killed Bearjean with a single strike and swept through the second-rank weaklings, including the second elder. He and Bearjean bet on a duel where he suppressed the battle level to the peak of the first rank. His swordsmanship level is currently unknown. I'm so pissed off. The young man's proud expression immediately changed upon hearing this, and the stones on the ground were kicked up into the air by his furious kick. It's bad enough that those damn bastards suppressed me, but how can there be a genius like Zhou Luo in Blue Star Dragon Country? I'm backed by a 9th rank family, with you, an 8th rank powerhouse, leveling up with me, yet I still can't beat a Zhou Luo? I've wasted my life. I'm tired, just destroy everything. The young man flipped his hand and took out a bottle of liquor, drinking half of it in one go. This young man is the top genius of the imperial capital, DE. The rumors outside say he's at the peak of the first rank, but in reality, his combat level has already reached the middle stage of the second rank. DE knew that none of the top 10 geniuses in this year's Dragon Country rankings were simple. Those few guys might secretly have reached the second rank as well. He never expected that in a small base city like Kanglan, there would be someone like Zhou Luo. One Liu Qingxue was already incredible, and now there's Zhou Luo. Damn, this is beyond belief. His codename is Xiong, right? It really fits his style of doing things. Yes. My family has a little bit of money, and a little bit of strength. I come from the north, so I'm going the opposite way. From now on, my codename will be Big IDE. Upon hearing this, the old man's lips twitched slightly. Young master, what are you playing at? In a separate villa in the magic capital, inside the God Martial Mecha Academy, a tall, independent, and exceptional girl stared blankly out of the window. The light illuminated Liu Qingxue's figure, casting her perfect curve on the wall. Idiot Zhou Luo. Zhou Luo. Unreliable Zhou Luo. You actually went to the God of War Academy and didn't even tell me. It makes me so mad. You even picked a codename like Xiong. It's indeed arrogant. You promised me you'd be good, but you stood me up. Liu Qingxue lowered her head, a little disappointed, looking at her own figure, pondering if maybe she lacked charm. I can't even see my toes. Isn't it said online that when a girl can't see her toes, she's considered perfect? Does Zhou Luo not like me at all? No, wait. It seems Zhou Luo never promised me he would come to the God Martial Academy. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Humph. Since your codename is Xiong, I'll pick a codename too. The God Martial Mecha Academy is in the east, and I have a good temper, so I'll be called Dongxue. Liu Qingxue smiled lightly. The cold Liu Qingxue actually smiled so sweetly. If others saw this, wouldn't they go completely crazy? Then she entered the virtual mecha platform to check if Zhou Luo was online. She was about to issue a challenge to Zhou Luo again. Meanwhile, in the Guangzhou-based city, at Xiong Academy. That damn bear Jean actually went to the God of War Academy to get humiliated. I was planning to go and teach him a lesson, but it looks like that won't happen. It's boring if Bear Jean doesn't come to Xiong Academy. I was even going to introduce a few girls to him. A very flamboyant young man carefully savored his coffee and looked satisfied at the mecha standing in front of him. This was his mecha, Golden Glory. He was Bear Jean's good brother, Jin Haoyu. His Golden Glory mecha was entirely gold, looking extremely noble. Clearly, he was very pleased with his mecha, otherwise, he wouldn't be admiring it like this. Big brother, can you stop drinking coffee at night? Aren't you going to sleep? A young man who looked almost identical to him sat on the sofa, speaking with a speechless tone. This was his younger brother, Jin Haobin. I like drinking, what's wrong with that? Forget it, since I'm in the mood. I won't sleep tonight, I'll go practice the spear. Put. Jin Haobin couldn't hold it in and sprayed water out, and Jin Haoyu, who was beside him, also got splashed. Jin Haoyu closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and his tightly clenched fist seemed to be holding back an impulse. Seeing this, Jin Haobin's expression changed. I didn't mean it, big brother. I'll go buy you an identical one. Jin Haobin quickly ran away, as his brother had a very strong sense of cleanliness. Because he was often beaten, he was scared of Jin Haoyu since he was young. From a distance, Jin Haobin's voice of complaint could still be heard. I told you, don't talk about the spear, but you had to try to make me laugh. A few moments later, Jin Haoyu opened his eyes, and the impulse to hit someone had disappeared. Forget it, my younger brother, I'll bear with it. If it was anyone else standing in front of him, he would have punched their head into their stomach. At this moment, he missed the punching bag, Xiong Zhan, a little. Xiong Zhou Luo, damn it, there's someone even more arrogant than me. No matter how much he wants to be a medical expert, from today on, I'll call myself the Southern Emperor. Chapter 30, The Old Man Doesn't Follow Martial Ethics, Bullying My 18-year-old Comrade. The school opening ceremony began today, and Zhou Luo still attended alone. It started quickly and ended quickly. The speeches were naturally given by the Vice Dean Su Qingshan and the 3 department heads. Though it was called an opening ceremony, it was actually about setting the rules for the new students. For example, forcing a gambling fight yesterday had already crossed the academy's bottom line. The academy encouraged gambling fights, but forcing them was a problem. Another rule was that no one above the 3rd rank was allowed to attack lower-ranked students because the 3rd rank was a clear dividing line. Zhou Luo knew that once his level reached the 3rd rank, many senior students would come to challenge him. After all, he had made the senior students lose face yesterday. The War God Academy had never seen something like this before. Notably, Zhou Luo did not see Xiong Zhan or his teacher anywhere. At this moment, Zhou Luo was stopped by a powerful-looking man. The man was wearing black shorts and sleeveless tank top and had a short military-style haircut. The muscles on his arms were like carved statues, showing that he was someone not to be trifled with. Are you from the Xiong family? The man's appearance was similar to Xiong Zhan's, and his outfit was also similar, so it seemed he was from the same family. This man exuded an amazing fighting energy and a strong smell of blood, suggesting he had just come out of a secret realm. You're quite observant. Xiong Outyin smiled slightly. Zhou Luo scoffed inwardly. With your rough appearance and fierce aura, no one would believe you're not from the Xiong family. Xiong lost miserably in a fair gambling fight with you. Our Xiong family isn't a family that bullies the weak, but Xiong is the son of the family head. Although we won't cause trouble for you, it's necessary to let you remember this. I'm giving you 3 months. 3 months should be enough for you to break through to the 3rd rank, and I will personally find you. My name is Xiong, ranked 74th on the challenge list, codename Bloodhand. Zhou Luo stared coldly at Xiong's back. Although this person was extremely arrogant, Zhou Luo understood that he was a true strong person. He was not someone Xiong could compare to. Xiong only had good talent, but his combat skills, axe techniques, and aura were not on the same level as this man's. This man probably didn't know how many exotic beasts he had killed in the wilderness zone, or how many life and death experiences he had gone through in the heaven and earth secret realm. I've only heard of Long Outyin, this is the first time I've heard of Xiong Outyin. The Xiong family gave Zhou Luo the feeling of being like a domineering president's family. Zhou Luo did some research on Xiong Outyin. And just as Zhou Luo had guessed, Xiong Outyin's mecha was an 8th rank peak potential mecha, and he had already reached the 4th rank peak in his 2nd year at the War God Academy. And he also surged into the top 80 of the challenge leaderboard. You must know, the people ahead of him were no easy opponents. By the 2nd year, Xiong Outyin was already ranked among the top 3, no wonder he was so arrogant, almost looking down on people. In the afternoon. In the courtyard of Yi Wanyin's villa, 2 figures were facing off against each other. Such a strong sense of oppression, the pressure from a strong person can be immune to the characteristics of a mecha warrior, but this pressure is real. Zhou Luo was facing Mangle, with Mangle standing still, hands behind his back, yet giving Zhou Luo a feeling of invincibility. He seemed like a demon sword, constantly affecting Zhou Luo's mind. Draw your sword. Mangle's dark gaze stared at Zhou Luo, making Zhou Luo wonder if this old man was seeking personal revenge. Zhou Luo focused his mind, drew his weapon, and struck with the crescent blade at Mangle. A mecha master could inherit 50% of their mecha's power, so naturally, his swordsmanship could too. Mangle's palm grasped the air, and a wide, heavy blood-red longsword appeared in his hand. With a slight raise of his hand, he blocked Zhou Luo's powerful strike. Zhou Luo knew he could not shake Mangle, so he simply decided to give it his all and test his limits. The two fought for over 20 rounds, with the swords flashing and cold light flashing everywhere. Zhou Luo, using all his strength, did not manage to move Mangle in the slightest. At this moment, Mangle already knew the depth of Zhou Luo's swordsmanship. His sword intent was at the peak of the early stage. This meant that, having inherited 50% of his mecha's power, Zhou Luo's true swordsmanship and mecha should be at the complete stage of sword intent. Interesting. Zhou Luo's talent was indeed strong, his swordsmanship talent could already rival those legendary strongmen like Fa. Even genius Xiong, with his axe technique, was still stuck at the full stage of the mortal realm. Too many flaws. Mangle no longer just defended, he started to counterattack. With a single strike, he slashed towards Zhou Luo's head. Facing such a fast attack, Zhou Luo dared not let his guard down. He gripped the sword with both hands and blocked with the sword's body. After the strike, Zhou Luo was about to counterattack but felt a massive force spread through his hands. The crescent blade he held was knocked away. The blood-red longsword was pointed right in front of Zhou Luo, the tip of the blade only 1 centimeter from his face. Zhou Luo could feel the chilling coldness from the tip of the blade. Is this the sword intent? Zhou Luo was shocked. The moment Mangle drew his sword, Zhou Luo was thrown into Mangle's domain. His swordsmanship couldn't keep up, and he could only defend, unable to counterattack. When the second strike came, he couldn't react in time. Naturally. Mangle saw Zhou Luo's shocked expression and felt much more at ease. Starting today, I will guide you on your swordsmanship every morning. In the afternoon, you will train your sword techniques in the blood-killing secret realm, and in the evening, you will participate in battles with the virtual mecha company. I know you're the first in the first-tier virtual network in Kangling base city, but that's far from enough. You need to be number 1 in every base city, and then dominate the second-tier rankings. It might be difficult, but the rewards from the virtual mecha company are quite generous, and they might have what you need. Once you break through to the 3rd tier, go hunt monsters for points and enter the gravity tower for training. The gravity tower is a great place, it not only strengthens the body, but also unlocks the potential within. Practicing swordsmanship and mecha there can make your sword faster. However, the gravity tower is expensive. 1 hour costs 200 points. First-tier beasts give no points, second-tier beasts give 2 points, and so on. This shows how fierce the competition is at War God Academy. It's not a place for the weak, no wonder the academy accepts so few students, but the quality is extremely high. Yes, teacher. Continue. The two fought again, but after only a few rounds, Zhou Luo was left struggling to find his bearings. Zhou Luo was frantic. This old guy relied on his high-level blade mastery to toy with him. Summon Mech. Continue. I am Fire Thunder, the great general guarding the city of time. Take my move, Thunder Half-Moon Slash. With a loud boom, the power of thunder and flame vanished, and Fire Thunder was slashed down to the ground. I still have another move, Blazing Sky Sun Slash. Divine Power. This slash came down, and Fire Thunder held on for half a minute before being blasted away, smashing into the specially made wall, his whole body sparking with electric arcs. Even his divine power form got shattered by that strike. It was absurd. This old guy doesn't follow martial virtue, bullying me, a mere 18-year-old comrade. Chapter 31, Yulingling with delicate limbs bearing great fruit, the blood-colored secret realm. The next morning, Zhou Luo got brutally beaten again. It's not like he hadn't improved. At first, he could only endure 3 strikes, but now he could endure 5. And he could guarantee that within 5 strikes, Mangle wouldn't be able to beat him. Of course, that's assuming the old guy Mangle didn't use combat energy, otherwise, he would still be a 1-strike guy. That old guy actually humiliated me like this, even gave me the nickname 5-strike guy. Just wait till your Luo bro rises up, I'll make you taste my big blade. Gotta admit, this old guy's blade skills are something else. Zhou Luo got beaten up twice, and even his own blade technique improved a lot. Just that his shoulder hurts a bit and he doesn't know why. Zhou Luo rubbed his shoulder and soon arrived at the entrance of the War God Academy's blood-colored secret realm. At the entrance of the blood-colored secret realm, many freshmen had gathered, clearly all here to train. Only a few seniors were leading some freshmen. Zhou Luo's arrival caught the attention of many newcomers. No helping it, Zhou Luo was just that eye-catching. Just as Zhou Luo was about to enter the blood-colored secret realm, a little girl strode over and blocked his path. It wasn't Zhou Luo's fault for calling her a little girl. This girl was about 1.65 meters tall, which was indeed shorter compared to Liu Qingxue's 1.72. But on closer look, this little girl's headlights were not small at all. Hard to imagine her petite body had such perfect curves, not skinny at all. Her waist was extremely slender, could be held with one hand. Her hips were round, legs long and evenly shaped, walking with light and graceful steps. Everything was just right, making people want to cherish her. Wanna fight? Damn it! That old guy Mangle bullying me is one thing, now even you, little girl, wanna go a few rounds with your Luo bro? Bring it on! After a whole morning of being oppressed, Zhou Luo was full of pent-up anger. Didn't expect someone to walk right into his line of fire. Such a cute little girl, if Luo bro slashes her once, she'd probably cry for a long time. He. Because Zhou Luo was in the spotlight, and this girl was also quite eye-catching, the people around started paying attention. The girl in front of him was unaffected by the surrounding crowd. Yulingling closed her beautiful eyes and sighed a little helplessly, then looked at Zhou Luo. I want to team up with you. I didn't come to fight you. I'm not a fool like Xiong. Yulingling's features were delicate and fine, well-defined yet soft, and her eyes were especially bright. Zhou Luo admitted he was a little moved. This girl and Liu Qingxue were 2 complete opposites. Then why aren't you getting out of the way? Your Luo bro is in a bad mood today. Block me again and I'll slash you to the ground so hard you won't be able to crawl back up. Zhou Luo finished and walked past Yulingling, heading toward the blood-colored secret realm. Yulingling paused slightly, but it made her even more sure that Zhou Luo was the one she was looking for. The moment Zhou Luo entered the blood-colored secret realm, she stepped up and grabbed Zhou Luo's arm, and the 2 of them vanished into the portal wrapped by the secret realm's space. After a dizzying spin, Zhou Luo and Yulingling appeared in an unknown region. Do you really think I don't hit women? Zhou Luo frowned and turned to look at Yulingling behind him. Zhou Luo admitted that he was indeed handsome, but this woman must have something wrong with her. She immediately wants to team up with him. Doesn't this mean she's dividing his battle energy? Does she think just because she looks good, she can team up with him? And she's not even giving him any benefits. Zhou Luo couldn't help but open his War King glasses to analyze her information. Name, Yulingling. Level, peak level 21. Mech, Apocalypse Evil God. Ultimate move, unknown. He didn't know until he looked, and when he saw it, he was shocked. Damn it. At this moment, Zhou Luo seriously suspected that Yulingling was from the Dark Hall. What good person's mech would be called Apocalypse Evil God? It's way too evil. Also, Yulingling is stronger than Xiong, and isn't Xiong the second strongest new student at the Battle God Academy? So, Yulingling really is low-key. At this point, Yulingling finally spoke. I believe. Then why are you still following me? If I don't team up, you're just a burden. Zhou Luo gave Yulingling no face. Still, he admitted she was good, but in front of him, she was still a useless item. Yulingling's nose wrinkled at his words. It didn't feel good to be called a burden to her face. If it were any other new student, Yulingling would have already attacked him, But the person in front of her was Zhou Luo, the #1 genius of Dragon Country, the strongest new student at Battle God Academy, West Frenzy Zhou Luo. Zhou Luo's strength was unfathomable. No one knew his full power. To Zhou Luo, she really was a burden. Yu Lingling then let go of her anger. I said I'll team up with you, but I won't take any battle energy from you. I just need you to help me with something. Only you can help me. Why should I? Zhou Luo raised an eyebrow slightly, mockingly sizing up Yu Lingling. The bright headlights were a little distracting. Yu Lingling wasn't angry. I'm Yu Lingling. I came here for the Blood Demon Jade. The Blood Demon Crystal can help me experience the power of intent ahead of time and greatly enhance my strength. But the place where the Blood Demon Jade is born has a 3rd-level monster guarding it. I'm no match for that monster. Yu Lingling didn't hide anything from Zhou Luo and seriously looked at him. Why don't you find an upperclassman? Their strength is much greater than mine. Also, why do you think I have the strength to challenge a 3rd-level monster? Yu Lingling resisted the urge to mock Zhou Luo. She knew the upperclassmen were strong, yet he was foolishly provoking them. Stop pretending. My mech's special ability is the evil god's gaze. Although I can't see your other information, I can tell that your battle level is around 27 or 28, and it's definitely right. There is no one more powerful than you among the new students. Don't you know? Looking at Yu Lingling's strange expression, Zhou Luo was a little confused. Don't you know that the blood-colored secret realm is only for new students to train? If your strength exceeds level 3, you can't enter the blood-colored secret realm. It's just a transitional place. Upon hearing this, Zhou Luo felt a little awkward. Old guy Mangli hadn't told him this. So that's how it is. But you've got the wrong person. I'm not interested. Zhou Luo waved his hand casually, preparing to leave. However, a pleasant voice came from behind him. As long as you help me get the Blood Demon Jade, I'll give you an ultimate move fusion crystal. Let's sign the contract now. Where's the Blood Demon Jade? With you, Brother Luo, it will be easy to get. Of course, I, Brother Luo, am not after the fusion crystal. It's the battle energy from that 3rd-level monster I want. If I can absorb its battle energy, I can break through to level 29. Yu Lingling's lips twitched slightly when she heard this. His change of attitude was really fast. For the Blood Demon Jade, Yu Lingling was willing to offer a fusion crystal. This was a really good item. Chapter 32, Huangsha Crocodile Clan, a 29-level mutated Huangsha Crocodile appears. A mech pilot can only learn 9 ultimate moves. One step corresponds to 1 ultimate move, and these 9 ultimate moves include the awakening of the mecha of one's destiny. Those who haven't awakened can only buy those powerful ultimate moves. The purpose of fusion crystals is to forcibly merge 2 ultimate moves together. This gives birth to a more powerful ultimate move, and such moves are called fusion ultimate moves. It is equivalent to the combined ultimate move of Fire Thunder and Swift Edge, the Shadow Lightning Flash. Although there is a chance of failure in the fusion of ultimate moves, it is still a rare and heaven-defying treasure. These are controlled by the top families, and even the appearance of one in the market would cause a huge stir. Yu Lingling rolled her eyes at Zhou Luo and then a contract of energy appeared in her hand. Mecha contracts are a skill that every mecha master must learn, and they are very easy to master. Zhou Luo glanced at it and, after confirming everything was fine, signed his name. A connection appeared between Zhou Luo and Yu Lingling's information also appeared in Zhou Luo's eyes, including her mecha ultimate move. However, Yu Lingling only knew Zhou Luo's combat level, and other information was still unknown. Let's go, let's head to that Blood Demon Cave you mentioned. Yu Lingling tapped her timespace bracelet, and the bracelet shone with a dazzling white light that enveloped her body, with silver-colored battle armor appearing around her. The next moment, the battle armor fit snugly to Yu Lingling's body. Even with the battle armor on, it still couldn't hide Yu Lingling's perfect curves. The places that should be protruding were protruding, and the places that should be lifted were lifted, only without the feeling of shaking. Humph. Yu Lingling glanced at Zhou Luo with a cold snort, but didn't say anything. She even proudly pushed her chest forward, her head held high like an arrogant peacock. Zhou Luo could only say he had a great view. Yu Lingling certainly had deep capital, and she was both rich and sentimental. Doomsday Evil God. Yu Lingling merged with her mecha, and her entire purple mecha transformed into a cool, black smoke-emitting sports car, radiating an evil aura. The Doomsday Evil God was even more wicked than Meng Li's old mecha. Zhou Luo also entered Fire Thunder and calmly followed Yu Lingling. The Blood Demon Cave can only produce Blood Demon Jade once every 5 years, so we are lucky to catch it this time. People only know that the Blood Demon Cave has 1 entrance, but that's not true. The Blood Demon Cave has 4 entrances, and each entrance produces different quality Blood Demon Jade. We are going to the east entrance of the Blood Demon Cave, which is rarely known, so we won't run into others. Yu Lingling's voice came from the cockpit of Fire Thunder. You're quite well informed, little girl. Honestly, what else do you know? Zhou Luo asked with interest. Of course, there's nothing in the God of War Academy that I, Yu Lingling, don't know. But why should I tell you? Then when we fight later, it's possible my body might not feel well. In the purple sports car, Yu Lingling gritted her teeth, wishing she could bite Zhou Luo to death. You're ruthless. As everyone knows, the blood-colored secret realm is a place for new students to train, and above the blood-colored secret realm, there's the fallen secret realm. The fallen secret realm was discovered by the world's strongest and was used to construct the void with great force, creating many entrances shared freely by national mecha academies. The Shura secret realm is the stage for geniuses, the place where countless outstanding individuals are active. In it, you can meet students from national mecha academies. Hearing this from Yu Lingling, Zhou Luo understood. Mengli, that old guy, only briefly mentioned the blood-colored secret realm, but didn't say anything else. He was truly incompetent. Although the blood-colored secret realm is a low-level secret realm, its space is vast. Zhou Luo and Yu Lingling have been hurrying for half a day, yet they still haven't crossed this barren desert plain. But at this moment, Zhou Luo and Yu Lingling ran into trouble. The two crossed the desolate yellow sand plain. No wonder they hadn't encountered any strange beasts along the way. It turned out they were in someone else's territory. A few dozen meters ahead of them, the Yellow Sand Crocodile clan had their eyes locked on them. To be precise, they disturbed the Yellow Kill Crocodile, and by coincidence, this clan was in the middle of laying eggs. At this stage, the Yellow Sand Crocodiles were the most ferocious. The Yellow Kill Crocodile's massive body resembled a heavy tank. Its limbs were muscular and knotted, exuding a raw sense of strength. Each scale was yellow-brown and as hard as iron, tightly covering its body. Under the scorching sun, the scales gleamed with a bronze-like sheen. Zhou Luo hurriedly used his War King glasses to analyze the data. Secret Realm Beast, Yellow Kill Crocodile. Level, 23. Special Move, Yellow Sand Sweep. Plan Special Move, Yellow Sand Sky. Evaluation, One-Hit Kill Material. Secret Realm Beast, Yellow Sand Crocodile. Damn. One or two might indeed be one-hit kill material, but this is an entire clan, and most of them are male Yellow Sand Crocodiles, plus they have a special clan move. Zhou Luo's expression grew serious. It wasn't a problem for him to fight his way out alone. But there was also Yu Lingling, who was level 21. If she ran into one or two second-tier Yellow Sand Crocodiles, she'd be left behind. At this moment, Yu Lingling seemed to understand her situation. Zhou Luo, what should we do? Do we fight our way out? The Yellow Kill Crocodiles are extremely sensitive to unfamiliar scents. We've also disturbed their mate laying eggs. On this yellow sand plain, no matter where we run, they'll find us. Also, they have a clan move, but don't worry, I can tear apart their clan move. In that case, of course, we fight our way out. As soon as the words were spoken, Fire Thunder had already drawn the Frost Moon Crescent blade. The tip of the blade pointed to the ground, and the sharp blade energy cut a deep groove into the earth. Follow me, life and death or fate, wealth and honor are determined by the heavens. Humph. Don't underestimate me. Yu Lingling snorted coldly, and the apocalypse evil god transformed into a mechanical form. Then, a 3.5-meter-long demonic sickle was pulled out from a cloud of black mist. It was hard to imagine how Yu Lingling's small body could wield such a huge demonic sickle. This black mist seems to have enhanced Yu Lingling's strength. Looks like I underestimated her. Zhou Luo analyzed the apocalypse evil god's current state. The little girl actually wasn't afraid. Instead, her battle intent surged. Roar! The low growl of the Yellow Kill Crocodile echoed. More than 10 massive Yellow Kill Crocodiles roared as they charged towards them. It was hard to believe that such huge creatures, with short limbs, could burst out such speed. As they charged, their scales scraped against the sand, making a sha-sha sound. The sky was filled with choking yellow sand, and the earth trembled beneath them. Probably, except for power-type second-tier mechs, no one would want to collide head-on with these creatures. Although Zhou Luo was powerful, he wasn't stupid. Zhou Luo was the first to confront the Yellow Kill Crocodile's charge. The massive mech weaved between the crocodiles, and wherever it passed, blades of light flashed, leaving several Yellow Kill Crocodiles covered in wounds. Their thick armor still couldn't block the sharper Frost Moon Crescent blade. Chapter 33, Continuous Skyfire Flame / Battle Level Breakthrough. The ground was covered with shattered, hard scales, and Yu Lingling was fully focused, controlling the apocalypse evil god as it followed Zhou Luo. Her demonic sickle also carried a strange power, which could ignore the Yellow Kill Crocodile's armor and easily cut through the beast's skin. Their resistance only made the Yellow Kill Crocodile clan even more furious, with basketball-sized red pupils glaring at them. At that moment, a violent sound of something tearing through the air rang out nearby. Then, a thick black shadow could be seen shooting from the yellow sand mist. Yu Lingling didn't have the same control as Zhou Luo, so the apocalypse evil god raised the demonic sickle to resist. Boom! The muffled sound rang out, an enormous force pierced through the entire doomsday evil god, and inside the control room, Yu Lingling screamed. An invisible force was stripping away the connection between her and the doomsday evil god. Once Yu Lingling couldn't hold on, she would be forcefully separated from the mech, and death would be the only thing awaiting her. Zhou Luo's face turned ugly, as he slashed and sent the damn crocodile in front of him flying before turning his head. Heavy footsteps emerged from the yellow sand, and the surrounding yellow sand crocodiles retreated to the side. Secret Realm Beast, Mutated Yellow Sand Crocodile. Level, Peak Level 29. Ultimate Move, Yellow Sand Armor, Powerful Tail Sweep. Tribal Ultimate Move, Yellow Sand Filling the Sky. Status, Extremely Angry. Evaluation, You won't kill me with less than 50 strikes. Roar. It angrily smashed the earth and roared toward the sky. Then, that thick and powerful tail attacked again, with a heavy layer of energy covering it. Damn thing. How Sun Flame Slash. Fire Thunder raised his sword with one hand, gathering immense battle energy. In an instant, a How Sun appeared behind him, casting down endless scorching energy. Battle energy swept wildly around, and the sky full of yellow sand was blown away. Fire Thunder swung his sword, the frost crescent blade effortlessly cutting through the attacking tail like cutting tofu, then slashing with terrifying force at the mutated yellow sand crocodile's head. Its head was thrown up more than 3 meters high. Immense battle energy surged out of its body, eventually absorbed by Fire Thunder. As Fire Thunder absorbed the battle energy, his aura exploded, and the extreme fire element energy warped the surrounding space. Battle level rose to level 29. Ha! The surging energy spread out, sending more than 10 yellow sand crocodiles sliding 4 or 5 meters. The doomsday evil god lying on the ground was surrounded by a vacuum zone. By the time Zhou Luo arrived, the doomsday evil god had just gotten up, only to see the armor on its mech arm shattered, nearly breaking the entire arm. This showed that the doomsday evil god's defense was not very strong. Dare to sneak attack me. Yu Lingling gritted her silver teeth, controlling the doomsday evil god with one hand, her beautiful eyes burning with fury. At this moment, the yellow sand attacked again. This time, both of them were covered by an even thicker yellow sand, and the How Sun in the sky was completely blocked, causing Fire Thunder's enhancement to vanish. The yellow sand crocodile seemed to have realized that Fire Thunder could absorb the power of the How Sun. Master, this sand grain is problematic. A sand grain the size of an ant landed on Fire Thunder's hand. Fire Thunder's palm suddenly sank, and his deep blue pupils contracted. A sand grain was so heavy, and the endless yellow sand was pressing down. The consequences were unimaginable. Watch this, Shadow Annihilation Wave. Yu Lingling murmured, and the doomsday evil god retracted its magic sickle, both hands gathering energy at its chest. A purple-black energy ball condensed, and in the next moment, it instantly expanded to 4 or 5 meters. Yu Lingling's ultimate move was surprisingly similar to the Dragon King's Dragon Emperor dimensional power. Yu Lingling threw the energy ball, which kept expanding and contracting, crashing into the sky full of yellow sand. The dazzling purple light exploded, and as the shadow energy was released, it carried a powerful tearing force. It was like a small black hole, and the endless yellow sand was torn apart by this force. Yu Lingling's ultimate move actually shredded the tribal ultimate move of the yellow sand crocodile group. My ultimate move has a natural counter to these group ultimate moves, now it's your turn. Yu Lingling's beautiful eyes shimmered as she finally made some impact. The scorching How Sun's light fell on Fire Thunder's body. At this moment, the purple-golden flowing patterns on Fire Thunder's body were activated, and his body involuntarily released intense flames. Familiar power. The voices of Fire Thunder and Zhou Luo merged. Chain How Sun Flame Slash. Fire Thunder's engine behind him erupted. As his legs moved, a powerful force burst forth, and Huale Thunder saw a yellow sand crocodile, striking it with a fierce slash, cleaving through anyone in his way with another blow. Wherever he went, blood rained down, and broken bodies littered the ground. After cutting down more than 10 times, the yellow sand crocodile was finally terrified into submission. Huale Thunder and the doomsday evil god transformed into racing cars and charged out. Zhou Luo, you are so strong, you can actually unleash your ultimate moves in succession. And your control over mechas is simply amazing. After this battle, Yu Lingling spoke more, and their relationship was no longer as stiff and unnatural as it had been at the start. In Yu Lingling's beautiful eyes, admiration and excitement flowed like autumn waves. At the same time, she gained a new understanding of Zhou Luo. She had previously investigated Zhou Luo's information and found that he was an internet addict, with a somewhat immature personality and no friends, apart from his parents and a beautiful older sister. At the War God Academy, she witnessed Zhou Luo's arrogance and confidence, but just now, she learned even more deeply about him. Just moments ago, Zhou Luo could have charged out alone. But Zhou Luo turned back to slay that mutated yellow crocodile, then rushed to her side, his strength supposedly unable to break through the clan's ultimate move, yet he still did it. It seems that Zhou Luo is someone whose heart does not match his words. Zhou Luo, Yu Lingling's lips parted slightly. What is it? Thank you for saving me. You're overthinking it, I just wanted the energy from that mutated yellow crocodile. Besides, if you died, I wouldn't get the fusion crystal stone. Yu Lingling's chest trembled with anger, the headlights of the doomsday evil god swayed ominously, but the next moment, she laughed. I know you're too shy to say it, don't worry, I'll remember it in my heart. Zhou Luo? Did that crocodile stun you, you little girl? How can you say such cold things with a mouth so hot? And don't call me a little girl, I'm an adult now, I'm not small at all. Yu Lingling was annoyed when others called her small. You really aren't small. Zhou Luo stretched his hand out of the window, feeling the wind. Yu Lingling, feeling proud, stopped talking. Half an hour later, the two racing cars burst out of the yellow sandplains and entered an unknown canyon. Chapter 34, Blood Demon Volcano, Blood Demon Jade in the Lava. At night, the blood-red secret realm's sky was even darker red, and the dry air lingering in the atmosphere made one feel restless. On the cliff of the canyon, there was a jutting platform, with a large spicy strip coiled on it, but at this moment, the spicy strip had become grilled meat. This resting place also became the resting spot for Zhou Luo and Yu Lingling. Yu Lingling silently leaned against her mecha's leg, the two in their battle armor were not afraid of the cold. Only her arm had a lingering pain, it didn't feel much at first, but now her arm was throbbing more acutely. Yu Lingling took off her upper silver battle armor and then looked up at Zhou Luo by the fire. Seeing Zhou Luo illuminated by the flames, she couldn't help but be stunned. Noticing her gaze, Zhou Luo turned his head. Applying medicine? Zhou Luo's starry eyes showed no excess emotions. The main reason Yu Lingling didn't seek help from older students was that those older students looked at her with a burning gaze, while Zhou Luo didn't, his eyes were pure, making her feel comfortable. Yu Lingling nodded her petite head, feeling somewhat awkward. Zhou Luo turned his back to Yu Lingling. Aren't you a member of the Yu family? With such great talent, why aren't you favored by your family? You can take out fusion crystal stones, surely, you can wear higher-tier battle armor? Zhou Luo had previously noticed that Yu Lingling's silver battle armor was only second-tier armor. No. Then, the sound of clothes being removed echoed behind me. The family arranged for me to go to the Imperial Capital Star Sea Mecha Academy, but I didn't go and ended up at the War God Academy. Then, my dad cut off all my account information. I couldn't even sell the spoils of war. Those people were afraid of my dad and didn't dare to take them. This mecha was given to me by my mother before I became a mecha master. It's an outdated mecha she used to wear. It's been long discontinued, and many of its functions are outdated. At this point, Zhou Luo felt a bit sad. Then why didn't your mother give you a better mecha? From what you said, your dad is very controlling, so your mom must love you a lot. Yu Lingling's pupils dimmed at these words, and the movement in her hand stopped. Yu Lingling stayed silent for several minutes, and Zhou Luo had a feeling about what was going on in her mind. Can you help me? Suddenly, Yu Lingling's voice, as light as a mosquito's buzz, came from behind. What? I said, can you help me apply the medicine? I can't reach my back. The back? Yu Lingling closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and tried to calm the impulse to hit someone. She kept silently repeating in her mind, I can't beat him, I must resist, I can't beat him, I must resist. My back shoulder. You should have said so earlier. I couldn't hear clearly. Since Yu Lingling had already spoken, Zhou Luo no longer pretended to be aloof. He turned around to look at Yu Lingling and saw her kneeling on the ground, her legs in an M shape. Her entire shoulder was bruised, and her pitiful appearance truly made one's heart stir with ill thoughts. Don't get me wrong. There was nothing more to it. Although Yu Lingling had taken off her short sleeve, she still had a close-fitting vest on, but the necessary sights were still there. What are you looking at? Hurry up. Yu Lingling glared at Zhou Luo. Zhou Luo walked over, took the medicine from Yu Lingling, and when he touched her fair skin, he could clearly feel her body stiffen. Endure it. Zhou Luo applied the medicine to her shoulder, rubbing it in with some force. Yu Lingling gritted her teeth, enduring the sharp pain. It was the first time Yu Lingling had been so close to a boy, and a strange feeling surged in her heart. She turned her head sideways, not daring to look back. Her face was red, eyes full of nervousness and shyness, and only her tightly clenched hands showed her current feelings. All right, put on your mecha now. After applying the medicine, it will recover in less than a day. Zhou Luo moved quickly. Yu Lingling felt a little disappointed inside. Why did it feel like it ended before it even started? Yu Lingling put on her short sleeve and then also put on her mecha. It was still cold at night in the secret realm, and the beasts there were relatively aggressive, so wearing the mecha provided an extra layer of protection. Your account information has been blocked. Can you still take out fusion crystals? Zhou Luo suddenly doubted that this girl could have such a precious crystal. Stop looking down on me. Although I'm down now, that doesn't mean I've always been this way. I've received a lot of things from the elders before. Yu Lingling's eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief. How far is it from the blood demon cave entrance you mentioned? I only have 1 day left. After 1 day, whether I get to the blood demon cave or not, I have to leave. Mangle had given Zhou Luo a series of plans to become stronger. Combat level was one aspect, but swordsmanship, theory, and physical training could not be neglected. If someone had high levels but didn't have the proper swordsmanship, they would be like a fool who had potential but didn't know how to use it. Go through this canyon, then pass through another primitive forest, and you'll arrive. The Blood Demon Cave is located inside a live volcano. Yu Lingling glanced into the distance and spoke unconsciously. A night passed without a word. Zhou Luo and Yu Lingling once again crossed the forest directly. They killed all the second-tier beasts they encountered. When encountering a 3-step secret realm beast, just take a detour. This primeval forest is clearly much smaller than the yellow sand plains from before. At noon, Zhou Luo and Yu Lingling entered the Blood Demon volcano area. There are many caves, but only 4 entrances lead into the Blood Demon cavern. Along the way, Zhou Luo and Yu Lingling also met some new students from the Battle God Academy, but these new students avoided Zhou Luo, taking a detour. They were afraid that Zhou Luo might attack them. After all, he was the ruthless person who forced the bear to fight in a gamble right after entering the academy. No one could guarantee whether the academy's rules could restrain him. Guided by Yu Lingling, the two entered a narrow cave entrance. As soon as Zhou Luo entered, a heat wave hit him, and the fire thunder here was even more powerful than before, which was quite a pleasant surprise. The path was initially very narrow, just wide enough for people to pass. After walking thousands of steps, it suddenly opened up. The spacious interior could even fit several large mountains, with countless caves in the surrounding walls, and molten gold flowing on both sides. There was only one path leading deeper. Inside her mecha, Yu Lingling's face was covered with sweat, her little face flushed red. In such extreme environments, most mechas would face restrictions, but the Apocalypse Evil God mecha, a high-quality mecha, was an exception. It was just that she felt very uncomfortable. Zhou Luo, do you see the glowing red crystals in the molten gold? That's blood demon jade. I see it. The blood demon jades that fall into the molten gold are of poor quality, but those growing in the walls are better. Unfortunately, there aren't any here. They must have been collected by that beast. Yu Lingling was very excited when she saw the blood demon jade. Her family's people were allocated very little blood demon jade every month, and the quality was inconsistent. After her account information was cut off, she didn't even have her own resources. She had no choice but to enter the blood secret realm to find a way. Chapter 35 Zhang Hao, Liu Qingxue is very smooth, you know? In the Magic City's Divine Martial Academy. Has anyone figured out who saved Liu Qingxue in the wilderness zone? Zhang Hao sat on the sofa with his legs placed on a beautiful woman's lap, enjoying a massage while casually swirling the wineglass in his hand. A man silently appeared behind Zhang Hao, startling the woman serving him. Zhang Hao didn't care. Although we haven't figured it out, all signs point to Zhou Luo. Based on the battle scene at the time, there was residual extreme fire energy at the scene, and only Zhou Luo's Fire Thunder mecha has this kind of energy. Plus, the timing matches. Crack! The sound of glass shattering echoed, and pieces of glass fell to the floor with a sharp noise. It sounded as if it pierced deep into the woman's heart. The woman trembled violently, kneeling to the ground, lowering her head, silently sobbing, her whole body unable to stop shaking. Damn thing, it really is you sticking your nose into my business. I didn't come after you, but you went ahead and caused trouble for me. Mecha Battle King. Fire Thunder, ha! It seems your mecha is of better quality than Liu Qingxue's, and it really suits my style. In that case, I'll reserve your mecha. Zhang Hao's face twisted, his tone extremely indifferent. He had clearly been able to get the Ice Snow Empress and even possess Liu Qingxue's body, but Zhou Luo meddling was the reason for everything that happened after. Zhang Hao shifted his target. It was still a bit difficult to go after Liu Qingxue and the Battle God Academy, but other academies were much easier. You will eventually enter the Fallen Secret Realm. As long as you dare enter the Secret Realm, that will be your death sentence. Young master, what about Liu Qingxue? The mysterious expert behind him, an experienced actor, didn't call Zhang Hao by his sequence number because doing so would reveal Zhang Hao's identity. Zhang Hao walked up to the woman, reaching out to caress her smooth, pale chin, as if inspecting a work of art. Seeing the woman's frightened expression, a smile appeared on Zhang Hao's face. However, to the woman, this smile looked like the smile of a demon. Liu Qingxue is very delicate. The mysterious strong man immediately understood upon hearing this, revealing an expression of understanding. Zhang Hao wanted both Zhou Luo's mecha thunderstorm and Liu Qingxue's body. In an instant, his figure vanished from the villa. Under the woman's trembling gaze, Zhang Hao took him into the room. Kanglin Base City. The Fong family. Damn bastard, what a ruthless heart. A man with a dark expression put down the paper report in his hand. He was Fong Dawei, the head of the Fong family, a peak-tier mecha master of the 3rd level, and also Fong Feiyan's father. Beside him, a woman's sobs could be heard. Suddenly, she raised her head, revealing a terribly fierce face, and shouted, "I want him dead. Dawei, we must make that bastard pay." A month ago, Fong Feiyan had provoked Zhou Luo during the mecha entrance exam and was knocked unconscious by Zhou Luo's battle energy. Coincidentally, Zhou Luo's battle energy carried extreme fire, which actually burned a part of Fong Feiyan's meridians. As a result, when Fong Feiyan returned for treatment, it was already too late. After a month of emergency care, he ultimately became a cripple. Unless there was an extraordinary medicine for treatment. But where could Fong Dawei find such a medicine to reconnect meridians? He had never even heard of it. Without medicine, Fong Feiyan's battle level would never break through the 1st tier, and he could no longer fight, or he would suffer backlash. Even an ordinary person could bully Fong Feiyan now. My child is suffering so much, woo woo woo. The woman's sobs made Fong Dawei's heart burn with anger. Enough. Fong Dawei's roar made the woman shudder. She was slightly stunned, then immediately started arguing with Fong Dawei. "Good for you, Fong Dawei, you won't go after that bastard, yet you're yelling at me? What do you know? Zhou Luo is the strongest genius of Long Country, and he's a newly promoted blade bearer. There are even judges watching him in the dark. Even Principal Chen Wentai openly protects his own. Do you want me to go and die? Isn't it because you spoiled Feiyan? Now look, damn it, he hit the super alloy steel plate. Fong Dawei was just a peak-tier 3rd-level mecha master. Forget about the Tianfa Martial Arts School or the War God Academy, even Principal Chen could suppress him with a flip of his hand. He had tried every possible way, but he still had no idea how to vent his hatred. Should we just let it go like this? Why should Zhou Luo shine so brightly, while my son has to endure so much pain? I curse him to be targeted by the Dark Hall. I want him to have a miserable death. We can't deal with Zhou Luo, but what if we target Zhou Luo's family? Foolish. Before the woman could speak, she was scolded by Fong Dawei. He had already thought of this method, but it simply wouldn't work. Not to mention the strength of Zhou Hong and his wife, but there were also many powerful people secretly protecting Zhou Luo's family. That day, he had secretly investigated and almost got slashed to death. Attacking his family was even harder than attacking Zhou Luo. Dawei, we can let the old master take action. Yes. The old master can definitely kill Zhou Luo. The woman thought of her old master and immediately became excited, wanting to throw herself into Fong Dawei's arms. At this moment, the woman had completely lost her mind in her rage. It was clear that she didn't have the strong mental composure that Fong Dawei had. Hearing this, Fong Dawei couldn't take it anymore. He stood up and slapped his wife hard on the face. The slap was so strong that it left a noticeable mark, with flour-like powder sticking to Fong Dawei's hand. With one slap, he directly struck his wife, making her spin on the spot. The flesh on Lao Huang's cheek visibly swelled. Disgusted, Fong Dawei casually slapped his wife again before shaking the flour off his hands. It was just a casual act. Do you want the entire Fong family to be wiped out, huh? Seeing Fong Dawei's furious expression, the woman was indeed scared. She covered her face with her hands and sobbed on the couch. She thought to herself, what's wrong with wanting revenge? Why did you hit me? And why so hard? Last year, Oldest managed to get into the War God Academy. Even though he's taught by the teachers there, he's probably only around the 3rd stage. Do you think he can handle that little bastard Zhou Luo? The Oldest referred to their eldest son, Fong Tian. Woo woo. The woman didn't speak but just stared at Fong Dawei while crying. Don't worry about this. I'll find someone from the Dark Hall to kill Zhou Luo. Also, remind the Oldest not to overthink things. He should focus on improving at the War God Academy. Once he's strong enough, he'll be able to have anything he wants. Fong Dawei took out a cigarette, lit it, and the smoke circled his dark face. It was as if he was enveloped in darkness. A plan began to form in his mind. If everything went smoothly, Zhou Luo would definitely not survive. Chapter 36, Rapid Edge, pretty strong, qualified to be my lackey. The 4 entrances to the Blood Demon Cave are guarded by 3rd-stage monsters, and no one knows what lies inside. In the past, neither freshmen nor old students were able to break in, and even fewer dared to approach. Zhou Luo and Yu Lingling had already passed through the magma tunnel. The deeper they went, the more terrifying the temperature became. Fire Thunder was completely unaffected by the flames, but Yu Lingling was starting to show signs of dehydration. Wait, Zhou Luo, how do we deal with that monster? Yu Lingling suddenly asked. At this moment, she realized that she and Zhou Luo hadn't discussed a strategy. Are we just going to go in, stir up that third stage monster, and then die? Here's what I think, Zhou Luo. You lure the monster out of the cave, and I'll go in to get the blood demon jade. After I succeed, we'll meet up somewhere. Why should I lure the monster? With your weak strength, shouldn't you be the one to attract the monster? Zhou Luo suspiciously glanced at Yu Lingling. Why are you looking at me like that? Do you think this young lady, will lie to you? I always mean what I say. Yu Lingling seemed to sense that her character was being doubted, and immediately became a bit displeased. She spoke again. Besides, you're stronger. Even if you can't beat it, you can still run. I'm at a disadvantage in this environment. Are you really going to let me, a little girl, go attract the monster? The Doom Evil God walked up quickly, shaking Fire Thunder's arm. Zhou Luo and Fire Thunder looked at the eerie Doom Evil God and their skin crawled. Fire Thunder even raised his hand and pushed the Doom Evil God back a few steps, shaking his hand in disgust. Damn it, if you want to act cute, go grab the master's hand. Why are you grabbing my hand? If it weren't for the master controlling me, I would have given you a knife so you'd know the power of the city's general. So why make it so complicated? Isn't it just a third stage monster? Just go kill it. You arrogant fool, are you trying to get yourself killed? Yu Lingling, holding her large chest, panted angrily and blocked Fire Thunder's way, insisting that Zhou Luo and Fire Thunder couldn't go in. Zhou Luo smiled lightly. He didn't expect this girl to care about him so much. Holding the War King order, Zhou Luo lightly pressed it, and a spacetime rift quietly appeared behind the Doom Evil God. A handsome young man in blue and white stepped out and extended his mechanical finger to poke the metal head of the Doomsday Evil God. Duong! Duong! Who? Yu Lingling's mind trembled, and a chill rushed from her spine to the back of her head. She quickly drew out the Death Demon scythe, not looking back, and forcefully slashed behind her. Bang! A blue and white mech caught the Death Demon scythe with one hand. Of course, the sharp edge didn't foolishly meet the scythe's blade. No matter how hard Yu Lingling tried, she couldn't shake the sharp mech. The mech, called Swift Edge, unexpectedly glanced at the machine, surprised that this Doomsday Evil God mech had decent strength. Nice strength, but compared to mine, you're far behind. Swift Edge held the Death Demon scythe in one hand, while the other hand mockingly picked his nose, even though it didn't have nostrils. But the gesture looked really annoying. Who are you? Yu Lingling's face turned pale with shock. She gritted her silver teeth and pushed the control lever hard. Who am I? Good question. I am Swift Edge, the great general guarding the Moon God Temple. My strength is good enough to make you my subordinate. Swift Edge couldn't resist teasing the mech controlled by the girl. Alright, Swift Edge, when did you become so boring? Zhou Luo, controlling Fire Thunder, walked over and effortlessly pulled the Death Demon scythe away. The two mech warriors exchanged a glance and fist bumped. You know each other? Yu Lingling's emotions were a bit confused, unsure of how to react. Fire Thunder, you don't know how boring it is in the War King Hall. I even thought about flying a plane. Swift Edge said something shocking, making Zhou Luo stunned. Swift Edge, what exactly are you watching in the War King Hall? Zhou Luo asked in frustration. Master, let's go in and slay that monster. We should be able to level up to Tier 3 and then activate another mech warrior. Swift Edge was extremely excited, finally welcoming another comrade. But who it was, he still didn't know. Zhou Luo nodded after hearing this, and he too was eager to move. Hey, even with one more person, it's still a death sentence. Tier 3 is a dividing line, it's not something Tier 2 can handle head-on. Listen to me. Hey, Zhou Luo, come back. No matter how Yu Lingling shouted from behind, Swift Edge and Fire Thunder didn't turn around until they disappeared at the entrance. Yu Lingling stood still, her mind constantly battling within. After a few breaths, she stared ahead, and the once lively and flashing eyes now had a flame flickering in the depths, instantly becoming determined and fiery. I think you guys are really crazy, but I'll go with you, risking my life. She controlled the Doomsday Evil God and quickly caught up with the red-blue mech. Neither of them slowed down at all, instead, they walked faster and faster, because Zhou Luo had analyzed with the War King glasses that there was a shocking amount of energy ahead. It was obvious without thinking that it was the sleeping monster. Fire Thunder, I'm not surprised that you're unaffected in such an extreme environment, but why aren't you affected? Yu Lingling asked curiously as she took a sip of water in the cockpit. Swift Edge immediately began to speak. TCH. What's this? Back when Fire Thunder and I fell into the underground magma world, in a much more extreme environment, we were fine. What's so special about this environment? Fire Thunder smiled slightly upon hearing this. Who's this reverse wind spin? Yu Lingling caught the key point. Reverse wind spin is, cough cough, never mind, just an annoying swordsman who loves to meddle. Before we fell into the underground magma world, we encountered a very powerful and terrifying opponent. Swift Edge recalled that time, emitting a deep, melancholic aura. Oh? Who was so terrifying? Was it a high-level monster? No. He wasn't a monster, but one of the 3 war kings of the fierce beast tribe. Tiger Killer Tian. Yu Lingling's mouth twitched. She thought it was a high-level monster, but what does Beast King of the Beast tribe mean? A small head, full of big questions. Although that Tiger Killer Tian is very strong, Fire Thunder and I are not afraid of him. If the 2 of us join forces to fight him, the energy from the battle would be world-destroying. Someone like you doesn't even have the qualification to watch, we. Fire Thunder and Zhou Luo, upon hearing Jisoo Feng's bragging, both felt their faces redden. Stop talking, we were actually knocked into the underground lava by that Tiger Killer Tian. At that time, we thought we were going to die. Fire Thunder ruthlessly exposed Jisoo Feng's bragging. Pfft, ha ha ha, Jisoo Feng, you're so funny. Yu Lingling burst out laughing in the driver's seat. Fire Thunder, you really don't understand humor. Jisoo Feng finally spoke after a long pause, then fell silent. Chapter 37, Flash of Shadow and Lightning. Instant kill of a level 3 monster. The world here was all black and brown, with walls constantly flowing with lava, the light from the lava so bright it was blinding. A giant stone platform stood above the sea of lava, and in the center coiled a yellow-brown, 2-headed serpent. This serpent didn't have the massive body of a typical monster, but Zhou Luo and Yu Lingling knew that it was only not revealing its true form. It's actually a 2-headed lava spirit serpent. Clearly, Yu Lingling was shocked and somewhat surprised when she saw this monster. If it were another monster, maybe we could still fight it, but this one is different. It has 2 heads and 2 hearts. To kill it we need to destroy both heads and both hearts. 2-headed serpents are one of the hardest monsters to kill. It seems we have to give up. Zhou Luo, let's hurry and run while it doesn't notice us. After we leave the secret realm, I'll give you the fusion crystal stone. Yu Lingling smiled helplessly. It seemed this time she was destined not to get the blood demon jade. She didn't necessarily need the blood demon jade to practice. It just meant her comprehension of the realm would be slower. Zhou Luo didn't speak, just quietly observing the monster's data. Secret realm monster, 2-headed lava spirit serpent. Level, peak level 32. Special skills, lava breath, frenzied wrap. Lava true form. Status, hungry. Evaluation, unbeatable. Who wants to compete with this thing? I'll just kill it instantly. Zhou Luo thought to himself. Alright, little girl, go play somewhere else and watch how Fire Thunder and I deal with it. Jisoo Feng stood in front of the Doomsday Evil God and waved his hand at her. This monster is no joke. Use everything we have to try to kill it instantly. Zhou Luo's voice rang out, each word seemed to carry immense power. Mech Warrior, attack. Zhou Luo issued the command. Fire Thunder and Jisoo Feng actually jumped into the air in sync and transformed. One red, one blue, 2 motorcycles sped forward, the roar of the engines deafening. Yu Lingling wanted to say something but stopped herself. After spending the day together, she knew Zhou Luo and Fire Thunder's mechs were no ordinary ones, but she didn't expect this newly appeared Jisoo Feng to be on par with Fire Thunder. Could this be the extraordinary genius born with 2 mechs? Yu Lingling's mech talent skill had already seen that there was no one piloting Jisoo Feng's mech. It could only mean one thing, Jisoo Feng was also Zhou Luo's mech. Zhou Luo was hiding too deeply. Being born in the same generation as such a genius is both lucky and unlucky. Zhou Luo, how far can you go? Yu Lingling stared blankly at the 2 motorcycles' back shadows. At this moment, she truly believed Zhou Luo could slay this monster. Because the value of being born with 2 mechs was just too heavy. Even if 100 years passed, that person's name would still be passed down. However, the 2-headed lava spirit serpent had long since noticed Zhou Luo and the others. It just didn't expect these 2 tiny iron things to dare charge forward. As the guardian beast at the entrance of the blood demon cave, the lava double-headed serpent could not tolerate such provocation. Hiss. With a deafening roar, its body collided repeatedly, each impact lifting it more than 10 meters into the air, making its body grow extremely strong. If you want to use your true form, you need a chance first. Zhou Luo snorted coldly and waved his hands. The control panel of the Swift Edge appeared before him. His finger joints, clear and distinct, moved across the control panel, a set of buttons floating in the air, glowing brightly. Fire Thunder, Swift Edge, unleash your combined ultimate move. Flowing Shadow Lightning Flash. The voices of the 3 merged together seamlessly, and at this moment, the advantage of the Machine God fusion state was revealed. Even controlling two mechs, Zhou Luo handled it with ease. He had entered his own domain, nothing could affect Zhou Luo's true heart. In the entire world, only his figure remained. This was the machine god fusion state. In the distance, Yu Lingling raised her eyebrows, her expression extremely excited, her eyes full of exhilaration. Machine god fusion state, mech combined ultimate move. Yu Lingling couldn't help but wave her hands in cheer. Her huge chest nearly burst out of her armor. It was actually the mech combined ultimate move. Zhou Luo had actually mastered such a trump card. No wonder he was so confident. The combined ultimate move of 229 level mechs, not to mention killing the serpent, even if it didn't, they would still win by severely injuring it. Fire Thunder and Swift Edge's speed was growing faster, almost too quick for the naked eye to catch. Only two red and blue streaks of light circled around the serpent. The hard stone platform suddenly shattered under the energy released by the two mechs. Countless fragments of stone floated in the air. Upon closer inspection, these stones seemed like a cage trapping the lava spirit serpent. The lava spirit serpent was still roaring and struggling. Its body had swollen to over 50 meters. Everything happened in an instant. In the next moment, a red pillar of rule power shot up from the ground, piercing the sky. Hiss! The lava double-headed serpent, struck by the pillar of light, was actually suppressed. Its ultimate move, the lava breath, was also forced into submission at this moment. Unable to move, it couldn't even use its ultimate move, lava breath. In the War King world, even someone as strong as the War Dragon King could only endure when his combined ultimate move was sealed, waiting until the suppression of the heavens and earth power ended before he could unleash the Dragon King's shield defense. Let alone this lava double-headed serpent. Fire Thunder and Swift Edge roared in unison, completing their transformation before stomping on the giant rocks and soaring into the sky. At this moment, it was as if they had coordinated countless times. Under the enhancement of the ultimate move, their speed reached its peak. All that could be seen were the red and blue streaks of light from the sword and spear, bursting out in an instant, striking the 7-inch weak points of the serpent's two flesh heads 108 times, each hit precise. Crack! The sound of breaking echoed. The suppression from the power of heaven and earth disappeared, and the lava double-headed serpent's eyes went blank. Its massive body suddenly collapsed to the ground in defeat. Zhou Luo knew this was only temporary. As long as its head remained, it could still enter the magma and recover. Yu Lingling, standing nearby, also realized that this beast was pretending to be dead. Brother Luo, it's pretending to be dead temporarily. Attack its head quickly. Yu Lingling didn't even notice that she had changed the way she addressed Zhou Luo. It has no chance of survival. From a height of several dozen meters, the figures of Fire Thunder and Swift Edge finally became visible. However, the battle energy of the two was still gathering. In a flash of lightning, the two combined and spun together, turning into a sharp spear that struck toward the lava double-headed serpent's head. The explosive pure lightning thunder. The howling ultimate flames, the raging wild waves, three terrifying forces converging together. Yu Lingling could only mourn for the lava twin flesh serpents. The two wielders of thunderous power were far stronger than they had been in the Battle King world. The stench of blood splattered through the air. Sharp spikes pierced through two heads, Fire Thunderclap and Rapid Edge's arms trembled, and the blood on their weapons was flung off with extreme flair. The slight heaving of their chests was enough to show that unleashing their combined ultimate skill had cost them a great deal. P.S. Still acting tough after eating a lollipop? Then taste the wrath of the 5 Spirit Kings. Monthly tickets, come. Chapter 38, Blazing Crystal Gold, Blazing Flood Dragon Egg. Rumble, rumble. The massive body of the lava twin flesh serpents finally collapsed powerlessly to the ground, its crimson blood uncontrollably gushing out, merging into the magma below. A dense mass of battle energy shot out from the magma, absorbed by Fire Thunderclap and Rapid Edge. Under Zhou Luo's gaze, their experience bars soared rapidly, breaking through level 30 without any hindrance, reaching the 3rd tier. Pure battle energy surged through their bodies, spreading to every corner of their being. Feeling the power within them, both of them abruptly opened their eyes. At this moment, they could punch their past selves to the ground, making them unable to even crawl up. No wonder the Academy strictly forbade 3rd-tier experts from attacking freshmen below the 3rd tier. Before reaching the 3rd tier, one wouldn't understand the gap, but after reaching it, they would know how vast the difference truly was. At the same time, a vast amount of memory surfaced in Fire Thunderclap and Rapid Edge's minds. It was the memory of an ultimate skill. Thunder True Form. Torrential True Form. These were the true form skills of Fire Thunderclap and Rapid Edge. Once activated, their combat power would increase tenfold, and their bodies would expand to a height of 80 meters. Only then would they have the capital to truly contend with monsters. Had the lava twin-headed serpent unleashed its true form from the start, Fire Thunderclap and Rapid Edge wouldn't have had the chance to use their combined ultimate skill. But it was careless and failed to dodge. After absorbing the battle energy, the two regained their composure, but their aura had become even more unfathomable. Zhou Luo truly couldn't understand how those so-called geniuses could ever catch up to his leveling speed. What are you standing there for? Hurry up, or do you not want the blood demon jade anymore? Only then did Zhu Lingling snap back to her senses, stepping onto the floating stones above the magma. With a few flashes, she landed on the opposite platform. Looking back, all the floating stones began sinking into the magma below. Yu Lingling turned and stared at Fire Thunderclap intently. Why are you looking at me like that? Zhou Luo was baffled by this girl, not knowing what she was up to. Don't you have any limits when leveling up? When a mecha upgrades, shouldn't the mecha master also break through their shackles? Why have I never seen that happen to you? From level 28, Zhou Luo had entered the secret realm, first killing the mutated yellow sand crocodile to reach level 29, which was already outrageous. Now, he had slain the lava twin-headed serpent across tiers. Breaking through a major tier without encountering a bottleneck, this was absolutely ridiculous. It simply defied common sense. She had nearly fallen into inner demons when she broke through to the second tier, barely making it through alive. You're overthinking it. It's simply because I'm too much of a genius. After all, at the pinnacle of the immortal, standing above the world, where Zhou Luo exists, the heavens exist. I am the end of the world, and any prodigy who sees me must lower their gaze. As he spoke, Fire Thunderclap slowly clenched his right hand into a fist. Yu Lingling's eye twitched, and even her toes curled up in discomfort. How had she never noticed how unbearably cringy Zhou Luo was? She unintentionally glanced at Rapid Edge. Sure enough, what kind of mecha master would have what kind of mecha? As for Fire Thunderclap? That was an exception. Ahem, that platform just now was merely the resting place of the lava twin-headed serpent. Here is its nest. Zhou Luo coughed twice and snapped back to his senses. It seemed like they had wandered off a bit. The two of them walked into the spacious nest. There was no strange smell inside, instead, there were some sparkling crystals, all useless items. Soon, the two of them found a few goose egg-sized perfect blood demon jades and dozens of high-quality blood demon jades. Perfect. Yu Lingling immediately became overjoyed when she saw the goose egg-sized blood demon jades. Indeed, they are perfect. Zhou Luo looked at Yu Lingling's body. Yu Lingling felt that Zhou Luo must have had something to say, and her face turned red, becoming a bit more reserved. This mission relies entirely on your help, otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to obtain the perfect blood demon jades. I only need 3 perfect blood demon jades and half of the high-quality blood demon jades, the rest are yours. The blood demon jades not only allow one to feel some of the death, slaughter, Asura, and Rakshasa realms ahead of time, but they can also temper a mecha master's killing intent for their own mecha. Yu Lingling explained to Zhou Luo. No regrets? The rest are all mine? Zhou Luo asked for confirmation. Don't worry, 1 perfect blood demon jade is enough for 3 months. Moreover, more blood demon jades aren't necessarily better, using too many of them is useless. Yu Lingling smiled lightly and gracefully as her willow brows curved, explaining to Zhou Luo the uses of the blood demon jades, since she truly wouldn't need that many. With her talent, 1 perfect blood demon jade would already benefit her greatly. Here, this is for you. After saying that, Yu Lingling threw a dazzling purple angular crystal. Fusion crystal. Thanks, beautiful. Zhou Luo laughed heartily and put the fusion crystal away, then immediately stored all the blood demon jades into his spacetime ring. As for leaving them here to continue growing, that naturally didn't align with Zhou Luo's style of reaping everything for himself. Rather than help others achieve, it was better to achieve everything himself. Let's go deeper, maybe there's something even better ahead. Zhou Luo, in a good mood after getting the fusion crystal, wore a slight smile on his face. Yu Lingling obediently nodded and followed behind Zhou Luo. At this moment, she had completely been captured by Zhou Luo. Innate dual mechas. Mecha god integration. Combined ultimate skill. The knife intent is complete, the spear intent is comprehensive, and the realm is infinitely approaching. Level 3. Each of these would make someone a genius on its own, but to have them all in one person was almost unimaginable. These were all things Yu Lingling wanted, but Zhou Luo had them all. Yu Lingling had completely fallen, and in her heart, she had already made up her mind to follow Zhou Luo's pace. Continue deeper. Anyway, the road behind them was already cut off, and the two of them could only continue forward, leaving the Blood Demon Cave through several other paths. The temperature around them was still terrifying. What is that? Quickly, Fong stopped and pointed ahead. Everyone looked, and it seemed to be something egg-shaped. Zhou Luo once again used his King of War glasses to analyze. Secret Realm Monster, Scorching Flame Xiao Dragon, unhatched. Level 30. It's a Scorching Flame Xiao Dragon egg. Zhou Luo took a deep breath. It was actually a dragon egg, an egg with the bloodline of a true dragon monster. The few of them quickly stepped forward. They found that this seemed to be an incubation platform. Below the dragon egg was a 2-meter-long square blood demon jade, and beside it were 3 pieces of scorching flame crystal gold. Damn it! This dragon egg was actually using the king of blood demon jades as its bed and scorching flame crystal gold as its nourishment. No wonder it was already at level 3 even before hatching. If it were to hatch, who knows what would happen? Perhaps the entire blood realm would be dominated by this thing. Wouldn't the new arrivals be walking into their death? Zhou Luo's eyes turned cold. In his mind, he already had over 100 ways this dragon egg could die. As you said, everything else belongs to me. Zhou Luo once again quickly stored everything away. At this point, Yu Lingling was feeling a bit regretful. This is a dragon egg, a great nourishing treasure. Suddenly, Yu Lingling raised her eyebrows and smiled slyly. Luo Gu, how are you going to handle this dragon egg? Chapter 39, the Thunderpulse cannon is stuffed full. What does it matter to you how I handle it? You don't need to worry about that. Zhou Luo glanced at Yu Lingling, knowing she was not up to anything good. This time, Zhou Luo truly made a fortune. Not only did he get a fusion crystal as a reward, but he also obtained several pieces of top-quality blood demon jade and a blood demon jade king. The blazing flame dragon egg and the blazing flame crystal gold were also rare treasures. In short, the one word to describe it is expensive. Yu Lingling bit her lip tightly, her pretty face turning red like a ripe apple, her body trembling uncontrollably. She quickly added, great people say good things should be shared, why not let's steam the dragon egg together? If we sell it, it would be a waste. The essence inside is a great nourishing treasure. What do you say, Luo Gu? Yu Lingling activated the Fire Thunder's video impression, her delicate little face blinked to Zhou Luo. That mischievous look might have convinced someone else to agree. Zhou Luo's mouth slightly curved up, showing a faint smile under Yu Lingling's eager eyes as he slowly said 2 words, not possible unless you trade something. Yu Lingling's sparkling eyes turned, and in the next moment, a glimmer flashed. Luo Gu, how about I trade you a message about a washing marrow crystal stone? Washing marrow crystal stone? Zhou Luo's eyes brightened at her words. Though he doesn't have a sister and is not a sister Khan, he does have a beautiful and kind-hearted elder sister. He wonders how she is doing at the Divine Martial Academy. When his sister learned he hadn't awakened as a mecha controller and had no soul mecha, she generously sent him 10 billion federal coins to buy a mecha to play with. But she is merely a 5th grade potential mecha controller, and in the normal course of things, she can only reach the peak of 5th grade her whole life without a grand chance. It is undeniable that low-quality mechas level up slowly. So the world now is one of 2 extremes, the more talented mecha controllers grow faster, while the weaker ones grow slower. If he can get a washing marrow crystal stone from this girl, it would be quite a gain. Though he can't use it, he can give it to his sister. Zhou Yun may not have outstanding talent, but she is stunningly beautiful and has never lacked admirers since high school. At first, Zhou Hong and his wife could fend off those suitors for Zhou Yun. But after Zhou Yun went to the Divine Martial Academy, family meetings became less frequent, and no one knew how she was faring there. If they had this washing marrow crystal stone, Zhou Yun could break through her potential limitation and become a 6th grade mecha controller. It's a deal. Zhou Luo agreed without even thinking. A blazing flame dragon egg is just 2 people splitting it, eating less is no big deal, but his sister only has one. Sorry. I'm not a sister Khan, but I am a top-tier brother Khan. Hearing this, Yu Lingling smiled slyly, looking as if her scheme had succeeded. The 2 continued walking forward, discovering that the environment here was starting to resemble the original one. The further they walked, the lower the temperature became. Just as everything was calm, an angry beast roar and some mecha roaring came from outside. The 2 exchanged glances. It seems someone else is eyeing the blood demon jade. From the sound, there seemed to be quite a few of them, Zhou Luo said as he activated the War King glasses to investigate what was happening ahead. According to the information from the War King glasses, there was a massive battle energy explosion up ahead. Let's go! The mecha quickly raced over the blazing land, making loud bang. Bang, heavy footsteps. The 3 mechas moved swiftly. Not long after, they rushed out of the cave. In front of their eyes was a lava spirit snake towering over 70 to 80 meters, rampaging wildly. Nearby, some small mountains were crushed and collapsed, and they could even see the mechas on the ground fleeing to escape. Mystic Beast, Lava Spirit Snake. Level 33. Special skills, Lava Breath, Lava True Form. Status, Frenzied, Poisoned, Near Death. This situation was bad. Although the Lava Spirit Snake wasn't as terrifying as the 2-headed Spirit Snake he and Yu Lingling encountered, it made up for it with its higher level. These people were quite smart. They actually lured this monster out of the cave and poisoned it. Yu Lingling also saw several huge arrows embedded in the snake's body, and the poison had been fully injected into the spirit snake. Brother Luo, this lava spirit snake has been poisoned. It should be dying soon. I know, don't speak. The lava spirit snake, feeling its life force fading, naturally went into a violent frenzy. A heavenly opportunity, such battle energy, how could you fools not seize it? This was free battle energy, don't let it go to waste, even if it's only 10%. Thunder true form. A huge mysterious halo appeared in front of Zhou Luo and Fire Thunder, formed by thunder and flames, and the massive battle energy attracted everyone's attention. In the next moment, Fire Thunder, passing through the magic formation, appeared as an 80-meter-tall sky-piercing mech, dragging a 90-meter frost crescent blade, charging toward the lava spirit snake. In his true form, Fire Thunder felt his body filled with power. As he ran, the ground trembled, and the mechas moving quickly across the ground were lifted into the air. Damn it! He's going for the kill. He seems to have come out of the Blood Demon Cave, he must have taken the Blood Demon Jade. The fiery red mech, with purple golden lightning patterns, and it's a racing car, that's Zhou Luo. Damn it, how could it be this monster? We're doomed, our battle energy. The battle energy of a third-tier monster, even if divided among more than 10 people, was immense, but now they no longer had the right to divide it. Fire Thunder swung his sword at the lava spirit snake, and in an instant, the scales burst apart, blood dripping, the scene was terrifying. Roar! The lava spirit snake, seeing Fire Thunder come out of the cave, became even more violent. It no longer cared about its own life or death and frantically coiled around Fire Thunder. Its thick snake body wrapped around Fire Thunder's arms, and a fierce, terrifying head locked its gaze on Fire Thunder. Serpent-like monsters were truly difficult to deal with. Getting close to this thing, Fire Thunder couldn't even strike, there wasn't even a chance to swing his blade. Sorry, I still have a plasma cannon. Zhou Luo snorted coldly. A mechanical transformation sound rang out. Heavy cannon barrels appeared on Fire Thunder's shoulders, and even his fists turned into cannon barrels. The diameter of the barrels was as wide as 7 meters. The lava spirit snake opened its massive blood-red mouth, aiming to bite at Fire Thunder's head. Thunder pulse! Zhou Luo shouted. In an instant, 4 thunder energy pulses converged, and a thick lightning pulse cannon shot out, firing directly into the lava spirit snake's mouth, filling it completely. Zzzzz. Hiss. Whoosh. The thunder pulse cannon pierced through the lava spirit snake's body, its head already melted away by more than half, and its helpless snake body fell to the ground, still struggling. Chapter 40, Such an opportunity, how could you grasp it? Under the stunned gazes of everyone, a thin stream of battle energy poured into Fire Thunder's chest, while the rest of the battle energy dispersed in the air. Seeing this, everyone's hearts bled. Each one of them stared at Fire Thunder, their eyes bloodshot. Even though their hearts bled, they could only hold it in, not daring to show any dissatisfaction. They absolutely could not let Zhou Luo see the slightest hint of unhappiness. They were afraid Zhou Luo would drag his 90-meter-long blade toward them. Didn't they see that during the battle between Fire Thunder and the lava spirit snake, several nearby mountains had already been destroyed? Even the mad lava spirit snake, wrapped around the twin arms of Fire Thunder, couldn't kill Fire Thunder. This can only mean that Zhou Luo's strength has increased again, and he has even broken through to the 3rd tier. There must be some heaven-defying treasure in the Blood Demon Cave that Zhou Luo obtained. Within this blood-colored secret realm, Zhou Luo is invincible, and only the beasts of the secret realm can fight him. We, these small karami, dare not express our anger. Among the crowd, a man gripped the steering wheel tightly, his face cold as he stared at Fire Thunder, silently roaring in his heart, "Damn Zhou Luo, why are you everywhere? Why don't you just die?" The ones who messed things up were Yang Fan, who angrily slammed the steering wheel. Unable to calm down, he transformed directly into his mech form and walked toward Fire Thunder. Under the massive body of Fire Thunder, he looked like a tiny ant. Oh? Zhou Luo naturally noticed Yang Fan and the others. Humans are like this. As long as there is one leader who stands out, a group of troublemakers will follow. Zhou Luo, you're too shameless. As a 3rd-tier powerhouse, you actually steal kills. Do you know how long we've spent to achieve this? Yang Fan's voice, merged with the mech, echoed. His words acted like a fuse, sparking the resonance of everyone, including several second-year students. However, their level was only at the peak of the 2nd tier. Right. You're just a freshman. If you become an older student, you'd better apologize to us. We don't even need you to apologize. Just give us a few high-quality Blood Demon Jades. Several people looked completely at ease, making Zhou Luo laugh directly. What are you laughing at? Yang Fan and the others felt mocked, their expressions stiff. What am I laughing at? I'm laughing at how useless you are, laughing at how blind you are, laughing at how you dream in broad daylight. Zhou Luo didn't speak, but the doomsday evil god stepped out from behind Fire Thunder. You Lingling! Seeing this, Yang Fan gritted his teeth, his face twisted in anger as he pointed at Yu Lingling. You Lingling, you bitch, did you give your body to Zhou Luo, hoping he would take you into the blood demon cave? You Lingling's expression turned cold, a dangerous curve appeared at the corner of her mouth. Try saying that again. What about it? You can play with Zhou Luo, why don't you let us play with you too? Ha 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 ha. Several people laughed loudly. You're courting death. You Lingling's killing intent was chilling as she drew the death demon scythe from her back and slashed it toward Yang Fan. Yang Fan had already anticipated this and drew his weapon to clash with her. The two mechs collided, engaging in a tense battle. The thick battle energy exploded, spreading out in all directions. Indeed, Yu Lingling seemed dull and unremarkable in front of Zhou Luo, but she was one of the top 10 prodigies in Dragon Country. How could just anyone insult her? In the battle, the Doomsday Evil God's body released thick black smoke. This smoke seeped everywhere, eroding Yang Fan's mind. Yang Fan didn't realize that his mech's power was gradually weakening. In his heart, he roared, why? Why does a freshman have such powerful strength? Why can't I suppress her? Boom! The death demon scythe slashed into the chest of Yang Fan's mech, almost splitting it in half. Yang Fan's figure was already exposed. If it weren't for the academy rules, I'd kill you. Cold words escaped from Yu Lingling's mouth. Zhou Luo didn't expect that the agile and small Yu Lingling would have such terrifying killing intent. Looks like I underestimated this girl. Yang Fan, defeated by a freshman, had a storm raging in his heart. At this moment, despite being unwilling, he could only endure. His gaze turned toward the mech, which had been silently holding its sword the entire time. This mech had not spoken a word from the beginning to the end, quietly holding its large sword. Brother Meng, you can endure even this? They must have the blood demon jade in their hands, as long as you speak, they won't dare to refuse you. And this week, Luo is your father's student, so by right, he should still call you senior brother, don't you want to? Shut up, fool. Meng Ran pointed the knife at Yang Fan with one hand. Even though he was only at the peak of the second stage, his aura was overwhelming. If I can't get the blood demon jade, I can only say it's my fate, but if you want to use me as a tool, don't blame me for turning ruthless. Meng Ran's expression was indifferent. His strength was weaker than others, but although he was unwilling, he could only endure. But if you treat me as a tool, aren't you insulting my intelligence? This made Meng Ran furious, and he deeply regretted cooperating with Yang Fan and the others. Goodbye. Meng Ran, not good at words, greeted briefly before crushing the blood-colored token and leaving the blood-colored secret realm. Only Zhou Luo, Yu Lingling, and Yang Fan were left at the scene. After Meng Ran left, the people behind Yang Fan, who were like fence-sitters, began to have second thoughts. Brother Fong won't let you go, don't think that breaking through to the third stage is a good thing, prepare to face the crazy revenge of the senior students. Yang Fan still glared fiercely at Huoletang, then several people took out their blood-colored tokens and prepared to leave. You think you can leave just by saying harsh words? Isn't that a bit of a fantasy? Zhou Luo looked at the group below him with great interest. To be honest, he could crush these weaklings with just a step. Zhou Luo raised his foot and stomped, causing the ground to tremble violently. The blood-colored tokens in the hands of the group immediately fell, and this step seemed to crush their hearts. At this moment, the fear of facing a strong person could no longer be suppressed. The group collapsed on the ground, begging for mercy. Zhou Luo, we are all new students, we would never go against you, everything was just a moment of madness, please let us go, treat us like a fart. Yes, we were just trying our luck. I don't care about the others, but as for you. Zhou Luo's gaze landed on Yang Fan, kneel. A powerful aura was released, and Yang Fan couldn't withstand it and directly kneeled on the ground. His mecha was destroyed more than half. Without the protection of the mecha, how could he endure this power with just his battle armor? He quickly spoke up. Brother, father, grandfather, ancestor, I was wrong. Miss you, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have insulted you. This power was almost crushing his body, and it was no wonder he begged for mercy without hesitation. Such an opportunity is something you ants can have, but you couldn't seize it, get lost. As Zhou Luo finished speaking, Yang Fan and the others quickly crushed their blood-colored tokens and disappeared into the blood-colored secret realm. Huoletang also withdrew from his true form. Chapter 41, Xiong family, who understands? For my peanuts. It's almost time, I should leave. Zhou Luo turned around and looked at Yu Lingling. I also need to go back and comprehend the realm. Since my fighting level can't catch up with you, I must surpass you in the realm. Yu Lingling said seriously. You? Your knife intent isn't even perfected yet, and you think you can surpass me? Zhou Luo glanced at Yu Lingling. Confidence is good, but I suggest you find another goal. Huoletang raised his hand and crushed the blood-colored token to leave the secret realm. The Doomsday Evil God also crushed the blood-colored token and left. Entrance of the blood-colored secret realm at the War God Academy. Because the time flow in the secret realm is different from Blue Star, 2 days in the secret realm equates to 1 day on Blue Star, so by now, the sky of Blue Star was already approaching dusk. When Zhou Luo and Yu Lingling appeared, the people around them looked at them with strange eyes. They're out. They have the blood demon Jade. Could it be that Yu Lingling really sold her body? She doesn't look like it. Lower your voice, Zhou Luo has already reached the 3rd stage, his growth speed is just too fast, maybe in a few days, he will surpass us. It's just a shame for such a goddess. In the secret realm, breaking through to the 3rd stage and bullying others, truly a disgrace to the War God Academy. So what if you heard? If you're not convinced, come and fight. Listening to the whispers around her, Yu Lingling's face turned slightly ugly, while Zhou Luo remained expressionless beside her. Why do you have no reaction at all? Yu Lingling looked at Zhou Luo in confusion. What reaction is needed? A bunch of trash, no matter how much they slander, is just the powerless rage of ants. If I'm still a 3rd stage mech master in my sophomore year, I'd rather find a piece of tofu to crash my head against. Such uselessness to the extreme, the Battle God Academy is at least a world-class school. The teachers are indeed strong, but the students, haha. Zhou Luo scoffed with disdain, his indifferent gaze sweeping over the crowd, his eyes full of meaning. Still in your sophomore year and still a 3rd stage mech master, or even less than that, if you don't think of ways to improve yourself, you deserve to be trampled on by your peers. Those who can only crawl under the feet of the strong for their whole lives, no, saying they crawl is too kind, they should stand before the strong and see there's simply no place for them. Zhou Luo waved goodbye to Yu Lingling, but his voice continued to echo in the ears of the crowd. Several peak 2nd year students suddenly flushed with anger, feeling an immense sense of shame. Zhou Luo's words completely crushed the last straw in their hearts, the sound of their own shattered resolve ringing in their ears. One student immediately became listless, their spirit crushed. Maybe I should really leave the Battle God Academy. As a junior, I can't hold my head up at all, and I'm being crushed by the seniors, now the freshmen are a so-called platinum generation. Within a month, we'll be overtaken. Why should they? They can achieve what we take a year to accomplish in just 1 month. I'm leaving, I'm done. This student hadn't even entered the blood secret realm and left everyone with a sorrowful back. A few seniors beside them looked at the Battle God Academy badge in their hands, wanting to say something but faltering, ultimately leaving as well. The surrounding freshmen watched this all unfold in shock. Zhou Luo's few words shattered the morale of the 2nd year seniors, while the remaining freshmen felt dispirited, losing their direction. Perhaps a year later, their situation would be just like these seniors. In the void, 2 men watched everything calmly, as if the people below them were not students of the academy. There were no ripples in their eyes. These wastes should have rolled out long ago. Rather than lingering in the academy, they should go outside and fight, perhaps they can achieve something. After all, those who can enter the Battle God Academy aren't completely useless. You're right, if these freshmen can't get through this test, then they should all leave. My Battle God Academy doesn't need this kind of trash. The Battle God Academy is this extreme, even the teachers are this extreme. In their eyes, there are no weaklings, only enemies and the strong. Those who walk out of the Battle God Academy are either renowned or dead in the wild, there are no cowards. In the eyes of the two, this is a good test of one's inner demons. Get through it, and there's hope, fail, and you'll be eliminated. The two looked down with cold indifference, waiting for these people to make their choices. If it were another director here, they would surely guide them through this challenge. But coincidentally, these two are notoriously extreme in the Battle God Academy. Unless the principal can forcefully change their minds, even Deputy Principal Su Qingshan's personal presence would be of no use. After hearing Zhou Luo's words, Yu Lingling did not fall into her inner demon conundrum, instead, she benefited greatly. Right, why should I care about what others think? Why don't I just kill them all? Solving the problem from the root, I'm so clever. Yu Lingling gave them a deep look, then withdrew her gaze, leaving the place with a playful click of her high heels. On the road, Zhou Luo unexpectedly ran into Xiong and his teacher, Zhao Shanhe. At this moment, the injuries on Xiong's face had healed, and his combat level had returned to level 17. He would probably recover to his peak in just a few days, and perhaps even advance further. But Xiong's gaze toward Zhou Luo was a bit awkward, lacking the domineering CEO aura. Was he beaten into submission? Zhou Luo looked at Xiong in confusion, then turned his gaze to Zhao Shanhe. Student Zhou Luo greets teacher Xiao. Zhao Shanhe was also a level 3 mentor, like Mangle, with his own title, Butcher Zhao Shanhe. His most famous battle was when he single-handedly entered the 002 Wild Zone and killed 3 monsters of the same level, reportedly fighting for days and nights. After that battle, Zhao Shanhe was called Butcher. Only such a madman could have pushed Xiong to level 17 in one day. It was probably not going well for Xiong in the secret realm. You kid aren't bad, you're to my taste, it's a pity Mangle snatched you away, otherwise, I would definitely be your teacher. What the hell are you looking at, raise your head. Zhao Shanha said, slapping the back of Xiong Zhan's head. Xiong Zhan forced a smile that looked worse than crying, probably as a greeting to Zhou Luo. Family, who understands? This madman Zhao actually threw me into a beast group and said to test my limits. What the hell, I'm just a level 9 small Kalami, what limits do I have? But fortunately, this madman didn't divide my battle energy, although I know it was for my good. However, these past 2 days in the secret realm were definitely the most terrifying experience of my life, even worse than the shadow Zhou Luo cast on me. Xiong Zhan, for my peanuts. Chapter 42, The Charming Senior Mu Wanyun, the world's best cooking skills. Actually, Xiong Zhan had already prepared himself for Zhou Luo's mockery, but Zhou Luo didn't mock him. He simply greeted him and then left. This made Xiong Zhan confused. Wasn't Zhou Luo supposed to be arrogant? Did I approach him the wrong way? But it's fine, thankfully, I wasn't targeted by this madman, otherwise, I would have had to hide from him in embarrassment. Slap. Zhao Shanha slapped Xiong Zhan's head again. He said angrily, see? This is called vision, who told you to provoke him? I got it, Uncle Zhao, can you stop hitting my head? Xiong Zhan glanced at Zhao Shanha with a resentful look. He can't help it, who told you to have such a big crew cut? Zhao Shanha grinned widely and laughed. Zhao Shanha was actually an elder of the Xiong family, and half of the Xiong family members followed him. The Xiong family greatly acknowledged his strength, so they trusted him with teaching Xiong Zhan. The main reason was that Xiong Zhan was interested in Zhao Shanha's self-created skill, the mountain river breaking city axe. The mountain river breaking city axe was a skill Zhao Shanha developed after that battle. Although it was also a powerful move, this kind of self-created ultimate skill was known as a self-invented ultimate skill. Self-created ultimate skills have no rank, and the stronger the mecha master's strength, the greater the power it unleashes. If the head of the Xiong family used the mountain river breaking city axe, it would be a level 9 ultimate skill, extremely terrifying. The rarity of self-created ultimate skills is higher than that of mecha ultimate skills. At this moment, Zhou Luo had already returned to the Yi Wanyun villa. He found that the lights in the villa were on, and a silver-white fighter mecha was parked in the yard. Zhou Luo was puzzled. Could it be that my senior sister, who was training in the secret realm, has returned? Opening the door, Zhou Luo found a pair of black high-heeled shoes with red soles at the entrance, looking a bit small, sparking some imagination. Zhou Luo walked into the villa and immediately felt his blood boil when he saw the scene on the sofa. A woman was lazily lying on the sofa, with long golden hair, wearing a black bodycon skirt, her graceful figure fully exposed. She had slender, rounded legs wrapped in black stockings, and her feet were bare. Hiss. A seductress. Isn't this a direct invitation to commit a crime? Let me guess, is my junior back? Mu Wanyun's sexy red lips slightly parted, and a voice full of allure came from her mouth. Ahem, it's me, Zhou Luo, Sr. Zhou Luo coughed twice. At the end of the day, Zhou Luo was just an 18-year-old guy, at that age when blood boils and youthful energy is high. Seeing such a scene, it was difficult for him to remain unaffected. Mu Wanyun didn't turn around, but she could feel the sound of her junior's heartbeat. In fact, when Zhou Luo stepped into the villa courtyard, she already knew it was him. As for her teacher, Mangle, he wouldn't walk into the villa, he would only quietly appear in the yard and call her. I know you, my junior. You're quite famous, let me take a good look at you. Mu Wanyun stood up and elegantly walked over with her slender feet, a faint fragrance wafting toward Zhou Luo. Zhou Luo finally saw his senior's appearance. Damn! What kind of fate is this? First there was Liu Qingxue, then Yu Lingling, and now this seductive senior. Is it that a transmigrator must always be the protagonist? Even if I distance myself from Liu Qingxue, will trouble still follow me? Zhou Luo's senior was very beautiful, to what extent? He couldn't even describe it anymore. Anyway, if you look at her longer, you'll explode, and if you get closer, you'll melt. That kind of beauty. She was truly irresistible. Senior, you're a bit too close. Mu Wanyun didn't know if it was intentional, but they were so close that Zhou Luo could feel her orchid-like scent. He. I didn't expect my junior to be just like the other men outside. Don't you know to step back when someone gets this close? Zhou Luo's face darkened. You seductive woman, you tease me and then blame me for it. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. I'm Mu Wanyun, a second-year senior, and of course, I'm also Mangli's student. I'll be spending the last 2 years with you here. Mu Wanyun returned to normal, but the previous scene still echoed in Zhou Luo's mind. Shiquang, Zhou Luo. Teacher said you'd be back tonight, so I rushed back from the secret realm and thoughtfully prepared a dinner for you. Zhou Luo looked at Mu Wanyun with gratitude. He didn't expect to have a dinner waiting for him when he returned. The monster's meat in the secret realm was very nutritious, but no matter how good it was, it couldn't compare to homemade food. Thank you, Senior Mu, I'm really flattered. Mu Wanyun was already eager for Zhou Luo to try the feast she had prepared. Without any hesitation, she grabbed Zhou Luo's hand and led him to the dining table. When Zhou Luo reached the table, he saw something black and charred on the table, and his lips twitched. This wasn't dinner. This was even worse than Yu Lingling's charcoal cooking. Zhou Luo had no idea how Mu Wanyun had managed to make this in the kitchen. Junior Zhou, this is foie gras made from a third-tier peak-level monster, the blue blood goose. It's called grilled foie gras. This one is stir-fried pork with green peppers made from the front leg meat of a fourth-tier Titan pig. This is... Can you believe this black lump in front of you is foie gras? And this sticky mess, with no oil or moisture at all, is supposed to be stir-fried pork with green peppers? Sigh, okay, I know you're definitely disappointed. But I really put a lot of effort into it. It took more than an hour. Mu Wanyun sighed helplessly. She actually meant well and didn't intend to tease Zhou Luo, but she trusted her cooking skills too much. These can't be eaten. Zhou Luo picked up a piece of foie gras and felt it. All the energy inside had already disappeared, and all that was left was carcinogens. To cook the nutrients completely away and bring out all the carcinogens, Senior Mu's cooking skills are truly unique. Then I'll have the cafeteria deliver food. Mu Wanyun said helplessly. Does Senior still have any leftover ingredients? Zhou Luo asked. Yes, I bought a lot. Mu Wanyun stared blankly at Zhou Luo and blinked her beautiful eyes. Then never mind, watch me. Zhou Luo walked into the kitchen and found the scene of a battle. However, these were all child's play. Within half an hour, 3 dishes full of color, fragrance, and taste were placed on the table. Mu Wanyun immediately felt her appetite surge, unable to resist swallowing her saliva. She didn't expect that her junior, with such a natural talent, not only could change the weather but also had such cooking skills. She loved her junior so much. Mu Wanyun's eyes were filled with 2 hearts. Senior Mu, why are you staring at me? Let's eat. Zhou Luo felt uneasy under her gaze. Mu Wanyun nodded like a chick pecking at rice, then picked up her chopsticks and began eating. P.S. Mu Wanyun, famous for being a junior lover and especially fond of juniors with cooking skills, a sizzling goddess who embodies charm and allure. Chapter 43, Goal, First Step to Being the Number 1 in All Regions. After the meal, Zhou Luo finally escaped from the enchanting senior's grasp and returned to his room. He hadn't forgotten the strengthening plan that Meng Li had made for him. But now, he had something even more important to do, refine the Fire Thunder and Rapid Edge weapons. The Blaze Crystal Gold contains some Blaze Gold Fire. Blaze Gold Fire is also a type of extreme fire. However, Fire Thunder's fire attribute was already the extreme fire, and even though it absorbed the Blaze Gold Fire, it wouldn't get much of an improvement. Instead, refining their weapons was the most important. Zhou Luo entered the Battle King Hall, then used the combat energy from Fire Thunder and Rapid Edge to extract the extreme fire from the Blaze Crystal Fire. This was very easy for both of them. A few minutes later, a brilliant golden flame floated in front of the 3 of them. Despite only being a small cluster, it contained terrifying energy inside. If this flame exploded, it could turn all the buildings within a kilometer into ruins. Even the most advanced steel from human technology could only withstand it for a few seconds. Only powerful mechs could control it. The 2 of them directly infused this golden flame into their weapons. Fire Thunder and Rapid Edge's weapons, because of some years of wear and tear, never looked quite perfect. This refining might just make their weapons look brand new. Wait, I can also throw in the Blood Demon Jade. Zhou Luo figured, if he lost it, he lost it. High-quality Blood Demon Jade was of no use to him, so it was better to experiment and see if it would work. Anyway, Blaze Gold Fire is the ultimate fire, it can melt anything. He decided to go for it. Zhou Luo threw all the high-quality Blood Demon Jade into the fiercely burning flame. The flame churned and the space twisted. Soon, all the Blood Demon Jade melted into liquid. Under the guidance of the combat energy from Fire Thunder and Rapid Edge, the blood-red pure liquid all fused into their weapons. It works! Zhou Luo's expression brightened. He then threw a few more pieces of the finest Blood Demon Jade into the flame. Anyway, he had the Blood Demon Jade King, so he wasn't lacking in these. In an instant, the blood-red light grew even brighter. The entire Battle King Hall was filled with a seductive red glow. Half an hour later, the flames dissipated into the air, and suspended in the air were the brand new Frost Moon Saber and Storm Star Gun. The moment the weapon appeared, it unexpectedly flashed with a red light, and the blood-red glow hid within the weapon. The 2 weapons no longer showed any signs of wear, and became even sharper. They couldn't help but excitedly grip their weapons and casually twirl them, creating a chilling, cold-killing intent that spread out. My weapon has actually become heavier. Rapid Blade laughed loudly. Mine too, and it's a bit more convenient to handle than before. Fire Thunder didn't laugh as openly as Rapid Blade, his laughter was more mature and composed. Alright, you guys stay here in the War King Hall, I need to go into the virtual mech platform to fight. Zhou Luo said this and left the War King Hall directly. Ha! Why don't I see flying in a wheel? Fire Thunder scanned the surroundings and said in confusion. Ha 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 ha. That coward has already hidden away. Rapid Blade looked towards the statue of the Fire Wujia City Lord, more precisely, the statue's feet. Fire Thunder looked over, and sure enough, Flying Mo Will was peeking out sneakily from behind the statue. Rapid Blade, you talk too annoyingly, what do you mean by coward? I am the number 2 person in Time City, do you think I'd be afraid of mere fire? Flying Mo Will walked out from behind the statue with a totally unfeeling stride. Flying Mo Will knocked on Rapid Blade's big thigh in displeasure, causing both Rapid Blade and Fire Thunder to laugh loudly. He was just a small motorcycle and somewhat short, only reaching the height of their thighs. Laugh? Do you even have the face to laugh? As far as speed goes, among the entire motorcycle tribe and even the Beastman tribe, who else can compete with me, Flying Mo Wheel? Even reverse wind spin can only eat my dust behind me. You, Rapid Blade? You should practice some more. Flying Mo Will stuffed his hands in his pockets, completely oblivious to what a true opponent was, with an expression full of invincibility and arrogance. However, the next moment, he was lifted into the air by Rapid Blade with one hand. Rapid Blade, what are you doing? A gentleman uses words, not fists. Flying Mo Wheel was horrified, flailing his limbs in the air. Go! Rapid Blade threw Flying Mo Wheel into the air with force. To his surprise, Flying Mo Will countered with a move, descending from the sky with his feet. A deep sound echoed in the War King Hall. Watch me! 9 heavens thundered double foot stomp. Dehong! A crisp sound rang out. Flying Mo Will stomped on Rapid Blade's shoulder with both feet, then leaped up and rapidly transformed midair before disappearing in a flash. The War King Hall space was incredibly large, so Flying Mo Will felt fearless. Flying Mo Will had the nerve to step on Rapid Blade, provoking this grudge-holding handsome guy. You could only say that Flying Mo Wheel was truly impressive. Flying Mo Wheel, stop right there. Rapid Blade, furious and embarrassed, shouted loudly and transformed into a police car to chase after him. Fire Thunder chuckled upon seeing this. He knew that Rapid Blade wouldn't harm Flying Mo Wheel. Flying Mo Wheel, apart from not having stomped on him, reverse wind spin, and breaking heaven ice, had stomped on nearly every motorcycle warrior. He turned around and looked at the statue of Fire Wujie, his eyes growing deeper. Master, can you be resurrected in this world? The War King Hall was lively, while at this moment, Zhou Luo had already put on a virtual helmet and entered the virtual mech platform. Though this place was virtual, the experience felt no different from reality. Even drinking water and eating had a real sensation. One could only say that the Universal Mech Company was incredibly powerful. In the first-level net domain, all were first-level mech controllers. Even high-level mech controllers, when they came here, would have their strength suppressed to first level. Moreover, this place wasn't just a simple arena, it was a fully constructed virtual base city, about the same scale as Tsunlan Base City. Since Zhou Luo had not yet been ranked, he could freely enter the first-level net domain. In reality, his strength had already reached third level. I am already the top of Tsunlan Base City. My goal is to be the top of other base cities. Only by defeating them can I truly dominate the first-level net domain as number 1. This is why Zhou Luo is already number 1, and why no strong person has come knocking on his door. Because in their view, the first in a base city, although powerful, is not indispensable. But if someone is the number 1 across the entire network domain, that's something different. The threshold of their house would be broken down. Zhou Luo entered the Virtual Universe Company building and walked up to a window. Hello, I need to open my account to the full domain. I want to engage in a first-stage full domain match battle. Zhou Luo said, instinctively glancing at the ranking reward standards. The reward for being first in Kanglan Base City was only 10 billion Federation coins, the money he had earned here. But the reward for being first in the first stage full domain is Holy Spirit Liquid. The Holy Spirit Liquid can extend the user's life by 10 years. The Universe Mech Company is really generous. Alright, Mr. Zhou, your account has been opened. Enjoy your battle time. Chapter 44, The Conditions for Forming the Realm, Mu Wanyun's Mysterious Smile. The next morning, the sound of mecha clashing echoed in the yard. But upon closer inspection, it was Fire Thunder and Zhou Luo being beaten up in one-sided fashion. Zhou Luo, who had clearly been able to withstand 5 strikes yesterday, became a one-hit wonder today. This old bastard is actually toying with him like this. Good kid. You've actually broken through to the 3rd stage. The moment he faced Zhou Luo, Meng Li sensed his combat level. His strength, speed, and defense were more than 10 times stronger than yesterday, clearly indicating a 3rd stage breakthrough. What surprised Meng Li the most was that Fire Thunder's weapon was occasionally emitting a fierce killing intent, attempting to invade his mind. Kid, I have to say, you're truly a monster. Ordinary geniuses can reach the peak of the mortal realm before entering university, and top talents might even reach the initial or mid-stage of the power realm, but you, this monster, cannot be understood by normal logic. At only 18 years old, your sword intent is perfect, infinitely close to forming a realm. At your current stage, even if you train every day, you still cannot form your own realm. The Demon Blade Master finished speaking and placed his blood-red long sword on his back. Meng Li's figure separated from the mecha and landed on the ground. Zhou Luo also separated from Fire Thunder. However, unlike the Demon Blade Master, who lacked control and had lifeless eyes as if dead, Fire Thunder's eyes were bright and full of life. Though standing still and silent, he seemed incredibly mysterious. Just take it as you're praising me, teacher. But how can I form my own realm? The realm, as the name implies, is a state formed by one's own comprehension. A mech master with a realm can crush those without one, even being able to fight multiple enemies at once. In one's own realm, one is invincible, unless faced with an even more powerful being. Like this, even if Meng Li suppressed his level to match Zhou Luo's, Zhou Luo still could not resist Meng Li. His sword technique descended like a storm, pressing Zhou Luo to the point where he couldn't breathe. To form your own realm, you must meet two conditions. Meng Li's expression was solemn as he turned and slowly extended two fingers. Zhou Luo slightly nodded. 1. The perfection of the power realm. 2. Unity of man and machine. Only with these two basic conditions can you have the foundation to form your own realm, but it still doesn't guarantee success. If I'm not mistaken, you should have already achieved the unity of man and machine, so you truly are a monster. Zhou Luo's face darkened. He strongly suspected that Meng Li was insulting him, but he couldn't find any proof. So, what should I do, teacher? Fight. At the villa entrance, Mu Wanyun stepped out with her long, curvy legs. That's right, it's fighting, but it's a life and death battle. The human body is very mysterious, most of its potential lies hidden deep within. Normally, it cannot be triggered, but once faced with life or death, the body will unleash immense potential. With the help of this mysterious force, in a specific environment, the state of mind can be achieved. Meng Li glanced at Mu Wanyun and then withdrew his gaze. Zhou Luo nodded seriously. Between life and death, in a specific environment. Kid, I want you to reach the middle stage of the third level within 3 months, then challenge the leaderboard and enter the top 1000 in the third level, as well as be at the top of the second and first level leaderboards. After 3 months, there will be other arrangements. After finishing speaking, Meng Li left, leaving in a clean and decisive manner. This old man really doesn't want to let me rest at all. 3 months is a whole semester, and then there are still more arrangements? Zhou Luo felt exhausted. That's how the teacher is. Although it looks like he's squeezing you dry, he's actually not wrong. He is indeed squeezing you because you are such a monster. Mu Wanyun, with eyes as clear as autumn waters, looked at Zhou Luo. Her fiery gaze made Zhou Luo feel a little uneasy. With you, the monster junior, I have to start a new round of cultivation. Don't let me get overtaken by you on the challenge board. Mu Wanyun quietly moved closer to Zhou Luo as she spoke. I don't want to face you, this freak. She exhaled a fragrance like orchids right in front of Zhou Luo's face. You guys? At this moment, a sweet and clear voice came from the gate of the courtyard. Mu Wanyun blinked her eyes and distanced herself from Zhou Luo. Zhou Luo turned his head and saw Yu Lingling standing at the door, looking obedient. What are you doing here? Of course. Yu Lingling had a faint smile at the corner of her mouth, her eyes looking down at Zhou Luo's lower body, the egg. Zhou Luo smiled knowingly. So, this girl was eyeing the blazing flame Xiao dragon egg. The dragon egg contains pure energy. Although it exploded a bit, it can still fully temper the body of a mech master. When a mech master first awakens, without undergoing cleansing and strengthening, even if their battle level rises, their physical body is not so monstrous. To temper the body, external forces are required. The essence inside the dragon egg is one such external force. Although it's only at the third level, it is still a rare treasure. Only when the body is strong enough can it withstand more damage with the help of the battle armor. First, tell me the news, and then I'll deal with the dragon egg. Dragon egg? Mu Wanyun was surprised upon hearing this. She didn't expect her little junior to be so impressive, able to get a dragon egg. Yu Lingling, focused on how to get Zhou Luo to speak, only then turned her attention to Mu Wanyun. Mu Wanyun had a senior badge from the War God Academy on her chest, obviously a senior. Hello, senior, my name is Yu Lingling. Yu Lingling chuckled awkwardly, as it seemed she had just ignored the other person. Hello, junior, I am Mu Wanyun. Mu Wanyun glanced at Yu Lingling and Zhou Luo, seemingly guessing something. Senior, here's the thing. This blazing flame Jiao dragon egg was discovered by us at the core of the Blood Demon Cave. It should be the offspring of a Jiao dragon, but for some reason, the Jiao dragon is not in the nest. Senior, would you like to taste the flavor of the dragon egg? Zhou Luo took out the dragon egg. Mu Wanyun raised an eyebrow when she saw it. It was indeed a blazing flame Xiao dragon egg, perfectly preserved and full of pure energy. Yu Lingling, seeing this, gritted her teeth in anger. To taste it, she had to pay with cleansing crystal stones, while Zhou Luo was just casually offering it. Eat, eat, eat. What's so great about her, just bigger bones and taller? What's so special? That thing is not as impressive as me. Humph. Hee thanks for the kind offer, Junior, but the dragon egg is good, but only at the 3rd level. I am already at the 4th level, so the dragon egg's effect on me is negligible. However, it's a great thing for you guys. I suggest steaming it, this way it tastes better and is more delicious. You two should enjoy it later. Senior, I'm not worthy. Mu Wanyun looked at Zhou Luo and Yu Lingling meaningfully. When she saw Yu Lingling's petite body, hundreds of possible moves flashed in her mind. She should be able to handle it. It should be fine. The junior is not bad. Mu Wanyun couldn't help but smile and quickly hurried into her room. Chapter 45, Yu Lingling, I don't care, you have to be responsible for me. First, tell me about the marrow cleansing crystal stone, and then I'll steam the dragon egg. Look, I've prepared all the equipment. Zhou Luo pointed at the cooking equipment neatly arranged on the side. Yu Lingling gave Zhou Luo a contemptuous look upon hearing this. You clearly want to keep it all to yourself. If I hadn't come to find you, you would have already eaten it all. Yu Lingling's face, full of collagen, puffed up with anger. The little thing is quite cute. Zhou Luo gave an awkward smile. You're quite clever, huh? Tell me the news first, otherwise, how would I know if you're lying to me? No way. I don't trust your character. We'll eat first, then I'll tell you the news. The two stared at each other, neither willing to give in. Seeing Yu Lingling gritting her teeth, as if she were about to pounce, Zhou Luo was still a bit scared of this girl. Alright, let's eat first. If you dare lie to me afterward, don't blame me for being ruthless. Yu Lingling showed a look of indifference. After all, once they ate, time couldn't be rewound. What would she care? This young lady would just take everything for herself. In no time, Zhou Luo finished cooking the dragon egg. The high-end ingredients only required the simplest cooking method. Even though the shell was still on, a fragrant aroma spread through the yard, making it hard to resist swallowing. Mu Wanyun on the 2nd floor excitedly watched the scene. Really steaming it? Maximizing the medicinal effect? If she wasn't mistaken, that dragon egg should be a blaze flame dragon egg. Blaze flame dragon eggs have some defects. The essence in the dragon egg causes violent behavior. This is because it carries the primal desires of the dragon's father. Steaming is the best way to preserve the dragon egg's nutrients, but it also amplifies the primal desires. She just mentioned it casually, but who would have thought that the juniors would trust her so much? She thought that Yu Lingling and Zhou Luo knew the characteristics of the blaze flame dragon egg. They're eating 1 egg each, those young comrades are really something. Mu Wanyun looked at the two of them devouring the dragon egg and couldn't help but laugh. In the yard. The two of them, full, lay on chairs digesting the energy inside their bodies. The energy from the dragon egg was very pure, and it started to take effect inside them. They both felt their bodies becoming very hot, with their skin tingling, as though they were about to split. Damn! Yu Lingling, is the dragon egg's effect really that amazing? This should only be a 3rd-tier dragon egg. Zhou Luo felt his blood circulating throughout his body, and his skin looked a bit flushed. Who knows? I don't care about these things. Why are you talking so much? If you can eat it, just eat it, alright? Yu Lingling gripped the chair tightly with both hands. Minutes passed, and Zhou Luo felt like a boiled shrimp, nearly suffocating, while Yu Lingling seemed unresponsive. Suddenly, a sound came from beside Zhou Luo's ear, and he opened his eyes wide. This was a shocking sight. Yu Lingling's eyes were red, and she was taking off her clothes, crawling towards Zhou Luo like an octopus. What's going on? Don't come over. Zhou Luo suddenly realized that the blaze flame dragon egg had a problem. Seeing the situation turning dangerous, Zhou Luo quickly picked up Yu Lingling and threw her into the room. Just as he was about to open the door, he found it was locked from the outside. Junior, what are you doing? With your strength, you could indeed absorb the dragon egg. You also have to endure immense pain. Mu Wanyun's voice came from outside, her meaning was self-evident. At this moment, Yu Lingling on the bed pounced on him like a zombie. Senior sister, you deceived me. A great battle was about to break out. Mu Wanyun clapped her hands and, with an excited expression, walked into the yard, lazily lying on a chair and letting the cool breeze blow. Half an hour passed. Mu Wanyun calmly took a sip of water. An hour passed. Mu Wanyun's expression was unusual. 2 hours passed. There was no sign of Mu Wanyun in the yard anymore. In the room, Yu Lingling and Zhou Luo stared at each other. Yu Lingling couldn't believe what was happening, and she pulled the blanket over her head. She couldn't help but sob. Don't cry, who knew that the dragon egg was problematic? Even I couldn't handle it. The usually arrogant Zhou Luo was now at a loss. You definitely knew. Yu Lingling said in a delicate voice. How could I know? But my senior sister definitely knew. Zhou Luo suddenly realized why Mu Wanyun didn't eat the dragon egg. He really thought the dragon egg was useless to her. I don't care, I'm sticking with you for this life, you have to take responsibility. Suddenly, Yu Lingling stopped crying, her large watery eyes fixed on Zhou Luo. Okay, I'll take responsibility, but could you first tell me about the marrow cleansing crystal? Zhou Luo scratched his head, wondering how he got into this mess. How did he come to the God of War Academy and end up with a wife for old Zhou and sister Xiong? You're still thinking about your marrow cleansing crystal. Yu Lingling picked up a pillow and threw it at Zhou Luo, her aura suddenly erupting. Zhou Luo caught the pillow steadily and smiled slightly. I know you have a sister, so let me tell you, the reward for being number 1 on the challenge list is the marrow cleansing crystal. Yu Lingling narrowed her eyes like a crescent moon. No, what you said is as good as not saying anything. When the challenge starts, won't we find out then? Zhou Luo immediately felt like he had been scammed but couldn't figure out what was wrong. Just say if it's the marrow cleansing crystal information, okay? This is called information disparity, do you understand? Yu Lingling smiled proudly, but as she made this move, she immediately winced in pain. Information disparity, I'll show you what information disparity is. Zhou Luo transformed into a giant beast, pouncing on Yu Lingling under her terrified gaze. Outside the blue star, in the vast, boundless, and immense starry sky, there stood a massive star city. The strong warriors of the Yu family's main line were almost all stationed here. Inside the palace, an elderly man, sturdy and with a rugged face, his head full of white hair, sat steadily in the upper seat. Though his age was advanced, his eyes were still sharp. He sat there, exuding the oppressive aura of someone in a higher position. Below him stood a few men dressed extraordinarily, any one of whom, if sent to Blue Star, could shake the world with a simple step. Yu Yuan, I heard you blocked Lingling's information account? What are you trying to do? The elder's voice was calm, but it exploded like a bomb in Yu Yuan's mind. The questioning tone was unmistakable. It was clear that the elder was very displeased with Yu Yuan's actions. Father, stop spoiling Lingling, she's still young and dares to defy me. When she grows up, how will it be? Yu Yuan explained helplessly. Your meaning? What does your meaning matter? The elder angrily scolded, his muscular arm suddenly smashing onto the metal chair with a loud bang that echoed through the palace. Go! Quickly lift the block on Lingling's account, I'm still alive, who dares disrespect my granddaughter? Why are you being so careful with her? As long as I'm alive, Lingling can act however she likes. He had already been taken advantage of by some unknown kid. After training their bodies, Zhou Luo and Yu Lingling tidied up the room and walked out. Yu Lingling, being a mech master, had great recovery abilities. After absorbing the energy from the dragon egg, Zhou Luo felt that his strength had increased by at least 20%. As for how strong his body had become, he still didn't know. Yu Lingling still looked at Zhou Luo with a resentful gaze. Yesterday, it was still a rumor, but now it had turned out to be true. Zhou Luo pinched Yu Lingling's soft waist and smiled, but Yu Lingling rolled her eyes at him. At that moment, a silver-white fighter jet cut through the sky and slowly descended into the courtyard. Mu Wanyun stepped out of the jet, wearing high heels. Seeing the smiling Mu Wanyun, Yu Lingling's face turned red. At this moment, she didn't know how to face her senior. If it weren't for the senior, perhaps after graduation, she and Zhou Luo wouldn't have much contact. But now it was different. Now she could openly be with Zhou Luo, openly ask for guidance on controlling mechas, and even suppress Zhou Luo under her. Looking at her senior's smiling face, her delicate face instantly turned bright red, even her ears were flushed. She looked so cute that it made people want to bite her. Senior. Zhou Luo smiled as if nothing was wrong. I bought some ingredients, Zhou Jr., you cook lunch. It's also a good chance to help you Junior recover. Upon hearing this, Yu Lingling just wanted to find a hole in the ground and hide. I asked the teacher to give you a day off. After tomorrow, your plan officially begins, but be mindful, Junior. Mu Wanyun's voice was still as seductive as ever. But at this moment, Zhou Luo, having entered sage mode, was immune to most of it. Thank you, senior. So it turns out his senior had asked the teacher for leave for him. Although the senior liked to tease him, she cared for him in life, just like his sister, Zhou Yun. In the afternoon, Yu Lingling humbly asked Zhou Luo how to achieve the state of mech and human unity, and also asked him to guide her with her swordsmanship. Happy times are always short. The two of them spent half a day together, which made Mu Wanyun feel very uncomfortable inside. Late at night. Zhou Luo glanced at the person resting on her shoulder. Yu Lingling's lips still had a happy smile, and she was sleeping soundly. Since they had already broken through the last barrier, Yu Lingling didn't return to her villa. The moonlight fell on Yu Lingling's cheek, making her look as beautiful as a moon goddess. It's time to enter the War King Hall and awaken the new mech warrior. Zhou Luo silently communicated with the War King order and entered the War King Hall. Yu Lingling wasn't disturbed, not even reacting at all. Fire Thunder, Rapid Edge, and Flying Mo will saw Zhou Luo's figure and actively approached him. Master, are we going to awaken our comrade? I saw the statue of Li Yuanba tremble yesterday. I think the next one should be Li Yuanba. Li Yuanba? My personal bodyguard, ha ha ha. Flying Mo will laughed out loud as he placed his hands on his hips. With Li Yuanba, he wanted to see how Rapid Edge would deal with him. Li Yuanba, huh? Zhou Luo murmured. The group quickly arrived at the statue in the War King Hall. Sure enough, Li Yuanba's statue had already shattered, waiting for Zhou Luo's activation to awaken him. Mech Warrior, transform. Zhou Luo raised the War King order. The next moment, the entire War King Hall began to shake violently, with pieces of stone falling and dissipating into the air, revealing the massive, rugged mech body. This kind of change didn't even happen when Fire Thunder and Rapid Edge were activated. Ha! Li Yuanba roared, and all the stones covering his body were shattered. He moved his broad feet, making the entire ground tremble. One can imagine how solid his body is. His body continued to shrink until it was about the same height as Hua Leitang and the others, but his body was twice the size of Hua Leitang and Jisoo Fong, quite a bit bigger. That huge shovel, no one would want to be hit by it. Li Yuanba, greetings to the master. Li Yuanba's golden eyes flickered as he respectfully knelt on one knee to pay his respects. Li Yuanba, please get up quickly. With your assistance, it's like adding wings to a tiger. Zhou Luo laughed twice. For attacks, he has Hua Leitang, for agility he has Jisoo Fong, for strength he has Li Yuanba, and for escape he has Fei Maluan. He truly did not know how those geniuses could fight against him. Mecha, Li Yuanba. Level 1. Special move, not comprehended. Evaluation, he is a loyal warrior from the strongman family, his personality is kind, easygoing, and he yearns for simplicity. Never try to anger this honest warrior, or you will understand what strength means. Famous quote, I love peace, if you don't let me have peace, I will turn you into a nuclear wasteland. Zhou Luo couldn't help but twitch his mouth when he saw Li Yuanba's famous quote. Can it be like this? Are you serious? Hua Leitang's quote was still normal, but Jisoo Fong and Li Yuanba's quotes were simply outrageous. Hua Leitang, your battle levels are so high, Li Yuanba chuckled with his honest smile, the huge shovel scratched his head. It's hard to imagine how Li Yuanba controls the shovel so precisely. Hee, Li Yuanba, by tomorrow your battle level will rapidly rise. We'll let you fly high. Jisoo Fong lifted his head. The battle energy they gained is shared, and when Hua Leitang absorbs energy, both Jisoo Fong and Li Yuanba will also rise together. If Jisoo Fong and Hua Leitang trigger a double-headed hunt, then it's double experience. Double battle energy is enough to make Li Yuanba fly high. Li Yuanba, what level do you think I am? Fei Maluan suddenly jumped out, flamboyantly revealing his battle level. It's hard to imagine that this non-combat robot has such a strong battle energy, appearing to surpass the three great kings of battle in the Battle King world. Perhaps Hu Shatian would go crazy and chase after Fei Maluan. Impressive, Fei Maluan. From now on, I'll rely on you to protect me. Li Yuanba knew Fei Maluan wanted compliments, and he also liked to lift others up, neglecting to express himself. This is a typical honest and simple character. Fei Maluan was very happy to be affirmed by Li Yuanba, even showcasing his new skill after breaking through to the third tier. A thick cannon tube appeared on top of his head, even thicker than Hua Leitang's Thunder Pulse cannon. What is this? Jisoo Fong looked at Fei Maluan with confusion. This is my new special move. 3-star linked laser cannon, one shot, and even a third-tier monster can only defend with full strength. But unfortunately, I only have one chance to shoot, and it requires charging. My battle energy can't compare to you all. Fei Maluan lowered his head in disappointment. He actually wanted to fight alongside Hua Leitang and the others, but unfortunately, he was born unsuitable for combat. Fighting up close with others would only be a delivery of food. Very impressive, Fei Maluan. Our long-range weapon system can't compare to you, Jisoo Fong seriously acknowledged him this time without mocking. Chapter 47, Li Yuanba will give you a surprise. One night passed without a word. Morning. Zhou Luo and Yu Lingling had now dressed in their battle armor, with Yu Lingling's silver battle armor replaced by Mu Wanyun's 4th-tier battle armor. This was borrowed from Mu Wanyun by Zhou Luo, who didn't expect Mu Wanyun to be so generous, directly gifting a new gilded battle armor to Yu Lingling. This battle armor was her monthly reward for the challenge ranking. Every month, it's either mechs, herbs, or crystal stones. These things hardly serve any purpose for Mu Wanyun. Brother Luo, I will try my best to become stronger. Anyway, I will catch up to you. Yu Lingling's delicate face looked at Zhou Luo, her eyes revealing a firm will. Don't push yourself too hard. You are already outstanding. Isn't everything fine as long as I'm here? By the way, when you go to the Blood Secret Realm, I'll give you a mech to bring along. It can protect you when necessary. Ha? Yu Lingling was incredibly confused. Did Zhou Luo not know that mechs from others can't be used by other mech masters? Unless they rob the mech. And, mechs above tier 3 are not allowed to enter the Blood Secret Realm. Yu Lingling thought Zhou Luo was going to give him the Rapid Edge. No need, Brother Luo. The Rapid Edge can only show its maximum combat power when it's with you. You really knew all along. Of course, did you really think the ice skill granted by my Apocalypse Evil God is useless? Yu Lingling raised her head high. I never said I would give you the Rapid Edge and Thunderstrike, though. Come out, Li Yuanba. As Zhou Luo's voice fell, a spacetime crack appeared in the yard. A deep yellow mech, with heavy steps, walked out from the spacetime crack. Li Yuanba greets the mistress. Li Yuanba respectfully kneeled halfway on the ground, and the entire yard trembled. This. Yu Lingling's cheeks turned red from being called mistress, and she was utterly shocked by the existence of Li Yuanba. Because she could tell that this was also a mech that no one was driving, and like the Rapid Edge, it could speak on its own. This was definitely not a mech that could be bought. A shocking word appeared in her mind. Innate tier 3 mech. Yu Lingling said nothing, while Li Yuanba still knelt halfway on the ground. Get up quickly. Yu Lingling came back to her senses and looked at Zhou Luo's mysterious smile, completely numb now. I don't care if it's a tier 2 or tier 3 mech, as long as my man is strong, it's fine. Lingling, Li Yuanba is only at level 1, but he will give you a pleasant surprise. Zhou Luo gently wrapped his arm around Yu Lingling's delicate waist and whispered. Ma'am. Yu Lingling involuntarily leaned in. She asked nothing, said nothing. She was a smart woman. After a long while, their lips parted. Li Yuanba was also temporarily stored in Yu Lingling's mech space. Zhou Luo headed toward the Fallen Secret Realm, while Yu Lingling went toward the Blood Secret Realm. In another yard at the War God Academy, it wasn't as luxurious as where Zhou Luo lived, because the owner here was not as strong as Mangle, and the students living here were not as good as Zhou Luo. Brother Fong is like this. If it weren't for Zhou Luo, I would have brought the Blood Demon Jade to you. Yang Fan respectfully stood to the side, head lowered as he reported. This Zhou Luo is really a damn little bastard. Not only did he cripple my brother, but now he dares to go against me. How can I bear this? Fong Tian stood up, his face dark with rage. Yeah, Brother Fong, why not take advantage of the fact that this kid is still at the early stage of tier 3, and you can personally get rid of him? Anyway, if he dies in the Fallen Secret Realm, it doesn't matter. Yang Fan chuckled ominously. Dog thing, does he really think Fong Tian is afraid of him? Where is that bastard now? Fong Tian had completely forgotten his father's advice at this moment. He believed what Yang Fan said made sense. Zhou Luo was growing too fast. He had only awakened not long ago, and now he was already at tier 3. He would probably soon catch up to his level. Hesitation and indecision would only lead to trouble. It would be better to strike first and kill Zhou Luo swiftly, ending everything in one blow. The most important thing was that Zhou Luo must have obtained an incredible treasure after coming out of the Blood Demon Cave, or his combat level wouldn't have increased so fast. If he could get this opportunity, maybe he would break through to tier 4. Charge into that challenge leaderboard. Brother Fong, Zhou Luo has already entered the Fallen Secret Realm. We have the advantage of time, location, and people on our side. Yang Fan's eyes brightened as he quickly said. Very good. My father has always been a tier 3 mecha master in a small base city. His vision is still too narrow. It's time for me, Fong Tian, to lead the Fong family to glory. Fong Tian thought about how Zhou Luo kneeled before him and begged for mercy, and couldn't help but laugh. With Brother Fong's strength, taking down Zhou Luo will be a piece of cake. As a bootlicker, Yang Fan couldn't help but flatter him at this moment. Call a few people to go with me into the Fallen Secret Realm. By the way, also bring some tier 3 senior students. Fong Tian suddenly said. For safety's sake, it's better to bring more people in case the situation goes wrong, so they can escape. Brother Fong, do I have to go too? I'm only tier 2, going into the Fallen Secret Realm, it's too dangerous. Yang Fan suddenly became timid. With his strength, even encountering a beast or monster in the secret realm would be hard to handle. The Fallen Secret Realm is a big stage for Tier 3 and above. Someone like him, a small fry, would be cannon fodder in there. He might even die in the Fallen Secret Realm. It's better to stay in the God of War Academy. Do you dare not go? Fong Tian squinted his eyes, his gaze as sharp as a sword shooting at Yang Fan. Yang Fan shuddered, then nodded quickly like a chick pecking at rice. I'll go. I'll definitely be the vanguard. Although Fong Tian was only at the peak of Tier 3, he was Yang Fan's support. If he offended Fong Tian, his fate would definitely be miserable. 10 minutes later, Fong Tian led a group into the Fallen Secret Realm, more than 10 people in total, including 7 or 8 Tier 3 mid-level and late-stage experts, the rest all at Tier 2 peak. Led by Fong Tian, a Tier 3 peak mecha master. The God of War Academy is so vast that the entry of over 10 people into the Fallen Secret Realm didn't attract any attention. At this moment, Zhou Luo appeared in a ruined city filled with a terrible stench and murderous intent. This city was even more dilapidated than the county cities in the wilderness area, with traces everywhere of being ravaged by beasts. There's even a county city in the secret realm. This is like a small knife stabbing my butt. I'm seeing this with my own eyes. Zhou Luo looked around in surprise. In the Fallen Secret Realm, not only are there ruined county cities, but also beautiful elves and goblins. A disdainful voice came from beside him. Zhou Luo turned his head and found 7 or 8 people hiding in the shadows. Among them were both men and women. Looking at the badges on their chests, they were from the Sky Academy. Those who can enter the Fallen Secret Realm are mostly Tier 3 and above, which made Zhou Luo become alert. After all, the Fallen Secret Realm is not like the Blood Secret Realm. One belongs to this academy, and the other belongs to all academies nationwide. Killing and looting are common. Chapter 48, Sun and Moon Shine Together, Blood Moon Crazy Gun. Junior sister, this kid is obviously new to the Fallen Secret Realm, why bother saying so much to him? One of the men became a bit displeased, as if his things were being snatched away. Hearing this, Zhou Luo frowned, but he didn't take it to heart and was about to leave. He had just turned around when the man's voice came again from behind. Leaving without saying goodbye, isn't that rude? Are you a friend of the God of War Academy? This time, Zhou Luo couldn't bear it anymore. Name, Stunt Double. Level 33. Mecha, unknown. Special move, unknown. Earlier, when he was in the cafeteria, he was able to detect Xiong Zhan's mecha because there was a lot of information about him online. And Xiong Zhan's information was also registered at the academy. So, the War King glasses were able to analyze Xiong Zhan's details, but for this stunt double, the War King glasses could only analyze his name and battle level. Everything else was unknown. But that was enough. He glanced around and found that the remaining few were all at the early stage of the 3rd level. Zhou Luo truly had no idea why these people were so overbearing. Moreover, it wasn't Zhou Luo who approached them, it was the woman who took the initiative to disturb him. Zhou Luo didn't know whether it was because she wanted to show off in front of others or for some other reason. Now that he wanted to leave, this person, acting as if something was wrong with her brain, wouldn't let him go. It reminded him of Fong Feiyang from before. Is your brain not fully developed? Zhou Luo showed no mercy, offering no respect to him. Just trash from Xiong Academy. What did you say? The man's temper was fiery and explosive. Without a second word, he summoned his mech and pointed his weapon at Zhou Luo. The others around him also saw this and entered their mechs, taking combat stances. Zhou Luo showed an excited smile. The Fallen Secret Realm was great, the Fallen Secret Realm was coming. I've decided not to leave. I'll take your trash combat energy. Zhou Luo summoned Fire Thunder and entered the control mode. I thought you were so impressive, but you're just a little rookie who has just entered the 3rd level, the man laughed after sensing Zhou Luo's aura. I've long been disgusted with your War God Academy. Damn it, let's kill this kid. Zhou Luo then realized why they had such hostility towards him from the start. It wasn't because of him, but because of the damn War God Academy. Okay, I misunderstood you. Your brains have fully developed, Zhou Luo said. Damn. In an instant, the group engaged in battle, and various combat energies erupted, drawing the attention of the secret realm beasts in the county. Zhou Luo wielded the Frost Crescent blade with all his might, and with a bang, he cleaved the leading man's weapon in two. Then, with extremely terrifying control, Fire Thunder smoothly struck 3 times in the blink of an eye. The first strike caused the man's mech to spark violently. The second nearly split him in half. After 3 strikes, his mech could no longer hold up and was torn into 2 halves. The man's body was also split into 2. After absorbing the combat energy, Fire Thunder became even fiercer. Under Zhou Luo's ultimate control, it executed a chain lightning half-moon slash. Even if they were a few levels higher than Zhou Luo, so what? But after a few strikes, they turned into Zhou Luo's combat energy. Wrapped in combat energy, Fire Thunder seemed to be in a war motion, and with a pop, its internal seal was once again broken, and the combat level officially reached level 31. Zhou Luo's level up had no restrictions, but conversely, the combat energy he needed was also massive. The multiple levels of experience seemed to be in place to balance this. The small group was left with only the girl who spoke at the beginning. Her mech held a battle sword, and upon closer inspection, the mech's arm was trembling violently. Clearly, the girl had been scared silly. Perhaps this was the first time she had encountered such a situation. Inside the cockpit, her eyes were wide, her pupils shaking, and her breathing was heavy and rapid. Just a moment ago, the senior who had promised to protect her had been split in half and fallen to the ground. Terrified, she couldn't help but shed tears. "My big sword doesn't cut the old and weak, go away." After a long pause, Zhou Luo's voice merged with Fire Thunder and sounded. At this moment, the voice was like a ray of light in the darkness, illuminating the girl's heart, dispelling her endless fear. "Good, good, good, thank you, Lord, thank you, Lord." The girl cried with joy. As she just turned her mech around, she suddenly heard the sound of machinery changing behind her. She stiffly turned her head to look. She saw that two thick, massive, deep cannon barrels had appeared on Fire Thunder's shoulders, and they were already emitting dazzling lightning. "Sorry, I still have the Thunder Pulse cannon." "No!" With a whoosh, the thick thunder pulse struck her mech. A few seconds later, the mecha melted, and the person dissolved in the pulse. A faint burst of battle energy was absorbed by the Fire Thunder. "If you don't remove the roots, the grass will grow again when the spring wind blows. Don't you understand this principle? And now, I'm sure many people are watching me. Naturally, I can't let you go." Zhou Luo slightly shook his head, raised his hand, and waved the battle energy, sweeping away the smoke and dust around. He didn't raise his hand in apology but as if saying, "Little brother, you still need to practice." Just when Zhou Luo was about to leave, the Fire Thunder and the inheritance memories deep in Zhou Luo's mind were once again unlocked, and the two immediately entered a mysterious state. Ultimate move, Sun and Moon Fusion Blade. An ultimate move, powerful beyond measure, was comprehended by Zhou Luo and Fire Thunder. When the ultimate move was activated, the sun and moon circled, divine light was endless, and the blade condensed the power of the sun and moon, swinging out a blade of sun and moon fusion, the blade aura as if the sun and moon descended, possessing the power to crush all. At the same time, the sharpness in the War King's Hall also entered this state. As the inheritance memory was unlocked, a new ultimate move was understood by him. Ultimate move, Blood Moon Crazy Spear. When the ultimate move was activated, the spear absorbed the power of the Blood Moon, transforming into endless Blood Moon killing intent. The enemy struck would be eroded by the killing intent, devoured, and eventually turned to ash. On the other side, Yu Lingling had just entered the blood-colored secret realm when Li Yuanba, who was following her, suddenly stopped. The Doom Evil God stopped, looking at Li Yuanba with a puzzled expression. Suddenly, a pure burst of battle energy erupted from Li Yuanba's body, forming a funnel of intense battle energy. The density of this energy stunned Yu Lingling. Yu Lingling activated her Evil God's Eye, and Li Yuanba's data appeared in her vision. She discovered that this battle energy had appeared out of nowhere. Li Yuanba's battle energy was increasing wildly, faster than a rocket. Level 1, Level 2, Level 3. Under Yu Lingling's shocked gaze, Li Yuanba's battle level finally stopped at the peak of level 18. At this moment, deep in Li Yuanba's mind, the vast inheritance memory was unlocked. Ultimate move, Mount Tai Meteor Fall. Ultimate move, Heaven's Vault Shattering Palm. Ultimate move, Divine Power. Chapter 49, 2 months passed in the blink of an eye, the top 100 on the challenge leaderboard. Li Yuanba, how can you level up by yourself? Are you really a mecha? Yu Lingling couldn't help but ask. The slender body of the Doom Evil God stood in front of Li Yuanba, seeming a bit weak. Mistress, of course, I'm a mecha warrior. As for why I leveled up out of nowhere, it should be because a battle happened over there with the master. Li Yuanba chuckled twice. Yu Lingling recalled what Zhou Luo had said when they set off. Li Yuanba would give her a surprise. Looking at it this way, it was indeed a huge surprise. Zhou Luo absorbed energy from battle, and Li Yuanba was able to level up as well. With Zhou Luo's character of extracting every bit of energy, he probably wouldn't spare any of the beasts in the secret realm. Li Yuanba's battle level would soon surpass hers. With Li Yuanba's help, her battle level would also rise quickly. Li Yuanba, let's fight together later. This way, we'll both share the same battle energy. Yu Lingling's eyes lit up as she said excitedly. No problem. Yu Lingling didn't choose to team up with Li Yuanba. If she did, she would receive energy that Zhou Luo gave to Li Yuanba. She didn't want to be a real burden. Next, Yu Lingling began to search for the second-level secret realm beasts, and soon triggered many battles. Yu Lingling finally realized how terrifying Li Yuanba was. She personally saw Liu Qingxue use a huge shovel to heavily injure a 24-level secret realm beast and even blocked the ultimate moves of two 24-level beasts with the giant shovel. With their cooperation, the battle ended in less than 10 minutes. She had already exhausted herself fighting beyond her level, half dead. Even the Doomsday Evil God Mecha had its fair share of scratches and damage, whereas Liu Qingxue seemed to treat this battle like a warm-up. Except for a few deep scratches on the shovel bucket and the energy consumed in the battle. There was no sign of any decline in his physical strength. It was truly terrifying. But it was all worth it. After absorbing battle energy for more than 10 minutes, Yu Lingling reached level 22, and Liu Qingxue effortlessly broke through to level 19. Let's go! Yu Lingling once again experienced the benefits of having a powerful partner, as Liu Qingxue could completely take care of the Doomsday Evil God's back. Inside the Fallen Secret Realm County. The time flow in the Fallen Secret Realm is the same as the outside world, which means the speed of killing is faster, and naturally more dangerous. In that case, let's split up and hunt. Zhou Luo had now reached the third stage, and the amount of battle energy he needed was enormous. If he fought alone with Fire Thunder, it would still be too slow. He probably wouldn't be able to level up in a day. Speed Blade, Flying Moheel. As soon as Zhou Luo finished speaking, the loud sound of Flying Moheel's flashy appearance echoed, and two mechas stepped out of the time-space rift. The second person of Time City is here. Stop showing off, or you might get struck by lightning. I've figured out this secret realm county. Most of the monsters inside are third stage, so we'll fight directly from the outside in. If anything goes wrong, we'll run immediately. Understood. I will make them taste the power of my 3-star linked laser cannon. Half an hour later. On a street in the suburbs. 3 towering mechas erupted into a fierce battle with several monsters. Fire Thunder and Speedblade fought in the front while Flying Moheel launched artillery strikes from the back. It must be mentioned that if Flying Moheel doesn't use his ultimate weapon, his artillery system can cover an area within a kilometer. Zhou Luo discovered that every time Flying Moheel leveled up, his artillery system would increase by 1 tier. Perhaps this is another window that heaven has opened for him. With the blessing of the power of bonds and the Machine Battle King, the mecha monsters couldn't hold on for long and quickly fell under Zhou Luo's hands. And so, day after day, 2 months passed. In these 2 months, Zhou Luo first dominated the first stage global ranking, then the second stage global ranking, and finally reached the 4th place in the third stage global ranking. He continued to top the rankings, and all the mecha masters who wished to shake Zhou Luo's top position were defeated. When the news spread, it shocked the entire Dragon Kingdom. Countless forces rushed to the War God Academy just to meet Zhou Luo. This matter also caught the attention of Vice President Zhou Qingxue of the War God Academy, who, along with 3 directors, blocked the forces attempting to poach Zhou Luo. They thought Zhou Luo would quiet down, but on the 15th day of the second month, he issued a challenge to the senior students. One after another, senior students unwillingly fell under the blade of Fire Thunder. With a terrifying strength of level 42, he broke into the top 100, ranking 80. The entire War God Academy was swept up in a fever for West madness. Zhou Luo's deeds were gradually mythologized, and the talents of the same batch, known as the Platinum Generation, could no longer compare. They felt deeply powerless and hopeless. Though several platinum talents were impressive, under Zhou Luo's ruthless pressure, they had nearly exhausted their potential in 2 months and reached the peak of the second stage. Only Yu Lingling, under Liu Qingxue's protection, reached the mid-third stage. But with Zhou Luo around, their achievements were hardly noteworthy. Today, Mangle himself waited for Zhou Luo in the Fallen Secret Realm, with Yu Lingling standing beside him. Look, that's level 3 instructor Mangle. Yu Lingling is truly a goddess. She's so beautiful, sigh. You really aren't afraid of dying, huh? Be careful or West Madness will find out and kill you. Have you heard? Instructor Mangle gave Zhou Luo 3 months to. The original intention was to help Zhou Luo reach the middle stage of the 3rd rank, and then it would be enough to make him appear on the challenge list. Who would have thought that Shi Kuang would be so impressive? In just 2 months, Zhou Luo has already shown immense power. Only those in their 3rd year can compare with Zhou Luo. Just as everyone was discussing, a blur appeared at the entrance of the Fallen Secret Realm, and Zhou Luo stepped out. However, Zhou Luo's face looked a bit unpleasant. 2 months have passed, and he still hasn't formed his own intent, which made him feel a bit anxious. Brother Luo, I missed you so much. Before Zhou Luo could react, a fragrant breeze rushed towards him, and in the next moment, a soft body was in his arms. Lingling, why are you here? Zhou Luo finally had a smile on his face. Yu Lingling stood on tiptoe and gave Zhou Luo's cheek a light kiss, then smiled and said, "Can't I come to pick you up?" Zhou Luo smiled and gently poked Yu Lingling's pearly white nose. "Of course, you can. Teacher." Zhou Luo looked over at the tall figure of Mangle nearby. Mangle was not very talkative, but there was a pleased smile on his stiff face. The 3 returned to the Yi Wan Yun villa. This was already the third time in 2 months that Meng Li entered the villa's living room. In the past, he only came to the courtyard. Zhou Luo knew what he was avoiding. It was that enchanting Mu Wanyun. After all, Meng Li was still a very traditional man. While other powerful people had many wives and countless children, Meng Li only had one son, Meng Ran. Zhou Luo had seen Meng Ran once in the Blood Secret Realm, but after that, he hadn't seen him again. Chapter 50, the upcoming Supernova Selection Camp. I planned a 3-month preliminary training schedule for you, and you have already reached this level before the time is up. Meng Li looked at Zhou Luo with a somewhat helpless expression. Having such a phenomenal student was indeed easy, but it made him feel useless as a mentor. After all, he was the renowned magic blade Meng Li. However, he never expected that an intent could hold Zhou Luo back for so long. To think about it, it was a bit tragic. Zhou Luo's strength was already unrivaled in the same rank, and he had never experienced a life-and-death battle because the assassins trying to kill him were intercepted by the Academy's powerful warriors. It seemed they were protecting Zhou Luo a bit too well. So, Meng Li and several directors discussed and decided not to intervene with Zhou Luo anymore, allowing him to develop and hunt in his own way. Zhou Luo, there's something I need to tell you. Teacher, go ahead. Actually, in these past 2 months, many unknown powerful figures have tried to infiltrate the Academy. I suspect many of them want to assassinate you, but they were stopped by our Academy's warriors. So we agreed that without a necessary moment, the Academy's warriors will not intervene, and all dangers will be faced by you alone. Meng Li's expression was solemn, his dark eyes fixed on Zhou Luo with intensity. So that's how it is, no wonder I've been living so easily every day, Zhou Luo sighed. He even once doubted that he was not the only traveler anymore. Why were all the rotten fish and shrimp targeting him, without any powerful figure appearing? What kind of situation was this? But don't worry, you are still safe within the Academy. 1 month later, on January 15th, in the year 582 of the new era, you will become one of the Academy's representatives to participate in the decade-long supernova selection. Meng Li's eyes flickered as he recalled the 5 supernovas who stood at the top 10 years ago. Even the weakest of that last batch of supernovas had combat power above his own. 10 years. In just 10 years, the weakest of the previous supernovas reached the 7th rank level, 10 years equaling decades of Meng Li's cultivation. It was truly terrifying. Supernova selection? Yu Lingling exclaimed. What's wrong, Lingling? Do you know about the supernova selection? Of course. The Supernova Training Camp is a place that countless geniuses fight to get into. The Supernova Training Camp was created by 3 top-tier experts, Song Xiong, ranked 8th among the strongest, Zhun Shen, ranked 5th, and Yu Zhinshan, ranked 9th. These 3 peak experts joined forces to establish it, with the goal of selecting the 5 most powerful individuals from a sea of talented people. And these 5 will become the superstars of the next decade. This is not only a symbol of strength but also a symbol of potential, and like the judges, they will be respected wherever they go. As Yu Lingling explained, her eyes couldn't help but sparkle with excitement. And once you become a supernova, you'll receive unexpected rewards. Luo, the washing marrow crystal stone you've been dreaming about is a mere child's play now. After the last supernova training camp ended, all 5 were 5th-tier warriors, and the strongest among them had even reached the 6th tier. Now, 10 years have passed, and they've probably already reached the 7th tier, or maybe even beyond it. Don't look at the fact that it took 10 years to level up by 20 levels. Once a mecha master reaches the 6th tier, they must comprehend the power of space. It's not just about gaining combat energy to level up. To level up by more than 20 levels in 10 years is already terrifying. Only Xiong, with his abnormal training speed, reached the 9th tier at the age of 30. This person is a legend among legends. At that time, with the Supernova title, you could return to the Battle King War God Academy, punch the senior students, kick the freshmen, and sweep the entire challenge leaderboard. Zhou Luo stretched out his hand and poked Yu Lingling on the head. Why are you so childish? I never noticed it before. Of course, I learned from someone. Yu Lingling smiled slyly, her eyes clearly full of meaning. Zhou Luo smiled and shook his head. But after hearing Yu Lingling's words, he was indeed tempted. Maybe he could become stronger in the training camp. Zhou Luo, what Yu Lingling said is not wrong, but the Supernova training camp is even harsher than you think. Once you're dead, there's no fairness. The 5 supernovas from the last round all crawled out of piles of dead bodies, and that's why their battle levels are so high. Holy shit! Doesn't that mean they're using the combat energy of other geniuses to nurture even stronger geniuses? Is that really okay? Isn't anyone going to hold them accountable? Zhou Luo was shocked, he didn't expect such a thing to happen. Humph. What's the big deal? As long as someone like Song Xiong can emerge, it's all worth it. The Supernova training camp is well known to everyone. Any genius brave enough to go there has such an intention. It's just the big fish eating the small fish, and the sharks eating everything. Zhou Luo, with your strength, as long as you're not too unlucky, you can stay alive. Are there really experts beyond the 4th tier? Of course, you think you're the only one participating? Anyone under 22 can join, and among them, there are many 5th-tier warriors. It's pointless to say too much. You just need to answer whether you'll participate or not. Of course, I'll join. What's the big deal about 5th-tier warriors? They can't even stir up a ripple in front of me, Zhou Luo. If you form a concept upon entering the training camp, even defeating 5th-tier warriors won't be a problem. That's all. Mangle glanced at Yu Lingling, then his figure flickered and disappeared. Lingling, you're so well informed, tell me about the 5 people who won the supernova title last time. The supernova training camp only accepts geniuses between 18 and 23 years old. Zhou Luo was very interested in these 5. These 5 people are Liu Qingxue from the military, Dehong from the Heavenly Punishment Martial Arts Hall, Ling Tian from the Mecha Alliance, Lang Shi from the Thunder Martial Arts Hall, and Chen Yi from the Chun family. Zhou Luo nodded upon hearing this. Clearly, these 5 all have powerful forces behind them. These forces are all famous and well-known. Among them, Liu Qingxue has no secrets. He is trained in the military and holds the title of Mad Warrior. He is a genuine Tier 7 powerhouse. Di Yang comes from the D family. The D family is incredibly terrifying, with countless strong individuals, and he is the most likely successor of the D family's lineage. After 10 years, he should be a Tier 8 powerhouse. The Mecha Alliance's influence spreads across the entire Blue Star. Almost no one is willing to provoke them, and Ling Tian is also their core disciple. His strength should also be at the peak of Tier 7. As for Thunderbolt Martial Arts School's Lang Shi, she was my idol before. The only female among the 5 supernovas, a disciple of the peak 2nd strongest Thunderbolt. Her strength is unknown. As for Chen Yi from the Chun family, he is just a self-righteous little man. His strength is also at the peak of Tier 7. Zhou Luo knew that Yu Lingling was from the Yu family, but he didn't expect her to know so much. When these 5 became supernovas, they seemed to not have even been born yet. Chapter 51, Psychic Core, Mecha Battle Roar Technique. Late night. The moon hung like a giant pearl, high in the sky, casting a cool and soft silver glow, covering the earth with a layer of misty veil. Suddenly, Zhou Luo, who was lying in bed, opened his eyes, and in his arms, Yu Lingling was sleeping soundly. It's the teacher's aura, Zhou Luo thought to himself. He gently got up and walked to the large floor-to-ceiling window. He saw Mangle wandering at the gate of the villa, holding a box in his hand. Just when Mangle was deciding something, Zhou Luo leaped and descended from the sky, lightly landing in front of Mangle. Teacher, what brings you here so late? Zhou Luo asked with confusion. Sigh, Zhou Luo, I don't know if you have any high-quality blood demon jade. Teacher doesn't ask for nothing, I'll give you this psychic core, Mangle said with a somewhat complicated expression, saying this awkwardly. Mangle had a very strong personality. He wasn't good with words, and if it wasn't absolutely necessary, he would never ask his student for anything. I did have a lot of blood demon jade before, and some of it was high quality, with a few top-grade ones. Zhou Luo said, and Mangle's eyes brightened. Unfortunately, I used the blood demon jade to forge the weapons for my mecha. Zhou Luo's words made Mangle feel a little hopeless. But teacher, what do you need the blood demon jade for? The blood demon jade's function is only to absorb murderous intent, refine it, and help one sense a little bit of the realm. It doesn't seem to be of much use to a powerhouse like Mangle. Sigh, this story starts from a year ago. Mangle then told Zhou Luo everything that happened a year ago. Zhou Luo finally understood why Mangle needed the blood demon jade. To be exact, it wasn't Mangle who needed it, but his only son, Meng Ran. A year ago, Mangle had a conflict with a fellow powerhouse of the same level. They fought fiercely, and the other person lost, feeling humiliated. Instead of following martial ethics, the other person went after Mangle's son. Luckily, a powerful figure from the Mecha Alliance intervened in time, and the offender was sentenced to death, killed on the spot by a Tier 9 powerhouse. Although Meng Ran was fine, he was contaminated by murderous intent, and his foundation was damaged. With his Tier 8 potential, he should have reached Tier 4 by now, but as a sophomore, he was still at the peak of Tier 2. It was because of that incident that his foundation was damaged, preventing his breakthrough. Unless he used blood demon jade to extract all the murderous intent from his meridians, but the murderer's murderous intent was extremely strange. At first, it could be suppressed, but now, ordinary blood demon jade could no longer be effective. No wonder Zhou Luo hadn't seen Meng Ran for the past 2 months. Meng Ran had already been consumed by the murderous intent and could no longer move. Thus, Mangle was forced to make this decision. But he was willing to exchange the psychic core for the blood demon jade. The value of blood demon jade lies in its rarity, not its high cost, while the psychic core is different. The psychic core was a reward given to Mangle by the God of War Academy, equivalent to half a year's salary. The psychic core costs 100 spirit stars. Its function is similar to a medicinal pill from the prehistoric world, forcibly expanding the energy core of a mech, allowing it to store a larger amount of combat energy. In battle, an extra bit of combat energy can greatly increase the chances of winning. Teacher, forget about this psychic core. Although I don't have a high-quality blood demon jade, I have the King of Blood Demon Jade. I'll personally bring it to you tomorrow. The King of Blood Demon Jade. Mangle was slightly stunned. That's right, the King of Blood Demon Jade is something I found with Ling Ling deep inside the Blood Demon Cave. It's 2 meters wide and 2 meters long. Right now, Ling Ling and I use it as a mattress. So, I can only bring it to you tomorrow. Zhou Luo grinned. Damn. The King of Blood Demon Jade as a bed. The King of Blood Demon Jade is too precious, it's a treasure that can be passed down through the family. Teacher, you don't need to take advantage of me and you Ling Ling. Take this psychic core, and then I'll give you my mech's battle roar skill. This is the black magic battle roar skill. Zhou Luo was still thinking of refusing, but Mangle's experience was strong. Not only did he force the psychic core onto Zhou Luo, but he also handed over his mech's battle roar skill crystal to Zhou Luo. These two items were nearly worth the King of Blood Demon Jade. Don't think too much about it, my mech's energy core has already reached its limit. Using the psychic core wouldn't help. After learning about the King of Blood Demon Jade, Mangle's anxious heart was finally relieved. Now, he no longer had to buy the Blood Demon Jade in bulk or offer bounties for it. The King of Blood Demon Jade would surely be able to resolve the killing intent in his son Meng Rant's meridians. Teacher, I'll send it to you. Forget it, someone is looking for you. Mangle gave Zhou Luo a meaningful look, and his figure slowly disappeared into the night. Someone is looking for me? I'm looking for you. Big brother Yuan, how do you appear and disappear so mysteriously? Aren't you afraid the experts from the God of War Academy will make a move on you? When Zhou Luo heard the voice, he immediately recognized it was his long-lost friend, Yuan Tong. What is there to fear? The Sky Punishment Martial Hall and the God of War Academy are cooperating units. Yuan Tong walked out from the shadows. As before, his face was hidden beneath a large black robe, only his mouth visible. Has my evaluation come? Zhou Luo had previously only been a knife hand for others, but since breaking through to the 4th stage, he had been waiting for Yuan Tong to come to him. After all, he was under Yuan Tong's authority. Yes, it's an advancement mission. You need to hunt down the traitor of the Sky Punishment Martial Hall, Yi Shang. He is at the peak of the 4th stage. I've sent his information to your spatial wristband. Be mindful of the mission time. I won't disturb you any longer. By the way. Yuan Tong stopped just as he was about to turn around. Don't tell Mu Wan Yun I've been here. Yuan Tong took a step and instantly moved 100 meters away. To Zhou Luo, it seemed like instant movement because he couldn't see Yuan Tong's movements clearly. But it seemed like both Yuan Tong and Mangle were avoiding Mu Wan Yun. This enchantress, aside from being incredibly seductive and charming, doesn't seem to have anything particularly special about her. Returning to his room, Zhou Luo found Yu Lingling already awake. Her sparkling eyes looked at him with a soft glow. Brother Luo, do you have a mission? Yu Lingling sat on the bed holding a pillow and asked sweetly. The moonlight fell gently, bathing Yu Lingling's shoulder in a silver glow, as though a soft veil had been draped over her, making her seem as if she were surrounded by a hazy halo. She was as beautiful as a dream. Yu Lingling knew that Zhou Luo had another identity as the capturer for the Sky Punishment Martial Hall. Since his breakthrough to the 4th stage, he had been waiting for Yuan Tong to come for him. Advancement missions were always extremely dangerous. Failure meant death at the hands of the target, success meant rising to a higher position. Yes, Lingling, I'm hunting down a traitor from the Sky Punishment Martial Hall. His level is at the peak of the 4th stage. The Sky Punishment Martial Hall truly is heartless. You are just at the beginning of the 4th rank, yet they want you to hunt down someone at the peak of the 4th rank. This is not how talent should be trained. Fortunately, Brother Luo, you have 4 mechas. If you can't beat him in a one-on-one, just gang up on him. Yu Lingling couldn't help but laugh when she thought of Zhou Luo and his 4 mechas ganging up on a single one. Alright, stop overthinking. Now that you're awake, let's continue. No. It's all red. Chapter 52, The Limitless Outburst of Xiong Outyan, The Roar of the Bear King. For the next month, Zhou Luo went on a killing spree in the fallen secret realm, leaving nothing but desolation in his wake. Whether it was secret realm beasts, mutated monsters, or students from other academies. Anyone who provoked Zhou Luo was turned into his battle energy. In 1 month, Zhou Luo's combat rank surged 3 levels, reaching an astonishing level 45. Throughout the fallen secret realm, tales of the Western madman Zhou Luo spread far and wide. No third-year student could rival Zhou Luo in battle. With the 3-month period coming to an end, Zhou Luo was about to enjoy one of his rare breaks, a full 15 days. The Heavenly Punishment Martial Arts Academy assigned him a task that was perfectly timed, with its completion falling right after Zhou Luo's break. This task also involved a scoundrel from the academy, Xiong, who was from Kanglan Base City, meaning Zhou Luo could return to Kanglan Base City. Perhaps, if the task was completed early, he could even reunite with his family for the new year. Blue Star had entered a new era, and 99% of holidays had been abolished, but the Chinese New Year was still observed. Thinking of this, Zhou Luo couldn't help but feel excited. But before I leave the academy, I still need to handle some troublesome matters. 3 months ago, Xiong personally challenged me to a duel. Now that the time has come, it's time to settle it. Although there was no real enmity between them. Soon, the news of Zhou Luo challenging Xiong spread throughout the academy. Xiong was also a tough character. He didn't say much, simply announcing that he would accept the challenge. Within 10 minutes, the battle tower was packed. The stands were packed with people, with over 10,000 spectators. Xiong, ranked 74th among the 10,000, naturally possessed considerable strength. He knew this battle was unavoidable. He also knew the chances of him winning were only 20%, even though his level had reached the peak of the 4th rank. Hasn't Zhou Luo fought battles above his level many times before? Whether in the battle tower, the fallen secret realm, or the virtual mecha platform, all of them had witnessed Zhou Luo fighting above his level. In the center of the vast arena, the two opponents stood facing each other. Xiong's expression was solemn. Without saying a word, his mental energy surged, and a mecha with a 6-pointed star formation appeared beneath his feet, rising to reveal a towering, muscular mecha. A thick, blood-red killing intent surrounded him, as if he was a blood demon from hell. Blood demon true body. The moment Xiong entered the mecha, he activated his ultimate move, and in an instant, the mecha grew to a height of 80 meters, unleashing a violent aura that swept across the arena. Although I know I am no match for you, I still want to test my limits. Please, give it your all. Xiong pulled out a giant golden battle axe from his back. The massive axe was capable of cutting rivers and splitting mountains with a single swing. As you wish. A fiery red, blazing mecha, its body shimmering with purple and gold patterns, emerged from a spatial rift. It was the Thunderfire mecha, its thunderous power crackling with fury. At that moment, the Thunderfire mecha underwent a transformation. The power of thunder could now be controlled as effortlessly as moving an arm. It was the complete mastery of the brutal thunderous energy. Both the Thunderfire mecha and Zhou Luo no longer concealed their energy. At level 45, Zhou Luo's battle energy was comparable to that of a level 50, sending waves of pressure across the battlefield. The audience seated in the front rows couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. In the crowd, Fong Tian was trembling, and Yang Fan, sitting beside him, almost wet his pants. Damn it! They had previously planned to kill Zhou Luo when he was at the 3rd stage, but the damn fallen secret realm was so vast. Once they entered, they ran into the geniuses from the Starry Sky Mecha Academy. More than 10 people died, 7 or 8 of them, and the few left returned to the War God Academy in a miserable state. After that, they didn't dare to rush into the fallen secret realm again. It was simply not a place where humans could stay. Not long after, they heard that Zhou Luo had reached the peak of the 3rd stage, and they became even more hesitant to make a move. Then Zhou Luo reached the 4th stage, and they could only clench their buttocks, afraid Zhou Luo would find out they had once tried to harm him. Is this the posture of the strongest genius in Dragon Country? Damn it, how can I keep up with his pace? Bear Zhan, who had just broken through to the early 3rd stage, almost had his heart shattered. Hearing Bear Zhan's words, Fong beside him also dumbly nodded his head. Previously, he had been madly pursuing Yu Lingling, wanting to compare himself to Zhou Luo, but since Zhou Luo left him far behind, he had lost that desire. Now, he just wanted to practice hard, learn the true teachings of his teacher, and then return to the Shanghai base city to be a proper city defense general. The battle began. The blood demon mecha let out a loud roar and soared into the air, the sharp golden battle axe flashing cold light in the air. Fire Thunderclap, fearless, drew its blade and flew into the air to meet it head-on. The two clashed with a deafening explosion, and the terrifying battle energy spread in all directions. After just a few seconds of stalemate, Fire Thunderclap forced the blood demon mecha back with a single strike. In the cockpit, Bear Outyan gritted his teeth, his tiger eyes wide open, not quite believing it. Fire Thunderclap was clearly not a power-type mecha warrior, it seemed to belong to one with extremely high attack power. But his blood demon Bear King? Perhaps its quality was not as good as Bear Zhan's demon Bear War Emperor, but it was still a powerful muscle-bound mecha. How the hell could a single strike force me back? Is this even reasonable? Before Bear Outyan could react, Fire Thunderclap stood with its sword sheathed, slowly extending a finger. The crowd let out an ear-piercing scream upon seeing this scene. Is Zhou Luo going to finish off Bear Outyan with a single strike? This is Bear Outyan, ranked 74th. West mad. West mad. West mad. Bear Outyan, hold on. Don't let him kill you with a single strike. With the power of your mecha, you can at least withstand 2 strikes. Some of the strong challengers on the leaderboard couldn't help but shout loudly to encourage Bear Outyan. Zhou Luo controlled Fire Thunderclap in a domineering, fierce, and powerful manner. Not only was it incredibly strong, but its speed was also surprisingly fast. Moreover, he loved to test others' limits, putting on an arrogant posture and then finishing with a single, cool strike to kill his enemies. The enemies who were killed by his single strike were what Zhou Luo called one-strike goods. This term was as much about killing the heart as it was about killing the person. Those with weak resolve would shatter on the spot, forever silenced in this moment. Naturally, Bear Outyan did not want to become the one-strike good that people spoke of. He was Bear Outyan. Mecha, Blood Demon Bear King. Level, 49th peak level. Special moves, Blood Demon Roar, Deliberate Punch, Blood Demon True Body, Bear King Body. Status, Fighting Spirit Boiling, Potential being triggered, Battle Energy rapidly rising. Evaluation, one-strike good. Bear King Body. Roar. As Bear Outyan unleashed his ultimate move, his Blood Demon Bear King let out an angry roar, a sound that shook the hearts of some lower-level spectators, leaving them in a daze. The instructors in the front row all stood up, looking in shock at the Blood Demon Bear King, surrounded by scarlet energy and constantly erupting. He actually broke through the shackles under Zhou Luo's pressure, triggering the Mecha Battle Roar that can only be used at the 5th stage. Bear Outyan has turned misfortune into blessing. After this battle, he may soon break through to the 5th stage. His potential was triggered deep in battle. Such a situation is incredibly fortunate. Chapter 53, Xiong Outyan, I can withstand 3 strikes. Xiong Outyan's sudden explosion shocked all the teachers, making this battle full of suspense. The crescent moon is cold as frost, the might of thunder is 1,000 pounds. Fire Thunder's eyes revealed endless sharpness, and the extreme fire energy around him surged, as if wanting to melt the entire space. The engine behind him roared to life, propelling his body forward, as he swung the frost blade of the crescent moon in a dazzling arc above his head. Thunder Half-Moon Slash. Accompanied by a roar that echoed throughout the space. A huge crescent-shaped energy blade shot out from the tip of the blade. This energy blade was made of blazing flames and flickering thunder, charging forward with an unstoppable momentum. Wherever it passed, space twisted and deformed, breaking through the waves emitted by Xiong Wang's roar in the blink of an eye. This also weakened the power of Zhou Luo and Fire Thunder by 1/3. The overwhelming crescent energy blade struck the massive body of the Blood Demon Bear King, while Xiong Outyan pushed the control lever with all his might, feeling the terrifying explosive power of Fire Thunder. The ground of the battle tower began to shake violently. Hold on. Xiong Outyan's eyes widened, bloodshot, his face swollen purple with rage, like an enraged beast. Boom boom boom. The energy explosion produced a huge recoil force. The Blood Demon Bear King was forced back dozens of meters, leaving deep grooves on the ground. Xiong Outyan blocking Fire Thunder's attack surprised Zhou Luo. It seemed that reality was somewhat different from the analysis produced by the Battle King glasses. Fire Thunder simply shook slightly and then recovered, raising his momentum and charging forward with the battle blade once more. Even with all his control of the mech, Xiong Outyan could not react in such a short time. In the end, he crossed his arms to block Fire Thunder's long blade at the limit. After this strike, Xiong Outyan basically lost all his battle energy and was finally defeated by Zhou Luo's blade. Throughout the battle, Xiong Outyan managed to withstand 3 strikes, lasting longer than the previous Xiong Zhan. Damn. Finally, I won't be called a one-hit wonder. As he fainted, Xiong Outyan surprisingly showed a relaxed smile. Under the boost of several times the battle power, and using the spiritual core, Zhou Luo's real battle power was at a quasi-5 level, but Xiong Outyan didn't know that Zhou Luo hadn't used his full strength on the first blade. Zhou Luo won, taking Xiong Outyan's place in the ranking. Immediately, the battle tower echoed with overwhelming shouts and screams. Afterward, Zhou Luo once again challenged stronger opponents, and in the end, within a day, Zhou Luo fought 30 matches, finally ranking at 50. This made Zhou Luo's name resound throughout the God of War Academy, and the worth of Shikon was crazily increasing. At this moment, some third-year students at the school looked at the ranking on the huge screen, their expressions changing, and finally could only sigh helplessly. Even if their levels were higher than Zhou Luo's now, so what? Even if they suppressed Zhou Luo, so what? Give him a few months, and Zhou Luo will undergo earth-shattering changes, soon surpassing them. At this moment, all they wanted was to graduate quickly, or take the assessment of the Heaven Punishment Martial Arts Hall, or fight for a chance in the Supernova selection camp. Zhou Luo and Yu Lingling walked out of the battle tower and glanced at the rankings, discovering that among the top 50, there was actually a sophomore, ranked 49, with the codename Rose. This person was someone Zhou Luo was very familiar with, his alluring senior, Mu Wanyun. I didn't expect the senior to be so powerful, I hadn't noticed it before. Zhou Luo exclaimed. Brother Luo, this senior of yours is quite impressive. If I'm not mistaken, she should be from the Mu family, one of the 4 great families of the Mecha Alliance. Yu Lingling wrapped her hands around Zhou Luo's arm, her whole body pressed tightly against him, her soft chest already deformed from the pressure. I understand. Zhou Luo nodded faintly upon hearing this. It was none of his business anyway, he just needed to focus on growing stronger. As long as he became powerful, what family matters? They would all be cut down without hesitation. Zhou Luo didn't know why the dragon country had such a list. Was it purely to stimulate genius to become stronger and select the strongest? Kanglin Base City, the Fong family. At this moment, Fong Dawei and Guo Kai received more information about their son, and after reading it, they helplessly slumped down on the ground. Their eyes looked at Fong Feiyang, who was sitting in a wheelchair, with complex feelings. Fong Dawei felt like he wanted to strangle Fong Feiyang at that moment. Zhou Luo has already become a Tier 4 expert, even the peak Tier 4 Xiong Outyan is no match for him, Fong Dawei murmured, his eyes glazed over. Previously, he had issued a bounty in the Dark Hall, but none of the assassins had returned any news. After that, everything fell silent. Now, Fong Dawei was afraid Zhou Luo would discover they wanted to harm him. The stronger Zhou Luo grew, the more uneasy they felt until he was dead. Dad, you have to avenge me. Isn't he only Tier 4? He's just one tier higher than you. Shut your mouth. How could I have given birth to a useless thing like you? I wish I had thrown you against the wall at the time. Hearing Fong Feiyang's nonchalant tone, Fong Dawei forced himself to glare at Fong Feiyang, suppressing his anger. Fong Feiyang shrank his neck and didn't speak anymore, just looking at Guo Kai with a look of grievance. Why are you being so harsh on Feiyang? He's already like this now. Isn't this his own fault? It's all because of your indulgence. Guo Kai didn't dare to say anything anymore. I can help you kill Zhou Luo. Suddenly, a voice rang out behind the three of them, and their expressions changed as they quickly turned around, only to see a man in black who had appeared out of nowhere. Though they couldn't clearly see his appearance, from his voice, they could tell he was likely not very old. Who are you? Fong Dawei stood up, shielding Guo Kai and Fong Feiyang behind him. You don't have the right to know who I am. You just need to know that I can help you deal with Zhou Luo, and I can let you do it yourself. Fong Dawei's expression changed slightly. This person could silently appear in his home, indicating his strength was above his own. He might be a Tier 5 expert. If this person helped, they should be able to deal with Zhou Luo. Zhou Luo is in the God of War Academy, so you probably can't do it. Fong Dawei didn't completely relax his guard. If he's in the God of War Academy, it's indeed difficult to deal with him, but what if he comes out? The man sneered twice, his meaning was already very clear. He continued, I received news that not only will he leave the God of War Academy, but he will also return to Kanglin Base City. Oh? Fong Dawei's eyes lit up. If that were the case, there would be plenty of opportunities. What do you want? Fong Dawei didn't believe that something good would simply fall from the sky. This person definitely had a purpose. After you kill Zhou Luo, give me his heart. I only want his heart. The man's lips curled into an extremely twisted smile. Chapter 54, Zhou Luo, Teacher Shinli next door is quite nice. In the outskirts of S-City, there is a place called the Ravine Land. S-City was a city located on a plain 500 years ago, but after the monster invasion, the environment changed dramatically. Other than the core area, which still retains the plain, other areas only show a glimpse of urban appearance. This ravine land was originally flat, but it was torn and overlapped by powerful energy, eventually forming one steep ravine after another, like a natural barrier blocking S-City. With this barrier, it hindered the creatures from S-City from breaking out. But it also perfectly concealed the beasts and monsters within S-City. S-City has already been listed as one of the top 10 most dangerous wilderness areas, and very few strong individuals dare to enter S-City for hunting. However, within a narrow canyon, several mechas were parked to the side, with a few young figures gathered around, resting. Among them were both men and women. We shouldn't have taken such a high-risk mission. Now look, we're trapped here by the beasts, unable to get out, a woman vented her dissatisfaction. Alright, Ting Ting, stop complaining. We can't compete with those geniuses in the academy, and we're invisible to the teachers. Students like us can only come out to earn points, said Xinzhong. The woman venting her dissatisfaction was named Li Tingting, and the one speaking was named Xinzhong. We didn't ask you to come, you followed us. Su Mengmeng stood up and pointed at Li Tingting, angrily retorting, I can't stand people like you, wanting points but not putting in any effort. How am I not putting in effort? Didn't I fight just now? Li Tingting seemed to have been ignited, staring at Su Mengmeng angrily, unwilling to back down. The two of them started arguing, while Chen Zhong and another guy seemed at a loss. Zhou Yun's once gentle eyes instantly turned sharp, her aura suddenly became cold, and she finally couldn't hold back, shouting, enough. Hearing Zhou Yun speak, the two calmed down. What are you fighting about? Our mission is just to track Night's End, not to fight it. Right now, we're only trapped by the beasts. Didn't we send the message to the Heavenly Punishment Martial School? They've already dispatched a judge. Once the judge arrives, our mission will be complete. This canyon is narrow, powerful beasts can't break in. We don't need to argue here. It seemed that Zhou Yun made sense, so the two snorted and quieted down for the moment. However, Su Mengmeng's cheeks were still puffed, feeling somewhat upset. Night fell. Zhou Yun glanced at her spacetime wristband, the signal was still lost. She sighed helplessly. This place had a special environment with mysterious magnetic field interference. Even the advanced spacetime wristbands couldn't send out any information. They had taken this mission a long time ago, and a month ago, they left the Divine Martial Academy. Because this mission had a lot of points, they were willing to spend a month on it. I wonder how Xiao Luo is doing. Zhou Yun became slightly absent-minded. Before leaving, she had heard about Xiong. Xiong was like a god in the fallen secret realm, unstoppable. The geniuses in the academy didn't dare to provoke him. When she learned that Zhou Luo was Xiong, she was shocked, because her parents had told her that Zhou Luo didn't have a personal mecha. Her parents also hadn't told her that Zhou Luo had gone to the War God Academy. She was happy that Zhou Luo had become stronger, but a bit resentful that her parents hadn't told her about her younger brother's remarkable abilities. Now, it had been a month since she left, and she hadn't heard anything about Zhou Luo. Time passed by second, as the night slowly covered the earth. The beasts in S-City became more violent, and occasionally, one could hear a thunderous roar. A suffocating atmosphere loomed over the group. At the entrance of the War God Academy. Teacher, Lingling, this is where you should stop. No need to see me off. Zhou Luo turned around, looking at the two behind him, and smiled. You're leaving just like this? Mengli raised an eyebrow. You're the strongest genius of our War God Academy, don't go out and embarrass us. Mengli smiled meaningfully and lightly tapped his spacetime wristband. Zhou Luo looked at Mengli in confusion. The next moment, the moonlight above was covered, and when he suddenly looked up, he saw a warplane silently appearing above his head. A Breaking Sky series warplane slowly descended from the sky under the night, its obsidian black body like a ghost hidden in the dark night, blending perfectly with the dense night. Without the occasional faint light flickering, it was almost impossible to notice its presence. The warplane of the Breaking Sky series smoothly landed on the ground. Though this warplane was not as wide as Dean Su's Starblade, it was still very large, and probably could carry a dozen people without issue. This is my warplane, a Breaking Sky series, named Blackbird. I'll temporarily lend it to you. As Mengli's voice fell, the warplane's cabin door slowly opened. Zhou Luo looked at Mengli with gratitude. With this warplane, he could return to Kanglin Base City in just one day, which was much faster than taking a spaceship to the port, and it also guaranteed safety. This was a real, genuine 7th-tier warplane. Brother Luo, after you complete the mission, make sure to come back quickly, I will miss you. Yu Lingling tightly hugged Zhou Luo's body, greedily inhaling his captivating scent. Little greedy cat, haven't you had enough yet? Zhou Luo teased with a smile, reaching out to rub Yu Lingling's smooth nose. Yu Lingling suddenly thought of something, her face turning red, and she buried her head into Zhou Luo's chest. What are you thinking again? I was talking about dinner tonight. Zhou Luo laughed out loud, seeing Yu Lingling's embarrassment. If I knew you were going to bully me. Yu Lingling hummed in a spoiled manner. Cough, cough, cough. Hurry up and go. Mengli coughed twice. He really couldn't stand it anymore. In front of the single man, all this lovey-dovey stuff was a bit too much. Yu Lingling playfully blinked her eyes, unwilling to let go of Zhou Luo. Teacher, you should also find yourself a wife. I think Teacher Xinli from the villa next door is quite good. She has a slim waist, big hips, and could give you a big fat baby. Didn't you notice? Teacher Xinli has feelings for you. Get lost. This word was almost spat out from Mengli's teeth. Alright, ha 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 ha. Zhou Luo laughed loudly and entered the warplane, casually closing the cabin door, finally feeling a sense of security. Mengli suppressed the urge to punch someone, used his hand to break the void, and disappeared. The warplane's engine started, soaring into the sky like a black shooting star, trailing a long fiery tail, speeding into the depths of the night sky, leaving behind streaks of broken airflow. Yu Lingling watched the departing warplane, murmuring, when you come back, you will definitely see a different me. Chapter 55, The Ultimate Strike. Zhou Yun trapped. Beep. Zhou Luo on the warplane suddenly received a video call from Yuan Tong. Zhou Luo answered the video call and projected it onto the warplane's virtual screen. Big brother Yuan, what's the matter? Is something wrong? Zhou Luo looked at Yuan Tong in confusion. Normally, when judgment officers were out on missions, there was nothing so urgent that they wouldn't contact their colleagues. Yuan Tong paused for a moment. Indeed, something has happened. You'd better prepare yourself mentally. Do you know who provided the intelligence for this Nightfall mission? No, I don't. It was Shinwu Academy. This task was taken by your sister Zhou Yun. They are now trapped in the chasm region. Although there is no immediate danger, I'm worried about accidents as time goes on, so you should hurry up. What? Zhou Luo's face changed drastically when he heard this, and he couldn't help but stand up abruptly. No wonder he hadn't seen Zhou Yun in the fallen secret realm for so long. It turned out she had taken a mission from the academy and was now trapped in the chasm region. Don't worry, Kanglan-based city's Heavenly Punishment Martial Hall has already sent strong reinforcements. Thank you, big brother Yuan. Zhou Luo's eyes locked tightly on the figure on the screen, his expression extremely serious, as if the entire world had disappeared, and only the small space in front of him existed. However, upon closer inspection, there was an undeniable worry in his eyes. Yuan nodded faintly. In fact, Yuan and a man had been hiding in the void, observing Zhou Yun and the others. The Tianfa martial arts school did not send out strong individuals, instead, the two of them personally kept an eye on things. Even if an 8th-tier monster appeared, it would not be able to harm Zhou Yun and the others. Over the past few centuries, only Zhou Luo had received such attention from the Tianfa martial arts school. I have never heard of an advancement task, let alone the strong guardians of the martial arts school secretly protecting them. However, Yuan did not tell Zhou Luo that they were watching from the scene. Moreover, they would not interfere with the judge's advancement task, and rescuing this team was a temporary assignment given to Zhou Luo. The call ended. Blackbird, lock onto the signal source, full speed ahead. The artificial intelligence of the Blackbird fighter jet was highly advanced. There was no need for manual control, just issuing a command was enough. The Blackbird fighter jet sped through the sky at incredible speed, leaving a long trail of air currents in its wake. At this moment, Zhou Luo took the opportunity to enter the War King Hall. He had already reached the mid-stage of the 4th tier, and it was time to activate the 4th mech warrior. If Zhou Luo wasn't mistaken, this mech warrior should be Zhu Dehong. Only Zhu Dehong could navigate through terrain like the rift without obstruction. Although his speed was not the fastest, his horsepower and torque were absolutely the greatest. Huolei Ting and Jisoo Fong couldn't ascend steep slopes, but Zhu Dehong could easily do so. He also possessed the same strength as Li Yuanba and had exceptional defense. Surrounded by several mech warriors, Zhou Luo arrived at the statue. Zhou Luo was very familiar with activating mechas. He took out the War King token and said, "Mecha warrior, transform." Summoned, Zhu Dehong's eyes emitted deep green light, and an energy full of life enveloped his entire body, making Huolei Ting and the others feel warmth. However, in the next moment, an ancient aura spread, and the shattered stones completely disappeared, revealing the giant form. Zhu Dehong was entirely deep green, with shoulders and waist as broad as Li Yuanba, and his arms were exceptionally thick. His body rapidly shrank, ultimately transforming into a normal size. Sacred Night Forest Zhu Dehong, greeting the master. Quick, rise, Zhu Dehong. I'll be counting on you from now on. Zhu Dehong stood up, looked at Huolei Ting and the others, and his mechanical pupils flickered with a hint of excitement. Ha, long-lost comrades. Ha? Why isn't Li Yuanba here? Just as Zhu Dehong spoke, a burst of intense battle energy surged within him, and he upgraded in a lively manner. Mecha, Zhu Dehong. Level 6. Ultimate move, Zhu D Meteor Hammer. Evaluation, he is the guardian of Sacred Night Forest and also Li Yuanba's partner. His personality is calm, loves freedom, and enjoys fighting alongside his comrades. Don't be fooled by his calm demeanor. Once he starts fighting, you'll know what fierce really means. Famous saying, you dare kill a chicken in front of me? Do you also want to taste my meteor hammer? Zhou Luo gave a strange glance at Zhu Dehong's famous saying. Ha, Li Yuanba should be fighting now. The sudden surge of battle energy comes from Li Yuanba. Jisoo Fong said while supporting Zhu Dehong's shoulder. What a shame, can't fight alongside Li Yuanba. Your battle energy is so strong. It seems I must work hard. With us here, your battle level will rise quickly. Hong Hong, I missed you so much. Fei Amoluan jumped over to Zhou Luo, opened his big hands, and tightly hugged Zhu Dehong's thigh. His pitiful look almost made the Ingenoa cry. Fei Amoluan, don't call me Hong Hong, I have a name, call me Zhu Dehong. Zhu Dehong looked at Fei Amoluan helplessly. But Fei Amoluan didn't care about that. Li Yuanba wasn't around, and his mouth was often dirty, while Jisoo Fong would frequently threaten him. Now that Zhu Dehong was here, how could he not be happy? The second big bodyguard arrived, and Fei Amoluan only felt like he was about to take off. Zhou Luo looked at the data of Huolei Ting and Jisoo Fong. Mecha, Huolei Ting. Level 45. Ultimate skills, Thunder Half Moon Slash, Blazing Sun Slash, Sun and Moon Fusion Blade, Fire Thunder Double Fury Wheel. Bond Power, overall attribute increase of 30%. Evaluation, this is a warrior from the City of Time, a race car enthusiast named Huolei Ting. His combat style is as fierce, domineering, and majestic as his name. Mecha, Jisoo Fong. Level 45. Ultimate skills: Earth-shattering wave kill, ultraspeed phantom slash, blood moon crazy gun, rage of the tides, divine power. Bond power, overall attribute increase of 30%. Evaluation: this is a motorcycle warrior from the Moon God Temple, named Jisoo Fong, also the great general defending the Moon God Temple. His combat style features speed, penetration, confidence, arrogance, loyalty, and straightforwardness. The two of them, after reaching the 4th stage, comprehended new ultimate moves. Fire Thunder Double Fury Wheel: when the ultimate skill is activated, it communicates the ultimate fire and thunder power, splitting the blade into two, transforming into the Fire Thunder Fury Wheel, spinning at high speed, and finally slashing the enemy, causing powerful tearing effects and destructive power. Rage of the Tides: when the ultimate skill is activated, it can control the power of the ocean, mobilizing extreme energy, forming a tidal vortex under the enemy's feet, and the tidal vortex will devour the mecha's energy. Hua Tang's 4th stage ultimate skill has unparalleled destructive power, while Jisoo Feng's 4th ultimate skill is a rare control-type ultimate skill. It is worth mentioning that after the two broke through to the 4th stage, they had touched a hint of the ultimate combination ultimate skill, and perhaps when they reach the 5th stage, they will be able to unleash that move. Chapter 56, the 7th stage war machine appears. Zhou Luo falling from the sky. Time passed second by second, and in the evening, the war machine racing at full speed flew over the Kanglan base city, heading toward the source of the signal. At this moment, however, the camp of Zhou Yun and the others in the ravine area was under attack. 4 huge mechas were guarding the entrances of the front and rear valleys, and in between these 4 mechas stood a mecha repair platform, continuously supplying energy to the 4 mechas. With the presence of the mecha repair platform, the combat energy of the 4 was guaranteed. Sister Yun, my level is not enough to support all of you in battle at the same time. I will suspend energy supply for now. I will act when necessary. This is our only chance. Inside the mecha repair platform, Su Mengmeng, who was overseeing the situation, was sweating profusely. If she couldn't hold on, the entire team would be wiped out. Su Mengmeng was a rare mecha repair master, not only able to summon mecha repair platforms, but the platform also carried powerful long-range firepower. Half an hour ago, everything was fine, but for some unknown reason, they ended up blocking the migration path of the Cracktooth Rat clan. When the Cracktooth Rats saw the mechas, it was like seeing a rare delicacy. They went crazy, rushing towards them in waves, with no end in sight. Anyone who didn't know would think a beast tide was happening here. Li Tingting swung the lightsabers on her arms with all her strength. Only by maintaining extremely fast attacks could she prevent these Cracktooth Rats from finding a chance. Li Tingting and Zhou Yun were guarding the front entrance, and the pressure was immense. From time to time, a large group of Cracktooth Rats rushed into the valley, attacking the mecha repair platform. Su Mengmeng, check if I'm putting in enough effort. Li Tingting's voice appeared inside the mechas of the others. It's alright, but can you pay more attention? The Cracktooth Rats are already on my mecha platform. Su Mengmeng said, pouting her lips quietly. Clearly, in such a life-or-death situation, Su Mengmeng had already forgiven Li Tingting for most of her actions. Be careful, everyone. These Cracktooth Rats are organized. There should be a Rat King or Rat Queen behind them. They want to destroy the mech platform and then slowly suffocate us. Zhou Yun realized the purpose of the group of teeth rats and quickly warned the others. When will the Judicator arrive? My combat energy is already less than 30%. I still have 40% left. As the mech's energy declined, the group began to feel uneasy. The mech was their only safeguard. Once it stopped moving, they would be overwhelmed in an instant by the vast swarm of teeth rats. In the void. Yuan Tong never imagined that the group would be so unlucky, blocking the migration route of the teeth rats, and not far ahead, there was not just the Rat King, but also a Rat Queen. This was a 5th-level teeth rat tribe, and even 5th-level fighters of the same rank would not dare to fight them head-on. Moreover, the group's combat energy was almost depleted. Not to mention whether Zhou Luo could save them. Could Zhou Luo really navigate through the 5th-level teeth rat tribe with his current strength? Master Judicator, are we really not going to take action? Yuan Tong looked at the man beside him. The man was wearing platinum armor, with 3 pairs of metal sword wings on his back. The sharp wings flickered with dangerous edges, and his entire body exuded a deadly aura. This man was the leader of the Sky Punishment Martial Arts Hall in Kanglan Base City, an 8th-level Judicator. Go ahead, Zhou Luo failed his promotion task, wait. The Judicator was about to let Yuan Tong take action when he sensed a 7th-level warplane approaching at high speed. If nothing went wrong, it would arrive in this area within 10 seconds. Yuan Tong was puzzled. He didn't have the terrifying power of a Judicator, and the warplane was of a higher level than him, so he couldn't sense that a warplane was breaking through the air. The main character is here. Yuan Tong froze slightly upon hearing this, then stood in the air, observing. After reaching the 6th level, one could step on the void even without controlling a mech. The loss of such a small amount of combat energy was insignificant. As soon as the Judicator's words fell, a stunningly cool black warplane zoomed past in front of the two. Through the plane's window, Yuan Tong saw Zhou Luo in battle armor. With the Judicator's presence, the warplane didn't detect the two of them. Blackbird. It's the teacher's battle armor. Yuan Tong was stunned when he saw this. When he was at the academy, he wanted to borrow Mang Li's warplane, but that old guy was so stingy and refused. Now it seemed that he wasn't stingy, but back then, he was unworthy. Graduated students were like spilled water, and Yuan Tong felt he had lost his love for it. With the help of the 7th level warplane's firepower, the rat swarm was no longer a threat. At this moment, Zhou Luo's full attention was on the group below. Zhou Luo saw his sister's mech. The light mech. Zhou Yun's mech was very ordinary, just a 5th level potential mech. Deep. 5th level teeth rat tribe, rat king, and rat queen detected behind the swarm. Level, 5th level early. Master, be careful in combat. The cabin door has already opened. Laser cannon, clear a section of the area. I will go down and kill those 2 old rats. Zhou Luo's eyes were filled with killing intent, and the combat energy inside him began to surge. Received. Power value adjusted to 4th level. The Blackbird AI's voice echoed in the cabin. The cockpit slowly opened, and the howling west wind rushed in, blowing Zhou Luo's hair to flutter. The Blackbird warplane was so large that its appearance above the group immediately caught their attention. The group slightly raised their heads, and when they saw the warplane, it was as if it exploded in their hearts, creating waves of shock. Say 7th level warplane. What kind of person is this Judicator? His vehicle is actually a 7th level warplane. Quick, shrink the combat zone, the warplane is about to fire the laser cannon. The group quickly retreated, protecting Su Mengmeng in the center. Boom! Bright lasers shot straight toward the ground, and the entire canyon shook violently. Countless crack-toothed rats were torn apart, blood and flesh flying, creating an astonishing scene. In an instant, dust flew up and shattered stones shot through the air. The sound of shattered stones hitting the mecha rang out, crisp and clear. A vacuum zone appeared. Under the gaze of Zhou Yun and the others, the cabin opened, and a figure rapidly fell toward the ground headfirst. A mysterious hexagram appeared in the air, and as the figure passed through it, 3 mechas, 2 large and 1 small, fell. Bang! The 3 mechas landed, and the ground trembled. The 3 mechas were Fire Thunder, Rapid Edge, and Flyamo Wheel. I'll clear the way. Flyamo Wheel jumped in front of the 2 and quickly transformed. A series of mechanical clashing sounds rang out, and a heavy artillery platform appeared on the ground. A cannon barrel extended, 5 meters long, and the muzzle was 8 meters wide. Zhou Luo couldn't understand how such a small Flyamo Wheel could transform into such a massive artillery platform. Chapter 57, Take this. 4-star chain laser cannon. 4-star chain laser cannon. Flyamo Wheel's extremely flashy voice echoed throughout the entire canyon. A dazzling laser beam shone like a star, instantly cutting through the night sky. Upon closer inspection, there were 4-star rings within the laser beam. The thick laser beam pierced the entire canyon, even charging towards the 2 Mouse Kings 800 meters away. The further it went, the more the laser's energy dispersed, reducing its power. The laser was blocked by the Mouse King. The laser slowly dissipated, and the canyon returned to calm. Everyone gasped when they saw the scene. Hissed Zhou Yun and the others swallowed hard. The destructive power of this ranged weapon was even more terrifying than a mecha repairman. This laser had directly pierced through the entire canyon and shredded 6/10 of the crack-tooth rats. The canyon was already a river of blood, and a foul stench filled the air, choking with the smell. One could even feel the violent thunderous elements in the air. Rapid Edge was also shocked by this move from Flyamo Wheel. He never imagined that the Flyamo Wheel, which he usually bullied, could be so powerful. If it had been him, it would have taken at least 10 more minutes of fighting to reach the Mouse King. Not to mention him, even Zhou Luo didn't expect Flyamo Wheel to be this strong. Was this still the all-purpose escape robot? At this moment, one wave of combat energy after another surged into Flyamo Wheel's body. In no time, Zhou Luo reached level 45, the peak of his power. Damn, hurry up. I'm running out of energy and can barely transform. Flyamo Wheel noticed the 2 hadn't moved, so he reminded them. Ha ha ha. Flyamo Wheel, looks like you still haven't shaken off the title of one-hit wonder. Zhou Luo couldn't help but laugh. Flyamo Wheel. He had shown off too much, but who told him there were girls watching? Kill. Zhou Luo shouted, and Fire Thunder and Rapid Edge transformed into their car forms and charged forward. Wherever they passed, crack-toothed rats were all knocked and torn apart. Roar. The Mouse King saw his minions suffer heavy losses and let out an ear-piercing roar of anger. The Mouse King's crimson eyes locked on the 2, and then it swung its thick limbs, charging toward them alone. The Mouse Queen was only a tool for reproduction, and its combat power was not high. The Mouse King was the true king of the rat swarm. As it ran, the crack-toothed rats continued to swell. In just a few breaths, it grew to over 100 meters tall, its heavy body bloated and ungainly. It was hard to imagine how one rat could expand this much. Beast, mutated crack-toothed Mouse King. Level, 52. Special skills, Powerful Bite, Mouse King's Corrosive Claws, Mouse King's True Form, Death Whip, Beast King Roar. Status, Extremely Angry. Evaluation, Can still fight. This Mouse King had 5 ultimate skills, and every part of its body had mutated. It was many times stronger than an ordinary crack-toothed rat. In the midst of the charge, Fire Thunder and Rapid Edge launched their attacks with incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, their front wheels suddenly warped, and their strong, powerful arms fiercely pushed against the ground, using the strong reaction force to launch their bodies into the air like arrows. Thunder Body. Raging Tide Body. In an instant, the two roared in unison, their magnificent force bursting forth. Their bodies erupted with endless red brilliance, Fire Thunder's flames burned the heavens, and the thunder raged, Rapid Edge stirred the depths of the seas, with arcs of electricity flashing. The two beams of light intertwined and collided, unleashing astonishing energy waves that seemed to distort and shatter the surrounding space. Rapid Edge moved even faster than Fire Thunder, taking the lead. Rage of the Tides. Rapid Edge's eyes gleamed coldly, and at the same time, his palm tightened violently, unleashing energy surging out like a flood breaking through a dam. A massive deep blue tidal vortex suddenly appeared beneath the Rat King's body without warning. The edges of the vortex billowed with layers of foam, each wave carrying frightening power. It also possessed a strong pulling force, causing the Rat King's body to suddenly come to a halt, its originally arrogant expression instantly replaced by terror, as its limbs flailed wildly, trying to escape this terrifying force. Although Rapid Edge was powerful, the mutated 5th-tier Rat King was not an easy opponent. Under its intense struggle, the tidal vortex couldn't hold out for long, the ultimate magnetic field was on the verge of collapsing. Fire Thunder, it's your turn. Rapid Edge's explosive power was not as strong as Fire Thunder's, his main goal was merely to attract the attention of this mutated Rat King. Ah! Fire Thunder appeared in midair, his terrifying energy sweeping wildly. Fire Thunder Dual Storm. Zhou Luo and Fire Thunder's voices merged, sounding like a thunderclap in this dim sky. Fire Thunder's frost moon blade split into two and began to spin at high speed, with the edges of the blade glimmering with a chilling light, carrying both the power of thunder and extreme flames. Slash! With a wave of Fire Thunder's arm, 2 enormous blade wheels cut through the sky towards the Rat King, rapidly enlarging in the Rat King's crimson pupils. Feeling the threat to its life, the Rat King unleashed its full power without holding back. It opened its blood-red mouth and let out a shocking roar, the shockwaves spreading outwards in circles, shattering the tidal waves beneath it. Rat King's War Cry. It's an ultimate move that can only be comprehended at the 5th tier. Zhou Yun and the others crossed their mecha arms, curling their mecha bodies as much as possible, otherwise, this force could topple them. That person's battle level is only 4th tier, but the combat power he unleashed has reached 5th tier, even the Rat King had to burst out to save its life. No wonder he can become a judge in the Divine Punishment Martial Arts School. That voice sounds a bit like Xiao Luo's. At the same time, the battle was in full swing, and Zhou Luo naturally wouldn't let the Rat King have it easy. If the Rat King truly reacted, it would be troublesome when the Rat Queen joined the battle. After all, this was a ravine land, where there were definitely many strange beasts and monsters, more powerful monsters might approach here soon. We need to end the battle quickly. Rapid Edge, cut him off. Understood. Rapid Edge suddenly looked up, his eyes bursting with dazzling light, energy exploding from his body to its limit, feeling an inexhaustible power within him. Rapid Phantom Slash. Rapid Edge's engine roared, and a calm sea surface appeared beneath his feet. With several times the power boost, Rapid Edge forcibly tore through the Rat King's war roar energy, then transformed into a blue streak of light that slashed towards the Rat King. The two quickly tangled together, their speed so fast that the naked eye could no longer capture their movements. The speed of the rapid blade was getting faster and faster, and the long spear in his hands flickered with countless spear shadows. It seemed like both sides were entangled, but in reality, the Mouse King was being beaten by the rapid blade, unable to keep up. There were countless wounds on its thick body. I'll make you scream. The rapid blade held the spear with both hands and pushed it under the Mouse King's chin, charging into the sky. The spear pierced through the Mouse King's mouth, and blood flowed down the long spear, covering the rapid blade's body. Chapter 58, Rapid Blade, I'll make you fly by showing off. The Mouse King's mouth was pierced through by the rapid blade, and in pain, the Mouse King's upper body pressed entirely onto the rapid blade. The rapid blade, over 80 meters high, looked much smaller in front of the Mouse King, who stood at a height of over 100 meters. It looked incredibly dangerous. The Mouse King's sharp and thick claws kept tearing at the rapid blade's body, and many wounds appeared on the water blue body. The Rapid Blade's combat energy was quickly burning, and in his divine state, all of his attributes were several times beyond their limits. This gave him the strength to withstand the Mouse King's attacks. Don't think I'm scared just because you're big. Back then, Tiger Shatian was 2 heads taller than me, and I didn't back down from him, so don't even think about intimidating me, you rat. Keep showing off, and I'll make you fly. Even though the Mouse King was tearing at the Rapid Blade's body, the Rapid Blade refused to let go of the spear, lifting the Mouse King into the air. At this moment, the Fire Thunder Double Storm will successfully broke through the Mouse King's energy shield, and in an instant, the world was filled with chaotic energy. Now, the Mouse King couldn't defend itself under the Rapid Blade's restraint, and the Rapid Blade wouldn't let it off easily. At this moment, the Fire Thunder Double Storm will finally landed on the Mouse King's head, and the terrifying power exploded in an instant. The Mouse King screamed in pain as the double storm wheel, like a sharp spike, tried to pry open its skull. Zzzzzzz. Thunder rumbled, and flames howled. Blood Moon Mad Spear. At a crucial moment, the Rapid Blade drew out his spear, and a blood-red moon appeared behind him, casting thousands of heavy crimson rays of light. The entire land was dyed red. The oppressive atmosphere made people like Zhou Yun feel suffocated, and some couldn't catch their breath. The Rapid Blade's arm trembled, producing a deafening whistle, and the blood-red spear locked onto the Mouse King. He threw it with all his might, easily piercing through the Mouse King's skin. In an instant, the two powerful moves combined, blasting the Mouse King hundreds of meters away, crashing into the Mouse Queen behind it. The powerful impact knocked the Mouse Queen over, and her huge body slid more than 20 meters. Inside the Mouse Queen's body, there were still many unborn crack-toothed rats, and even moving required the help of thousands of them. This collision caused the Mouse Queen to cry out in agony. Hearing the Mouse Queen's cry, the Mouse King let out a weak roar. The Mouse King lay helplessly on the ground, its head nearly cut off, its abdomen pierced by a long spear, and countless fatal wounds on its chest. Eventually, the Mouse King lost its life, its body becoming dull and lifeless. Massive battle energy surged into the bodies of Fire Thunder and the Rapid Blade, and their battle energies rapidly increased, easily reaching level 46. The battle level of the Ultimate Strike also broke through to level 38. Opening the Divine Ultimate move consumed much more energy for the Rapid Blade than for Fire Thunder, but since he had activated the Ultimate move, he was determined not to waste it. The Rapid Blade transformed the spear into 2 short spears and charged toward the Mouse Queen like a god of death. The 4-tier crack-toothed rats near the Mouse Queen all screamed and rushed at him. However, in just one exchange, the 4-tier crack-toothed rats either died or were severely wounded, unable to stop the full-force assault of the Rapid Blade. After over 100 strikes, the Mouse Queen could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground. The Mouse King and the Mouse Queen both died, and the crack-toothed Mouse Clan went completely insane. They saw stones gnawing at stones, and metals gnawing at metals. Compared to stones, they preferred metals, so they targeted several mechs in the canyon. Prepare to retreat. The Blackbird fighter jet has warned that more powerful monsters are approaching. The crack-toothed Mouse Clan doesn't migrate for no reason, they only migrate in large numbers when a powerful enemy appears in their territory. And the crack-toothed mouse's greatest enemy is the bloodthirsty Shadow Cat. This beast is not only fast, its attacks are sharp, its bursts are strong, and its damage is high. Except for being somewhat fragile, it's hard to find any weaknesses. Zhou Luo didn't want to face such a beast, so he immediately prepared to save people and evacuate. Received. Master, you all stay, I'll come right away, he said while swiftly killing. Zhou Luo didn't pay attention to him, controlling the Fire Thunder and rushing into the canyon. Everyone, release control and get on the fighter jets. A more powerful beast is approaching at high speed. Zhou Luo and Fire Thunder's voices merged, creating a pressure that made everyone unwilling to slow down. They quickly put their mechs into the mech space. When Zhou Yun heard this voice, her eyes sparkled with light, staring intently at Fire Thunder. At this moment, she was completely sure that the Judicator sent by the Tianfa Martial Arts School was her brother, Zhou Luo. A beam of light descended from the sky. Zhou Luo and the others were lifted into the air by this beam of light, and the massive body of Fire Thunder began to slowly dissipate, revealing Zhou Luo's body. Soon, everyone entered the fighter jet. The cabin closed, and they no longer felt the harsh western wind. Su Mengmeng and the others looked up, their gazes filled with shock and admiration, like being attracted by a magnet, staring intently at the tall figure of the man in the blood-red battle armor. It really was Zhou Luo. This silhouette was exactly the same. Zhou Yun's expression was complex, but her eyes were full of surprise as she looked at Zhou Luo's back. When she left home, she had made up her mind to return and give her family a better life. But after coming to the Xinwu Academy for a year, her beautiful thoughts had been thoroughly shattered. Here, a 5th-tier potential mech controller was only considered average, a 6th or 7th-tier controller was considered intermediate, and an 8th or 9th-tier controller was a true genius. She never expected that in just 1 year, Zhou Luo had undergone such an earth-shattering transformation. Sis, long time no see. Zhou Luo slightly turned his body, a smile on his lips, looking at the tall, black-haired woman. Then a wave of fragrance hit, and Zhou Yun tightly hugged Zhou Luo's body. Good. It's really you, Xiao Luo. I didn't guess wrong. Zhou Yun's eyes glistened with tears, her trembling pupils unable to hide the excitement in her heart. It's me, sis. I'm glad I wasn't late. Zhou Luo, feeling the familiar scent, gently patted Zhou Yun's back, enjoying the temporary bliss. Su Mengmeng and the others heard their conversation and immediately opened their mouths wide, large enough to fit a goose egg. Damn! This judicator is actually Zhou Yun's brother, Zhou Luo, the one with the title of Dragon Country's strongest genius? I thought it was just a coincidence of the same name, but it turns out Zhou Luo was really your brother, Sis Yun. Hearing their words, Zhou Yun released Zhou Luo and couldn't help but roll her eyes. Don't just say you, even I didn't know my brother was this amazing. My parents never told me anything about Zhou Luo. Xiao Luo, these are my classmates and companions for this reconnaissance mission. Li Tingting, 5th tier potential mech controller, Su Mengmeng, a mysterious mech repairman, Chen Xiong, 6th tier potential mech controller, Hu Dehong, 5th tier potential mech controller. I can never thank the judicator enough for saving my life. Thank you, judicator. Thank you. Although Zhou Luo was younger than them, But Zhou Luo's identity and power were terrifying enough to command respect from several people. Chapter 59 Blood Spirit Liquid. A liquid made from the blood of geniuses. Xiao Luo, how did you become a judge? Zhou Yun's beautiful eyes sparkled with confusion. At first, I joined the Heavenly Punishment Martial Hall as a knife-bearer, and now my strength has reached the 4th tier. Completing the promotion task makes me a true judge. So, was hunting down Xiong your promotion task? Zhou Yun and the others immediately reacted with astonished exclamations. That's right. Zhou Luo nodded slightly and then continued, by the way, sister, where did Xiong run off to? Hunting down Xiong was one of Zhou Luo's tasks. The real mission was the dragon blood serum in Xiong's possession. Xiong had ambushed his teacher and stolen the 6th tier ultimate skill crystal stored in the martial hall. He was also rampaging through the wilderness, killing mech masters ruthlessly. This enraged the Heavenly Punishment Martial Hall branch, and since Xiong's level was similar to Zhou Luo's, the hall assigned this task to Zhou Luo as his promotion mission. Xiong ran towards S City. Su Mengmeng chimed in, pointing her delicate finger, and Zhou Luo looked in the direction of her finger. He saw dense thunderclouds covering the sky, with roaring thunder echoing in the clouds. The bolts of lightning sliced through the night like sharp blades, flashing with dazzling light. Even from a distance, everyone could hear the rumbling of the thunder. That's the direction of the Thunder Secret Realm. Zhou Luo's expression darkened. The Thunder Secret Realm and the Fallen Secret Realm were two of the known 7th tier secret realms, with the strongest monster being the peak 7th tier explosive thunder python. If Xiong hid inside the secret realm, he might really have a glimmer of hope for survival. Approach the Thunder Secret Realm. The Blackbird fighter jet received the command and powered up its engines. The aircraft quickly flew through the thunderclouds, reaching the deepest part where a spatial channel was suspended in midair. The entrance to the secret realm was enveloped in thunder and shimmered with a deep blue light. According to the energy analysis here, Xiong's mech has indeed vanished in this area. Xiong's mech possesses thunder energy, which could amplify its abilities in this environment. It's also possible that Xiong's mech has special abilities to conceal itself in these thunderclouds. Xiong had two choices. One was to directly enter the Thunder Secret Realm and then find another exit to escape. The second was to hide directly within the thunderclouds. Scan for suspicious energy nearby. The Blackbird fighter jet trembled slightly, and an invisible energy was released from its surface. After a while, the entire thundercloud was scanned thoroughly. The illusion of the thundercloud appeared in Zhou Luo's eyes. No abnormalities were detected, nor were any hidden mechs found. The Blackbird fighter jet had a 7th tier energy core, while Xiong was only at peak 4th tier. Even if his mech were extraordinary, it couldn't evade the detection of a 7th tier jet. So Zhou Luo was sure that Xiong had entered the Thunder Secret Realm. Sister, you all stay inside the Blackbird fighter jet. I will go into the secret realm to find Xiong and then come back. Zhou Luo turned to look at the extremely gentle and quiet Zhou Yun behind him. Okay, be careful. We won't follow you. Since Zhou Yun witnessed Zhou Luo's strength, she no longer worried about his safety. Even the 5th tier Rat King could be handled by Zhou Luo, let alone a 4th tier Xiong. Master, be careful. We'll wait for your triumphant return. Su Mengmeng playfully blinked, her rosy face full of collagen, looking utterly adorable. Zhou Luo was very interested in Su Mengmeng. After all, she was a mysterious mech repairer. It was his first time meeting a repairer. Zhou Luo first issued a command to the fighter jet, then opened the hatch and jumped directly into the entrance of the Thunder Secret Realm. After a dizzying spin, Zhou Luo appeared on an unknown land. Looking around. Zhou Luo discovered that this place was simply the paradise of thunder, with a mysterious and dangerous aura spreading all around. The sky was thick with dark clouds stacked layer upon layer, impenetrable, like a heavy black boulder about to crush down. On the ground, thick columns of thunder crashed down from the sky, and when they hit the ground, countless stones and dust were kicked up. The giant rocks struck by the thunder instantly turned into powder, scattering everywhere. The deafening thunder roared, relentless and continuous. The thunder formed by fire thunder energy was no match compared to these natural thunders. Not to mention the rapidly sharp arcs of lightning. In this thunder's secret realm, time and space seemed to be twisted. Sometimes, time felt incredibly slow, every strike of thunder seemed to stretch infinitely. In this extremely dangerous secret realm, Zhou Luo dared not be careless. Without a second thought, he summoned the fire thunder. Unfortunately, fire thunder could not be enhanced in this environment, only when releasing the thunder half-moon slash could it absorb the power of the natural thunder. The mecha appeared only a few minutes. Strangely, arcs of lightning appeared out of nowhere on the body of fire thunder, running wild. They intertwined and jumped like conscious thunder snakes, and when they touched the body of fire thunder, they made a sizzling sound. But luckily, it did not affect the functions of fire thunder. Not far from the entrance of the passage, a fierce battle had just taken place. Finally broke through to the 5th level, ha! The blood spirit liquid from the Dark Palace is really a great thing. A pale blue mecha roared to the sky, releasing its battle energy. The person controlling this mecha was Zhou Luo's wanted target, Xiong. To become stronger, he directly betrayed the Heavenly Punishment martial arts school, even risking great danger to ambush his teacher and steal a 6th level mecha ultimate move. He exchanged the crystal stone of the 6th level mecha ultimate move and the Dark Palace for blood spirit liquid that could enhance his power. And this blood spirit liquid seemed to be a good thing, but to put it bluntly, it was a liquid made by mixing the genius's heartblood with precious medicine, something the madman of the Dark Palace discovered. To mass-produce strong warriors, the Dark Palace secretly assassinated geniuses from all major families. Of course, the Dark Palace was not doing charity work. The blood spirit liquid was mixed with some good stuff, allowing the Dark Palace to fully control those who consumed the blood spirit liquid. These were the Dark Believers. Beep. The time-space bracelet received a message, and Xiong calmed his mind to read it. A mischievous smile appeared on Xiong's face. Things were becoming more and more interesting. Zhou Luo, the strongest genius of Long Kingdom? The Judgmenter's promotion task? Ha! A rookie dares to take on a task. This is quite a good place, I'll let you stay here forever. Xiong did not take Zhou Luo seriously. To him, the strongest genius of Long Kingdom was simply ridiculous. A level 43 trash, actually dreaming of chasing and killing a 5th level powerhouse. Xiong sneered twice, then controlled the Thunder Shallow Mecha to step on lightning and headed towards the entrance of the Thunder Secret Realm. If I can hunt Zhou Luo and hand him over to the Dark Palace, I'm sure I'll get even purer blood spirit liquid. Sorry, but you are wearing the title of strongest genius. How stupid. His speed became faster and faster, so fast that only a trail of lightning remained visible. Chapter 60, Times have changed, now it is the era of group beatings. Zhou Luo did not move far before he sensed an energy source approaching him. Zhou Luo brought up the detection screen and discovered a pale blue mecha 1 kilometer away. Xiong's Thunder Shallow Mecha. Although Zhou Luo did not understand why Xiong was approaching him, he knew that Xiong had delivered himself to his doorstep. 1 minute later, the lightning shallow mecha appeared in Zhou Luo's sight, flying close to the ground at an almost insane speed, its flat body almost merging with the earth. It was like a brutal bull, violently plowing up the dust on the ground, with dust flying out in a fan shape to the sides, trailing behind it like a roaring dragon's tail. Zhou Luo's expression turned cold, maneuvering the fire thunder body to the side, evading the charging lightning shallow mecha. This night morning was different from all the opponents Zhou Luo had encountered. This person didn't utter a single useless word, locking onto him from a kilometer away. The strike was decisive, with an air of murderous intent. Fire Thunder glanced down at its own body, noticing that there was a flicker of lightning blowing over it, but this lightning was ineffective against Fire Thunder. Fire Thunder was also capable of controlling the power of thunder. Night Morning raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised that Zhou Luo could evade his attack. Now this is interesting. The lightning shallow mecha suddenly stomped down, creating a large pit in the ground, and the mecha pulled out the broadsword from its back again. Facing Fire Thunder without fear, he clenched his palm in the air, and the frost moon blade appeared in his hand. In the blink of an eye, the two clashed together. Bang! 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 The hard mecha weapons collided, producing dazzling sparks. Fire Thunder held the blade with both hands, swinging it sideways with tremendous force, the speed astonishing. Night Morning's expression changed drastically, the broadsword pressed against the chest of his mecha, the frost moon blade barely grazed his weapon, the tip almost slicing through the head of the lightning shallow mecha. Having narrowly avoided that strike, Night Morning activated the engine and retreated swiftly. The mecha's eyes were firmly fixed on Fire Thunder. Inside the cockpit, Night Morning was already sweating profusely, the blade just now made his heart race, and adrenaline surged rapidly. He almost got finished off. His retreat weakened his momentum, and Zhou Luo seized the opportunity to pursue. Chain lightning half-moon slash. Flipping over and slashing, thunder roared, devastating the enemy. With one strike, Night Morning gritted his teeth and raised the broadsword to brace. The frost moonblade, heavy as 9 tripods, bent the lightning shallow mecha's body. This strike made Night Morning's blood surge uncontrollably. What the hell, how can a dignified Tier 5 Mecha Master be weaker than a Tier 4 Mecha Master? Night Morning's pupils widened, his bloodshot eyes revealing shock. At this moment, he felt incredibly fortunate that his mecha had lightning attributes. If it were any other mecha, being eroded by Fire Thunder's lightning, even if he could withstand that blade, it would still be briefly paralyzed. The second strike followed closely. This time, it was not a downward chop, but an upward slash. Bang! The heavy broadsword was knocked away, leaving the entire chest of the lightning shallow mecha exposed in front of Fire Thunder's sharp eyes. Night Morning could now see Zhou Luo's victorious figure. Thunder Battle Roar! Roar! Night Morning no longer hesitated and unleashed the battle roar skill he just understood. Terrifying battle energy expanded, and the lightning barrier blocked Fire Thunder's strike. Facing the battle roar of a Tier 5 mecha, even the Fire Thunder, enhanced by the Mecha King, could not withstand it. Moreover, it was such a close-range roar. Fire Thunder's body shook. Zhou Luo felt a powerful pressure, similar to the gravity formed by the gravity tower. No wonder Mangle kept urging him to enter the gravity tower. The gravity tower had this effect, allowing him to adapt in advance to the battle roar of a Tier 5 mecha. The battle roar was a skill that only Tier 5 mecha could comprehend. Once activated, the mecha's attributes would reach their maximum state. It seemed like a boosting skill, but in fact, it was a body-enforcing skill. Just like Night Morning, if it weren't for the battle roar, that last strike would have definitely made him understand the cost of underestimating his opponent. Moreover, Night Morning was a true Tier 5 mecha master. It wasn't the kind of half-hearted battle cry from Xiong earlier. Kid, you have successfully angered me. I will rip your heart out in front of you. Xiong chuckled ominously. You, a scoundrel who ambushed your teacher, stole the dragon blood potion and the ultimate skill crystal? You dare think you can deal with me? What a hopeless white sheep wolf. Do you even deserve the trust your teacher placed in you? Zhou Luo's deep voice echoed through the air, his long blade pointing at the Thunderian mech. Ha ha ha. What qualifications do you have to lecture me? Everyone has their own choices, and what's wrong with me wanting to become stronger? You're so highly valued by the martial arts school, looks like they have great confidence in you. In that case, novice, let me see just how strong you really are. Xiong never felt regret, for the saying goes, men die for money, birds die for food. This truth has been passed down since ancient times. Thunderian true body. Xiong's battle energy surged like a storm, and a massive halo descended from the sky, causing the Thunderian mech to grow over 80 meters. Thunder's true body. The Fire Thunder body also grew to 80 meters, only a little shorter than the Thunderian mech. But none of that mattered. Die, Thunder Strike! Xiong roared, and the wind and clouds in this world changed, with thick thunderclouds appearing above Zhou Luo's head. Inside the Fire Thunder cockpit, Zhou Luo sneered, then with a thought, a space-time tunnel appeared above the Thunderian mech, and the figures of the Extreme Sharp and the Fatal Blast appeared. The Fatal Blast's body was like a giant, with both hands wielding a white cannon, which definitely wasn't the transformed cannon of the Flying Thunder Wheel. 4-star linked laser cannon. Fatal Blast shouted, his voice like thunder crashing in the sky. What? Xiong suddenly looked up. He saw the thick laser blast coming, carrying the power to destroy the world. The heavy laser struck the mech with a tremendous impact. It was like a small sun exploding on the surface of the mech, and the intense light instantly engulfed the entire body, too bright to look at. The Thunderian mech's armor began to melt under the scorching laser, and a deep pit quickly appeared on the surface, with scorching metal drips flowing down, sizzling as they fell to the ground. The surrounding air was twisted by the high temperature, creating waves of heat. Impressive! Although the Flying Thunder Wheel was a fast guy, his laser could indeed change the outcome of a battle. This shot directly interrupted the Thunderian mech's ultimate move and severely injured it. Damn! I've been wanting to do this for a long time, watch me unleash the earth-shattering wave kill. Thud! 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 The long spear ruthlessly slammed into the Thunderian mech, hitting over 100 attacks in this instant. Let me show you who's boss. The two guns merged, and with all his power, Zhou Luo launched a strike that sent the Thunderian mech flying. In the end, it was stomped by the Fatal Blast falling from the sky, with two heavy meteor hammers continuously smashing onto the mech's face. Under the combined attack of the three, the Thunderian mech was left unrecognizable, completely destroyed. A huge hole appeared in the chest of the mech, where Xiong's figure could be seen, his face covered in blood, looking utterly miserable. He stretched out his finger to point at Zhou Luo, his words dripping with hate. "You ambushed, vile, vile. Times have changed, my friend, it's now the era of gang up. It's a shame the time-space wristband was shattered. The dragon blood potion and the ultimate skill crystal are probably lost forever." The Blackbird fighter hovered steadily within the thunderclouds, with thunder roaming its surface but unable to penetrate the interior. Inside the massive fighter cabin, Zhou Yun stood quietly. Her figure was graceful, her temperament gentle. Her smooth hair gently fluttered in the airflow of the fighter, with a few stray strands falling against her pale cheek. Her eyes were like clear springs, bright and transparent, as she gazed through the fighter's window at the entrance to the Thunder Realm. At the entrance of the Thunder Secret Realm, electric sparks flickered like silver snakes dancing wildly, and the roar of thunder could be faintly heard, containing unknown mysteries. A trace of worry passed through her clear eyes. "Sister Yun, don't worry too much. Your brother can single-handedly deal with the mutated rodent king and queen. A peak-level nightshade would only run away if it encountered him." "Yeah, Sister Yun, your brother Zhou Luo is the strongest genius in Dragon Country, and he's a prospective judge at the Thunder Punishment Martial Hall. Those who can enter the hall are strong warriors who can fight multiple opponents." As Chen Zhong spoke, his eyes sparkled, unable to hide the admiration and passion deep within. A judge, that is a respected powerhouse. Just the Thunder Punishment Martial Hall was already something they could only look up to. "I'm not worried about Nightshade, I'm worried about this Thunder Secret Realm. It's said that sometimes there will be thunderstorms. The danger of the Thunder Secret Realm lies not only in the thunder beasts within but more terrifyingly in those thunderstorms. The Thunder Secret Realm is made up of thunder, and if the thunder in this world erupts, the entire realm will turn into a sea of thunder with no place to stand, and anything will be destroyed. Sister Yun, you worry too much. The Thunder Secret Realm has been appearing for so long, and there have not been many thunderstorms, so don't worry." Su Mengmeng waved her hand nonchalantly. "I hope so." Zhou Yun felt a little uneasy in her heart. Someone has entered the thundercloud. Suddenly, Li Tingting, who was sitting in a chair, caught Zhou Yun and the others' attention. The group gathered closer. The battle machine had already projected a hologram from outside. They saw a strange mech moving through the thunderclouds, and it was rapidly approaching the entrance of the secret realm. As it got closer, everyone finally saw what the mech looked like. Crap! It's a beast man controlling a beast mech. And it's a peak-level beast mech. The dark energy on it is almost reaching level 6. It's someone from the Dark Hall. He's trying to enter the Thunder Secret Realm. If he encounters Zhou Luo, the consequences would be unimaginable. Everyone was shocked when they saw the mech, and for a moment, they all panicked. Beastmen are weapons of the Dark Hall. Those with mediocre talent who want to become stronger will be transformed into beastmen by the Dark Hall. They use powerful organs from the Secret Realm's beasts, grafted onto human bodies, completing a leap in bloodline. But this method is extremely cruel, and it comes with an irreversible cost. The power on beastmen is only temporary. But no one dared to underestimate beastmen. A peak-level beastman bursting out with all its power can hold off a level 6 mech master for a few minutes. Once a mech master becomes a beastman, then their original mech will naturally undergo irreversible changes. Like this mech. In its normal state, it stands 5 meters tall, with a mech body and energy core, but its limbs are those of a lizard beast, and behind it is a thick crocodile tail. The face of the mech looks quite eerie, with hollow eyes that can plunge people into despair. Quick! Order the battle machine to blow this guy up. We absolutely cannot let him enter the Thunder Secret Realm. His target must be Zhou Luo. Zhou Luo had just entered not long ago, and now a beastman from the Dark Hall appeared here. It was obvious they were after Zhou Luo. The Dark Hall is the main enemy of the Thunder Punishment Martial Hall, and when the two sides meet, it's a life-or-death battle. Moreover, the Dark Hall has been hunting the geniuses of various forces for quite some time. Zhou Luo bears the title of the strongest genius in Dragon Country. He is simply too big a target. Let alone the Dark Hall, many powerful forces are very interested in Zhou Luo's mech warrior profession. Right. A level 7 battle machine can definitely blow him up. What are you all shouting about? Do you think the battle machine is yours? You think you can issue orders just like that? Su Mengmeng's disdain for stupidity was barely contained. Her eyes swept across the group with a speechless look. As far as I know, this Blackbird warplane is the exclusive right of Demon Blade Mengli. Just because Zhou Luo can command the warplane doesn't mean we can pilot it. Are you all out of your minds? Su Mengmeng's cheeks puffed up with anger, making her look adorably fierce. The group, hearing this, laughed awkwardly in embarrassment. You couldn't really blame them. A normal person would panic upon seeing a beast human, and it was their first time encountering one. They were just worried about Zhou Luo's safety. The magnetic field inside and outside the Thunder Realm is extremely unstable. Unless we use the warplane's terminal to send messages, we can't contact Zhou Luo. Zhou Yun bit her lip tightly, cold sweat unknowingly appearing in her palm, and her heartbeat quickened noticeably. Even my 3rd tier timespace bracelet has no signal. My 4th tier one is the same. Su Mengmeng glanced at her 2nd tier bracelet, feeling even more inadequate. No, I must enter the Thunder Realm and inform Xiao Luo. Zhou Yun went to the hatch and pressed the open button, triggering the Blackbird warplane's voice prompt inside the cabin. You do not have the authority to open the hatch. Zhou Yun's face turned dark. Sometimes, a warplane being too intelligent could be an issue. However, there was still the emergency hatch button. Analyzing. Simulating. 100 attempts. Analysis complete. Based on your capabilities, if you leave the warplane, your probability of death is 99%. Are you sure you want to proceed? The Blackbird warplane's warning echoed. Sister Yun, don't lose your composure. Things haven't reached that point yet. The Thunder Realm is vast, the enemy might not even find Zhou Luo. I don't know if your brother will survive, but I do know you'll definitely die if you go out. Sister Yun, your strength is indeed great, but even approaching the entrance under the thunderstorm is incredibly challenging. In my opinion, you should stay in the warplane. Su Mengmeng, panicking, tightly embraced Zhou Yun's figure, her ample chest pressing firmly against Zhou Yun's slender waist. Su Mengmeng, being shorter than Zhou Yun, could only press her chest against Zhou Yun's upper waist. No matter what, I won't let you leave. Su Mengmeng's eyes were red, and her small hands clung tightly to Zhou Yun. When she first entered the Divine Martial Academy, everyone bullied her for not having a background or family power. Only Zhou Yun stood in front of her to protect her. To Su Mengmeng, Zhou Yun was like her big sister. Aside from her parents, only Zhou Yun had treated her so well with genuine care. Moreover, if it weren't for her, Zhou Yun would have already broken through to the 4th tier. She hadn't repaid that favor yet, how could she let Zhou Yun go to her death? Chapter 62, Machine God Integration State, Beast Mech Pursuit. Before leaving, Zhou Luo had issued a command to the warplane, ensuring it wouldn't allow Zhou Yun and the others to leave. In Zhou Luo's mind, the 7th tier warplane was like an indestructible fortress. Even a 7th tier beast would need half an hour to destroy it. Outside the thunderclouds, 2 figures stood motionless in the void. Lord Adjudicator, are we really not intervening? That's a 5th tier beast human out there. If something happens to Zhou Luo, it will be a huge loss. At this moment, the beast mech had already entered the Thunder Realm. Yu Wentong's heart was in turmoil. If not for the Adjudicator holding him back, he would have rushed in already. However, the Adjudicator's expression remained calm, his deep eyes betraying no emotion. No one could guess what the Adjudicator was thinking. Yu Wentong, when you advanced to Adjudicator, didn't you kill a peak 5th tier beast human? Why are you so nervous now? The Adjudicator's gaze fell on him, carrying a faint aura of superiority. Lord Adjudicator, that's different. This is a beast mech. And back then, I was gravely injured and only managed to achieve a desperate counterkill by comprehending blade intent in a moment of despair. If it weren't for the sharp blade intent, I would have died long ago. Sharp blade intent. The realm. Does the master want to make this alien beast a stepping stone for Zhou Luo to comprehend the realm? Yu Wenong finally realized, his eyes shining, left hand forming a fist and smashing heavily onto his right palm. The Adjudicator slightly curled his lips, crossing his arms over his chest as if everything was within his calculations. Zhou Luo's mecha is extraordinary. Not only can it speak, but it also possesses pure thunder power and extreme flames. This thunder's secret realm is Zhou Luo's heaven. Maybe by the time he comes out, he will have comprehended the realm. Mechas that can speak are not unheard of, but for a mecha to awaken its own consciousness, the pilot must break through the 100-level battle rank. Breaking through the 100 level on Blue Star is almost impossible, so many 9th level powerhouses left Blue Star and went to the endless vast starry sky. Once a mecha awakens its consciousness, it will be its greatest aid. If Zhou Luo successfully comes out and comprehends the realm, our Tianfa Martial Hall will sign a peak contract with him. When the Adjudicator spoke these words, Yu Wentong's expression froze. A peak contract. A peak contract is somewhat like a betting agreement. Once signed, Zhou Luo would become the core training subject of Tianfa Martial Hall. As his rank rises, the rewards he receives will also be very generous, and naturally, his power will increase. The number of geniuses who have received a peak contract can be counted on 2 hands. Yu Wenong himself could only sign a small S-level contract, and a peak contract was something he didn't even dare to think about. Anyway, he knew that once Zhou Luo came out alive, he would soar. Tianfa Martial Hall was planning to use an absolutely massive amount of resources to forge a super powerhouse, one comparable to the sky or even crushing the sky. Inside the Thunder Secret Realm. After absorbing the battle energy from Xiong, Zhou Luo's level didn't break through, but the level of Zhu Dehong shot up rapidly. Now it was at level 41. Xiong never understood why 3 mechas appeared above his head until his death. Zhu Dehong first took the Fei Mo wheel and blasted him into severe injury with a single shot. Then he withstood Jisoo Feng's ultimate move, and finally, Zhu Dehong stomped him into the ground, smashing him to death with the mountain-like meteor hammer. Whew. A 5th level mecha is really tough. My hands are a little sore from smashing it. Zhu Dehong placed the Fei Mo wheel on the ground and then put away his meteor hammer. Zhu Dehong, your strength is still as terrifying as ever. You were able to break a 5th level mecha's defense when you're only at 3rd level, truly monstrous. Jisoo Feng patted Zhu Dehong's shoulder, then slumped down to sit on the ground. With the divine power ultimate state dissipating, his battle energy was nearly exhausted. The Fei Mo wheel also transformed and slumped to the ground, even pretending to wipe non-existent sweat from its forehead. We're completely drained now. Don't harm my master. Before anyone could react, Zhu Dehong suddenly sprang from the ground, drawing his meteor hammer from behind and blocking it behind Fire Thunder. Bang! A sound of mechas colliding echoed, and Zhu Dehong was sent flying at high speed, finally crashing into a mountain peak. The meteor hammer in his hand was also sent flying, leaving 2 deep marks on the ground. Then a piercing sound from behind followed. Zhou Luo's face changed as he controlled Fire Thunder to bend and dodge, a thick tail entering his line of sight. Seeking death. Sun and Moon Shining Blade. Fire Thunder gathered all his strength, his body lifting off the ground as he turned and struck with a sword. The Sun and Moon phenomenon surrounded him, carrying overwhelming power, pressing down from the blade. Roar! Boom! A thick beast arm forcibly blocked the powerful strike. The beast mecha's blood-red eyes locked onto Fire Thunder. In the depths of that gaze, Zhou Luo saw endless killing intent. Beast mecha. Zhou Luo now saw clearly what was the thing that had attacked from behind. Master, this is a peak-level Tier 5 beast mecha. With our current combat energy, we cannot face it head-on. Moreover, the extreme strike is too weak, the sharp energy has already been exhausted, and we are not in the favorable position of time, place, or people. The calm voice of Fire Thunder echoed in Zhou Luo's ears. At this moment, his trembling arms were enough to show the pressure Fire Thunder was under. The Sun and Moon Twin Blade was Fire Thunder's most powerful single move, but this beast mecha actually resisted it with its bare hands. You little beast, you crippled my son, today I will make you pay a painful price. The beast mecha let out a strange roar. Half man, half monster, I'll go to hell. Zhou Luo suddenly looked up, and the surrounding thunder environment instantly turned into a blur. Only Fire Thunder and the beast mecha remained in the entire world, and nothing could affect Zhou Luo's focus. In this state, Zhou Luo's mental power rapidly drained, but what followed was even stronger power and more exquisite combat skills. The Mech God Unification State. A state all mecha controllers desperately wanted to enter. Fire Thunder's eyes exploded with lightning, resonating with Zhou Luo, and the power in his hands surged by 3 times. Open! Fire Thunder roared, pressing his arms down, successfully suppressing the beast mecha, which was taller than him. Fire Thunder, I'll help you. Even though the Extreme Blade's energy had been exhausted, Rapid Blade came to join the fight, still possessing some strength. The two joined forces, activating the binding power, boosting their overall state by 30%. The beast mecha's Fong Dawei felt the power Zhou Luo released and couldn't help but be shocked. You little beast really have something, but if that's all, then go die. Fong Dawei laughed madly, now completely addicted to the power of the beast. If it were the old him, just Fire Thunder's blade could have killed him in a second. But now, it was simply a little joke. Dark energy surged into the sky, centered around the beast mecha. Damn! Fire Thunder's ultimate move was scattered, and both Fire Thunder and Rapid Blade flew uncontrollably backward. They even knocked the flying motorbike off course. Damn it, we can't win, it's getting tight. Zhou Luo felt his body almost fall apart. If only Power Yuan Ba was here, I'd definitely kill this dog. Zhou Luo stored Rapid Blade and Extreme Strike into the War King Hall, and in the moment the motorbike transformed, Zhou Luo controlled the flying motorcycle and also stored Fire Thunder inside. At this moment, the flying motorbike's advantage was revealed. Its speed was so fast that neither Fire Thunder nor Rapid Blade could catch up. It was almost like an aircraft on land. Why is this damn thing so fast? If this goes on, we'll be caught. Flying Motorbike glanced at the beast mecha that was relentlessly pursuing behind, speaking with a trembling voice. The mecha crouched down and waved its thick, monstrous limbs. The mecha's appearance reminded Flying Motorbike of the Black Iron Beast. This damn thing has reached the peak of Tier 5. Luckily, it can't transform into a car form, or else we'd really be finished. Zhou Luo glanced back and then calmed down. Although this thing's speed was fast, it wouldn't catch up to him anytime soon. Flying Motorbike's form was small, allowing it to pass through many terrains. Zhou Luo specifically led the beast mecha through narrow areas. You little beast, let's see how far you can run. Today you will die for sure. Inside the beast mecha, Fong Dawei let out a frenzied roar. He was extremely excited now. At first, he had some difficulty adapting to the beast's limbs. But now, after seeing the power he unleashed, he had already thrown away all his limits as a human. At this moment, all he wanted was to avenge his son. Then, he dug out Zhou Luo's heart and handed it to the young adult. Along the way, he was forced to smash several small mountains due to Zhou Luo's leading, but he didn't notice the scars appearing where his beast arm was grafted onto his mech. Damn dog, can't I still kill you? Behind the beast mech, two huge cannon barrels appeared, and in an instant, energy was condensed and shot out in the form of energy light bombs. Although he couldn't catch up with the flying motorcycle for now, the flying motorcycle was just a motorcycle. As long as he could blow Zhou Luo to death, that was enough. As for the powerless motorcycle? He didn't put it in his eyes. Zhou Luo controlled the flying motorcycle, swerving left and right, dodging the energy light bombs perfectly, but the shockwave from the explosions still affected him. Several times, in extreme sharp turns, his shoulders scraped against the ground. Although Zhou Luo didn't feel pain, the surface of his battle armor turned pitch black, looking very miserable. Zhou Luo gritted his teeth, feeling extremely unwilling in his heart. He was actually forced to this extent by a peak-level 5th-tier beast mech. If it weren't for the rapid energy running out, I would definitely kill you, this damn thing. Zhou Luo looked at the terrain displayed on the flying motorcycle screen, using his exceptional driving ability to weave through, searching for a glimmer of hope. Sorry, my lord, it's all my fault. If I didn't use the Divine Power special move, I could have teamed up with Fire Thunder to kill this show-off. I'm too low level. Fighting with you guys is just a burden. The sounds of rapid energy and extreme doom echoed inside the War King's hall, their voices somewhat low and unwilling, revealing that both were very angry. Although Extreme Doom's battle level reached the 4th tier, the difference in levels was just too great. Even with the Mech War King enhancement, it was no match for the Beast Mech. Moreover, Extreme Doom had blocked an attack from the Beast Mech to protect him, receiving injury, and his combat strength had been greatly reduced. At this moment, he could no longer resist the Beast Mech. I'm not blaming you, don't overthink it. If it weren't for rapid energy interrupting the previous Mouse King, we would have consumed even more combat energy. Zhou Luo comforted them. It's really strange. Where are the beasts in the Thunder Secret Realm? Zhou Luo originally planned to lead the beast mech into the territory of a strong monster, hoping they would fight, but after driving the flying motorcycle for over 10 kilometers, not a single monster was detected. It really is strange. Didn't we hear monster roars when we fought Night Death before? The flying motorcycle's headlights blinked and then speculated, could something have happened in the Thunder Secret Realm? Or maybe a powerful monster appeared and drove away the other monsters? As soon as the flying motorcycle's words fell, the already unpredictable Thunder Secret Realm seemed to have triggered some kind of taboo, suddenly trembling. In the sky, the heavy thunderclouds rolled and compressed in a mad frenzy, and the power of thunder raged like wild horses. Thunderbolts as thick as water tanks crashed down from the sky, where they landed, rocks turned to dust, and the earth was torn apart, creating bottomless ravines. Several bolts of thunder silently struck Zhou Luo's position. Zhou Luo narrowly dodged them, and when he looked back, he saw that the ground had been struck into huge deep pits. Fortunately, Fire Thunder could immune the thunder within his body, but right now, sitting on the flying motorcycle, if struck, he would be shattered to pieces. He wasn't sure if his 5th-tier battle armor could withstand the thunder of the secret realm. Fire Thunder, come out. A fiery red sports car shot out from the timespace tunnel, and Zhou Luo, like a flash of light, jumped from the flying motorcycle and entered the driver's seat of Fire Thunder. The flying MO wheel's engine roared as it rushed quickly into the tunnel. The flying MO wheel, which transformed into a humanoid shape upon entering the Battle King Hall, slid helplessly across the ground for more than 10 meters before finally collapsing, gasping for air. Flying MO wheel, you're such a coward, this is so embarrassing. The Rapid Blade couldn't help but scold the flying MO wheel. Rapid Blade, you're just standing there talking, didn't you see the scene? The endless sea of lightning, if I had been submerged, I would have been scrapped. Really? It's a pity I wasn't just standing there. Rapid Blade sat in his exclusive chair, recovering his battle energy, with a Tier 3 purple energy crystal floating in his hand. This was a gift that the human woman had once given to their master, and later their master gave it to him in Fire Thunder. The energy inside this crystal could restore 40% of his battle energy in an instant. Master, I still have a Tier 3 purple energy crystal with Fire Thunder, did you forget? Rapid Blade reminded Zhou Luo. A Tier 3 purple energy crystal. Zhou Luo suddenly remembered the figure standing at the door of his house earlier. The gift from Liu Qingxue. A Tier 3 purple energy crystal can restore 40% of my battle energy, enough for Fire Thunder and me to unleash our combined ultimate move, Shadow Flash. Rapid Blade's voice rang out again. Yeah, even I almost forgot. That girl gave our master 2 purple energy crystals. Fire Thunder's tone was also filled with surprise. Perhaps this was their chance to turn things around. I didn't expect Liu Qingxue's gift to actually become my only chance to kill this bastard. Zhou Luo was also unsure if the Shadow Flash could kill the beast mecha, but this was his only chance. If this doesn't work, then he would have no choice but to escape again. What are we waiting for? Use the purple energy crystal. With Zhou Luo's command, Rapid Blade quickly stood up, pressing the egg-sized energy crystal to his chest. In an instant, a purple glow enveloped him, and his battle energy rapidly surged. Chapter 64, once again unleashing the ultimate combined move, Thunder from the Sky. Ha! Rapid Blade's body shook, the purple-blue battle energy spread out, and then a time-space tunnel appeared as he transformed into a police car shape and rushed out. One red and one blue sports car raced side by side, with the light trails from their engine exhaust slowly merging together. We must finish this person before the lightning sea arrives, or even if we succeed, we won't escape the lightning sea. Mecha Warrior, attack. Zhou Luo slightly raised his head, his clear eyes sparkling with light. His hands quickly tapped on the two operation panels. Lines of strange key positions gathered together, forming a complex and hard-to-understand sequence of keys. Mecha Resonance. The moment the engine roared, the two of them perfectly executed a drifting tailspin and turned the car heads. A red-blue battle energy shield appeared at the front of the cars, charging forward with unstoppable momentum towards the beast mecha. Oh? 3 mechas? TSK, is this a last-ditch effort? I have to admit this kid has some tricks, but that wasn't even my full strength just now. Heh, what's the point of buying so many garbage mechas? In the end, they're just a pile of junk. Fong Dawei sneered disdainfully. In his eyes, this was nothing but an ant trying to shake a tree. A Tier 4 mecha being able to injure a Tier 5 mecha was already monstrous. But to try to shake a Tier 5 mecha, that was nothing but a fool's dream. At this moment, Fire Thunder and Rapid Blade, under Zhou Luo's guidance, connected their wills, and their auras crazily converged. In an instant, a dazzling light flashed, as if countless silver light streaks crisscrossed in the air. The two sides were rapidly closing in. But suddenly, a mysterious and profound force of heaven and earth pressed down, and the beast mecha's body froze, trapped in place. Inside the cockpit, Fong Dawei's expression was full of panic. What is going on? The mecha actually cut off contact with me. What the hell is this thing? Fong Dawei was just a third-level mecha pilot before, relying only on hunting exotic beasts to make a living. His own knowledge was merely the tip of the iceberg in this world. With his understanding, he couldn't comprehend what the realm of combined ultimate skills and the suppressive force of heaven and earth was. A thick pillar of energy shot up from beneath him, sending over 2,000 tons of exotic beast mecha soaring into the air, hanging there. Countless giant boulders also floated around him. This space seemed to be outside the Thunder's secret realm, entirely out of place with the surrounding environment. This is the mecha combination ultimate skill. His gaze was drawn to the sports car on the ground. The moment he saw the overwhelming energy on the two people, even a fool could recognize what kind of ultimate move this was. How could this damned beast master the mecha combination ultimate skill? But soon, Fong Dawei calmed down. Fame of the person, shadow of the tree, the combination ultimate skill is indeed powerful, but it also depends on the level of the mechas used. 2 4th-level mechas should not be able to shake my 5th-level mecha. Right. It definitely shouldn't be possible. Since he couldn't control the mecha, he would wait. He didn't believe this suppressive force would not dissipate. Fire Thunder and Rapid Edge's bodies were covered with a layer of mysterious energy, greatly amplifying their attributes. As they stepped on the giant stones, it felt like they were climbing to the heavens. With each rise, their momentum increased significantly. Finally, the two unleashed their blades. Slash. 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 Show off. Show off. Show off. I will show you what showing off is. Bang bang bang. The weapons in their hands ruthlessly struck the surface of the exotic beast mecha, ripping the mecha's outer armor apart like fragile thin paper. The originally smooth and hard metal shell was cut open by the raging flow and lightning, leaving deep cracks that exposed the bones beneath, sparks flying everywhere. Flowing shadow lightning flash. Fire Thunder and Rapid Edge combined, transforming into a sharp cone that pierced toward the exotic beast mecha. At that moment, Fong Dawei felt his connection with the mecha return. The suppressive force of heaven and earth that had restrained him was dissipating. The opportunity has come. Beast War Roar. Roar. The roar of the exotic beast mecha was nearly indistinguishable from the roar of the exotic beast. Zhou Luo controlled the motorcycle warrior to charge forward against the terrifying wave of air, arcs of electricity emerging within the motorcycle warrior. A last-ditch effort. The two sides collided completely. Terrifying energy burst forth like a volcanic eruption, surging outward from the center of both sides. The two forms of energy clashed and intertwined in midair, forming a massive energy whirlpool. In the center of the whirlpool, black, red, and blue energies interwoven tore at each other, producing brilliant yet dangerous arcs of electricity that spread outwards, turning everything they touched into dust. The entire world was dyed a bizarre mix of black and white by this frenzied energy. The combination ultimate skill ultimately penetrated the war roar skill. The flowing light acted like sharp blades, slicing off the armor from the mecha's shoulders, arms, and other parts, revealing the complex circuits and components inside. The electric light surged like a fierce thunder beast, melting the armor it touched into puddles of metal liquid that emitted a pungent smell, slowly dripping down the mecha's body. This transformed the originally towering and strange mecha into a sight of countless wounds and disgrace. Fong Daoi's eyes were bloodshot, his primal wildness amplified infinitely, recklessly crashing toward Fire Thunder and Rapid Edge. He grinned, revealing a mad smile. Haha, in the end, I still win. Fong Dawei could already sense that the combat energy of Fire Thunder and Rapid Edge was nearly depleted. This was evident from their weakening power. He had just seen his great-grandmother waving at him, and he almost fell into the ditch. Still can't do it. Zhou Luo clenched his back teeth tightly. He had used all his strength for this move. Even when facing the third-level lava spirit snake, it had never been this hard. The two sides were still at a stalemate, and Zhou Luo and his team had been suppressed. Perhaps the battle energy between the two sides attracted the attention of the thunderclouds, as a thunderbolt as thick as a water barrel, carrying the force to destroy the heavens and earth, struck swiftly from the thick clouds. What? Both sides were shocked and terrified. Boom, boom. The thunderbolt was too fast, so fast that even the mecha detection system could not capture it. The irresistible energy swept through Fire Thunder and Swift Edge, with the thunder entering the body of Fire Thunder. Zhou Luo was also swept by the thunder. The fifth-level battle armor resisted most of the thunder, and the remaining small portion of the thunder almost caused Zhou Luo to faint. His mind was a blur, and his body was powerless. Fire Thunder and Swift Edge were not much better, their true forms and ultimate moves were shattered, heavily smashing to the ground. The alien beast mecha successfully resisted the thunder, but one of its arms was melted, and its tail was struck off. The mecha's combat ability was severely damaged, only able to emit second-level mecha strength. At the same time, the Thunder Sea, which had been far away, surged toward them. In the blink of an eye, it engulfed Fire Thunder and Swift Edge. Chapter 65, Thunderstorm Chaos, Heavenly Punishment Blade Intent. Zhou Luo was once again swept into a powerful thunderstorm chaos, and everything was unexpected. He felt as if he were in a violent energy vortex, his body being torn apart by countless thunderbolts. The pain came in waves like the tide, and his consciousness gradually became fuzzy, the flame of life flickering on the brink of extinction in the endless thunderstorm. The thunderstorm made the bodies of Fire Thunder and Swift Edge completely immobile, completely stiff. Their consciousnesses were also slowly becoming fuzzy. After all, they were metal lifeforms, and once their core was damaged, they would become cold, mindless mech warriors. Master. VRRRRR. Fire Thunder could still speak with difficulty, but Swift Edge's language system was affected, only able to emit VRRRR sounds. On the edge of life and death, Zhou Luo suddenly remembered the scenes when his teacher Meng Li taught him sword techniques. At this moment, Meng Li's and senior sister Mu's voices rang clearly in his mind. Breakthrough between life and death. Your goal is the supernova training camp. Comprehending the meaning might help you stand out in the training camp. I'm glad to have you as my student. Then, the gentle voices of his parents and Zhou Yunro followed. Xiao Luo, you don't have a mecha? Then go buy one and have fun. Xiao Luo, I'm leaving, going to the Divine Martial Academy. Take care of mom and dad at home. I will definitely become a powerful mecha master. Xiao Baideng, you're already a 4th-level mecha master. I'm so happy, today I drank a bottle of white wine. Xiao Luo, we promised that you would come home near the end of the year. Mom made your favorite food. Scenes flashed in Zhou Luo's mind. Although these voices were chaotic, he heard them clearly. No. I haven't reached the top of the challenge rankings yet. I haven't gotten a marrow cleansing crystal. I haven't entered the supernova training camp. Not just the supernova training camp, I want to reach the top rankings. Fire Thunder seemed to sense Zhou Luo's will and subconsciously gripped the long knife in his hand. Although the mecha body was out of control, a decisive will surged from deep within. As Zhou Luo's will became stronger, Fire Thunder suddenly opened his eyes. In the chaotic Thunder Sea, he broke through the thunderstorm's limitations, gathering all his strength into the blade. When another thunderbolt struck him, he used all his strength and swung the blade, which contained despair and unwavering resolve. This strike didn't have earth-shattering force. But strangely, it resonated with the surrounding violent power of thunder. Where the blade passed, the thunder seemed to be drawn by some mysterious force, changing its trajectory and swirling around the blade. In that instant, Zhou Luo had a flash of insight, as if he had touched the rhythm of the thunder, and within it, he realized the ultimate flame. He realized a deeper force that transcended the blade's momentum, the heavenly punishment blade intent. With the awakening of the blade intent, a faint blade aura enveloped Zhou Luo's body, and the originally lethal thunder, upon touching the blade aura, was suddenly deflected. The despair in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by a will that seemed to want to cleave the heavens and earth. In this sea of thunder, he was no longer the helpless weakling, but a ruler who controlled his own fate. Zhou Luo took a deep breath and, facing the overwhelming thunder, raised his frost crescent blade and headed towards the beast mech. The surrounding thunder seemed to respond to the call of the ruler, swirling around the fire thunder and the rapidly advancing blade. Meanwhile, the beast mech, torn apart by the chaotic thunder, could not move. First severely wounded by the combined ultimate skill, then torn by the thunder sea, it was now unrecognizable as a mech. Zhou Luo didn't even know whether Fong Dawei, who piloted the mech, was alive or dead. How could you? Fong Dawei, in the heavily damaged cockpit, stared in disbelief at the fire thunder, moving freely in the thunder sea. The oppressive force of the intent weighed down on him, constantly destroying his will. Die! Fire thunder swung a blade. The seemingly light slash released a 100-foot sharp blade aura. With a single stroke, the thunder sea ahead was split open, and the beast mech was easily cut in half like tofu. Zhou Luo coldly glanced at the beast man's corpse, which had been torn into pieces by the blade intent. Fire thunder placed the beast man's body into a storage device. Beast men were more expensive than some beast materials, and their identity could be tracked, possibly even revealing the whereabouts of the Dark Halls people. Moreover, Zhou Luo had sensed hatred from this man earlier, but he didn't recognize him. He planned to have someone investigate this man's identity when he returned. While thinking, enormous combat energy surged into Fire Thunder's body, immediately raising his combat level to 47. A peak 5th-tier beastman had allowed Zhou Luo to level up by 1, which showed just how much combat energy Zhou Luo needed to level up. Mech, Extreme Strike. Level, 41. Ultimate Skills, Extreme Meteor Hammer, Meteor City Breaking Hammer, Extreme Body, Extreme Strike, Divine Power. Evaluation: this is the guardian of the sacred night forest, and also the partner of Liu Qingxue. He has a peaceful personality, loves freedom, and enjoys fighting alongside comrades. Don't be fooled by his peaceful nature. Once he fights, you'll understand what it means to be formidable. Mech, Liu Qingxue. Level, 46. Ultimate Skills: Mount High Meteor Fall, Sky Dome Destruction Palm, Overlord Body, Unyielding Will, Divine Power. Evaluation: this is a loyal warrior from the mighty warrior family. He is kind, easygoing, and yearns for simplicity. Never try to anger this honest warrior, or you'll learn what true power is. Extreme Strike's combat level also reached the 4th tier, and Liu Qingxue's level had caught up. It's time to leave. Zhou Luo confirmed the direction of the Secret Realm's passage from before. Meanwhile, outside the Thunder Secret Realm. 2.5 hours had passed since the beast mech entered the Thunder Secret Realm. The Judger in the Void and Yu Wenong were still waiting outside. Either they would see the beastman coming out to be slain by them, or they would wait for Zhou Luo to come out. Based on my guess, Zhou Luo should be chased all around the secret realm right now, Yu Wenong spoke. Oh? The Judger smiled slightly. Take a closer look? Yu Wentong was puzzled. Then, he turned his head to look at the entrance of the Thunder Secret Realm, and noticed a strange disturbance in the space there. A humanoid mech slowly started to form. Who is it? From its shape, it doesn't look like a monster. In the next moment, the figure of Fire Thunder solidified from the entrance of the secret realm, and under the protection of the thunder, it calmly entered the Blackbird fighter jet. It's that kid Zhou Luo. Did he really make it? Yu Wentong was shocked. It hasn't been long, only 2.5 hours. Aside from some battle marks on the surface, there was no sign that Zhou Luo was injured. Chapter 66, Zhou Yun, do you have a girlfriend? What do you think of Meng Meng? Inside the Blackbird fighter jet. When Zhou Yun saw Zhou Luo's shattered battle armor, she visibly became anxious, quickly taking out a nutritional ointment from her spacetime wristband, intending to apply it to Zhou Luo. Cough, cough, cough. Sis, it's just my armor that's broken, I'm not hurt. Zhou Luo coughed twice, subtly avoiding the delicate jade hand that was reaching toward him. No one has been born who can hurt me, Zhou Luo. Zhou Yun gave Zhou Luo a complex glance. It should be known that battle armor is worn closely by mecha controllers, and there is also the protection of the mech itself. Even so, the 5-stage battle armor was broken. The others could imagine how dangerous the battle Zhou Luo must have encountered in the Thunder Secret Realm. It seems our little Luo has really grown up. Now he doesn't even let his sister touch him. Before, someone even begged to sleep with me. Isn't that right, little Luo Luo? Zhou Yun couldn't help but tease. Sis, let's not talk about the past. That's not black history, it's the path I've walked. Zhou Luo said seriously. Zhou Yun couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh softly. Zhou Yun, like this, stunned Xiong and another man. Her every frown and smile was full of gentle charm, and she was stunningly beautiful. As if realizing the atmosphere was a bit off, Zhou Yun restored her usual clear and soft expression. Master, have you completed the mission? You don't know, but before, a peak level 5-stage beast mech entered the secret realm. We wanted to tell you, but couldn't send the message. You don't know how worried I was, big sister Yun. Su Mengmeng jumped beside Zhou Yun, and an overwhelming wave of energy hit them, more terrifying than you Linglings. Zhou Yun and the others could feel that Zhou Luo's temperament now was a bit different from before he left, as if it had become sharper. Even when looking directly at Zhou Luo, their eyes began to avoid his gaze. Yi Shang and the Beastman have been slain by me. I was preparing to return to the Kanglan base city to submit my mission and, at the same time, investigate the identity of the Beastman. Zhou Luo's expression was cold, with thunder flashing deep in his eyes. A hint of the heaven's punishment sword intent was released from his body. Even a slight trace of this intent was something Su Mengmeng and the others couldn't withstand. They stepped back in shock. Zhou Luo snapped back to himself, and the sword intent disappeared. Are you all okay? I just comprehended some intent, and it was still a bit uncontrollable. Sorry. Su Mengmeng and the others twitched their mouths. Intent? Which genius could reach the 4th stage at the age of 18, and even reverse slay a peak level 5-stage beast man? Many strong individuals also comprehended intent at the 4th stage. But how old is Zhou Luo? He's only 18. Even that Xiong from back then wasn't this monstrous. Chen Zhong's eyes were wide, slightly tilting his head and sighing. Not being a mecha controller gives a narrow perspective. Seeing Zhou Luo is like sitting in a well, looking at the sky, and raising your head to see the bright moon. The other man also raised his head and added, becoming a mecha controller and entering the top mecha academy, seeing Zhou Luo, it's like a mayfly seeing the vast sky. At some point, a sense of sadness and solitude spread over the two of them. Chen Zhong, both of you are enough. Your Chunibu traits are enough to compare with Zhou Luo. Zhou Yun rolled her eyes in disbelief. Zhou Luo took a deep look at Chen Zhong and the other man, then walked to the cockpit, controlling the fighter jet toward Kanglan Base City. Let's go, confirm it. The adjudicator glanced at the departing fighter jet and spoke. The next moment, the two figures moved and rushed into the Thunder Secret Realm. Before they could react, the terrifying lightning damage swept over them. Get out! The adjudicator roared, and the sea of lightning seemed to encounter its natural enemy, scattering at the sound of the violent shout. Soon, the two found the shattered beast mech and the broken remains of the night morning mech. It's the sword intent, this sword intent is heavenly punishment. The adjudicator's pupils contracted, his face filled with shock. Yuan Tong might not know what the heavenly punishment intent represents, but the adjudicator certainly did. The reason their museum master was called Punishment was because he had comprehended the heavenly punishment intent, and it was this intent that made him invincible in the world. A few minutes later, the Blackbird fighter jet steadily landed at the Kanglan Base City's Sky Harbor. As the end of the year approached, and due to the free-range training model of the Divine Martial Mecha Academy, Su Mengmeng and the others were very free. They had completed this mission and were going back to the Divine Martial Academy to collect points before heading home to reunite for the new year. As for Zhou Yun's points, Su Mengmeng would collect them for her. Zhou Luo and Zhou Yun watched as the others left. What's wrong, Xiao Luo? Do you like Su Mengmeng, that girl? Zhou Yun asked curiously. No. I'm just a little curious about her. I don't think I've seen a mechanic at the God of War Academy. Zhou Luo shook his head slightly upon hearing this. Isn't that obvious? In that extreme God of War Academy, it's already great if there are a few mechanic teachers, you still want students. Isn't the God of War Academy good? Zhou Luo was somewhat confused. It's too extreme, and they are all battle-hardened warriors. They often have conflicts with other academies, so many academies have united to resist the God of War Academy. Zhou Yun had entered the Divine Martial Academy early, so she knew more than Zhou Luo. Zhou Luo suddenly understood. No wonder that group in the Fallen Secret Realm wanted to cause trouble for him. Turns out they couldn't compete with the God of War Academy and resorted to these little tricks. By the way, did you find a girlfriend at the God of War Academy? If not, do you want me to introduce Meng Meng to you? Meng Meng has such a good figure, and she's very obedient. I also know her character. Zhou Yun suddenly asked. I already have a girlfriend. What? That's great. Wait, you have a girlfriend? Zhou Yun seemed to have heard some earth-shattering secret. Her eyes, as clear as autumn water, were no longer calm, staring at Zhou Luo as if waiting for him to confirm. Zhou Luo felt somewhat embarrassed under Zhou Yun's gaze. Helplessly, he nodded. At this, Zhou Yun seemed to open a floodgate of questions, constantly asking Zhou Luo about Yu Lingling's family background and identity. To be honest, Zhou Luo didn't know much about Yu Lingling's family either, he only knew that she came from one of the major families of the Mecha Alliance, the Yu family. She had a family head father and a kind grandfather. Anyway, Zhou Yun found out that Yu Lingling's background was not simple. She came from the Yu family of the Mecha Alliance and was the apple of the Yu family's eye. Upon learning that Zhou Luo had already taken the Yu family's cherished daughter, Zhou Yun showed a look of sympathy. Xiao Luo, you're really someone destined for big things. When Yu Lingling's father finds out about your relationship, you'll have it tough. Zhou Luo felt embarrassed and somewhat helpless. This matter also had half of the responsibility from his senior sister. Thinking of senior sister Mu, Zhou Luo felt a headache. That's why I'm working so hard to get stronger. I'll soon participate in the supernova training camp, and after completing the training, I might break through to the 5th rank. By then, with the title of supernova, I believe my future father-in-law will accept me. Zhou Luo revealed his real purpose. In fact, ever since he learned about Yu Lingling's identity, he had been working hard to get stronger. This supernova training camp was a godsend opportunity. If he succeeded in winning the supernova title, the world would open up for him. Then, they would truly walk into the sight of the big figures. With this title, it would prevent others from looking down on them and also show the sharp vision of Yu Lingling, this girl. I think you don't need to go to the supernova training camp. That place is like hell, too dangerous. With your talent, you will stand out very quickly. Zhou Yun felt that something was off when she learned that Zhou Luo was going to participate in the supernova training camp. Chapter 67, From now on, you are a judge. Looking at the time, the two kids should be coming back soon. Zhou Yun and Zhou Luo were indeed not that old, one 19, the other 18. But after this year, both of them would grow a year older. This time we must have a good gathering. Last year, Xiao Yun didn't come back. The elderly couple stood at the villa's entrance, looking towards the entrance. They should be here. Zhou Hong had already started to hear the sound of a sports car engine. Sure enough, a light yellow, angular sports car slowly came to a stop. This was Zhou Yun's mech. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Zhou Yun got out of the car and gave both of them a big hug. Huh? Where is Xiao Luo? Zhou Hong and Wang Qiong noticed that Zhou Yun was alone and immediately asked. Zhou Yun was stunned for a moment. Oh, I haven't come back for a year and now there's no love for me? Zhou Yun pretended to be angry and glared at the elderly couple, but her eyes hid a twinkle of a smile, not truly upset. The elderly couple could naturally tell that their daughter was not angry. Ha ha, isn't Xiao Luo at the God of War Academy? We were just worried that Xiao Luo might not be doing well in the academy, Wang Qiong said with a smile. I see. Xiao Luo went to the Kanglan Bay City, to the Heavenly Punishment Martial Arts Hall. He has something to take care of. When he comes back, he might even surprise you both. Zhou Yun smiled mysteriously, leaving a bit of suspense. All right. The three of them laughed as they entered the villa. On the other side, Zhou Luo had already arrived at the entrance of the Heavenly Punishment Martial Arts Hall in Kanglan Bay City, where Yuan Tong was waiting for him personally. Brother Yuan, sorry to keep you waiting, Zhou Luo greeted with a smile. Yuan Tong was still wearing the same black trench coat, but this time there was a blue badge on his chest. The badge had a sharp sword, and around the sword were two flashes of lightning. This was the badge of a judge. Zhou Luo's badge, on the other hand, was a simple long sword. I just arrived not long ago. Let's go, I'll give you a tour of our Heavenly Punishment Martial Arts Hall in Kanglan Bay City. Every base city has a branch of the Heavenly Punishment Martial Arts Hall. Although Kanglan Bay City was relatively remote, its geographical location was special, making it a strategic hub. So the number of powerful figures stationed here was second only to other world-class base cities, and the Heavenly Punishment Martial Arts Hall was one of them. Zhou Luo looked up at the towering building in front of him. This martial arts hall building looked like an incredibly sharp sword, piercing straight into the sky, as if it wanted to tear the sky apart. Under the sunlight, the building's glass curtain walls gleamed with a cold light, like the reflection of a blade's cold gleam, making people feel intimidated. Its smooth, sturdy lines gradually narrowed from the base to the top, just like the shape of a sword. From a distance, the martial arts hall building looked like an unshakable, towering sword, standing proudly on the earth with an invincible posture. This martial arts hall building stood out among the buildings in Kanglan Bay City, becoming a unique and stunning sight. How is it? Isn't it spectacular? Yuan Tong said with a hint of pride in his expression. Spectacular. Zhou Luo felt an endless surge of emotions in his heart. How many talents had tried desperately to get into this place? Just looking at this martial arts hall building made his blood boil. Zhou Luo followed Yuan Tong into the martial arts hall. A wide fountain came into view, and around it were figures dressed like Yuan Tong. Greetings, Lord Wuji. I have seen Lord Wuji. Anyone passing by who saw Yuan Tong would respectfully salute. It turns out the hierarchy within the Tianfa martial arts hall is so strict. Zhou Luo did not see fear in the eyes of these people, instead, there was admiration and respect for the strong. Wuji is my code name. In Tianfa martial arts hall, we usually use code names to address each other. Because the tasks of Tianfa martial arts hall are special and dangerous, some highly cautious people don't even tell others their real names, but such people are few. The appearance of the knight's demise incident angered Lord Judicator, who directly launched a large-scale cleanup. Anyone with even a little suspicion was all executed. Zhou Luo slightly nodded upon hearing this. Although this approach was a bit cruel, ruthless, and heartless, if Zhou Luo were in their position, he would not hesitate to launch such a cleansing operation. Because if one knight's demise appeared, then there might be a second. If it is not cleaned up, even the safety within Tianfa martial arts hall would not be guaranteed. One cannot allow others to sleep peacefully beside the bed, this has been the way since ancient times. On the contrary, Zhou Luo greatly admired the Judicator's swift and decisive style. This time, more than 10 people were executed, including 2 peak 6th level judges. But don't worry. Our Tianfa martial arts hall is still very united. It's just that the knight's demise incident led to our Kanglan Tianfa martial arts hall division being heavily criticized by the central region. So, from top to bottom, no one is in a good mood. As they spoke, Yuan Tong and Zhou Luo entered the martial arts hall building. Upon entering the lobby, 2 beautiful women at the front desk maintained professional smiles, but Zhou Luo felt the building was a bit cold, and there was even a faint killing intent in the air. Zhou Luo didn't mind. After the knight's demise incident, anyone from Tianfa martial arts hall would be crazy to be happy. I have seen Lord Wuji. May I ask if Lord Wuji has any business? The girl's voice was as gentle and pleasant as a spring breeze. He submitted a task, codename West Wild. The girl looked at Zhou Luo as Yuan Tong directed her gaze. The girl's cheeks slightly flushed, and her eyes were a bit evasive. She had worked here for many years, but this was the first time she had seen such a handsome man. At this moment, she felt like she was falling in love with him. She no longer liked Lord Judicator. Now, she liked Zhou Luo. Ahem. Yuan Tong coughed twice helplessly. The girl swallowed, embarrassed, and lowered her head, her delicate hands typing on the computer. Soon, Zhou Luo's information appeared. Codename, West Wild. Position, Knife Bearer. Level, 4th level. Promotion task, hunt down knight's demise, recover martial arts hall's losses. The girl saw that Zhou Luo was only a 4th level strong man at such a young age, and she fell even deeper in love with him. Her eyes sparkled with little hearts. This is the head of knight's demise. Unfortunately, it was overdone, and the dragon blood elixir and ultimate move crystal can't be recovered. But the girl's expression showed difficulty. Although knight's demise was dead, one of the tasks was still the dragon blood elixir and ultimate move crystal. You can register it. Lord Judicator personally spoke about it. Yuan Tong then took out the Judicator's badge and said in a deep voice. Understood. The girl's expression became serious when she saw the badge. Also, can you help me check the information of this beast man? Zhou Luo immediately took out a human head. The face of this head was covered with purple lines, which was the blood of a beast. This person's grafting technique was very crude, causing the beast blood to occupy the person's brain. Sure, let me register your information first. Soon, the girl finished registering the information, then took Zhou Luo's badge and placed it into a device. The unknown device's energy surged, and soon a brand new badge appeared before their eyes. Lord West Wild, this is your new badge. From now on, you are a Judicator. The girl smiled respectfully as she handed the badge to Zhou Luo. Zhou Luo's information had already been updated in the Heavenly Punishment martial arts system. Codename, West Madness. Position, Judge. Level, 4th rank. Lord West Madness, according to the system's facial recognition, his identity information has been found. The girl gently flicked her soft finger. A pale blue virtual screen appeared in front of them. Fong Dawei, age 48. Although Zhou Luo did not know who Fong Dawei was, he knew his son, Fong Feiyang. A mere 3rd-rank family dares to collude with people from the Dark Hall. They are courting death. After seeing the information, Yuan Tong's eyes seemed to flicker with thunder, and a faint murderous intent emanated from him. Zhou Luo, you don't need to worry about this, the martial arts hall will handle it. Zhou Luo slowly nodded upon hearing this. Let's go, the judge wants to see you. Judge. When Zhou Luo heard this title, his body trembled. This was a true big shot, someone even higher in status than Vice President Zhou Qingxue of the God of War Academy. Led by Yuan Tong, Zhou Luo arrived at the 35th floor of the Sword Tower. From here, you go in by yourself. Whether in terms of strength or seniority, I am not qualified to come here. In fact, this is my first time coming here. Everything is thanks to you. Although Yuan Tong was a judge, and his strength had reached the peak of the 6th rank, only the 7th rank judges were qualified to step in here. In the entire Kanglan-based city Heavenly Punishment Martial Arts Hall, there were only 5 such powerful beings, and they were always on missions, existing like dragons seen only by their heads and not their tails. Zhou Luo naturally understood. Behind this door, there was probably the ruler of the Kanglan Heavenly Punishment Martial Arts Hall, that 8th rank peak judge. Zhou Luo took a deep breath, pushed the door open, and stepped inside. It was very spacious here. Rather than an office, it could be described as a training ground within a building. A man dressed in a white form-fitting robe was sipping tea. Judge. No need to be nervous, sit down. Zhou Luo did not refuse and directly sat on the leather sofa, secretly observing this judge before him. This judge's expression was calm. Unlike Su Qingshan's overwhelming pressure, he only sat there drinking tea, but there was an aura of judging everything in the world, an aura coming from someone in power. The judge seemed somewhat surprised by Zhou Luo's behavior. Even though he allowed 7th-rank judges to sit, those few dared not sit, but Zhou Luo did not show any hesitation. Zhou Luo, nice to meet you. My name is Xiao, codename, Sky Edge. You can call me Hall Master Sky Edge. So, Hall Master Sky Edge, what do you want with me? Zhou Luo didn't believe that an 8th-rank judge would meet him just for a simple greeting. Take a look at this contract. If there's nothing wrong, sign it. As soon as the judge's words fell, a paper contract fell from the sky and landed gently in front of Zhou Luo. Peak contract. Zhou Luo's pupils suddenly contracted when he saw the big characters on the surface of the contract. As long as you sign this peak contract, you will immediately become the core training target of my Heavenly Punishment Martial Arts Hall. So far, only 9 people have signed this contract. If you sign, you will be the 10th. Suddenly, the judge's tone changed, and he looked at Zhou Luo with a meaningful gaze. And of the living ones, only 3 remain. Only 3. Zhou Luo was greatly shocked. The death rate is just too high. You heard correctly. There are only 3 left, and one of them has lost an arm. By signing the peak contract, the Heavenly Punishment Martial Arts Hall will spare no effort in training you to the peak of strength, but the peak contract also brings unprecedented danger. The moment you sign the contract and leave the martial arts hall, you will be attacked. Whether you sign or not, it's up to you. The judge's gaze was fixed on Zhou Luo, and Zhou Luo couldn't discern a hint of emotion from his eyes. At the peak of immortality, proud of the world, wherever I am, Zhou Luo, there is heaven. I can reach the peak of the 4th rank in a very short time. Naturally, I can reach the 8th level in a very short time, even the 9th level. It's just some ants disturbing the path to becoming stronger. What can they do to me? In other words, they are merely stepping stones. Zhou Luo's eyes were deep, like the ruler of the world. He slowly extended his right hand and clenched it in the air, a faint, contemptuous smile always hanging at the corner of his lips, as if all things in the world were beneath him. For some reason, Kaiju couldn't help but want to punch Zhou Luo when he saw him like this. The adjudicator's eyes twitched, and he picked up his teacup to take a sip. Are you signing or not? Sign, why not sign such a good thing that comes to the door? Zhou Luo chuckled and quickly took the pen, signing his name in bold, graceful strokes. Very good. The adjudicator originally wanted to scare Zhou Luo and test his resolve to become stronger. Unexpectedly, not only did he fail to scare Zhou Luo, but it even triggered Zhou Luo's rebellious side. But he did not lie, the death rate was indeed real, and the peak contract was a good thing, but also a death sentence. Since you have reached the 4th level, after you go back, you can directly apply for a reward from the martial arts hall. I hope I can see the day you surpass me. Zhou Luo bade farewell to Xiao and left. Yuan Tong, come in. The stern voice of Xiao echoed through the office. Yuan Tong did not hesitate and quickly walked in. The atmosphere in the office was no longer calm, and the air was filled with a suffocating pressure, making it impossible for anyone to feel a trace of resistance. I wonder how Zhou Luo managed to stay under such pressure for so long, Yuan Tong thought to himself. Yuan Tong, handle the Fong family. The indifferent voice echoed in Yuan Tong's ears. Yes, Hall Master. In the Tianfa Martial Arts Hall, there was no tolerance for even a grain of sand. Anyone daring to collude with the Dark Hall must die. After leaving the Martial Arts Hall, Yuan Tong rose into the air, and in just a few breaths, he appeared above the Fong family's villa area. A terrifying aura swept across a 3-kilometer radius, and a huge mecha, holding 2 swords crossed in front of its chest, stood in the air like a giant of heaven and earth. Within 3 minutes, everyone in the Xinghua Royal Mansion villa area, except for the Fong family, must evacuate. Otherwise, death. Yuan Tong's voice echoed like a bell, resounding through the heavens and earth. Even people several kilometers away could hear that voice, which represented divine punishment. Who dares to fly in the sky in the base city and recklessly summon a mecha form? Some confused people asked. You fool, hurry up and leave. That's the adjudicator from Tianfa Martial Arts Hall. Only when the powerful of Tianfa Martial Arts Hall execute judgment will they speak like this. Damn, is that the adjudicator? Countless people looked up in admiration, their eyes burning as they gazed at the man cloaked in black. At this time, the military and various martial arts halls also sent people to assist, making sure that no one with any connection to the Fong family within a kilometer could leave. Chapter 69, Beast. Beast Zhou Luo. The adjudication action of the Tianfa Martial Arts Hall was incredibly swift, and other forces had no idea what was happening. Anyway, once they sensed the situation, they immediately sent people to assist, also to see what had happened. I greet the Wuji adjudicator, I don't know what happened. The military expert arrived first. After all, after the attack on the Liu family last time, the defense power of the Kanglin base city had increased several times. Fong Dawei colluded with the Dark Hall and turned himself into a beast man. He attacked people from the Tianfa Martial Arts Hall in the Thunder Secret Realm and has now been executed. This is his head. Yu Wentong's hand held a bloodied head. Even though the limbs of the beast man were hidden, one could still feel the mixed blood within the head. According to the rules of the Heavenly Punishment Martial Arts School, the Fong family, no one is to be left behind. This. Wuji judge, isn't this too much? In the past, weren't we only dealing with those who colluded? As long as we investigate their family situation, isn't that enough? At this moment, another military powerhouse questioned in confusion. This is the command of the headmaster. If you have any issues, you can go to Judge Xiao for a decision. Yu Wentong cast a cold glance at this powerhouse. The powerhouse no longer spoke, silently retreating to the back. Knowing that the judge was about to arrive to carry out judgment, the people in the Xingha royal residence were terrified of being implicated, and within 3 minutes, they had completed their evacuation. After all, anyone who could live in such a good villa must have a Yu armor master at home. Now, only the people of the Fong family remained in the entire Xingha royal residence. Inside the Fong family's villa courtyard, Fong Feiyang had been so scared that he was paralyzed, sitting on his wheelchair, while his mother was even more terrified, her legs trembling and her lips constantly shivering. Her gaze turned to the man beside her. Sir, you must save us. My husband was targeted because he agreed to your request, you must save us. Save your ass. The pale-faced man kicked the woman's skull open, and her lifeless body convulsed once on the ground before falling still. Judge. The effeminate man coldly stared at Yu Wentong, showing no fear of the pressure from the peak 6th level Yu armor master. A cold white mecha appeared behind him, and the two instantly fused together. He knew that once the judge descended, there was no escape for him. He just wanted to try his luck. I didn't expect to catch a rat. Suppressed. Yu Wentong entered the Wuji mecha, and the mecha's hand gently pushed down, carrying terrifying battle energy that descended from the sky. Under the pressure of the Wuji realm, his effeminate mecha shattered into pieces and scattered in the world in no time. The mecha was destroyed, and his battle energy dissipated. He collapsed on the ground like a useless person. At the same time, a group of powerhouses arrived. Why? I didn't receive any news about Zhou Luo entering the base city, the effeminate man roared angrily, blood in his mouth. Damn, he came back in his 7th level warship, Yu Wentong said, suddenly laughing in anger. But even he didn't know at first that Zhou Luo had come back in his 7th level warship. Beast! Beast! The effeminate man, enraged, spat out a mouthful of blood and died on the spot. He had planned everything. If Fong Dawei had died, he would have run away immediately, but Fong Dawei had never sent any information back. He had no idea that a thunderstorm had occurred in the Thunder Secret Realm, and all electronic devices were unusable. So, he had always thought that Fong Dawei was still alive and that victory was within reach. Or, if Zhou Luo returned to the base city, he would run away immediately. But who knew, he never received any news of Zhou Luo returning to the base city because they never imagined that Zhou Luo had come back in a 7th level warship. He had never considered that a 4th level ant would have the right to pilot a 7th level warship alone. Even his identity in the Dark Hall didn't grant him that right. What a pity, I was hoping to get something out of him, but he ended up dead, Yu Wentong said with a cold expression, because from this man's mouth, he learned that there were still people from the Dark Hall in the Kanglin base city. Damn it, how dare these things even infiltrate the base city over the years? But as for this trash. Yu Wentong's cold, extreme gaze turned to Fong Feiyang in the wheelchair. Sir, please spare me. It has nothing to do with me. Fong Feiyang fell off the wheelchair and crawled towards Yu Wentong, his hand reaching out like a zombie, trying to grab Yu Wentong's calf. Go to hell. The response was a kick from Yu Wentong that sent Fong Feiyang flying through the air, turning him into dust. Did you all hear that? There are still dark agents in the Kanglin base city. Everyone, be more careful during this time. Yu Wentong glanced at the powerful figures present. Although these people were not from the Heaven's Punishment Martial Hall, he was a judge, responsible for supervision. He had the authority to remind them. Moreover, even people from the Heaven's Punishment Martial Hall had been turned by the Dark Hall. Yuan Tong seriously suspected that the military might have been infiltrated as well. A powerful figure from the military glanced at the corpse of the sinister-looking man without any expression. For a brief moment, a chilling glint flashed deep in his eyes. He hid it well. Even his comrades did not notice anything strange about him. But as a judge, Yuan Tong caught that subtle difference. Ever since the last Great War, the Dark Hall has been lurking in the shadows for decades. Recently, those lunatics have become active again, attacking several base cities. And their targets seem to be high-potential armor masters. Even the Shi family in the neighboring Sangzheng base city was attacked. The Shi family's patriarch's third son had his heart ripped out. The methods were extremely cruel. Hearing this, Yuan Tong nodded lightly. These matters were not under the jurisdiction of the Heaven's Punishment Martial Hall. Their duty was only to carry out judgments. Fong Dawei becoming a beast human may have a lot to do with this man. I will take him away for investigation by the Martial Hall. The rest will be left to the City Defense Army. After saying that, Yuan Tong grabbed the sinister man's corpse and soared into the sky, vanishing into the distance. Seeing that nothing else needed to be done, the powerful figures of the Thunder Martial Hall also left one after another. Something like this happening in the base city could not be kept a secret. Within just 1 or 2 hours, the entire Kanglan base city had heard about it. Meanwhile, Zhou Luo had already returned to that familiar villa. Even before entering, he could hear his parents' voices. Mom, Dad, I'm home. Xiao Luo is back. Good boy. You've really matured after your time at the War God Academy. You haven't disappointed us. Hearing Zhou Luo's voice, Zhou Hong and Wang Xiong hurried to the door to welcome him. The current Zhou Luo was completely different from before. What are you standing at the door for? Come in quickly. You're just in time, dinner is almost ready. With laughter, the family entered the hall. Zhou Hong was so happy that he brought out his finest wine, saying he was going to have a good drink with Zhou Luo. Chapter 70, The Rewards in the Contract, Heavenly Emperor Fist. Night fell as expected. Zhou Luo returned to his room, carrying the strong scent of alcohol. As an armor master, Zhou Luo wouldn't get drunk even if he bathed in liquor, and the same was true for Zhou Hong. It's time to check the Tier 4 reward of the peak contract. Zhou Luo walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, sat cross-legged, and activated his spacetime bracelet, linking it to his virtual consciousness helmet to enter the Heaven's Punishment Martial Hall's virtual platform. In the next moment, he appeared inside a highly futuristic office. A virtual girl appeared before Zhou Luo, along with several giant floating screens in front of him. Hello, Western Mad Judge, welcome to the Heaven's Punishment Martial Hall virtual platform. I am your assistant, Ching. The virtual girl looked no different from a real person. This made Zhou Luo marvel at the technological advancements of this world. A spacetime bracelet, a virtual consciousness helmet, an information account, these covered almost all virtual platforms. However, accessing these platforms required proper authentication. Since you have been promoted to judge, you have unlocked the Mission Exchange Hall, Intermediate Mission Hall, and Trading Hall. What do you need, Master? As the assistant's voice rang out, various interface panels appeared before Zhou Luo. He also saw messages continuously appearing in the communication hall. Tianyu Base City Gale, Judge, yesterday, I was chasing a Tier 5 peak beast in City A, but a Tier 6 initial stage beast interfered and... Damn, the mecha was almost scrapped. Tianjin Base City Blood Fiend, Judicator Kid, you're really unlucky. Not only did you fail the mission, but you almost lost your life too. Primal Secret Realm, Longyuan, Judicator Rookie Storm, you should find a job. I just caught a few absolute spirit elves. Want me to send them to you to comfort your fragile heart? Attached picture. A breathtaking back, perfect proportions, a ferocious face, terrifying fangs, absolute spirit elf. Tianyu Base City, Storm, Judicator damn you. Quanto Base City, Spirit Fox, Judicator Longyuan, you play too much. I bet those absolute spirit elf fangs could bite you in half. Primal Secret Realm Longyuan, Judicator, what do you know? I just want to see how these creatures mate. Attached picture. A bonfire, a few absolute spirit elves, and a harmony ape locked together, entangled in a fight. A majestic mecha, and a handsome face. Zhou Luo realized that the communication hall was bustling with people chatting nonsense, and they were all judicators. But thinking about it, it made sense. He was just a low-level blade handler, barely able to shiver in the corner. Then Zhou Luo checked the mission hall and the trading hall. He noticed that the items in the Tianfa Martial Hall's trading section were no longer priced in Federation coins but in a far more valuable currency. It was called Ling Star. In the trading hall, Zhou Luo discovered that his teacher's Tier 7 fighter jet only cost 500 Ling Stars. And the Tianfa Martial Hall's trading hall had everything. No wonder Zhou Luo rarely saw rare treasures on the market. It turned out these powerful factions controlled them all. If he wanted to buy something, he needed Ling stars. And Xing, how can I get Ling stars? His little assistant smiled, clasping her hands respectfully in front of her stomach. The value of a Ling star is 1,000,000,000,000 Federation coins. 1,000,000,000,000 Federation coins equals 1 Ling star. Master, your current wealth is 0.58 Ling stars. Zhou Luo's total assets were only a few hundred billion. He had spent all his recent time cultivating, gathering combat energy, rather than amassing wealth. Can my assets buy a marrow cleansing crystal? Zhou Luo asked urgently. And Xing shook her head helplessly. No, master. The marrow cleansing crystal is too valuable. Only a handful come out of the secret realm each year. Its price is 50 Ling stars. 50 Ling stars. Zhou Luo sighed. Even if he sold himself, he couldn't afford it. His mere 0.58 Ling stars already included the rewards from the virtual mecha company. As he leveled up, Zhou Luo could clearly feel the growing gap between different mechas. For example, Yu Lingling's Doomsday Evil God and Liu Qingxue's Ice Empress both came with innate, heaven-defying skills. Their mecha traits were far superior to ordinary ones. Meanwhile, his sister's mecha had only a Tier 5 potential. After a year, it had only reached Tier 3 peak and hadn't even touched the threshold of Tier 4. His sister was so beautiful, yet her mecha potential was so weak, how could that be acceptable? That's why Zhou Luo desperately wanted a marrow cleansing crystal to enhance Zhou Yun's potential. Snapping back to reality. And Xiong, show me the peak contract rewards first. Understood. Here are the peak contract rewards. Please claim them promptly, master. Tier 1 reward, full set of Tier 3 battle armor, Heaven Emperor Fist. Tier 1, insight into any artistic conception technique. Tier 2 reward, Tier 5 time space bracelet, Heaven Emperor Fist. Tier 2, 20 Ling stars. Tier 3 reward, full set of Tier 5 battle armor, Heaven Emperor Fist. Tier 3, a portion of plant essence. Tier 4 reward, full set of Tier 6 battle armor, Heaven Emperor Fist. Tier 4, 30 Ling stars. Tier 6 mecha ultimate move, Destruction Thunder. Damn. Tianfa Martial Hall was being way too generous. They didn't treat Zhou Luo as an outsider at all. Even though he couldn't see the later rewards yet. But based on the previous rewards, Zhou Luo already knew that the upcoming rewards were so generous that they could crush him to death. The effects were the same as the dragon egg, and it even had the essence of plants and trees, which was gentler than the dragon egg. It was over the top. The first tier reward allowed one to gain insight into any state of mind. The space-time ring and battle armor made Zhou Luo unable to take his eyes off them. The Heavenly Emperor Fist was even more outrageous. The Heavenly Emperor Fist was a divine martial art created by the world's #1 powerhouse Punishment and the world's #2 powerhouse Thunder in the mythical realm, a deadly technique they both risked their lives to bring out. As for why it was called a divine martial art, because it carried a force that transcended the laws of heaven and earth. This force was mysterious, no one could describe it, and it was a power that could suppress everything. The two great powerhouses did not keep it for themselves, instead, they generously released the martial art in major markets, available for purchase with enough spiritual stars. However, so far, it seemed that only Thunder and Punishment had barely grasped the Heavenly Emperor Fist. Zhou Luo stretched out his hand and clicked to claim the reward. Claim successful. A dedicated person will deliver it to your door tomorrow. Please pay attention to check. A prompt message popped up. Master, the spiritual stars have already been transferred to your account, please make sure to intervene, and Xiong blinked her watery eyes and said playfully. Just buy me the marrow cleansing crystals directly. Deduction successful. The marrow cleansing crystals will be delivered tomorrow. Phew. After finishing everything, Zhou Luo exited the virtual platform of the Tianfa Martial Arts Hall. Chapter 71, Sequence Token, Spirit Skill Inheritance. That night. Inside the Tianfa Martial Arts Hall building in Kanglan Bay City. Do you suspect that the military has been infiltrated by the Dark Hall, and it is the high-level officials guarding the city gates? Xiao stood with his hands behind his back, looking out at the mysterious and alluring starry sky through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Yes, Hall Master. And this is a big fish. Yuan Tong raised his head, his eyes flashing with light. Big fish? How big? According to the news from the Martial Arts Hall, the man who died today at the Fong family's hands is named Duan Lihui, and he is the 12th sequence of the Dark Hall. Oh? Xiao was a bit surprised and turned around. Sequence. Such a familiar code. Since its establishment, the Dark Hall has had 13 sequences, and these 13 sequences are key targets of training by the Dark Hall. The sequences can even fight among themselves. Once their strength reaches a certain level, they can even take on the position of the Hall Master. Therefore, each sequence has a large group of followers. These followers have strong forces and mysterious experts. The reason is that once the sequence they support rises to power, they can gain more authority and cultivation resources. The Dark Hall has this system of inheritance, so the final sequence left standing is extremely strong and hard to deal with. To cope with the increasingly powerful Dark Hall, Tianfa Martial Arts Hall created the peak contract. In other words, the genius who signs the peak contract will be the sharp sword used to deal with the Dark Hall in the future. That is why the Dark Hall does not want the geniuses who refuse to sign the contract to live, which is why they have launched countless attacks. Meanwhile, Tianfa Martial Arts Hall has crazily hunted down the sequences of the Dark Hall. So, this big fish is undeniably big. It's quite a surprise. Can it be true? There's a 80 to 90% chance. According to the information, this person's spacetime ring contains the limbs of various alien beasts and human hearts. It's likely that Fong Dawei became an alien beast human because of this person. Moreover, in the Dark Hall, only the 12th sequence freak likes to study the fusion of humans and alien beasts. The strongest proof is this. Yuan Tong flipped his hand, revealing a pitch-black token. Seeing this, Xiao reached out and grabbed the token, which seemed to be drawn to his hand. On the other side of the token were several ancient and simple characters, 12th sequence. Suddenly, a strange black energy burst out of the token, heading straight for Xiao Yu's face. Such a sudden change made Yuan Tong's face change dramatically. "Sir, be careful!" Yuan Tong shouted loudly, his body immediately rushing towards Xiao Yu. But Xiao Yu's movements were even faster than Yuan Tong's. Petty tricks. Xiao Yu let out a cold snort, and in an instant, a fierce sword intent shot up into the sky. Under this overwhelming aura, all airy energies were completely shattered. Heavenly Edge Sword Intent. Yuan Tong felt this power and looked up in shock, unable to hide the astonishment in his eyes. If Xiao Yu's Heavenly Edge Sword Intent was like the surging Yangtze River, then his Infinite Blade Intent was merely a stream. No. Had the master already touched the threshold of the domain level? The eerie energy was cleansed by Xiao Yu, and the pitch-black token once again returned to calm, floating steadily above his palm. A domineering surge of mental power poured into the sequence token. A powerful inherited technique appeared in Xiao Yu's mind. Mental control. It's actually an inheritance of a supreme mental technique. Xiao Yu's eyes snapped open, a trace of excitement flashing across his face. There were a total of 13 sequence tokens, and each one contained a top-tier mecha combat technique left by the Dark Hall Master. He encouraged battles between the 13 major sequences. Whoever could kill another sequence member would obtain their mecha inheritance. Since Duan Lihui died in Kanglin Base City, this inheritance had conveniently fallen into the hands of the Heaven's Punishment Martial Hall. Yuan Tong, give this token to Zhou Luo. Master, you intend to use this token to attract hatred and temper Zhou Luo? Yuan Tong instantly grasped Xiao Yu's meaning. Xiao Yu nodded indifferently. You have done a great service by recommending Zhou Luo to the Martial Hall. Headquarters reward will arrive soon. I congratulate you in advance on becoming an arbiter. After graduating from War God Academy, Yuan Tong had joined Heaven's Punishment Martial Hall. Over the years, he had been secretly carrying out tasks for the hall while also serving as the official head of the mecha entrance exams. Xiao Yu had taken note of his performance. Thus, he had fought for a great surprise for Yuan Tong. The gap between the 6th and 7th tier might not seem vast, but in reality, it was as insurmountable as a chasm. After all, the saying each tier is a new heaven wasn't baseless. To reach the 5th tier, one needed to master mecha battle roars, further stimulating the potential of the mecha. This was essential. To step from the 5th to the 6th tier, one had to grasp the rudiments of spatial power. Upon reaching the 6th tier, one could step into the void and briefly traverse space. A 7th tier powerhouse, however, had to fully master spatial power. With a mere wave of their hand, they could manipulate terrifying spatial forces to suppress enemies and even open long-distance spatial corridors. The 8th tier was even more terrifying, beginning to grasp the force of heaven and earth. A seemingly light strike contained the power of the world. One finger could suppress 100 7th tier powerhouses. As for the 9th tier, they were unimaginably fearsome. Most of them dwelled in the starry skies, and no one below the 8th tier knew what lay beyond the stars. That was the ultimate dream of all mecha masters. Yuan Tong's heart trembled at these words. In the next moment, excitement flooded his face, his hands clenching tightly on their own. Over the years of carrying out missions, his combat energy had long been maxed out. Yet, he was just one step away from breaking into the 7th tier in terms of spatial comprehension. Reaching the level of his mentor, Meng Li. However, this single step had hindered him for 5 or 6 years. Can I really do it? Yuan Tong's eyes burned as he looked at Xiao Yu. Years of stagnation had shaken his heart as a warrior. He had begun to lose confidence in himself. He no longer had the reckless drive and fierceness of his 20s or 30s. Headquarters has granted you 3 space stones this time. If 3 space stones aren't enough to push you to the 7th tier, then do yourself a favor and leave the Martial Hall. Go find a regular job. Xiao cast a glance at Yuan Tong. Space stones? No, I don't need 3. I just need 1 to step into the 7th rank. Hearing that the headquarters had given him 3 space stones, the person nearly jumped in excitement. It's probably only the space stones that could make a peak 6th rank powerhouse lose composure like this. Alright, hurry up and leave. Yuan Tong awkwardly scratched his head and quickly exited the room with respect. After Yuan Tong left, Xiao Yu's gaze turned back to the mysterious starry sky. As long as I can break through to the 9th rank, I can enter the starry sky, enter the martial arts headquarters. Xiao Yu came to his senses and slowly walked up to the cloud platform, sitting cross-legged, calming his mind to begin comprehending the power of heaven and earth. In an instant, the entire room was enveloped by a mysterious and majestic aura. Chapter 72, Yu Yuan, did you give it to him? The next morning, Zhou Hong and Wang Xiong went out for a walk, while Zhou Yun was on her own in the yard, comprehending her mech. Since being rejected by Zhou Luo, Zhou Yun had become even stricter with herself. Even at home, she didn't waste time on training. Meanwhile, Zhou Luo was comprehending the heavenly punishment intent he had just grasped. The power of intent cannot be described, it can only be comprehended by oneself. When the power of intent is placed on a sword, it becomes sword intent, when placed on a gun, it becomes gun intent. So, Zhou Luo reasoned that he should help all the mech warriors grasp their own intent. Although battle energy can be shared, intent can only be cultivated through Zhou Luo's hard work. Fortunately, Zhou Luo had the support of the Mech War King, and his talent was leagues ahead of the 9th rank potential mech masters. Battle God Academy. The Fallen Secret Realm. In the depths of the primal forest, several mechs erupted in intense battle. Suddenly, a towering yellow-brown mech, nearly 80 to 90 meters tall, swung its massive bucket and slammed it into the ground, shaking the earth. With both hands raised high, giant stones as massive as mountains were lifted into the air by a mysterious force. The boulders instantly ignited with blazing flames, and lava-like patterns appeared on their surfaces. The intense heat caused the surrounding air to distort, and the temperature rapidly increased. Mount Tai Meteor Strike. The voice of Li Yuanba thundered through the sky like a bolt of lightning, deafening. Next, his giant bucket, carrying the burning meteorite, descended like heavenly punishment, with destructive force striking the ground. Boom! The earth-shaking roar exploded suddenly, and a massive shockwave swept outward, uprooting towering ancient trees as if they were fragile straw, their branches and leaves turning to dust in the air. At the same time, the ground cracked from the power of the explosion, with cracks spreading like a spider's web. Lava energy burst forth from the meteorite, instantly turning the surrounding vegetation to ashes. The scorching flames and thick smoke intertwined to form a curtain of destruction, consuming all life. The air was filled with the scent of burning, and from the center of the explosion, a mushroom cloud of energy slowly rose, blocking out the sky. The once peaceful primal forest had turned into a scorched wasteland within a kilometer radius, filled with high temperatures. Within the thick smoke, Li Yuanba swung his bucket to disperse the choking smoke. In the explosion's center, countless mech fragments scattered, and a fierce monster was left with only half of its body. Mistress, are you alright? Li Yuanba turned to look at the doomsday evil god behind him. I'm fine, Li Yuanba. Yu Lingling's voice came from within the doomsday evil god. The doomsday evil god, holding a demonic sickle, stepped forward, angrily crushing the mech bones beneath her feet. These damned creatures not only stole our battle energy but also attracted monsters to ambush us. And they claim to be top students from Star Sea University? How embarrassing. These people were not low-level, 2 of them were 4th-rank powerhouses. If Li Yuanba hadn't been there, she might not have been able to escape. With Li Yuanba's help, her battle level had already reached level 37. She would soon break through to the 4th level. At the freshman level, being able to break through to the 3rd level is already considered a top genius, and breaking through to the 4th level is something unimaginable. Of course, that is except for Zhou Luo, who is a freak. Ding ding ding. The space-time wristband rang with a video call request. Looking closely, she realized that it was a video call from her father himself. Yu Lingling didn't answer. Then a second video call request came through. A 3rd time. A 4th time. In the end, Yu Lingling answered the call. Didn't you say you didn't want me to have any contact with the family? Why are you calling me now? In the video, a middle-aged man sat with a serious expression on a metal chair, with a mysterious and magnificent vast starry sky behind him, and the entire room was enveloped in a peaceful atmosphere. It seems like you've gotten some wings out there. I will send people to bring you back right now. Yu Yuan frowned, his tone filled with suppressed anger. I'm not going back. If you send someone, I'll just run away. Yu Lingling became anxious when she heard this. Seeing this, Yu Yuan smiled lightly. If he sent people to forcefully bring Yu Lingling back, how could she resist? I heard that you've been hanging out with a boy? Suddenly, Yu Yuan changed the topic, and his sharp eyes stared at her. Even through the video, Yu Lingling could feel the strong pressure coming from this old man. Are you spying on me, you old man? Yu Lingling's fair neck turned red, and her sparkling eyes stared angrily at Yu Yuan. Yu Yuan's eyelids twitched. Old man? Did that boy teach you this? Mind your own business. Did you give him something? Mind your own business. When Yu Yuan saw the dodging look in his daughter's eyes, he instantly understood everything. The next moment, the sound of shattered glass rang in his mind. The aura of an upper-class person instantly disappeared, and his pupils trembled in disbelief as he stared at Yu Lingling. Ah! I'll kill him. The next moment, a terrifying aura erupted from Yu Yuan's body, even causing the nearby starry sky to tremble. It was enough to show Yu Yuan's anger. In another great hall, Yu Xingshan, who was meditating, slowly opened his eyes. What's that brat Yu Yuan doing? He really doesn't know his limits. With a thought, he blocked Yu Yuan's aura outside the hall, then closed his eyes again, falling silent. You dare! If you old man lay a hand on him, I'll kill myself in front of you. For a moment, they stared at each other, neither backing down. Alright, why are you so fierce? You already know this, why are you still pretending? At this moment, a noble lady appeared, pushing Yu Yuan aside and entering the screen. Mom! Yu Lingling smiled when she saw the lady's face. Lingling, we both know about your situation, don't worry, your father won't do anything reckless. He's just a little angry. After hearing her mother's words, Yu Lingling shyly lowered her head and slightly nodded. We didn't just come to talk about this, there's another matter. The Mecha Alliance's Chen family came today to propose a marriage. They want to form a family alliance with us. Chen Fong wants to marry you. What? I don't want that. The Chen family is a group of sneaky people. Let them marry whoever they want, I'm not marrying anyone. Yu Lingling shook her head non-stop, like a rattle. Of course, we didn't agree. Even if you don't have a boyfriend, we wouldn't agree. Let alone the fact that you already have a young boyfriend now. We still have to consider their feelings, don't we? We may have refused the Chen family, but they won't give up easily. They'll probably find out about your young boyfriend soon. You should inform him. The family will stop the stronger members of the Chen family, but the smaller ones, you'll have to handle yourselves. If you can withstand the Chen family, we won't say anything further. On the other hand, if you can't handle the pressure, the family will kill Zhou Luo without hesitation and then bring you back to the family. Chapter 73, a 6th stage expert as a delivery man? After lunch. A 6th stage warplane cut through the sky, slowly hovering in the courtyard of Zhou Luo's villa. The noise of the warplane caught Zhou Luo's attention. Zhou Luo stepped out of the villa, looking up at the warplane, and noticed the dark surface bore the sword emblem of the Heavenly Punishment Martial Arts Hall. Zhou Hong, Wang Xiong, and others eagerly peeked outside. Mainly, those who could operate warplanes were either wealthy or powerful, and it was hard not to stir curiosity. The last time they saw such a strong individual was months ago. This is the warplane of the Heavenly Punishment Martial Arts Hall, it should belong to a powerful expert from there, Zhou Yun said instinctively upon seeing the emblem on the warplane. At that moment, a man dressed in a black robe stepped through the air and slowly descended in front of Zhou Luo. He was carrying a dark black safety deposit box in his hand. West Mad Judge, please confirm your fingerprint, this is a necessary procedure of the Martial Hall, my apologies. Beneath the wide black robe, only his stern chin could be seen, its sharp lines radiating a hint of elusive coldness. His face was concealed in deep shadow, hiding endless secrets, evoking awe and curiosity. Zhou Luo withdrew his gaze and pressed his hand on the safety deposit box. Ding! Identity confirmed successfully. Hello, West Mad Judge, I am the delivery personnel 9527 from the headquarters of the Heavenly Punishment Martial Arts Hall on Blue Star. Before I reward you, I need to remind you of a few things. First, the items rewarded by the Martial Hall can be used by others or sold. Second, the Mech Ultimate Skill Crystal rewarded by the Martial Hall cannot be sold externally or shared without permission, otherwise, the Martial Hall will hold you accountable. Lastly, I still recommend using the rewards from the Martial Hall yourself. 9527 glanced at the few people behind Zhou Luo, then continued, because only when your strength grows stronger can you gain more, allowing your family to live a better life. After speaking, 9527 handed the safety deposit box to Zhou Luo, and beneath the black robe, a hint of envy flashed in his eyes. He was a delivery man from the Heavenly Punishment Martial Arts Hall headquarters on Blue Star, and he knew what was inside the box. The Celestial Emperor Fist was something even he was envious of. Recovering his gaze, 9527 turned and stepped into the warplane, which then roared to life, slicing through the sky and disappearing into the horizon. What a big deal! The delivery man is actually a 6th stage expert, and he's flying a 6th stage warplane, Zhou Luo couldn't help but exclaim. Unbeknownst to him, 9527 was also envious of Zhou Luo, a young 4th stage expert, a judge admired by all. If it weren't for his lack of strength, why would he choose to be a delivery man instead of a judge? Xiao Luo, what's going on here? Zhou Yun and the others cast puzzled looks. It's nothing much. I signed a peak contract with the Martial Hall and received rewards for meeting certain conditions. Zhou Yun and the others nodded thoughtfully. This safety deposit box required a 6th stage expert to deliver, so the rewards must be extraordinary. The group walked into the villa and sat on the sofa. Zhou Hong's eyes sparkled with anticipation, leaning slightly forward, a smile of excitement on his lips. Xiao Dang, hurry and open it. Let's see what rewards the Martial Hall has given you. Having lived so long, they had never seen the Martial Hall's rewards. They had only heard about them before. Now they could finally see them. How could they not be excited? This included Zhou Yun, who was equally curious. She had not signed with the Martial Hall and had not received the attention of the Divine Martial Academy, so she was quite curious. It's nothing much, Zhou Luo said with a hint of a smile, and then without hesitation, he opened the box. A burst of blue light flickered. Several items were attracted and floated before the group's eyes. A complete set of 3rd stage battle armor, Celestial Emperor Fist, from 1st stage to 4th stage, any law comprehension from the realm, 5th stage time-space wristband, complete set of 5th stage battle armor, a portion of plant essence, complete set of 6th stage battle armor. 6th tier mech's ultimate move, Destruction Thunder, and the bone-cleansing crystal stone. The voices of a few people grew louder, their eyes bursting with uncontrollable excitement. Xiao Dang, you're amazing. Quick, put it away before others see it. Seeing the shocked and excited expressions on his parents' and sisters' faces, Zhou Luo couldn't help but chuckle. This is nothing yet. Wait until the later rewards are unlocked. His parents would probably be so shocked their eyes would fall out. Sis, this bone-cleansing crystal stone is something I specially exchanged at the martial arts mall. How about it, surprised? Zhou Luo held the purple glowing rhombus-shaped crystal stone and smiled at Zhou Yun beside him. What? Is this for real? Zhou Yun's expression was full of excitement as she jumped up from the sofa. Of course, it's real. Xiao Luo, I can't take it. You must have spent a lot of money to exchange this, you should use it yourself. I'm not being polite. I plan to find even more precious treasures for you once you become stronger. I accept your kind intentions. Zhou Yun stretched out her hand to push the bone-cleansing crystal stone back, speaking earnestly to Zhou Luo. I told you not to call me Xiao Luo, and this is something I specifically exchanged for you. Once you use it on your mech, your potential will increase by 1 tier, and your upgrade speed will accelerate significantly. Sis, you don't want to be struggling at the Divine Martial University, right? Zhou Luo seriously took Zhou Yun's hand and placed the bone-cleansing crystal stone into her soft palm. Zhou Yun looked into Zhou Luo's clear eyes, and her heart couldn't help but tremble. Zhou Yun knew very well that Zhou Luo had her best interests at heart, but she didn't want to become a burden on his path to becoming stronger. Xiao Luo has grown up, now caring for his sister. Xiao Yun, take it, Zhou Luo is such a freak. In such a short time, he's already a 4th tier mech controller. The next time you see him, you'll have to look up to him. Hearing their parents' words, Zhou Yun finally accepted the bone-cleansing crystal stone. Then I'll accept it. Looks like I haven't spoiled you for nothing, huh? Zhou Yun raised an eyebrow, teasing Zhou Luo with a playful look. But Zhou Luo, in those gentle eyes, seemed to catch a hint of redness. As long as Zhou Yun accepted the bone-cleansing crystal stone, that was enough. Her strength would improve a bit more. When her strength grew, she would naturally have the power to protect herself. This 3rd tier battle armor should be given to Lao Dang. I can't use it anyway. Zhou Luo tossed the 3rd tier battle armor directly to Zhou Hong as if it were unwanted trash. You brat don't want a 3rd tier battle armor? Don't refuse a good deal. The 3rd tier battle armor from the Martial Arts Hall's rewards was far superior to Zhou Hong's. Even though Zhou Hong hadn't been to the Wilderness District for years, he could still wear it occasionally to show off and keep his body from rusting. Just kidding. This is actually my gift to you guys. Zhou Luo took out a bottle of spiritual liquid from the spacetime ring. The spiritual liquid was light green, and everyone could sense a faint life force emanating from it. Holy Spirit liquid? To ordinary people, Holy Spirit liquid was a priceless treasure because they didn't have the long lifespan like mech controllers. Yes, you can use it to brew tea. Zhou Hong nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 74, Comprehending Multiple Realms, Mastering Mental Control. In the following 10 or so days, Zhou Luo spent most of his time in the Heavenly Punishment Martial Arts Hall training, except for meals and occasionally chatting with Yu Lingling. With his experience in comprehending realms, Zhou Luo successfully understood multiple realms within the 10 days. They were Heavenly Punishment Sword Intent, Heavenly Punishment Spear Intent, Heavenly Punishment Fist Intent, and Heavenly Punishment Hammer Intent. All of these were the strongest known intents on Blue Star, and to top it off, Zhou Luo was the one to comprehend so many. It was practically a world-changing event. Xiao didn't know how Zhou Luo had managed it. He spent several nights thinking but still couldn't figure it out. Still unable to comprehend it, he learned that Zhou Luo had entered the top-tier mental inheritance. Mind control. Such terrifying insight directly shocked Xiong, the master of the martial arts hall. He reported to the headquarters of the martial arts hall, and Zhou Luo's identity information was raised to another level by the Heaven Punishment Martial Arts Hall. Even those from powerful factions couldn't secretly find out Zhou Luo's specific information. Moreover, Zhou Luo's family directly moved to the villa area next to the Heaven Punishment Martial Arts Hall in Kanglan Bay City, with a 7th-tier Judgment Maker's house on the left and another 7th-tier Judgment Maker's house on the right. Villa number 1 housed the family of Xiong, the Judgment Maker. The safety level increased drastically. Even if people from the Dark Hall wanted to attack his parents, they had to think carefully. The Heaven Punishment Martial Arts Hall provided Zhou Luo with substantial resources and protected his family, allowing him to completely set aside worries. Xiong only told him one thing. Go for it with all your might, show your West Kwang's dominance, and the Martial Arts Hall will support you. Little did he know that because of this sentence, a series of problems that would give him a headache would follow. Today, the supernova training camp arrived as promised. At the airport, Zhou Hong and Wang Qiong personally came to see off Zhou Luo and Zhou Yun, accompanied by people from the Heaven Punishment Martial Arts Hall and the military. This lineup was incredibly impressive. Yuanong was not wearing that large black coat today, but instead donned a tight silver-white battlesuit, with the identity badge of the Heaven Punishment Martial Arts Hall worn on his chest. The badge still depicted the sharp Heaven Punishment sword, surrounded by the power of thunder. However, the color of the badge had changed from the usual blue to platinum, which was completely different from his past badge. Against the backdrop of the silver-white battlesuit and platinum badge, he appeared extraordinarily noble and powerful. This badge was a Judgment Maker's badge, and only Judgment Makers could wear it. In the past 10 days, Yuanong used the Space Stone and successfully advanced to a 7th-tier Judgment Maker, and at the moment of his breakthrough, he rushed to City S and killed a 7th-tier monster. He successfully completed the 7th-tier advancement task, becoming a noble, powerful, and mysterious Judgment Maker. Since that day, Yuantong's head was held high, and he had not lowered it again. Zhou Luo asked him what was wrong. He just said that his neck was too stiff to lower his head. This pretentious act made Zhou Luo admire him greatly. Zhou Luo, with your strength, there's no doubt you can win the supernova title. The martial arts hall has great confidence in you, Yuanong said, heavily patting Zhou Luo's shoulder. Zhou Luo's mouth slightly curved upward, his eyes becoming exceptionally indifferent. Just as he was about to speak, he was stopped by Yuanong. You'd better not say anything. I know what you are going to say. Seeing Zhou Luo like this, how could Yuanong not know that his Chinibu attribute was about to explode again? By the way, let me secretly ask you, have you also entered the Heavenly Emperor Fist? Yuanong secretly inquired, while winking at Zhou Luo, his expression carrying a hint of teasing and curiosity. Elder brother Yuanong, you guess. Zhou Luo chuckled lightly, not answering directly, and then walked towards the Blackbird fighter jet with Zhou Yun. He stood at the hatch of the Blackbird fighter jet, scanning the crowd by the port, a hint of reluctance flashing in his eyes. Goodbye, Mom and Dad, goodbye everyone, looking forward to seeing you next time. The two waved goodbye, then turned and entered the fighter jet. The hatch slowly closed, and the Blackbird fighter jet's engine roared, cutting through the sky and leaving a long trail behind. Under the sunlight, the shadows of the people by the port grew longer, getting further away from the fighter jet. The supernova training camp was somewhat far from the Demon City, but it was on the way. Conveniently, Zhou Yun could be dropped off at the academy, and then Zhou Luo would head to the supernova training camp. After using the Washmarrow Crystal Stone, Zhou Yun's potential broke through to the 6th tier, and under Zhou Luo's guidance, she had entered the wild area of City S. Successfully broke through to the 4th level. Because Liu Yuanba was in AFK combat mode, even though he comprehended the essence at the Tianfa Martial Arts Academy, and his Fire Thunder and Rapid Edge levels had both reached level 48, Liu Yuanba's level also caught up. Zhuai Hong's combat level also reached level 44. This is the cheat of the Mech War King, even if you're sitting at home, your combat level will still increase. Destination, Demon Capital Divine Martial Academy. Destination locked, flight route confirmed, entering autopilot mode. The Blackbird's fighter jet is fast, but even at its speed, it would still take over a day to reach the Demon Capital Divine Martial Academy. After all, Blue Star is much bigger than Earth. Time slowly passed, and a day had gone by in the blink of an eye. At the academy gate, Su Mengmeng, dressed in ordinary casual clothes, stood gracefully at the gate of the academy, quietly waiting. At this moment, a tall girl slowly walked up and stopped beside her. Because the girl's aura was so cold, and because of her appearance, Su Mengmeng noticed more people stopping around them. Su Mengmeng couldn't help but glance at her again. It's her. Su Mengmeng instantly recognized who she was. She was ranked 5th on the talented person list, just like Zhou Luo, and came from Kanglan 3rd High, an alumnus of Zhou Luo. Liu Qingxue. It's also rumored within the academy that there's an unknown secret between Liu Qingxue and Zhou Luo. Why is she here? Liu Qingxue seemed to sense Su Mengmeng's gaze and slightly turned her head, nodding at Su Mengmeng. Liu Qingxue also recognized Su Mengmeng, because Su Mengmeng was the only mecha repair technician among the second-year students. Afterward, the two stood together in silence. Su Mengmeng and Liu Qingxue standing together were like a beautiful landscape. From the side, they looked like peaks, from the front, they looked like mountains, no matter the angle, they were both breathtakingly beautiful. However, Su Mengmeng's capital was slightly bigger than Liu Qingxue's. Qingxue, I didn't expect you to be here. It seems like we really have a fate, meeting right at the academy gate. At this moment, a voice came from behind. Liu Qingxue frowned upon hearing the voice, her delicate face clouded with frost, her expression displeased. Liu Qingxue ignored him, her light blue eyes still staring into the distance. Zhang Hao, who had been ignored, looked gloomy, his eyes suddenly clouded with a layer of shadow, and deep in his pupils, suppressed fury flickered. Damn! He dared to ignore me after I gave him face. But he quickly returned to his usual calm. Qingxue, tomorrow the branch passage to the primitive secret realm will open at the academy. We can team up, and with my strength, I can guarantee you a quick upgrade. Several months had passed, and he couldn't hold back anymore. Tomorrow was the best time to make his move. Chapter 75, Meeting Liu Qingxue again. Zhang Hao, we're not familiar with each other, so don't call me like that, and I don't need to team up with you. Liu Qingxue, already at the peak of the third level in her first year, had the capital to be proud. Moreover, Zhang Hao gave her a very sinister feeling, and she instinctively wanted to stay away from him. Su Mengmeng quickly understood after seeing this scene, Zhang Hao probably wanted to pursue Liu Qingxue. Zhang Hao was a second-year student at the Divine Martial Academy, with his strength having already reached the peak of the fourth level. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he was the strongest second-year student. He was also a well-known figure at the academy. At that moment, a jet-black fighter appeared in the sky, reflecting cold, chilling light under the dazzling sun. The Blackbird fighter didn't head to the aerial port but instead hovered above the entrance to the Divine Martial Mecha Academy. The appearance of the 7th-level fighter caused a stir, and all eyes were drawn to the aircraft. Everyone understood that whoever could pilot such a fighter was either an expert or a person with extraordinary status. As for beautiful women, people still preferred to worship the strong. It's Lord Zhou Luo's fighter. Sister Yun has arrived. Su Mengmeng's eyes sparkled with excitement as she saw the familiar battle plane, her sparkling eyes glowing with emotion. Liu Qingxue also fixed her gaze on the 7th-level battle plane. The military personnel who had previously seen off Zhou Luo were specially arranged by Vice Officer Liu. Liu Qingxue naturally knew that Zhou Luo was coming to the Divine Martial Academy. Zhou Luo. Zhang Hao's snake-like eyes flashed with a cold and sinister light, but it was quickly concealed. A hatch of the Blackbird battle plane slowly opened. Two figures appeared in front of everyone. The young man stood tall, his face stern and carrying a hint of dominance, his messy hair flying wildly in the wind. He wore a fitted Judicator battle armor, the smooth lines hugging his form, and the unique cloak behind him fluttered in the wind. On his chest, a finely carved Judicator badge shone brightly, emitting a cold metallic luster, as if silently speaking of the mission he bore. The woman radiated a gentle aura, and with every smile and frown, her intelligence and elegance were revealed. Her features were exquisite and flawless. Her tall, slender figure was clad in a tight-fitting one-piece battle armor, perfectly outlining her curvaceous silhouette. That's the Judicator from the Heavenly Punishment Martial Hall. How amazing, to be a Judicator of the Heavenly Punishment Martial Hall at such a young age, and riding a 7-level battle plane. I think I've seen that battle plane on TV, and that armor looks like the exclusive vehicle of the Demon Blade Mangle Blackbird. Mangle. Holy crap, does that mean the young man is Zhou Luo, the so-called strongest genius of Dragon Country, the Western madman Zhou Luo from the War God Academy? Who else could it be? Zhou Yun is already stunning enough, but Zhou Luo is also so handsome, and so impressive. Damn it, if I could marry Zhou Yun, I'd be fine with even riding a 9-level battle plane and controlling a 9-level mecha. Brother, you're definitely not losing out here. The Divine Martial Academy had students who had successfully joined the Heavenly Punishment Martial Hall, but there were almost no ones who became Judicators at Zhou Luo's age. Even in the hundreds of years of the Divine Martial Academy's history, there were probably only a handful. Zhou Luo and Zhou Yun slowly landed on the ground, guided by the battle plane. Su Mengmeng walked up with a smile, excitedly greeting them. Sister Yun, you're finally back. I missed you so much while you were gone from school. Su Mengmeng jumped into Zhou Yun's arms, rubbing against her chest like a little greedy cat. Zhou Yun's face turned red, quickly pushing her away. Mengmeng, what are you doing? It would have been fine if they were at their place, but they were outside, especially in front of Zhou Luo. He. Su Mengmeng's smile never stopped, her mischievous gaze turned to Zhou Luo. Long time no see, Lord Zhou Luo. Zhou Luo smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Su Mengmeng was the same age as her sister, and 1 year older than him, but Su Mengmeng always addressed him as Lord. Zhou Luo wasn't surprised, because this world was one that respected the strong. Zhou Luo's gaze turned to Liu Qingxue, who stood behind Su Mengmeng. As their eyes met, a subtle aura spread between them. Noticing something unusual with Zhou Luo, Zhou Yun looked at the two of them in confusion. Su Mengmeng also stared blankly at the two of them, wondering if there was something between them that was hidden from everyone. Liu Qingxue directly ignored Zhang Hao, stepping with her slender long legs toward Zhou Luo, her shiny golden hair flowing freely behind her, sparkling brilliantly in the sunlight. A gentle breeze blew, lifting a few strands of her hair, revealing her stunning side profile. Zhang Hao looked at this scene with a darkened face, his fists clenched involuntarily, as if something precious in his heart was being taken away. Because, in his subconscious, he had already regarded Liu Qingxue as his woman, and couldn't tolerate anyone getting close to her. Long time no see, Liu Qingxue. Zhou Luo said with a forced laugh. For some reason, whenever he faced this girl, he always felt a strange emotion, something he couldn't quite describe. You made the right choice by going to the God of War Academy. Luckily, you didn't come to the Divine Martial Academy. I regret it now. With our relationship, you can just call me Qingxue. A smile unexpectedly appeared on Liu Qingxue's face, and at this moment, this ice-cold woman melted for Zhou Luo. The boys nearby who saw this scene had their hearts shattered. Wait. What do you mean by our relationship? That sentence could easily lead to misunderstandings. You've improved a lot too, you're already at the peak of the 3rd stage, probably almost at the 4th stage, right? Is the Divine Martial Academy really that bad? Why would you regret it? After receiving Zhou Luo's approval, Liu Qingxue arrogantly lifted her head. The Divine Martial Academy is fine, but the competition between people is too intense. You understand. Liu Qingxue blinked her beautiful eyes. Zhou Luo smiled lightly upon hearing this, understanding exactly what Liu Qingxue meant. Zhou Luo, do you two know each other? Zhou Yun spoke up at this moment. Hello, Sister Yun, I've known Zhou Luo since high school, and he even saved my life in the wilderness zone. Behind them, Zhang Hao heard this and felt a surge of rage building inside him. As expected, Zhou Luo had stolen Liu Qingxue from him, causing him to miss out on the 9th level mech. At this moment, his desire to kill Zhou Luo reached its peak. I see. Speaking of which, Qingxue also saved my life indirectly. Zhou Luo suddenly remembered everything that had happened in the Thunder Secret Realm. It had been so dangerous. If not for the 3rd stage energy purple crystal, he might have been killed by the beastmen. Liu Qingxue tilted her head slightly, looking at Zhou Luo with a puzzled expression. Zhou Yun and the others also turned to look at Zhou Luo. Sister, do you still remember the Thunder Secret Realm? In the Thunder Secret Realm, my combat energy was too low, and I was chased by the beastmen all over the place. I even encountered a thunderstorm. Chapter 76, This is what we call Crazy West. After Zhou Luo's explanation, Zhou Yun finally understood what had happened in the Secret Realm. She felt deeply fearful and thankful for Liu Qingxue's gift to Zhou Luo. According to Zhou Luo, if not for the energy purple crystal, he would have had no chance of turning the tables on the beastmen. When Liu Qingxue learned Zhou Luo had been attacked by beastmen, her concern was completely visible on her face. But everything turned out fine. Zhou Luo comprehended the sword intent, completed his advancement task, and walked out of the Thunder Secret Realm unscathed. Zhang Hao, who had been eavesdropping, kept cursing Zhou Luo in his heart, wondering why he hadn't died yet. Even the 5th level beastmen couldn't kill Zhou Luo, his luck was truly unbelievable. The group chatted for a long time at the academy entrance, and Zhou Luo noticed Zhang Hao had been standing there the whole time without leaving. Noticing Zhou Luo's gaze, Liu Qingxue explained. This person is Zhang Hao. He's been bothering me for the past few months, trying to ask me out in various ways, just like Fong did in high school. But I've never responded to him. Then, Liu Qingxue once again put on her cold face and looked at Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao, why haven't you left yet? Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao's face showed a self-satisfied, seemingly gentle smile as he quickly walked up to Zhou Luo, ignoring Liu Qingxue and the others, his gaze locked on Zhou Luo. Hello, Zhou Luo, I'm Zhang Hao from the Divine Martial Academy. It's a pleasure to meet you. Zhang Hao extended his hand, ready to shake hands with Zhou Luo. However, the handshake he expected never happened. Instead, he was met with a pair of indifferent eyes staring at him. I'm not interested in what you're called or which academy you're from. In an instant, Zhang Hao's expression turned cold. He stiffly spoke, What do you mean? What, you don't understand? I'll give you 3 seconds to get out of my sight. As soon as Zhou Luo's words finished, Zhang Hao was so angry that he laughed. This is the territory of Xinwu Academy, and he is still a student of Xinwu Academy, the number 1 in his 2nd year. His strength is at the peak of the 4th stage, stronger than Zhou Luo. He really doesn't know how Zhou Luo dared to speak up. What if I don't leave? What are you going to do about it? For a moment, the atmosphere in the air became subtle, and Zhou Yun and the others looked at Zhang Hao with displeased eyes. The people nearby also noticed that something was wrong. Damn, is Zhou Luo really that arrogant? This is Shenwu Academy. Get used to it, people from War God Academy are like this, and Zhou Luo is notoriously arrogant in War God Academy. What's this? Inside the Fallen Secret Realm, he killed so many people that it's hard to count. A senior in front of me was killed by Zhou Luo with one strike. If he didn't think I was too weak, I'm afraid I would have been killed just as easily. Senior Zhang Hao will teach him a lesson. Damn, how dare he be so arrogant in our Shenwu Academy. Kid, it seems you've angered everyone. Zhang Hao gritted his teeth, sneering twice. 3 seconds have passed. A cold voice sounded. Interesting. Damn you. Zhang Hao's figure directly turned into a cannonball, flying backward. His body scraped along the hard ground, sliding for dozens of meters. The ground was plowed by Zhang Hao, creating a deep trench. Wow! They're fighting! The people present let out deafening cries. Zhang Hao knelt halfway on the ground, his eyes flashing with a blood-red color. His clothes were already tattered, and extreme anger erupted at this moment. It was as if flames were burning in his eyes, and a massive battle energy began to erupt. Kid, you're seeking death. As his words fell, a 6-pointed star formation appeared under Zhang Hao's feet, and a 3-meter-tall humanoid gray mech appeared behind him. Zhou Yun and the others were about to make a move but were stopped by Zhou Luo. I don't know if I'm seeking death, but I do know that if no one comes to save you, next year on this day will probably be your day of sacrifice. Mental control. Zhou Luo's gaze once again struck, and invisible energy was released. In an instant, all living beings in the world seemed to be frozen, leaving only Zhang Hao and Zhou Luo. Zhang Hao only felt as if his heart was gripped by an invisible giant hand. The next moment, the connection between him and the mech was actually cut off. Mental control. It's the 12th sequence of the mental control inheritance from Li Hui. How could Zhou Luo? Zhang Hao was suppressed by this invisible energy, his body kneeling on the ground. After a moment, cold sweat began to form on Zhang Hao's forehead. If he didn't want to break free from this force, he would not be able to resist Zhou Luo. At their level, mental control was practically a dimensional strike. Releasing mental control requires a huge amount of mental strength to support it. He definitely can't maintain mental control for long. As long as I hold on, it will be my counterattack moment. Zhang Hao's blood-red eyes fixed firmly on Zhou Luo, and an unmistakable killing intent filled the air. Under the watch of others, Zhang Hao's 6-pointed star formation was still there, but his mech could never be summoned. Meanwhile, Zhou Luo calmly walked toward Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao was kneeling on the ground, his expression changing, seemingly struggling desperately. What's going on? Why isn't Senior Zhang Hao fighting back? Everyone's heart filled with this question. He doesn't not want to fight back, he just can't. Suddenly a man standing in the crowd, arms crossed and watching coldly, spoke up. This sentence immediately drew everyone's attention. It's him. Senior Zhang Ke from the 3rd year, a true 5th-stage powerhouse. Senior, what do you mean? We don't understand. If I'm not mistaken, Zhou Luo should have mastered mental skills. Once mental skills are mastered, they can create absolute suppression on the enemy, just like a state of mind, but there's a huge difference from a state of mind. This kind of mental power is undefendable. If Zhang Hao can't break through the mental control, he will end up as Zhou Luo said. Tomorrow, on this day, will be his Memorial Day. And in order to enhance his mental strength, the level needs to reach level 5. If nothing unexpected happens, Zhang Hao should be dead. But, an accident occurred. Only then did everyone understand why Zhang Hao had been suppressed, and they were shocked to find that Zhou Luo actually possessed such terrifying power. However, as everyone was wondering what Zhang Ke's last sentence meant, a voice suddenly echoed in the air, a voice that lingered in everyone's ears, not fading for a long time. Only then did everyone realize that most likely a teacher had arrived to stop this chaos. Kid, you're too arrogant. A man appeared between Zhou Luo and Zhang Hao, as if he had suddenly appeared. Because of his sudden appearance, Zhang Hao broke free from the mental control. Oh? What if so? Senior, are you preparing to bully the weak with your strength? Facing the 6-star powerhouse, Zhou Luo remained fearless. Damn it. With the Heavenly Punishment Martial Arts Hall backing him, he didn't believe this person would dare to directly kill him here. Hearing Zhou Luo's words, everyone's blood boiled, and there was no trace of anger from losing face for their senior. This is the real attitude that a true genius should have, facing life and death with ease, not afraid to fight even against stronger opponents. The so-called geniuses I heard before were all trash. Who the hell has the same aura as Xiong? Chapter 77, The Heavenly Abyss in front, Zhou Luo's War God Academy behind. The man in the gray robe stood in the middle, his face as dark as iron, his eyes burning with raging anger. His fists were tightly clenched, his knuckles turning white from the force, and veins bulging on the back of his hand like twisting dragons. However, he did not choose to act. He was trying his best to suppress the anger that was about to explode. This man was one of Zhang Hao's supporters and also a teacher at the Divine Martial Academy. Because Zhou Luo was the judge of the Heavenly Punishment Martial Arts Hall, with that identity, he could not harbor any killing intent here. Attacking a judge would be a serious crime. He would be relentlessly hunted by the Heavenly Punishment Martial Arts Hall, no matter who you are, no matter where you come from, because the leader of the Heavenly Punishment Martial Arts Hall is that supreme existence. Damn it, if this were the wilderness zone, I would make you understand how to write the word death thought. The man in the gray robe kept shouting angrily in his heart. I naturally would not bully the weak, but as a student of the War God Academy, you actually dared to provoke a student of the Divine Martial Academy. Don't you think you should give me an explanation? Although he was furious, he did not let his anger cloud his judgment. The appearance of the teacher made the situation more complicated. In just a few moments, several teachers appeared at the academy's entrance, including a third-level mentor, a 7-star powerhouse like Mangle. Since you want an explanation, I'll give you one. I, as a student of the War God Academy, now challenge the waste behind you to a life-and-death battle. How about that? Does this explanation satisfy you? Zhou Luo's lips curved slightly, and a mocking smile appeared on his face. Upon hearing these words, all the students present glared angrily, as if fire could burst out of their eyes. These teachers' faces also turned extremely ugly, but none of them made a move to suppress Zhou Luo. Because life-and-death battles between students from different academies had always been allowed. Now, everyone's gaze turned toward Zhang Hao. Either he would fight Zhou Luo in a life-and-death battle, or he would avoid the fight, and the face of the Divine Martial Academy would be ruined. Zhang Hao would also be unable to hold his head up within the Divine Martial Academy. Are you really going to go this far? The pressure of a 6-star powerhouse swept toward Zhou Luo, attempting to force him to retreat with his aura. He couldn't see how Zhang Hao could possibly be a match for Zhou Luo. The mental control alone was not something Zhang Hao could resist. Moreover, Zhang Hao knew very little about Zhou Luo's strength, and no one knew whether he had comprehended the meaning. Once the life-and-death battle began, no one could intervene. Don't use your trashy pressure to oppress me. Even the pressure of an 8th grade expert doesn't work on me. What are you even supposed to be? If I'm still at 6th grade level when I reach your age, I'd rather smash my head against a tofu and die. What? Can't resist making a move? You can try, but I have to remind you, I've signed the peak contract with the Heavenly Punishment Martial Hall. I wonder if you can handle the wrath of the Heavenly Punishment Martial Hall. Zhou Luo's mocking gaze was like that of a clown staring at the man in gray robes before him. The man had a dark, gloomy look on his face, with intense murderous intent in his eyes. It was clear he was no good person. Zhou Luo even suspected this man might be from the Dark Hall. What? He signed the peak contract? Damn, this is a bit tricky now. He's a judge, even if he makes a mistake, the Heavenly Punishment Martial Hall has to punish him. No one else can act as an agent, and with the peak contract, he's a core disciple of the Heavenly Punishment Martial Hall, supported by the Heavenly Punishment Martial Hall, and behind him stands the God of War Academy. The people around couldn't help but gasp in awe. They didn't know when Zhou Luo's identity had become so impressive. Just the God of War Academy alone was more powerful than the Divine Martial Academy, let alone the Heavenly Punishment Martial Hall. The man in grey robes looked back at Zhang Hao, whose face was dark with anger. Zhang series, how about you step back? At that moment, an ancient voice rang out, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Junior, forget the life-and-death battle. How about we have a friendly match instead? The space trembled, and a crack in time and space appeared as an elder with the air of immortality stepped out of it. The elder had white hair, looking a bit old, but his eyes were sharp and bright. His tall, upright figure showed no signs of weakening from age. Vice Dean Xie. I've been in the Divine Martial Academy for 2 years, and this is the first time I've seen the Vice Dean. Greetings, Vice Dean. The teachers all bowed respectfully. Xiat Songhai smiled faintly, nodding in acknowledgement, as if he didn't care about anything that had just happened. He showed no sign of anger. Junior, I'm old friends with Vice Dean Su, so please give me some face. Since the senior says so, if I continue to make a fuss, it would make me seem unreasonable. The Vice Dean had personally intervened. Zhou Luo naturally wouldn't push things any further. Xiat Songhai looked at Zhou Luo with appreciation in his eyes, his face filled with regret. Back then, he had personally gone out to compete for Zhou Luo, but unfortunately, he was still unable to win. Junior, I look forward to seeing you again. Perhaps next time we meet, you'll be on equal footing with us old guys. Xiat Songhai laughed twice and vanished into the air tunnel. An 8th grade peak expert giving such high praise was enough to stir up a sensation. The man in grey robes had no face to stay any longer, and quickly left with Zhang Hao. Sis, I have to leave too. Staying at the Divine Martial Academy makes me feel uncomfortable. The place gives me a weird feeling. What kind of feeling? Su Mengmeng asked curiously. It feels too feminine. The three beautiful women couldn't help but laugh, their laughter like silver bells, crisp and pleasant, gently echoing in the air. Their eyes sparkled with gentle smiles, their lips curving upward like the warm spring sun shining on flower petals, gentle and bright. Zhou Luo, thank you for chasing away that annoying fly for me. Liu Qingxue's lips lifted slightly, showing a faint smile, her soft blue eyes shimmering with gratitude and tenderness. Her voice was as soft as the wind, with a hint of pride, but also a touch of sincerity. I just felt uncomfortable the moment I saw him. I always felt he was hiding something. You should pay attention to him. I will. Alright, I should leave now. After bidding farewell to the three women, Zhou Luo left. The fighter jet entered and left the magic capital base city. Now, Zhou Luo's name had completely spread throughout magic capital base city. In the void. Xiat Sanhai looked at everything inside Shenwu Academy and sighed helplessly. No wonder the students of War God Academy are so fierce. With that law of survival of the fittest, how could anyone who stands out not be abnormal? Decades ago, there was Xiong, who suppressed countless proud geniuses of his time so they couldn't lift their heads, and now decades later, there is Zhou Luo again. Perhaps this is another era of one man alone. How could other mecha academies survive like this? Looking at those students like flowers in a greenhouse, Xiat Sanhai's expression turned disappointed, and he vanished into the void. Chapter 78, The Madness of the War King Order, Li Yuanba returns. Hundreds of years ago, when Blue Star had just changed, the energy of heaven and earth revived, all things began to evolve, monsters invaded, and secret realms descended. At that time, 5 famous mountains known throughout the world, Mount Tai in the east, Mount Hua in the west, Mount Hung in the south, Mount Hung in the north, and Mount Song in the center. These 5 great mountains were pulled by a mysterious force, rising from the ground, spiraling into the sky. The 5 peaks twisted and spun in the sky, as if controlled by an invisible big hand, and in the end formed a huge 5-pointed star array, each peak guarding a corner, radiating an ancient and majestic aura. In the center where the 5 mountains gathered, a terrifying whirlpool of energy was born, as if it connected to another world. As time passed, this energy gradually stabilized, forming a huge entrance to a secret realm. The energy in the secret realm was extremely thick, yet it was also filled with unknown dangers. Countless alien beasts and monsters surged out from the secret realm, turning this place into their paradise. Because of this, the land of the 5 mountains became one of Blue Star's 10 forbidden zones. Though human powerhouses drooled over the resources and opportunities within, few dared to step in lightly. Above the skies outside the 5 mountains, 5 iron fortresses floated. Many fighter jets stopped at the edges of the iron fortresses. This was the place where participants of the supernova training camp would live for 3 months. The iron fortresses were extremely large, like small base cities. Zhou Luo heard the news that there were 5 such large fortresses. They were parked outside each of the 5 mountains. Zhou Luo was assigned to the Western Mountain area. There were over 108,000 participants in the Western Mountain area. Even when everyone stood on the Iron Square, it wasn't as crowded as one would imagine. Standing among the crowd, Zhou Luo sensed that everyone around him was damn well a 4th-rank powerhouse, with several even being 5th-rank powerhouses. And this was only one corner. It was hard to imagine how many powerhouses were truly here. Damn it, so many people joined the Western Mountain this time. This competition is way too intense. Cherish today's time, starting tomorrow, everyone is the enemy. I can't wait anymore, even if I die, my name will shine on the family tree. The crowd was very noisy. Some people, after seeing the powerhouses, were especially regretful. Others looked indifferent, with thick killing intent on their bodies. Some were abstract. At the highest point of the iron fortress, an old man with a dignified face sat on a chair looking at the crowd below. With a sweep of his divine sense, he instantly locked onto Zhou Luo's location. This brat is the one who's messing with my precious granddaughter, huh? Yuxinshan stared at Zhou Luo meaningfully. No one knew what he was plotting. The 2 9th-rank powerhouses behind him looked at each other upon seeing this scene, each guessing what relationship this person had with Yuxinshan. This man was the peak 9th-rank powerhouse, Yuxinshan. With a flip of his hand, he could destroy all of Blue Star, one of the supreme powerhouses of the human race in the starry sky. Now bind their point cards, then throw them all into the 5 mountains secret realm, announce that the hunt begins immediately. Among 108,000 people, only one person is needed. Yuxinshan's eyes gleamed with a cold and sinister light. His words were unquestionable, and the 2 9th-tier powerhouses behind him vanished from their spot. At that moment, everyone's time-space rings began to sound with messages. The slaughter card has been bound. What does this mean? Ah. Kill. Die, give me your combat energy. Some people hadn't reacted yet, while others had already started their mechs and began to slaughter in large numbers. Countless mech riders fell beneath the blades of mechs. It was only then that everyone realized the slaughter had begun. Zhou Luo was also about to summon the flying will to take a shot and harvest the combat energy, when the world changed, and everyone felt the sky and earth flip, the sun and moon switched places. When Zhou Luo opened his eyes, a ferocious serpent with a blood-red mouth was about to swallow him whole. Don't hurt my master. Fire Thunderbolt, summoned, burst through the space-time tunnel and cleaved the serpent in half with one strike, the intense combat energy flowing into Zhou Luo's body. What just happened to Fire Thunderbolt? Fire Thunderbolt and the others were in the War King's Hall, and everything happening outside had no effect on them, so they knew what had just transpired. Master, just now a powerful figure appeared in the sky, he reversed the world with a single hand, and then everyone was thrown into the Five Mountains secret realm, Fire Thunderbolt said, his eyes flashing as he spoke truthfully. I see. From Fire Thunderbolt's description, that person was probably a 9th-tier powerhouse. The time-space ring sounded again with a notice from the supernova training camp. Ding. The area you are in is the West Mountain area. Out of the 108,000 people, only one can earn the title of supernova. The secret realm has been forcibly suppressed by a peak powerhouse, and the strongest beast in it is only tier 6. The slaughter card shares your position, and the 5 major areas are interconnected. No matter where you escape, it's useless. The only way to survive is to raise your weapon and kill everyone you see. In 3 months, everyone will leave the secret realm. Enjoy the slaughter, enjoy your final 3 months of life. The Five Mountains secret realm was a forbidden secret realm, filled with countless powerful monsters. Even though it was suppressed by peak powerhouses, the strongest beasts in the 5 major areas were only tier 6. If you encounter one, there would be no way out. But in this environment, without any supplies, the slaughter would last for 3 months. From now on, the only thing you could trust was the weapon in your hand. Since that's the case, let me summon Liu first. Mecha warrior, return to position. Zhou Luo raised the War King's order high, its endless light shone and released mysterious energy, even the power of the Five Mountains secret realm could not hinder it. At the residence of Liu Qingxue in the War God Academy, the Apocalypse evil god was fighting Liu. Suddenly, Liu's body was wrapped in heavy energy, and the Apocalypse evil god was directly pushed away. In Liu Qingxue's eyes, Liu was slowly dissipating into light particles. Liu, what's happening to you? Liu Qingxue asked anxiously. Ha ha ha. Master, don't worry, my lord is calling me. I have to go fight with my companions. I can feel the strong bond. When I come back, I'll bring a new friend to introduce to you, master. At this moment, Liu's mechanical eyes burst with an unprecedented brilliance. Responding to the War King's call, he completely vanished from the world. Back in Zhou Luo's War King's Hall, his body gradually began to condense. Liu Qingxue's body separated from the Apocalypse evil god and slowly descended to the ground. Liu Qingxue gazed at the sky where Liu had disappeared, forcing out a faint smile and nodding, but the worry in her eyes did not fade. She silently swore in her heart, Zhou Luo, no matter what happens, I will wait for you to return. Chapter 79, Wind, Wind, Strong Wind. The supernova training camp begins, and the strong will start to kill. The weak ones will hide and wait for the 3 months to pass. During this time is the best opportunity to create distance. The strong will become stronger, while the weak will remain stagnant. The leaders of the steel fortresses and other major regions sensed the energy fluctuations from the sea air region and were immediately awakened from their quiet meditation. Olju is still as simple and brutal as before. Since he has started, we should begin as well. As soon as the words of this strong person fell, a 9th-tier powerhouse used the power of heaven and earth to directly throw all the participants from this region into the Five Mountains secret realm. The number of participants in the entire supernova training camp is more than 500,000. Out of more than 500,000 people, only 5 will survive, and this terrifying death rate nearly reaches 99%. The beginning of the supernova training camp naturally attracted the attention of all the forces in Dragon Country. Starry Sky Heavenly Punishment Martial Arts Hall Headquarters. This is a magnificent city standing deep in the starry sky, emitting an ancient, vast, and mysterious glow. In the center of the city, a sword-shaped building reaching 10,000 feet into the sky pierces the stars. This is the iconic building of the Heavenly Punishment Martial Arts Hall, Sword of Heavenly Punishment. If one observes closely, it can be seen that the city is located above Blue Star, and the sword also hovers above the head of Blue Star, seemingly with hidden meaning. The entire city is covered by a faint dark energy barrier. Outside the barrier is the vast starry sky, while inside the barrier is a prosperous and orderly city. At this moment, in the virtual meeting room of the Heavenly Punishment Martial Arts Hall, the atmosphere is so tense that it is almost suffocating. A few middle-aged men are sitting around a round table, their expression serious, eyes deep, wearing the martial arts hall's uniform, with golden badges symbolizing their status on their chests. Each person's aura is as deep as an abyss, clearly the top powerhouses in the hall, all super strong figures on the peak rankings. However, no one is speaking at this moment, and even the sound of breathing is faint, as if time has frozen in this instant. They seem to be waiting for something, and an invisible sense of oppression fills the air. Suddenly, a clear and ethereal voice echoed in the closed room. The meeting begins. As soon as the voice fell, a brilliant beam of light descended from the sky, illuminating the entire meeting room. In the beam, a phantom figure slowly materialized, eventually appearing at the top of the round table. The person was wearing a blood-red fitted battle armor, with mysterious runes flowing on the surface of the armor, as if containing the power to destroy heaven and earth. A starry sky gemstone was embedded in his forehead, within which countless stars flickered, mysterious and unfathomable. His face was cold, and his eyes were as calm as water, yet they made others too afraid to look directly, as if beneath that calm gaze hid terrifying power capable of tearing apart the starry sky. He slowly scanned the people present, his voice deep and authoritative. "Everyone, sorry to keep you waiting." As his words fell, the atmosphere in the meeting room grew even more solemn, as if the air itself had become sticky. Everyone knew that the punishment's personal arrival meant that the matter to be discussed next would relate to the entire Heavenly Punishment Martial Arts Hall. Or perhaps, the fate of all the people of Dragon Country. "Greetings, Hall Master." Everyone suddenly stood up, placing their right hands on their golden badges and bowing respectfully. In the eyes of all Heavenly Punishment Martial Arts Hall members, punishment is their god, the strongest figure in all of human civilization, and one of the solitary pioneers. Punishment gave a slight nod of acknowledgement. Everyone took their seats. The Supernova training camp has begun, right? Which person is representing the Martial Arts Hall? Is it Zhou Luo or Qin Yuan? Both Zhou Luo and Qin Yuan are prodigies who signed the peak contract and are candidates cultivated by the Heavenly Punishment Martial Arts Hall. A man respectfully stood up and spoke. "Hallmaster, the Supernova training camp has already begun, and both Zhou Luo and Qin Yuan are participating in the Supernova training camp." Zhou Luo was assigned to the West Mountain region, while Qin Yuan was assigned to the North Mountain region. Fa slightly nodded. The one who gains the title of Supernova must face the divine punishment from heaven and earth. As Fa's voice fell, his illusory figure vanished from the virtual meeting room, arriving quickly and disappearing just as quickly. The few men left behind exchanged looks. "Disband." The man who had reported earlier scanned the room and said in a deep voice. The figures of the others slowly faded away in the meeting room. At the entrance of the ancient Starry Road. This is one of the most mysterious and dangerous areas in the starry sky. Military camps, like iron beasts, stood tall in the void, and between these camps, terrifying mechs stood proudly. These mechs were 100 meters tall, their surfaces covered with thick starry sky alloys, shining with a cold metallic luster. Their eyes were like two burning suns, emitting a heart-stirring glow. Even when the starry sky turbulence came sweeping in, it couldn't shake their bodies in the slightest. They were the guardians of this starry region. The entire starry region was shrouded in a dense and murderous aura. Time itself seemed to freeze here. It was terrifying. In the starry sky, a battle flag as tall as the sky swayed in the endless expanse. The flag's face was made of the starry sky, and on the other side, there was a vivid golden dragon. The dragon totem battle flag symbolized the supreme authority and supreme glory of this starry region. In the starry sky metal military camp. At the center of the camp, on a high platform, an old man sat. He wore golden dragon scale armor, and each scale on the armor sparkled with dazzling light. The old man's face was weathered and dignified. At this moment, his gaze was fixed on the distant depths of the starry sky, where the direction of the blue star lay. His eyes showed a trace of complex emotion, a sense of nostalgia, as well as a faint pride. "Yuaner, I heard you signed the peak contract." The old man murmured softly, his voice carrying a touch of emotion. "You've still walked the path of your father." The image of many years ago appeared in his mind. The little one who once urinated on his head, now had signed a peak contract with the Heaven's Punishment Martial Arts Hall. This was an achievement his father, Qin Yuan, had not reached, and it was enough to be proud of. A faint smile appeared at the corners of the old man's mouth, a smile filled with comfort. "In that case, I will guard the ancient road for another 10 years. As the words fell, the fatigue in the old man's eyes instantly disappeared, replaced by a sharp edge. His body straightened slightly, like a sword drawn from its sheath, emitting an unsettling aura. At this moment, outside the military camp, a shocking battle energy fluctuation erupted. Roars echoed continuously, and the stinging smell of blood filled the starry sky. "Damn beasts, since you want to fight, then come." With a single step, the old man disappeared from within the military camp. In an instant, a terrifying mecha 1,000 meters tall descended, piercing through a terrifying starry sky beast with one shot. He pointed his long spear and roared. "All troops, form up, face the enemy. Wind! Wind! Strong wind! Strong wind!" A million starry sky mech riders roared, their momentum overwhelming, stirring up waves in the starry sea. Chapter 80, Fong, I can give you 250 spirit stars. In the year 582 of the new era, on January 16, the once-in-10-years supernova training camp selection began, and the participants from the 5 major regions all entered the 5 mountains secret realm. This time, more than 500,000 people participated, but among these more than 500,000, only 5 can reach the top. Let us wait and see which 5 chosen ones can reach the top. According to statistics, this year's training camp selection is the strongest one so far, with all participants being Tier 4 and Tier 5 experts, and many of them are prodigies. For example, the Mech Alliance's Fong, Thunder Martial Arts Hall's Niu Tanchi, the D family's D Tian, as well as the representatives of the Heaven's Punishment Martial Arts Hall, Zhou Luo and Qin Yuan. What's worth noting is the representatives from Heaven's Punishment Martial Arts Hall, Zhou Luo and Qin Yuan. They are both the same age, and both have stepped into the 4th level of strength early. Whether they can kill their way out of the 5th level strong ones is still unknown. It is worth mentioning that they did not end up in the same area. The next broadcast will be next month. Everyone can watch the killing ranking to confirm the list of the dead. The exception Heaven Punishment Martial Arts Hall advises that the families of the dead should not be agitated. Feeling dizzy is normal. Throughout the Dragon Country, everywhere with a screen is broadcasting the news of the supernova training camp. At the 3rd high school of Kanglin Base City, the whole school is listening to classes while watching the news of the supernova training camp, and the large screen is displaying Zhou Luo's handsome photo. This is my senior? Am I even worthy of such an amazing senior? I heard that my senior was once a complete online gaming addict like me. Just shut up. Our senior had to fight on the virtual platform to accumulate practical combat experience before he had a mecha, and he fought over 100,000 battles with a 100% win rate. As for you, it's better to refrain from your countless defeats. Suddenly, the screen changed, and a powerful speech echoed, telling the legendary deeds of Zhou Luo. Standing before you is the most powerful genius in the history of the Dragon Country, known as the #1 talent of the Dragon Country, the youngest city defense captain, the signatory of the peak contract of the Heaven Punishment Martial Arts Hall, the youngest judge. This video was specially arranged by Principal Chen Wentai. At this moment, Chen Wentai was leisurely sipping tea while watching the killing leaderboard because his school had produced Zhou Luo and Liu Qingxue. His school was also praised nationwide, competing for a massive amount of cultivation resources, and he no longer had to worry about student recruitment. As long as Zhou Luo, this living advertisement, was around, his school would never lack students. With more students, there was naturally a higher chance of awakening high-potential mecha masters, which kept him in a good mood every day. With a large amount of cultivation resources invested, the bottleneck that had troubled him for many years finally began to loosen, which made him extremely happy. He regretted missing Zhou Luo at a meeting last time and planned to drink with him for a whole night when Zhou Luo returned next time. In the 5 Mountains secret realm, in the western mountain area, killing can be seen everywhere, with shattered monster bodies and mecha fragments scattered around. Those hidden in the dark halls of the 5 Mountains secret realm no longer pretended. After all, those powerful beings could not see what was happening inside and could only look at the death list. This place was simply their paradise. In the past, it was not uncommon for people from the Dark Hall to win the title of Supernova. At this moment, Zhou Luo had just killed more than 10 people, and his combat energy steadily increased to level 49. Just as he was about to leave, he was stopped by someone. This mecha was silver-white, holding a snow-white long sword in its hand, with engine boosters on its back, and a device similar to an energy core on its chest. Kid, I'd set my sights on your combat energy, come over and die. Arrogant voices came from inside the mecha. Name, Fong. Level, peak level 54. Native mecha, ride the wind. Special move, unknown. Just in time, I want to break through level 50, and relying on combat energy of the same level is a bit slow. You showed up, what a nice person. Come out, everyone. Zhou Luo smiled playfully. Swift Blade, Power Domination, and Absolute Blast, 3 mechas appeared behind him. Someone is foolish enough to team up? Chen Feng's face was filled with disdain. Teaming up in the supernova training camp is the stupidest choice. If you all leave now, I'll pretend nothing happened. Though he was a 5th level, facing 4 peak 4th levels at the same time was risky. If he could kill them all without injury, that would be alright, but if he got hurt, it would not be worth it. It's important to know that there are no supplies here, not even time-space wristbands are allowed. Once injured, the probability of death would greatly increase. You should just go die. The rapid blade swiftly drew out his spear and merged it into one, thrusting toward the Wind Rider mecha. How dare a mere ant rebel against a strong one? Fong instantly reacted, turning around and slashing with his sword, the clash of weapons emitting a sharp sound, intense sparks flashing continuously. The sword strike Fong had imagined would send the rapid blade flying did not happen. Instead, the rapid blade single-handedly withstood his force. The rapid blade's power continued to grow. Moreover, the rapid blade's combat energy showed no signs of weakening at all. How is this possible? I'm a level 5, no, this is gun intent. Fong shouted, gripping the mecha with both hands, then quickly activated the gale intent to resist. Q. Take this hammer. The Absolute Edge stomped the ground and raised his hand to deliver a hammer strike, brutally smashing into the Wind Rider mecha's face. The sharp meteor hammer nearly shattered the mecha's head. We are civilized people, how can you speak like that? Although Liu Qingxue spoke of civilization, the power on his shovel was the most terrifying. Boom. The silver and white mecha was completely destroyed by a combo, losing its combat ability. Intense electrical arcs flickered across the body of the Wind Rider mecha. Don't kill me. How much did he offer you? I'll give you double. Fong was completely honest now. He simply couldn't bear the rapid blade's gun intent, and these mechas had all mastered intent energy, so even though he was a level 5, he couldn't hold on. After just one round of attacks, he felt like he was about to die. How much can you give? Fire Thunder walked over, playing with the large sword in his hand, looking down with amusement and asked. Don't kill me. After we go out, I'll give you 100 spirit stars, no. 250 spirit stars. Fong swallowed and quickly spoke. Damn it. Cut him down. Zhou Luo's face turned black. No. Please no. The group rushed up and smashed the Wind Rider mecha into pieces. Feng's body was also pulverized into minced meat. Pure combat energy surged into the bodies of Fire Thunder and the others, but their combat energy only increased a little. Zhou Luo kicked the broken mecha aside, then turned and continued toward the next location, hoping to encounter more of these. Fong, speak for me, I really have 250 spirit stars. Chapter 81, Slaughter Rages, Blade Intent Rampages. The names on the slaughter ranking faded one after another. Disciples from major forces kept falling, and Fong, who had been heavily relied upon by the Chun family, met a tragic end on the first day. The news reached the Chen family, and the entire clan was enraged, especially Chen Yi, who openly vowed to avenge his brother, Fong. For a moment, the contestants in the Western Mountain region became the target of everyone, and no matter who ultimately topped the slaughter ranking, they would become a thorn in the Chun family's side, with their future fated to be filled with blood and violence. At the same time, within the War God Academy, Mu Wanyun lazily leaned on the sofa in her villa, holding a cup of warm coffee and taking a sip, her gaze fixed on the names blacked out on the slaughter ranking, the corner of her mouth lifting into a playful smile. Fong was actually killed, how tragic, she softly clicked her tongue, her tone somewhat thoughtful but seemingly indifferent. She stretched her body, her graceful figure appearing even more alluring under the soft light. Her long legs slightly crossed, her slender waist gently twisting with the movement. Mu Wanyun gently set down her coffee, her fingers lightly tapping on the table as if she were calculating something. I'm not qualified to join the supernova training camp, but I can still try for the hell path. Her expression was lazy and calm, as if the external chaos had nothing to do with her, yet it subtly exuded an air of confidence in controlling the situation. The imperial family's number 1, Liu Qingxue of the Liu family, Yu Lingling of the Yu family, Xiong Zhan, and Xiong Outyan of the Xiong family. The Jin family, Jin Haoyu, these people have incredibly terrifying talents, but they are not qualified for the supernova training camp. Unless something unexpected happens, they will all participate in Hell Road. Hell Road is an artificial secret realm built by the second strongest in the Peak, Thunder, and several other top experts from outside the United Nations. Although it is not as brutal as the supernova training camp, its pass rate is second only to that, with an estimated rate of about 5%. Those who pass Hell Road will be granted the title of Killing Star. This is the highest honor acknowledged by the world. No genius would want to miss out on this honor. Within the Five Mountains secret realm, Zhou Luo no longer hides his strength, and the 5 powerful mech warriors all appear, acting in unison, slaughtering wherever they go. They exude a thick, crimson killing intent, like death gods walking out of hell, making people shiver with fear. One mech after another falls before Zhou Luo, and the number of participants in the area is rapidly decreasing, with blood staining the earth and wails echoing in the secret realm. This is a ruthless harvest. However, Zhou Luo understands in his heart that this is only the beginning. As time passes, the remaining participants' strength will continuously increase, and the strength of those in the later stages will be even more powerful. The battles will become more brutal, and the probability of death will increase dramatically. While he is thinking, the long knife in his hand continues to swing relentlessly. The 100-yang knife beam is like a violent storm, freely released. Whether it is a fierce monster or a 4th-grade mech, they are all turned into dust under his knife beam. It can be said that the knife beam plows the land without exaggeration. The heavenly punishment realm is the strongest existence among all known realms, surpassing all other realms. This power, carrying a trace of heavenly punishment, is incredibly domineering. Any realm in its presence will be ruthlessly crushed. The nearby participants have all been killed so quickly? Zhou Luo glanced at the positioning on his spacetime wristband. He discovered that the red dots within 100 kilometers around him had disappeared. These red dots seemed to have encountered some great terror and were rapidly leaving the area.
Are they running away?
I don't think I've killed that many yet. Fayamoluan, upon hearing this, looked around and swallowed as he noticed the scattered mech fragments on the ground, saying, "My lord, we've already killed several hundred 4th grade mech masters and dozens of 5th grade mech masters. Our battle level has already reached the peak of level 49. After absorbing a huge amount of battle energy, both Fire Thunder and Rapid Edge haven't advanced to the 5th grade, while Liu Anba and Zhu Dehong's battle levels have now caught up with Fire Thunder. Now, all of them have reached level 49. They are now ready to begin breaking through to 5th grade mech masters. My lord, let's continue."
"This is just the beginning," Rapid Edge said nonchalantly while holding his spear.
"Back when I was on the plain outside the Moon God Temple, I don't know how many Black Lion Tigers died in my hands."
Fire Thunder didn't find anything remarkable either.
He had participated in battles such as the City of Time and the City of Energy. He didn't know how many mechs had died in his hands. They had long been accustomed to such scenes. On the contrary, they even felt it was a bit childish. Zhou Luo looked at the eager killing intent of the others and felt somewhat helpless. It seems that now, it is him who can't keep up with Fire Thunder and the others' pace.
Rather than becoming someone else's battle energy, why not become my Zhou Luo's battle energy? Since that's the case, let's start the life and death escape.
A trace of madness flashed in Zhou Luo's eyes, and he commanded the mech warriors to transform into vehicles and charge towards the nearest red dot. With the effects of the Mech King and the Bond Power, Fire Thunder and the others' speed was incredibly fast. Only Liu Anba couldn't keep up with their pace, while Zhu Dehong and Liu Anba slowly followed behind.
20 minutes later. In a ravine, Zhou Luo successfully caught up with a few people. Damn it, that madman has caught up.
The people ahead, fleeing in all directions, turned pale when they saw the roaring Fire Thunder coming towards them. A faint sense of death hovered over their heads.
Damn, should we team up and kill him first?
Otherwise, with his strange power, we'll all die here. One of them suggested through energy transmission.
These few were all early-stage 5-level mecha controllers.
Because they had witnessed Zhou Luo's killing spree, they immediately turned and ran. But they never expected Zhou Luo to catch up, with no intention of letting them go. Then let's go together and kill this guy.
Damn. The group quickly reached a consensus. Their mechs completed their transformation within 2 breaths and activated their true form abilities. Blue-silver wrapping of plants. Sky-splitting slash. Destruction rending claw.
The skills released by the 5-level mechs working together were terrifying, causing the ground to tremble. The next moment, overwhelming energy came crashing down. Although they did not know each other, their coordination was excellent. The ground shattered, and thick plant vines surged out, trying to bind Fire Thunder, but were burned to ashes by the extreme fire of Fire Thunder.
Under Zhou Luo's control, Fire Thunder suddenly raised its head, its eyes bursting with dazzling light.
The frost crescent blade in its hand spun, and eerie blue energy twisted the space. A huge round moon appeared behind Fire Thunder, and its figure, illuminated by the moon, surged with power.
Chapter 82, I have a peer who is my equal in strength. Thunder Half Moon Slash. Fire Thunder glared angrily and swung the frost crescent blade in its hand.
The crescent-shaped blade light drew a dazzling arc in the air, the cold, sharp light flashing in an instant. The blade light and the energy collided, creating a deafening explosion.
The violet energy continued to collide and shrink, eventually transforming into shockwaves that spread outward. Everyone, attack together.
The group drew their mechs weapons and rushed forward. The massive mechs stomped on the ground, causing the entire earth to tremble. In the blink of an eye, the huge mechs engaged in combat. Previously, when dealing with 5-level mecha controllers, Zhou Luo had the mecha warriors surround and beat them, but this time, riding Fire Thunder, he was able to fight multiple enemies alone. The speed of both sides was fast, and within an instant, they exchanged more than 12 rounds of combat, with the sharp sound of sparks constantly flashing.
The group couldn't even handle Fire Thunder together.
Damn it, who the hell is the 5-level mecha controller, and who the hell is the 4-level mecha controller that's this monstrous?
My mech is a heavy type, and yet I can't even suppress his mech in terms of strength. I just remembered who he is. I thought this mech looked familiar.
The mech in front of us is called Fire Thunder, and the one controlling it is Zhou Luo.
Damn it, it's actually Zhou Luo. With the title of the strongest genius of the Dragon Kingdom, how could anyone forget Zhou Luo? Don't hold back anymore, this kid is very strange. The power he's unleashing has already far exceeded the strength a 5-level mecha controller should have.
At the moment one of them got distracted, Fire Thunder's big sword came down from above.
In the blink of an eye.
The body of this mech erupted with an unprecedented light, and even the mechs beside it were shaking as well. Their mechs began to tremble. A massive vortex of energy formed inside, sweeping outward. It was as if the beast sleeping within the body was about to wake up.
Mecha battle roar. Roar. At the same time,
a deafening roar came from the mech's mouths, the sound waves materializing into shockwaves, pressing toward Fire Thunder. The roar carried the vibrations of metal and the rumbling of energy, tearing through the air. The ground trembled under the shockwave, and surrounding debris and dust were lifted into the air, creating a chaotic cloud of smoke.
Damn!
Zhou Luo's face changed slightly. Even inside Fire Thunder's cockpit, he was being pressed by this energy, his body hunching over. This energy has already surpassed the limit he endured in the gravity tower of the War God Academy. Zhou Luo knew they were about to use the battle roar skill, and he was prepared, but he didn't expect the roar from several mechs to be so terrifying.
Even his reinforced body was struggling to endure. Master, it's impossible to fight back.
Fire Thunder's heavy voice echoed, clearly struggling to withstand the mech's battle roar. This pressure was like the first time he encountered the golden armored beast. Back then, he was still weak, far from being able to match the golden armored beast. Heavenly Punishment Realm was released, blocking most of the pressure, but even so, Fire Thunder was forced to retreat, pushed back hundreds of meters. When Night Morning released the battle roar back then, it wasn't so terrifying, which led Zhou Luo to misjudge the power of the battle roar skill. A mech, filled with rage, threw a punch, its powerful force shaking the void.
In the blink of an eye,
Fire Thunder's eyes sharpened, and he quickly raised his crescent moon blade with both hands, blocking it in front of him. The blade crackled with lightning and flames, forming an invisible barrier to try and block the powerful blow.
Bang! When the fist collided with the blade, a deafening explosion rang out.
The violent energy waves swept in all directions, cracking the ground and kicking up dust.
Fire Thunder's body trembled slightly, the ground beneath his feet caving in.
The crescent moon blade in his hand firmly blocked the mech's full force strike, but he was still blasted back several hundred meters by the tremendous power.
Master, do you need to provide long-range fire support?
The teasing voice of Quick Sharp rang in his ears. Quick Sharp was already on the battlefield, standing on a giant stone, holding a massive artillery platform in his hands, observing everything below. Quick Sharp had long since arrived at the battlefield, and even Power Yuanba was here, but under Zhou Luo's orders, they had not yet made a move.
It's a bit cold, my hands are freezing.
Zhou Luo's face darkened as he spoke.
Understood.
Quick Sharp raised the artillery platform, aiming it. A sci-fi targeting device appeared at the corner of his eye, locking onto several mechs in an instant.
Flying Demon Wheel, show them what you can do. 4-star chain laser cannon.
A thick laser shot out, and Power Yuanba and Zhu Dehong simultaneously charged forward, their unstoppable momentum crushing the stones blocking their path into fragments. At the same time, piercing alarm sounds echoed within their mechs. A thick laser shot from the distance, and before they could react, it hit their primary mechs.
In an instant,
arcs of electricity flickered, flames erupted, and the battle roar skill was directly interrupted, with each of them being blasted back several hundred meters. The two at the front were killed instantly by the laser. The others were not dead, but were heavily injured and near death, clearly losing their fighting ability due to the surprise laser attack. Without the suppression of the battle roar, Fire Thunder slowly straightened his body and slowly walked forward with the 80-90-meter long sword in his hand.
Quick Sharp and Flying Demon Will also appeared beside Fire Thunder. The 5 motorcycle warriors slowly approached the leading mech, their indifferent eyes looking down at it.
Your teamwork is indeed strong, but unfortunately, I am not alone.
Ambush.
Despicable.
He roared unwillingly. Ambush? Despicable?
Flying Demon Will sneered at the words, stepping out from the team with his hands on his hips. I have an old friend who was evenly matched with me and once said, war is a dirty game, and I am a dirty player.
Zhou Luo and the others twitched their lips, but they didn't expose Flying Demon Wheel's lie. After all, it was rare for him to put on an act.
Yes, war is a dirty game, you are a dirty player, but I am not a clean player either. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhou Luo immediately sensed something was wrong. He saw the mech actually place its hand on its chest core. Roughly, he dug out the mech core with brute force. The Starball's core, on the surface, shone with pure fighting energy.
Mech hidden energy source. Thing seeking death.
Zhou Luo drove Fire Thunderbolt and quickly ended his life with one slash. A ball of light surged from the mech core into the bodies of Fire Thunderbolt and the others. Naturally, this core also lost its shine, turning dim and dull. This man actually wanted to blow up the mech core to kill them all here. Luckily, this man talked too much nonsense, otherwise if hit by a 5th-rank mech core self-destruction, even if not dead, they would be heavily wounded.
Liu Yuanba and Zhu Dehong hurried to give finishing strikes. Several 5th-rank mech drivers all died in the hands of Zhou Luo and the others. Pure fighting energy rushed into everyone's chest, the fighting energy on their bodies uncontrollably burst, boiled, spread. They were about to break through. Chapter 83, All 5th Rank, Counter Wenxian Awakens.
The motorbike warriors wildly released their fighting energy, showing off their strength.
Zhou Luo only felt like his body was sublimated, terrifying power contained within. This power of mine might lift a small mountain now.
No surprise at all.
The lock deep inside the motorbike warriors' minds was once again partly unlocked, special move memories floated in their minds, war skills evolved thousands, tens of thousands of times inside their heads.
Just like they naturally mastered them.
No need to retrain at all. Entering 5th rank, Zhou Luo's overall attributes improved more than 10 times, motorbike warriors naturally too, only then did he realize the real gap between 5th and 4th rank.
Mech, Fire Thunderbolt. Level, 50.
Special moves, Thunder Half Moon Slash, Blaze Sky Sun Slash, Sun Moon Twin Shine Blade, Fire Thunder Double Storm Wheel, Thunder God War Roar, God Punishment Sky Thunder, Divine Power and Destruction Thunder Fusion.
Bond Power, overall attributes increased by 30%.
Evaluation, this is a sports car clan warrior from Time City, named Fire Thunderbolt. His fighting style is like his name, swift, domineering, dignified.
Mech, Speed Edge.
Level, 50. Special moves, Shocking Skywave Kill, Speed Phantom Slash, Blood Moon Mad Spear, Tide's Wrath, Raging Wave War Roar, God Punishment Sky Thunder.
Bond Power, overall attributes increased by 30%.
Evaluation, this is a motorbike warrior from Moon Temple, named Speed Edge, also Moon Temple's City Guard General. His fighting style features fast speed, strong penetration, confidence, arrogance, loyalty, straightforwardness are his synonyms. All motorbike warriors stepped into 5th rank, Zhou Luo's power surged again, strength more than 10 times stronger. Inside the War King Order's War King Hall, came a slight tremble. Clearly, another motorbike warrior was about to awaken, needing Zhou Luo to activate. Zhou Luo did not continue slaughtering in the secret realm. Now, at the same rank he hardly had rivals, let alone the many contestants in West Mountain secret realm. Time was still early. The most important thing now was to quickly activate a new motorbike warrior, then together gain fighting energy, rapidly raise motorbike warrior's fighting level.
A thought moved.
Zhou Luo and Fire Thunderbolt's figures instantly disappeared from the secret realm. Next moment appeared inside War King Hall's special space. Fire Thunderbolt and the others understood. Another comrade was about to awaken, just didn't know who this time. At present, only 2 motorbike warriors had yet to awaken, and these 2 were both extremely strong air units.
Thinking of this, Zhou Luo couldn't help but get excited.
Most mech drivers' awakened mechs were ground units, air units were extremely rare. Moreover, on Blue Star there's a saying, any air unit mech, its natural potential only high not low. This also means, any mech driver who awakens an air unit mech, talent must be extremely strong. In Zhou Luo's memory, he had only seen one such mech driver, that was his senior sister, who made his heart flutter at every moment.
Mu Wan Yun. A few people quickly walked toward the Mecha Plaza.
They saw a statue of a motorcycle warrior with a well-proportioned body, whose eyes were already flickering with light. Although he was still in a stone state, his entire body gray and dull, Zhou Luo and the others recognized him at a glance. The enormous, forked tail beam on his back was the signature trait of Nifengxuan.
It's the city guarding general of Energy City, Nifengxuan. It really is him.
Without any more hesitation, Zhou Luo gripped the War King Order in one hand and slowly walked to the statue of Nifengxuan, speaking in a deep voice, "Motorcycle warrior, transform." The War King Order instantly emitted a mystical glow, and mysterious energy flowed around the statue like water. Then, the statue of Nifengxuan began to tremble, pieces of stone peeling off its surface, disintegrating into particles in midair, revealing his tall and powerful body. As the energy poured in, Nifengxuan's form quickly shrank, finally stabilizing at around 3 meters tall, just like Fire Thunder and the others. His figure was as upright as a pine tree, with the tail beam extending down to his thighs. 2 broad and heavy swords were crossed on his back, and his well-proportioned body radiated an extremely sharp aura, like a deadly blade.
Nifengxuan greets my lord.
Nifengxuan knelt on one knee, pressing his right hand against his chest, his expression full of respect and reverence. Nifengxuan's attribute panel also appeared in Zhou Luo's vision.
Mecha, Nifengxuan. Level 1. Race, Motorcycle Clan. Ultimate move, not unlocked. Evaluation, this is an armed helicopter warrior from Energy City.
His name is Nifengxuan, known as the #1 expert and #1 hero of Energy City. He is also a swordsman who detests evil with a passion. Never let him see someone launching a sneak attack from behind.
Famous quote, in this world of the strong preying on the weak, only the strong will not be invaded, nor will they fear invasion.
Nifengxuan was not only cool but also famous for his combat prowess. This man had dared to face Tiger Shetian and his troops alone in Lava Canyon and even struck Tiger Shation's weapon away with a single slash, preventing him from ambushing Golden Armor Beast. But in the end, he was beaten half to death by Tiger Shetian because he never realized the true gap between them. Among the motorcycle clan, in terms of both strength and looks, the only one who could slightly surpass him was Patian Bing. Even Fire Thunder's attributes were slightly weaker compared to Nifengxuan. After all, Nifengxuan was an armed helicopter, while Fire Thunder was merely a flashy sports car.
But that was in the past.
Now, things were different. Under the moonlight or beneath the blazing sun, Fire Thunder's overall attributes had increased several times over. The upgraded Fire Thunder had already pulled ahead of Nifengxuan and Patianbing by a considerable margin. If it were before, Fire Thunder would definitely have been the underdog. Stand up, Nifengxuan. With you joining us, our strength will rise to a whole new level. Zhou Luo was just as excited as when he had first seen Fire Thunder. Hearing this, Nifengxuan stood up and looked at Fire Thunder and the others behind Zhou Luo. So all my brothers are here. It looks like you all woke up earlier than me. There's such a huge gap between us now. The battle energy in Fire Thunder and the others had far surpassed their past selves, even surpassing the 3 great war kings of the Beast Clan. Nifengxuan couldn't even imagine how much battle energy Fire Thunder and the others had obtained. Nifengxuan, long time no see. Fire Thunder and the others happily stepped forward, extending their iron fists for a bump. Everything was understood through their eyes. Nifengxuan, my battle energy is way stronger than yours now. You need to train harder. Flying Wheel suddenly jumped out from behind Fire Thunder and knocked on Nifengxuan's thigh. Ah, Flying Wheel, even you become this powerful? I never expected that. Seeing Flying Wheel's appearance, Nifengxuan couldn't help but laugh. Back in the War King world, Flying Wheel had even mistaken him for the Virgin Mary. Chapter 84, The Update of the Kill List, Zhou Luo's Terror. Time passed little by little, and Zhou Luo's battle level was gradually increasing, while his heavenly punishment intent became even more terrifying and refined. 2 months had already passed since the supernova training camp. Those who deserved to die on the kill list were already dead, and those who remained were either ruthless or powerful. Because almost everyone had died, today was the day when the rankings of the kill list were to be announced. Countless forces waited quietly for the official news from the supernova training camp. At 9:55 a.m., the last 5 long minutes passed. The supernova training camp officially released the kill list on time, and when everyone saw it, they all fell into a speechless silence. Kill list. 1. Zhou Luo from the West Mountain region, kill points, 60,276. 2. Pulius from the North Mountain region, kill points, 29,903. 3. Caliph from the Central Mountain region, kill points, 20,067. 4. Haulers from the North Mountain region, kill points, 19,076. 5. Xin Yuan from the North Mountain region, kill points, 18,702. 6. Detian from the East Mountain region, kill points, 18,043. 7. Nu Tianqi from the South Mountain region, kill points, 16,829. 8. Rajiv from the South Mountain region, kill points, 15,200. 9. Chui Tianqi from the West Mountain region, kill points, 13,200. 10. Yingsha from the West Mountain region, kill points, 12,300. Zhou Luo forcibly climbed to the top with over 60,000 kill points, creating a gap of several tens of thousands between himself and the second place, something no one dared to believe. This was a moment that would change history, a moment that was unbelievable. The instant the rankings were updated, it caused a worldwide sensation. What does over 60,000 kill points mean? This meant that Zhou Luo had slaughtered crazily in the West Mountain region, killing over 60,000 people, not including monsters and exotic beasts. How many people were there in the entire West Mountain region? Over 100,000 people, and Zhou Luo had killed more than half of them. This had never happened before. This list also caused everyone to question. Dragon Country Mech Masters Forum. Could Zhou Luo really be the reincarnation of a true god of slaughter? How did he manage to kill over 60,000 people? Cheating. 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 I'm not questioning the supernova training camp, I'm questioning Zhou Luo. The second place only has over 20,000 kill points, and he already has 60,000. How is this not cheating? Doesn't matter, amazing. I had the honor of seeing Zhou Luo's grace in the Fallen Secret Realm. Although the kill points are exaggerated, I still believe this is Zhou Luo's true strength. Stop guessing, wait until the supernova training camp is over, and we will know everything. Anyway, only 5 will survive in the end. Inside the office of Su Qingshan at the God of War Academy. When he saw Zhou Luo's name and his kill points, he was stunned. However, he was sure that this was Zhou Luo's true strength. Because when Zhou Luo first entered the God of War Academy, Su had tested him, and Zhou Luo gave him a feeling that he still had hidden strength. Everyone at the God of War Academy was cheering for Zhou Luo. Zhou Luo represented the God of War Academy, and with him taking first place, their faces were also shining. When Zhou Luo entered the God of War Academy, I knew at first glance that he was capable. Damn it, you didn't say that when we were at the combat tower. If this is true, then we are witnesses to history. How dare a foreign genius come to participate in our supernova training camp? Isn't that a slap in the face to us? I hope Zhou Luo can kill them all in the secret realm. That's right, if a foreigner takes the supernova title, that would really suck. At Kanglan Bay City, Zhou Luo's home. Zhou Hong and Wang Xiong shouted excitedly. Although they didn't know how powerful Zhou Luo was, based on the kill points, they could infer that Zhou Luo was invincible. In the Magic Capital's Divine Martial Academy. Because of Zhou Luo's strength, the Divine Martial Academy wanted to form a good relationship with him, so they sent Zhou Yun a marrow-washing crystal stone on behalf of the academy. Zhou Yun's strength also underwent earth-shattering changes. And because of Zhou Luo, very few people still come to bother Zhou Yun, and those who do are trying to flatter her. To be precise, they want to use Zhou Yun to climb up to Zhou Luo. In the training ground, a tall woman stands, her gentle eyes gazing at the kill leaderboard. It seems I can't catch up with Xiao Luo's pace anymore. The major forces are in shock, but the Tianfa martial arts school is extremely calm, with no sign of disturbance at all. Inside the Tianfa martial arts school branch in Kanglan Base City. Master, do you think Zhou Luo's kill points are real? Asked one of the 7th tier adjudicators, puzzled. You ask me, who should I ask? Xiao Yu said irritably. He was currently stunned and shocked. He knew that the headquarters must have known about the leaderboard update, but the headquarters didn't send him any message, and he wasn't too concerned about the truth of it. As long as Zhou Luo didn't die in the supernova training camp, that's fine. Inside the Lu family. A man with a square face sat on the sofa, with Lu Tianchang and other direct members of the Lu family sitting beside him. Even the temporary city defense commander, Duan Zhangwo, sat respectfully, his posture straight as a rod. Outside the villa, a group of bodyguards in camouflage stood. These bodyguards were all terrifying 7th tier warriors. This force was enough to destroy the majority of factions. Due to an attack on the Lu family in the base city some time ago, Lu Zhanfeng, the leader of the Lu family, was enraged. If it weren't for the frontline forces being tied up, he would have already returned personally. But fortunately, the military in Kanglan Base City responded quickly, and no tragedy occurred. Duan Zhangwo, how did you handle the city defense? How could people from the Dark Hall attack my family and my granddaughter right under your nose? Can you even do your job? If you can't, then get the hell back to the front lines. Lu Zhanfeng glared at Duan Zhangwo with fierce eyes, even pointing his finger at Duan Zhangwo's nose and cursing. And Duan Zhangwo, the 8th tier mech master, was as obedient as a little kitten, his face turning as red as a beet. General, this is indeed my negligence. I am willing to take full responsibility. Duan Zhangwo immediately stood up straight and said loudly. Take responsibility. My damn family is in Kanglan Base City. I trusted you to be the temporary city defense commander, and this is how you handle it. If anything had happened to my daughter, the first thing I would have done is rip your head off. Fortunately, nothing happened, and you reacted in time. Otherwise, where would you be standing here in one piece? Then, General, what about my position? Duan Zhangwo cautiously asked. Get out of here. If anything else goes wrong, I'll have you answer for it. After venting his emotions, Lu Zhanfeng's face finally softened a lot. Duan Zhangwo, seeing that Lu Zhanfeng hadn't removed his position, was immediately overjoyed. He immediately saluted and loudly made a promise. This position was something Lu Zhanfeng had fought hard for, a competitive spot he had won. Though he had worked his way up through his own efforts, without Lu Zhanfeng's recommendation, he wouldn't have had a chance. Therefore, he would always remember Lu Zhanfeng's favor. Putting their relationship aside, he had served under Lu Zhanfeng for decades, and the two had experienced hundreds of battles on the front lines. Their bond was no longer that of a mere superior and subordinate, it could be said they were like brothers. Chapter 85, Breaking Through to 6th Tier, Entering the Rank of Strong. On a cliff somewhere in the Western Yu secret realm, a thick column of combat energy shot up into the sky. Despite appearing small and weak against the backdrop of the blood-red sky, this phenomenon still caught the attention of the remaining participants. This place is truly hell. Who told me that with my strength, I could definitely stand out? Damn, I'd been completely deceived. Wow. Why is this area so vast? We've been running for more than a month, and we've just reached the border. Damn. That devil must have broken through again, he's simply not human. At this moment, in the West Yu region, only about 20,000 contestants remained, and all were 5th-tier powerhouses. However, in the face of Zhou Luo's terrifying strength, they had long lost the courage to fight back, and could only flee to other regions, trying to seek a glimmer of hope. After all, other regions do not have a devil like Zhou Luo. These contestants had not tried to unite against Zhou Luo, but Zhou Luo not only had multiple mechs, but let's not mention how powerful his mechs were. The key was that Zhou Luo was also skilled at using various underhanded tricks, which had long terrified them. Now, their only hope was to escape to the South Yu region. According to the slaughter rankings, the South Yu region had the weakest power, perhaps they could still fight for a chance there. Unbeknownst to them, there was a huge surprise waiting for them at the passage of each major region. On a towering cliff platform, surging waves of energy gradually dissipated into the heavens and the earth, and the air was filled with a heart-pounding sense of oppression, even the space itself seemed to be shattered.
A formidable mech and a man gradually appeared, their figures flickering amidst the energy's aftermath, and flecks of light sparkled on their bodies, displaying unparalleled majesty and a mysterious aura. After over 2 months of slaughter, I have finally broken through to the 6th tier, now I can truly be considered among the ranks of the strong. Zhou Luo murmured to himself, his voice laced with an uncontainable excitement. He slowly raised his hand, clenched it into a fist, feeling the surging power within him. It's time to awaken the last member of the main protagonist team, the biker warrior. Zhou Luo's expression brightened at the thought of that person's power. With a thought, Zhou Luo and the others entered the War King's sanctuary again, and only the last biker warrior, Patian Bing, remained in the entire mech plaza. On the other side stood the biker lords such as Huowuji, Yun Taishi, Ao Changkong, and Hai Wuliang. Behind the biker lords stood the vice commanders of various cities, who were capable assistants to the biker lords, and at the very back were the 3 war kings of the Beast clan. At this moment, Zhou Luo already knew the order in which to awaken them. First the biker warriors, then the biker lords, and finally the beast war kings. The group walked up to Patian Bing's towering statue. Even through the statue, Zhou Luo and the others could see Patian Bing's incredibly proud expression. It seems we are about to gather in this world. X felt a bit dazed seeing his former partner. Like in the world of war kings, Patian Bing was the last biker warrior to appear. Biker warrior, transform. Just like before, the War King's command emitted a mysterious and profound light, and under this power's cover, the statue quickly shattered and disappeared. Revealing a humanoid mech of ice blue color, it rapidly shrank down to about 3 meters tall. He glanced around with a somewhat confused look in his eyes. He clearly remembered practicing swordsmanship in the city of wind and snow, and was suddenly summoned here by a mysterious force. His gaze fell on Zhou Luo in front of him, and in the next moment, a surge of memories flooded into his mind. Only then did he understand that the one who summoned him here was the person before him, the revered battle king of their biker clan. His eyes sparkled with fiery brilliance, and he respectfully knelt on one knee. Patian Bing pays respect to the master. Patian Bing, rise, you have finally returned to your position. I am willing to sweep away all enemies ahead for the master. Patian Bing's voice carried no hint of emotion, each word seemed to be squeezed out of ice, sending a chilling coldness that pierced the bone, his eyes exuding a power that looked down upon all. It was as if he alone was supreme in the world. Fei Emoluan dared not provoke the Skybreaker Ice. He had thought Skybreaker Ice would be impressed by the powerful battle energy they carried, but to his surprise, Skybreaker Ice remained the same as before. Very good. Zhou Luo discovered that Skybreaker Ice suited him perfectly, even if it was a bit of a struggle in the wind. Mech, Skybreaker Ice. Level 1. Race, Motorcycle Tribe. Signature skill, not unlocked. Evaluation, this is a proud warrior from the city of snowstorms, whose only companion in life is his sword, apart from his master. Only the Battle Dragon King could stir his interest. Never try to anger this proud warrior. Famous quote, there is no place for the weak before the strong, the weak can only crawl at the feet of the strong. Since Skybreaker Ice has returned to his position, we should continue the slaughter until only 5 remain. Zhou Luo glanced at the kill leaderboard. He found himself ranked first. Oh? Has so many died by my hand? In order to quickly reach the 6th tier, Zhou Luo had slaughtered any creature he saw, without paying much attention to the details. He glanced at his timespace ring and noticed that the participants from the West U region were fleeing towards the South U direction. Master, do you want to pursue them? With our strength, we only need 3 space traversals to catch up with them. They cannot escape. The voice of the windswept warrior was indifferent, with a flash of cold killing intent in his eyes. In his view, those fleeing participants were already trapped, they couldn't escape no matter what. After breaking through to the 6th tier, their strength had taken a qualitative leap. Not only could Zhou Luo walk on air, but with his powerful energy, he could also open space channels for short-distance space traversal. Just 3 space traversals could instantly catch up to the fleeing participants. This was the terrifying power of a 6th-tier powerhouse. No need for such trouble, Zhou Luo said indifferently, his voice carrying an undeniable authority, our strength is no longer what it used to be. He slightly raised his hand and softly said, everyone, go out. As his words fell, a space-time portal slowly opened beside him, and Zhou Luo and the others emerged from it. Their presence was overwhelming, exuding a chilling pressure. Of course, except for Skybreaker Ice. Fire Thunder, Speed Blade, you two go to the South U region's channel entrance, solve all remaining people, then enter the South U region to gain kill points. Understood. The two responded in unison, their voices filled with battle intent. Jedi Boom, Power Yuan Ba, you two hunt beasts and alien creatures in the West U region to gain battle energy. If you find anyone coming through the portal, eliminate them without mercy. Understood. The two's gazes were cold, accepting the orders without hesitation. This place is closest to North U, I will drive Windswept Warrior and Skybreaker Ice there.
I will rise to first place with an absolutely invincible stance, no one can stop me. Behind him, Skybreaker Ice's eyes flashed with a golden light, as expected of a Mecha Battle King.
Only such a Mecha Battle King could control my battle. Chapter 86, Windswept Warrior, Skybreaker Ice, are you enjoying it? Move out. Zhou Luo waved his hand. The Mecha warriors behind him instantly transformed.
Fire Thunder and Speedblade turned into their car forms and dashed off the cliff, opening a space channel in the air with their powerful battle energy and quickly entered it.
Jedi Boom and Power Yuan Ba did the same.
Zhou Luo also entered Windswept Warrior's body, and Windswept Warrior raised his hand, opening a space channel.
Let's go.
As Windswept Warrior spoke, he glanced back, seemingly showing off his powerful strength to Skybreaker Ice.
Sure enough, Skybreaker Ice immediately got hooked. Windswept Warrior, what is this power? You can actually open a space channel, can you teach me? Ha ha ha.
Windswept Warrior laughed loudly as he saw the once strongest of the motorcycle tribe in such a state. Then, he couldn't help but tease Skybreaker Ice, call me big brother, and I might consider teaching you. I will teach you, and how will I shield you in this secret realm? With your power just recently awakened, you stand no chance, while in this secret realm, there are generally 3 to 4 ranked monsters, not to mention the countless more powerful ones. These monsters can tear you apart with a single glance. Patillon coldly snorted but said nothing. The truth was, he had no rebuttal against Fong Xian. At least for a short while, he did indeed need Fong Xian's protection. Once the strongest among the motorcycle clan, now Luo needed to rely on others for protection, and this brewed a storm of anger inside Patillon. After all, coming from the Battle King world, the gap in power was too great, making it hard for Patillon to accept. Alright, Fong Xian, stop teasing Patillon. After a month, Patillon will most likely catch up to you. Be careful, he might come to practice swordsmanship with you every day. Zhou Luo naturally understood the pride in Patillon's heart. He was different from Fong Xian. Since his master, Ao Chang Kong, passed away, his world had been only the cold edge of a sword in endless battles. His pride was very strong, never allowing any slackness, and he would never permit anyone to question his strength and belief. His gaze turned toward Fong Xian, icy and sharp, revealing a stubborn edge of determination. Ah. Then let's have this guy spar with Fire Thunder and Rapid Blade.
Isn't he Rapid Blade's younger brother, ha ha ha?
Fong Xian wasn't worried about Patillon getting angry, his carefree demeanor made Zhou Luo feel helpless.
It seems there will be no peaceful days ahead.
The two flew out of the space tunnel, and Fong Xian opened another space passage to travel.
After 2 space travels, the 3 of them arrived at the entrance leading to Bayou.
A secret realm passage formed by a swirl of colorful light was exceptionally eye-catching, and at the entrance, 2 powerful mechs stood guard. The area still bore traces of the battle. It was clear many mech masters had fallen here, their core mech fragments scattered everywhere.
Another fish has bitten the hook.
The 2 resting inside the mech opened their eyes, but when they saw the mech carrying twin swords, a bone-chilling cold rushed from their feet to their minds, freezing even their souls. Their pupils slightly contracted, hearts racing, bodies involuntarily tensing up. This mech carrying the twin swords had an aura as heavy as a mountain and as unfathomable as a deep abyss. Just a single gaze gave them an invisible sense of oppression, making even breathing feel difficult. Moreover, the mech's eyes flickered with a shade of crimson, a dense killing intent spreading through the sky, the blood-red killing intent nearly solidifying, subtly shifting to a milky white. Their minds went blank, only that chill continued to spread, their subconscious constantly warning them, run.
Or you will die.
His fingers trembled slightly, cold sweat beating on his forehead.
It's him. It's Zhou Luo. Could he be here to take revenge for these useless fools? Upon sensing the killing intent from the mech, the 2 instantly realized who the newcomer was. Who else could possess such killing intent besides Zhou Luo, the first on the slaughter list?
Even their own killing intent couldn't compare to Zhou Luo. It was like comparing a small sorcerer to a great sorcerer. The 2 were none other than Cui Tianxianing Sha, ranked 9th and 10th on the slaughter list, and they were also core members of the Dark Hall.
Enter the passage.
Seeing Zhou Luo showing no intent to fight, the 2 rushed toward the secret realm passage without hesitation.
Run? Where to run? Mental control.
Fong Xian reached out, gently grasping the air, formless energy spread outwards, as the 2 black mechs instantly stopped all movements, frozen in place by the mental force.
It's the spiritual control of the 12th sequence. Damn it, they actually used the ultimate move of my Dark Hall against us.
The reason so many from the Dark Hall came to participate in the Supernova training camp was not only to cultivate disciples and see if they could win the Supernova title but also to kill Zhou Luo. Then they would seize Zhou Luo's mech, take over his body, and steal the 12th sequence token and legacy.
But they never expected Zhou Luo's strength to be so terrifying. Now, he had even broken through to the 6th rank. Fighting them was as easy as a father fighting his son. It seems you 2 are quite familiar with this move.
I suppose you must be core members of the Dark Hall, Zhou Luo said with a slight smile, his expression mocking. Fengxuan slowly drew the long sword from his back and slowly approached the two. His footsteps echoed in their ears, like a death sentence that would not stop. The two shouted in unwillingness. They were core members of the Dark Hall, their strength had reached the later stages of the 5th rank, yet they couldn't fight back against Zhou Luo. Even the hidden energy in their mechs couldn't help them. You're not wrong, we are core members of the Dark Hall. Spare us, from now on we will follow you, your strength means you don't need to take revenge for these useless ones. You'll reach the peak of this world sooner or later. The two still thought Zhou Luo was avenging the useless ones who had died on the ground. Revenge? Survival of the fittest is the law of this world. Their weakness has nothing to do with me. Then what do you want to do? The two began to feel uneasy. Of course, I want your battle energy. A sword slashed through. The two mechs were cleaved in half by Fengxuan's large sword, falling to the ground and exploding. Pure battle energy surged into Fengxuan and Po Xiangbing's bodies. Po Xiangbing's battle rank immediately soared to level 23, powerful energy flowing through his body. The mech's functions also broke through their limits. In just a short time in this world, his strength surpassed the 3 fierce beast kings of the Battle King world, far exceeding his former power. He liked this place. Po Xiangbing, how does it feel? Is it amazing? Fengxuan smiled as he sheathed his long sword. Ha 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 ha. Amazing. Po Xiangbing's laughter echoed in the second-dimensional space. I knew you would love this feeling. P.S. Bold. Chapter 87, The Perseus of the Innate Dual Mechs. On the hazy plains of Beiyue. Several fireboars were furiously waving their front hooves, digging at the ground. A hole appeared in the eyes of the fireboars, and they dug harder. The hole grew larger, and a small pink-furred rabbit weakly lay in the hole. Humph, humph, the boars let out cheerful squeals, the fat, soft-boned rabbit was their food. This rabbit was clearly pregnant and unable to move in the hole. Just as the boars were about to feast. The boars suddenly looked up at the same time, their large ears slightly twitching, sensing danger. Suddenly. In an instant, a mech, like a giant, slammed down on top of them. Splat! The fireboars, along with the soft-boned rabbit in the hole, were crushed into minced meat by the mech. This mech was entirely dark gold in color, with a large pair of horns on its head, and its body had metal scales resembling dragon scales, much like a Dragonman mech. A vivid red dragon soul wrapped around the surface of the mech, glaring ahead, letting out a furious roar. Roar! But the roar sounded weak, as if it would dissipate in the next moment. The Long Yuan mech pushed itself up with its giant sword, zzzzzzz the mech's body flashed with dazzling arcs of electricity. Qin Yuan, surrender, don't struggle in vain. You're indeed strong, but... Unfortunately, I am a congenital 2 class, you can never be my match. Ahead. 2 equally terrifying mechas appeared on the plains, and a cold voice came from within the mechas. This high and mighty demeanor made Qin Yuan very displeased. But this guy is a congenital 2 class. At first, Qin Yuan could still stalemate with him, but as time passed, the advantages of the congenital 2 class fully manifested. What started as a stalemate gradually turned into an inability to resist. After the two sides fought for 3 days and 3 nights, Qin Yuan was caught up on this desolate plain, and the two once again erupted into a fierce battle. Unfortunately, the severely injured Qin Yuan could no longer withstand Perseus. He had just been struck and sent flying by a single slash. That's right. The one chasing him was none other than Perseus, ranked 2nd on the kill list. This guy was a congenital 2-class genius from the far-off land of the United States. If I lose to a fellow countryman from the Dragon Kingdom, I would accept it, but if I lose to you, I won't be willing. Anyway, I can't escape now, so I might as well throw everything aside and fight to the death. Even if I die, Qin Yuan will not let this guy have it easy. Dragon Abyss Heaven Slash. The Long Yuan Mecha resonated with Qin Yuan, entering the state of Mecha God unity once again. Between life and death, Qin Yuan's Long Yuan Mecha erupted once more. The mecha's inherited dragon-type mecha granted Qin Yuan infinite possibilities. With the help of the Long Yuan Mecha, Qin Yuan reversed life and death crises time after time, and this time the Long Yuan Mecha still did not fail him. Feeling Qin Yuan's rage, the dragon soul on the body of the Long Yuan Mecha let out a furious roar towards the sky. The dragon soul, carrying surging battle energy, wrapped around the giant sword. Long Yuan's eyes flickered with a glimmer of light, and with all his might, he swung the Long Yuan sword. A phantom of a giant sword, dozens of meters long, fell from the sky. The sharp blade split the airflow, and surprisingly, space cracks appeared around the giant sword. Though small, these cracks were terrifying beyond measure. Qin Yuan was only at the late stage of the 5th rank, but the sword he struck was already approaching the power of a 6th rank expert. Feeling the power of this strike, Perseus had to become serious. There is an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom, even a lion uses its full strength when fighting a rabbit. Not to mention the person opposite was Qin Yuan, who signed a peak contract with the Heavenly Punishment Martial Arts Hall, a top genius in the Dragon Kingdom not publicly known.
Between life and death, Qin Yuan could unleash this kind of power.
Perseus was not surprised in the slightest.
Galaxy sovereignty.
One of the starry-colored mechas pressed its palms together, and mysterious energy gathered in its hands.
Suddenly, a phantom of a star appeared above Perseus's head.
The star released endless starlight, forming a heavy protective shield. My level is higher than yours, and I am a congenital 2 class, possessing a congenital advantage.
You cannot break through my defenses. This is nothing but a death struggle.
To kill Qin Yuan, Perseus chased him for 3 days and 3 nights, and neither of them rested during this time.
Because Qin Yuan was a direct descendant of the Qin family.
If he could kill Qin Yuan, his family would not only pay more attention to him but also make his name known worldwide, proving his own strength. The most important thing was that it would weaken the future top combat power of the Dragon Kingdom.
They could not stand the Dragon Kingdom becoming too dominant.
In the top experts list, the top 10 were mostly from the Dragon Kingdom, and no other countries could shake their position.
They would try to target their descendants. While thinking about this,
the phantom of the Long Yuan giant sword fiercely smashed into the starry energy shield, and in an instant, earth-shattering energy surged outward. The battle energy from the 2 top mechas collided, and even space itself was torn apart. They unleashed their battle energy without holding back, and when the energy collided, a dazzling light exploded, lighting up the entire battlefield as if it were midday.
Open for me.
Qin Yuan's face was twisted with rage, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes flashing with a maddened light. His voice roared like thunder,
with an undeniable decisiveness and dominance. Ding. Combat energy insufficient. Ding. Combat energy insufficient.
On the screen, the Dragon Abyss mech's arms were flashing red, and the combat energy in the mech's core was rapidly decreasing.
He had no extra time to pay attention to these.
He gripped the control lever tightly with both hands, pouring all his strength into this strike. Electric arcs flashed and struck the battle armor of Qin Yuan, but all were blocked by the armor. Boom boom boom, the surging energy dissipated, and from a god's eye view, a huge circular pit appeared on the plain, as if a meteor had crashed. The smoke and dust cleared.
The Dragon Abyss mech's hands tightly gripped the sword, striking the Perseus mech's large blade, both locking in a stalemate.
Qin Yuan's sword successfully broke through the Morning Light mech's defense, but his combat energy could no longer support him, and eventually, both of them scattered their combat energy to struggle with each other. The Dragon Abyss mech, severely lacking in combat energy, had its strength significantly reduced, its mechanical eyes dimming, and the dragon soul on its body completely hiding inside the mech. Meanwhile, Perseus's Morning Light mech still had at least 40% combat energy left. The Dragon Abyss mech had been pushed back continuously, its arms shaking violently, yet it still fought to the death without retreating. The dragon blood in his body would not allow him to bow his head, and his pride would not allow him to end like this. Seeing that Qin Yuan could not be taken down, Perseus was getting a bit irritated.
After playing with you for so long, you finally can't keep up, huh? If that's the case, let's completely end this farce.
As Perseus's words fell, another silver-white mech appeared behind the Dragon Abyss mech, several sharp spikes slowly converging into a diamond-shaped blade.
This was Perseus's other mech, the Morning Dawn mech. Chapter 88, Counter Wind Spin. I hate people who attack from behind.
Earlier, Perseus had controlled the Morning Light mech to engage Qin Yuan, exhausting his combat energy. Meanwhile, the Morning Dawn mech had been sneaking in the shadows, occasionally attacking Qin Yuan, which led to his severe injury. Otherwise, a single Morning Light mech wouldn't have made him so miserable. Furthermore, from start to finish, the Morning Dawn mech had hardly consumed any combat energy. The mechanical eyes of the Morning Dawn mech flickered with killing intent, and the diamond-shaped blade spun violently in the mech's palm, exuding sharp edges.
Die!
The sharp-edged blade cut through the void, locking onto the back of the Dragon Abyss mech.
Do I really have to use that move?
Qin Yuan had one last trump card he hadn't used yet. It was a skill granted to him by the Dragon Abyss mech, an anti-heavily innate ability.
However, once used, the dragon soul inside the Dragon Abyss mech would fall into a deep sleep.
As for how long it would sleep, he didn't know. His mech was special. From the moment he awakened it, he realized that there was a dragon soul inside it. It had its own thoughts, the only flaw being that it couldn't speak.
When his strength reached the 5th rank, this dragon soul would automatically protect him. The mech's battle roar would also be able to use the power of the dragon soul to fight the enemy. This dragon soul was his closest companion, his most trustworthy comrade, and after being together for so long, he didn't want it to fall asleep. Just as he was about to use that move, a change occurred. A sneak attack from behind?
A mysterious spatial passage appeared behind the Dragon Abyss mech, and a thick arm directly grabbed the sharp-edged diamond blade. Upon closer inspection, the hand of Counter Wind Spin was wrapped in combat energy, and the diamond blade couldn't break through this layer of energy, so it was grabbed by Counter Wind Spin with one hand.
The diamond blade spun rapidly in counterwind Spin's hand, seemingly trying to escape his grasp.
Who is it?
Qin Yuan and Perseus exclaimed in shock. Qin Yuan was shocked that someone dared to challenge Perseus.
Perseus was the strongest in North Yu. Even he couldn't resist.
However, while shocked, he was even more grateful to the person who had come to his rescue. As for Perseus, he was enraged that someone had interfered with his affairs. It was as if he was being utterly disregarded.
Fong Xian and Bo Tianbing stepped out from the space portal.
Bo Tianbing tilted his head upward at a 45-degree angle, his expression arrogant as he cast a cold, terrifying glance at Perseus, clearly uninterested in the situation.
Only Fong Xian couldn't stand it and decided to intervene. Who am I? Good question. I am the #1 hero of Energy City. Also, the #1 fighter of Energy City. Fong Xian.
Fong Xian's eyes shone brightly, and with a firm grip, he crushed the sharp-edged blade into pieces, the shattered fragments slamming into the ground, embedding themselves deeply. Fong Xian clapped his hands indifferently, as if he had done something insignificant.
Perseus' face turned as dark as storm clouds. Are you insisting on interfering with my business?
Facing this sudden powerhouse, Perseus dared not be careless. Right now, he only had one mech in decent combat condition. But his Qianyao mech's weapons had been crushed, which was definitely a disadvantage.
No. It's not me who wants to interfere with your affairs, it's Fong Xian who wants to interfere with your affairs.
Zhou Luo lounged comfortably in his cockpit seat, hands resting behind his head, feet propped up on the control panel, calmly watching the screen.
What do you mean? Who is Fong Xian? Who was just speaking? Who exactly are you? And that ice blue mech, who is that? Perseus felt like his CPU was about to explode. Qin Yuan, big brother, can you all stop chatting and look at me?
I'm still pinned under the morning light mech's blade. Standing in front of you is Fong Xian from Energy City, and the arrogant one beside him is Bo Tianbing.
As for me, I'm Zhou Luo. What? Zhou Luo? Both of them were once again shocked. Wasn't Zhou Luo supposed to be in the Xie region? And wasn't his mech a fiery red sports car? How did it suddenly become a dual sword-wielding armed helicopter mech?
But Perseus had no time to think about that. Zhou Luo, I am Perseus, ranked second on the kill list.
I only want Qin Yuan's head. I hope you won't interfere. That way, you can earn my friendship. Perseus had spent all this time for what? Wasn't it just to kill Qin Yuan? Now that Zhou Luo had appeared, he didn't want any accidents. Otherwise, all this time would have been wasted. Your friendship? What is that worth?
You'd better figure out how to calm Fong Xian's anger instead.
Zhou Luo couldn't help but pity Perseus. You.
Perseus' face turned red with fury, and the next moment, a monstrous roar surged from his chest.
When had he ever been humiliated like this?
In his country, countless people wished for his friendship, yet Zhou Luo had dismissed him so easily. He didn't care about this so-called Fong Xian anymore.
No one can stop me. I'll kill you all.
In his eyes, only Fong Xian was troublesome, and that ice blue mech was nothing but a level 20 piece of trash, something he could crush with a flick of his wrist.
I hate backstabbing cowards the most. Cowards don't deserve to live in this world. So die.
In an instant, Fong Xian stepped forward and appeared in front of the morning light mech, slicing off its arm with a single sword strike. Then, he turned and stomped it under his foot. The Dragon Abyss mech, which was still crackling with thick electric arcs, collapsed onto the ground in relief.
Even its true form couldn't maintain its size anymore, shrinking rapidly to its regular form. When did this happen? You're a Tier 6 powerhouse. How is that possible?
With his core mech severely damaged, the pain was transmitted directly to Perseus' body.
He gritted his teeth and endured it, stretching out his remaining mech arm to point at Fong Xian, roaring furiously. Still daring to point at me? Fong Xian showed no mercy and swiftly cut off the morning light mech's other arm.
For more than 2 months, the notorious Perseus, who had been domineering in the North Yu region, was easily defeated by Zhou Luo, who severed both of his arms. This scene remained etched in Qin Yuan's mind for a long time. At this moment, the machine armor named Reverse Wind Xian suddenly launched an attack.
Be careful! Qin Yuan shouted loudly.
But the movements of Reverse Wind Xian were so fast that the naked eye could not capture them.
It was unimaginable that such a massive body could move so quickly.
Only machines built for speed could do this, but Reverse Wind Xian was clearly not one of those.
Still daring to sneak attack.
With ruthless force, Reverse Wind Xian thrust into the chest of the Qianyao machine armor and forcibly pulled out its core.
No! My Qianyao machine!
Perseus spat a large mouthful of blood, his breath immediately weakening, feeling as if he was about to die. Without the core to support it, the massive body of the Qianyao machine armor began to shrink and eventually returned to its normal size, collapsing helplessly on the ground, its once brilliant eyes dimming.
Ants, die.
The giant sword pierced through the chest of the Morning Light machine, completely shredding both it and Perseus.
Chapter 89, The world of Jianghu is not about fighting and killing, but about human relationships.
Pure combat energy surged into Reverse Wind Xian and Breaking Ice's bodies, pushing Breaking Ice's battle level to level 37, unlocking the ultimate move of their true form.
Xing Yuan stared in awe at all of this.
Perseus, who had been hunting him for days and had dominated the North Yu region, had just died at the hands of Zhou Luo's sword.
No.
To be precise, he had died at the hands of the machine armor named Reverse Wind Xian. This machine armor could even speak on its own. This was something only the Starry Sky machines could do. Now, only the Long Yuan machine armor, Reverse Wind Xian, and Breaking Ice remained on the desolate plain. Xing Yuan closed his eyes in despair, awaiting the arrival of death. He wasn't planning to make a final struggle because Zhou Luo was a level 6 powerhouse. Even if he reached his ultimate sublimation, he still wouldn't be able to escape in front of a level 6 powerhouse. This was the huge gap brought by the difference in levels. However, several minutes later, the pain he had imagined did not come, and the giant sword of Reverse Wind Xian did not fall. Xing Yuan opened his eyes and saw the figures of Reverse Wind Xian and Breaking Ice gradually moving away.
Xing Yuan could not help but ask, why?
Reverse Wind Xian and Breaking Ice paused in their steps, and Zhou Luo's calm voice came from inside the machine armor.
You can think of it as my compassionate heart.
Then, a spatial passage appeared, and the two machine armors disappeared into it completely. Xing Yuan struggled to hold up his Long Yuan machine armor, staring blankly at the direction in which Zhou Luo had vanished.
Compassionate heart? Xing Yuan would not believe Zhou Luo's words.
With the murderous intent so thick on Zhou Luo, he knew there could be no mercy in him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have over 60,000 slaughter points.
I'll remember this favor. Xing Yuan muttered.
Then, the Long Yuan machine armor transformed into a fighter jet and quickly left the place.
Inside the spatial passage, the proud Breaking Ice finally spoke. Why didn't the master destroy that machine armor?
Its combat energy is also very pure.
It's simple.
First, Xing Yuan and I are both from the Heavenly Punishment Martial Arts Hall, and like me, he has signed the peak contract.
We can be considered fellow disciples.
Second, there is no competition between Xing Yuan and me in North Yu. Also, his identity must be extraordinary.
Rather than offend his family, it's better to do him a favor.
As the saying goes, having one more friend opens one more road.
Third, Xing Yuan is a genius of our country, a future top human powerhouse.
The most important thing is that I can't stand a foreign genius being so arrogant on our land.
For both emotional and logical reasons, sparing Xing Yuan was the right choice.
Upon hearing this, Breaking Ice's eyes flashed with a faint light.
It seems to be digesting Zhou Luo's words.
After all, he is so aloof in the War King world, with almost no friends except for Huo Leiting and the others. With his strength, there's no need to make friends.
So, Tianbing is almost completely clueless about human relationships and social affairs. The martial world is not about fighting and killing, but about human relationships and social affairs. Tianbing, you should learn properly. And Feng couldn't help but tease Tianbing. Tianbing snorted coldly and stopped talking. Sigh my lord, you're wasting your time talking to him, it's like playing the lute to a cow. Tianbing, I endure.
On the other side.
The passage from West Mountain to South Mountain.
Here, a massacre feast is taking place, with dozens of mechs radiating black energy, constantly reaping the lives of the fleeing people. One mech after another falls, and clusters of battle energy surge into the mechs of the two.
Ha ha ha. This is so enjoyable. I've always heard the senior say that the supernova selection camp is our paradise. Now I see the senior was not lying.
These two are core members of the Dark Hall. Most people of the Dark Hall are guarding the entrance of the secret realm passage. As soon as anyone arrives, they kill them. This not only allows them to wait for prey, but also avoids being surrounded by others. The core members of the Dark Hall are strong, almost all reaching the late stage of the 5th level. Among them, 2 have even reached the peak of the 5th level. Strangely, these 2 peak 5th level powerhouses have not appeared in the top 10 of the kill list.
In fact, when it comes to killing intent, these 2 are almost the strongest among this group. But they dare not recklessly reap killing points because they fear Zhou Luo's attention.
If it weren't for Zhou Luo being in the West Mountain area, they would have already slaughtered without restraint. Just now, they saw that Zhou Luo's position had moved north, and that Cui Tianqi and Ing Xiao on the kill list were dead, so the 2 of them no longer hesitated and struck with full force. They had been frustrated for more than 2 months, but today, they were about to show their skills. They must break through to the 6th level before Zhou Luo returns to the West Mountain, or else they won't know what to use to resist Zhou Luo. However, just as the Dark Hall members were enjoying their killing spree, 2 well-proportioned mechs shattered space and arrived, bringing with them the world-destroying light of the sun and moonblades. In an instant, everyone vanished without a trace, and countless battle energies surged into their bodies.
At the same time, news of Zhou Luo entering the North Mountain to slay Perseus spread across North Mountain.
In the Five-Mountain Secret Realm, the positioning is shared, and everyone can see the positions of others. It was no secret that Perseus had been hunting Qin Yuan. And Qin Yuan didn't die, but instead, Perseus was killed by Zhou Luo.
Now, Zhou Luo enters the North Mountain, and under the pressure of Zhou Luo's powerful strength, others had no choice but to unite and fight against Zhou Luo.
Only half an hour passed, and Zhou Luo noticed that hundreds of kilometers away, a cluster of red dots had gathered together. There were more than 200 red dots, meaning over 200 people were in a chaotic battle.
How can I not join such a chaotic battle? He. And Feng waved his hand again and opened a space channel. In just one breath, they appeared above another area in the sky.
Feeling the powerful aura, everyone unconsciously looked up and stared.
Zhou Luo. Damn.
He broke through space. This is something only a 6th level mech controller can do.
And his mech isn't the one that specializes in using a crescent moon blade? Is he also a 2-mech master from birth?
Who cares what he is? I'm running first. Whoever wants to fight, go ahead.
I won't join the fun. One person reacted the quickest.
Without saying a word, he turned around and fled. What kind of ridiculous joke is this? A group of 5th level powerhouses going to encircle and kill a 6th level powerhouse who masters the heavenly punishment realm and also controls 2 mechs from birth? They should go back and wash up and sleep. Zhou Luo's sudden appearance shocked everyone, and when Zhou Luo saw these people, he was also slightly surprised. These people were not fighting in chaos, instead, they seemed to be crouching and waiting for him.
Zhou Luo glanced at Beiyue's location.
He discovered that the contestants of Beiyue had actually started grouping together, something that had never happened in the history of the supernova training camp. This was truly a precedent-setting event. Compared to Xia, where everyone fought on their own, the contestants of Beiyue did not flee to other areas but instead prepared to unite and take down Zhou Luo together.
Well, this is good too. Saves me the trouble of hunting you all down one by one.
The voices of Fengxuan and Zhou Luo merged and echoed through the heavens and the earth, like thunder exploding in the sky. The oppressive force of a Tier 6 powerhouse was unleashed without restraint. Everyone was crushed under this aura, finding it impossible to move.
Chapter 90, Divine Punishment Thunder, Second Realm of Intent.
Raising his hand, drawing his sword, slashing forward. A massive sword light, infused with the intent of divine punishment, enveloped the entire battlefield. Wherever the sword light passed, mechas exploded into pieces, and horrific screams of agony rang out one after another.
Fengxuan didn't even bother to put on an act, he didn't use his thunderstorm true form at all.
With his overwhelming strength and the boost of divine punishment intent, anyone below Tier 5, including Tier 5 itself, was nothing but ants, wiped out in an instant without a single survivor.
Hundreds of pure combat energy streams surged into the bodies of Fengxuan and Potionbing.
Fengxuan's combat energy increased significantly, while Potionbing's combat level skyrocketed crazily. Then, another surge of energy appeared out of nowhere inside their bodies, causing Potionbing's combat level to rise once more. Feeling his power continuously growing, Potionbing had the illusion that with a single sword strike, he could shatter an entire mountain.
Mecha, Potionbing. Level, 49. Race, Motor Clan. Bond power, all attributes increased by 30%.
Ultimate moves, Void-Breaking Ice Slash, Peerless Edge, Extreme Frost True Form, Sword Cuts Across the 8 Wastes, Divine Punishment Thunder, Emperor's Fist, Mental Control. Evaluation, a proud warrior from the city of wind and snow. In his life, apart from his master, the only thing he trusts is the sword in his hand. The only person in the world who can interest him is the Battle Dragon Emperor. Never try to enrage this proud warrior. Famous quote, before the strong, the weak have no place. Before the strong, the weak can only grovel at their feet.
Mecha, Fengxuan. Level, 60. Race, Motor Clan. Bond power, all attributes increased by 30%.
Ultimate moves, Lightning Whirlwind Slash, Sword Heart Clarity, Thunderstorm True Form, Blade Storm, Thunderous Battle Roar, Sky Shattering Sword, Divine Punishment Thunder, Emperor's Fist, Mental Control. Evaluation, a combat helicopter warrior from the City of Energy. His name is Fengxuan, known as the #1 expert and top knight of the City of Energy. He is a swordsman who hates evil to the core, never let him see a sneak attacker. Famous quote, in this world where the strong prey on the weak, only the strong will not be invaded, nor will they fear invasion. Over 200 contestants were annihilated by Fengxuan's single sword strike. Watching this, Potionbing's hands were itching to fight. Even though he was strong now, against such a large group of Tier 5 warriors, he would have to avoid direct confrontation. The battle happening here naturally did not escape the eyes of all Beiyue contestants. The moment they realized that over 200 contestants had perished in an instant, everyone understood that a mere few hundred people were far from enough to take on Zhou Luo.
Hundreds of kilometers away, a small contestant group was instantly terrified. They hurriedly prepared to retreat, trying to find a larger group to encircle and annihilate Zhou Luo. However, just as they turned to flee, a spatial tunnel suddenly appeared out of thin air, forcibly blocking their escape route. A despair-inducing figure slowly stepped out from the spatial tunnel. Liu Qingxue and Potionbing stood proudly in the sky, their sharp gazes sweeping across the people below. Their eyes were cold and piercing, as if looking down at a group of ants, devoid of any emotion.
Everyone, why don't you stay here instead?
Liu Qingxue and Zhou Luo's voices merged once again. This voice was calm but full of authority. The fate of these contestants had already been sealed.
Madman! Devil, you are a devil! You can't kill me, our family behind us will never let you go, once you go out, you'll only die. Suddenly, the most unpleasant curses rang out from below.
Zhou Luo scratched his ear and disdainfully said, "Is this all the strength of your attacks?
I don't think this little attack power is enough.
Whether I live or die after I go out, only the god of war, sang Xiong, an elder you will know.
As for whether you live or die, only I know."
Zhou Luo looked at the battle energy below, grinned, and said with a smile. Hearing this devilish voice, everyone fell into complete despair. They couldn't escape, couldn't fight back, and were left with only two paths to take. Either wait to be slaughtered, or self-destruct. At this moment, these contestants no longer had the arrogance they had at the beginning. After seeing the cruelty of the training camp, they had long become obedient. If they weren't obedient, they would have probably already died.
Even if I die, I won't let you get the battle energy. If we die together. Mecha, hide energy. One of the mechas directly pulled out its energy core.
With the first one starting, it quickly spread to everyone. One by one, they raised their mecha cores like warriors. Such a large-scale mecha self-destruct would make even a 6th-tier strong person retreat. Good idea, but unfortunately, you don't have the chance to self-destruct. In front of strong people, even your life and death don't belong to you. As the words fell, the wind and clouds in the world suddenly changed. Heavy thunderclouds filled the sky, and thunder descended from the heavens.
Thousands of thunderbolts, representing the heavenly punishment, relentlessly bombarded the ground, mercilessly destroying everything on the surface.
The thunder turned into a sea of lightning, drowning all the mechas.
The last word activate couldn't even be spoken, as one mecha after another turned into charred debris under the violent thunder.
However, just at that moment of thunderous might, a flash of inspiration suddenly appeared in Zhou Luo's mind, as if an invisible barrier had been broken, and the entire world seemed completely different in his eyes. His consciousness seemed to be pulled into a strange space, and everything around him became slow and clear.
In his mind,
the thunder that had been continuously descending gradually transformed into huge heavenly punishment swords. Each sword emitted a chilling cold light, the blade wrapped with violent thunder power, containing the true will of heaven and earth. The heavenly punishment swords descended from the sky, carrying endless majesty and destructive power. Each strike declared the judgment of heaven and earth. Where the sword passed, space was torn apart, the earth was split, and everything was instantly turned into dust. Then, Zhou Luo's aura suddenly rose, and a faint golden light enveloped his body, with silver lightning mixed within the golden glow. He felt the energy inside him surging wildly, actually resonating with the thunder power of heaven and earth. A flash of enlightenment appeared in his eyes, and he slightly lifted the corner of his mouth, whispering, "So that's how it is." At this moment, his heavenly punishment realm entered the second level. The heavenly punishment realm became purer and stronger. Previously, the heavenly punishment realm could only be attached to weapons. But after entering the second level, the heavenly punishment realm could now extend within a radius of 500 meters. Within this 500 meters, he was an invincible existence, and even heaven and earth had to bow to him. Unless the enemy opposite him possessed a stronger realm and could forcibly tear apart his realm. The heavenly punishment realms of the major mecha warriors also entered the second level. The level of breaking heaven ice also entered the 5th stage, successfully mastering the Warcry skill, and his strength surged again. Chapter 91, I come with the storm, to dominate heaven and earth. The death of Perseus caused a sensation in the outside world. Perseus is a rare talent, a genius born once every 200 years in the United States, who had already become a level 5 beginner before entering the supernova training camp. After 2 months of slaughter, he has risen to second place on the kill rankings, second only to Zhou Luo, and his strength has undoubtedly undergone a tremendous change. Moreover, he is not in the same region as Zhou Luo in Northview.
Perseus is the invincible existence in Northview, but how could he suddenly die? Could it be that he encountered a powerful monster?
This guess immediately occurred to everyone. They never thought that Zhou Luo would kill Perseus, since there has never been a case of a contestant slaughtering in another region.
At this moment, the steel fortress room of the supernova selection camp was utterly silent.
Others did not know what was happening, but Yu Zhinshan and the others could see it clearly. The big screen displayed everyone's locations, and the location of the deceased had vanished. This location is linked to the contestants' timespace wristbands, which cannot be faked. Liu Qingxue had been paying attention to Zhou Luo from the beginning. He personally saw Zhou Luo start killing 2 months ago. Zhou Luo's location was like a primal beast, frantically hunting down the other contestants. Anyone who came into contact with Zhou Luo ended up dead. It was obvious that Zhou Luo had killed the contestants he encountered. As time passed, Zhou Luo became more and more frenzied. No one could stop him, and more than half of the contestants in the West Yu region had died at his hands. Yesterday, he personally saw Zhou Luo go to the entrance of North Yu, thus entering North Yu. He even encountered Perseus. Liu Qingxue initially thought it would be a fierce battle, but Perseus died in just a few minutes. Only that kid Qin Yuan encountered Zhou Luo and was unharmed. The 2 level 9 experts behind Liu Qingxue exchanged a look, shock flickering in their eyes. Killing the strongest contestants from other regions is something that has never happened since the start of the supernova training camp. The young Zhou Luo has already shown such talent. Who knows, in a few years or even a decade, Zhou Luo might become a top human powerhouse. After all, Zhou Luo's talent has far surpassed that of the 2 level 9 experts. "Old Zhu, shall we do nothing?" One level 9 expert cautiously asked. If Zhou Luo continues his killing spree, the contestants from other major regions will all die at his hands. By the time it ends, perhaps there will be only one supernova left. The 2 dared not imagine. "I know what you're worried about." Zhou Luo's ability to crush the other contestants suggests that he may have already reached level 6 strength. Even if he has reached level 6, he can't kill all the contestants from the other regions. "Look, that kid Qin Yuan is just fine." "Now I'm becoming more and more interested in this kid," Liu Qingxue said with a slight smile, a hint of intrigue on his face. In the secret realm. Under the full firepower of several other bike warriors, the battle energy of Breaking Sky Ice rapidly increased, and in just 3 days, his combat level caught up. If it wasn't in the secret realm, Breaking Sky Ice would definitely want to spar with this chatterbox, Reverse Wind Spin. He has been holding in a lot of anger these past few days. "Reverse Wind Spin, you stay in the North Yu region to gather battle energy. I will take Breaking Sky Ice to Middle Yu, where there is another caliph." "Alright, my lord, you can go with Breaking Sky Ice. I can handle it myself here. By the way, I'll leave the flying motorcycle with you, so you won't feel lonely." Reverse Wind Spin nodded upon hearing this. Compared to the diligent gathering of battle energy like this, he still likes to be a free and unrestrained swordsman. There's no way to reverse the wind and spin. That's just how this warrior is. Simply put, he's a more laid-back kind of guy. Zhou Luo separated from the body of the reverse wind and entered into Breaking Heaven Ice's body. Breaking Heaven Ice felt the power boost of the Mecha War King and couldn't help but roar. Breaking Heaven Ice transformed into an incredibly cool fighter jet, disappearing in an instant. His speed was so fast that even Fire Thunder, Rapid Blade, and Reverse Windspin were far behind. Zhou Luo couldn't help but feel the thrill of controlling Breaking Heaven Ice as they soared through the air, performing various maneuvers effortlessly. Whoosh! A streak of light shot across the heads of the crowd at an astonishing speed. Feeling the terrifying aura of a powerful being, everyone immediately withdrew from their real bodies and hid their auras. Someone, curious about which powerful being passed by, couldn't help but glance at the positioning. The next moment, this person's pupils suddenly contracted, and cold sweat began to form on their back. "It's actually Zhou Luo. Wasn't Zhou Luo supposed to be the god of killing? Why hasn't he attacked us?" Looking at the direction he's heading, it seems like he's going to the Xiong area. However, just as everyone immersed themselves in mourning for the participants in the Xiong region, a chill quietly rose from their spine, and an invisible hand of death instantly enveloped the entire world. Above the sky, a mecha exuding a sharp sword intent appeared out of nowhere. It gripped 2 swords that glowed with a cold gleam, floating in the void. Reverse Wind Spin's aura continuously surged, and as he slowly raised the dual swords above his head, the originally cloudless sky instantly darkened. Thick thunderclouds gathered rapidly from all directions, soon engulfing the entire world. Strikes of lightning, as thick as silver snakes, slammed into the twin swords with a destructive force, each collision releasing the crackling sound of lightning. It seemed as though the world was filled only with this terrifying lightning and rumbling. Everyone present was a 5th-tier mecha master, with power beyond that of ordinary people and rich combat experience. Yet, even they couldn't help but show fear when faced with such a scene. Everyone could instantly tell that this mysterious mecha was gathering power, preparing to unleash an earth-shattering mecha ultimate move. Someone in the crowd screamed in terror, their voice filled with despair and disbelief. "Damn it, where did this 6th-tier mecha come from? What are you staring at? Hurry up and run!" Another voice trembled, and in that instant, everyone was terrified by the sudden scene. The gap between a 6th-tier and a 5th-tier mecha was not just a difference in rank, it was also a difference in mecha energy, the mastery of power, and one that could not be bridged by numbers. Not everyone is a freak like Zhou Luo, who not only has the Mecha War King's power but also the bond power of the Mecha Warrior, as well as enhancements from the environment. However, it was already too late.
Just as everyone was about to react and scatter to flee, the previously still thundercloud suddenly began to move wildly. Immediately after, two massive storm vortices, carrying endless energy, flew out from the thunderclouds, wrapping around the mecha. For a moment, the winds howled, sand and stones flew, and the earth trembled under this force. In the distance, one could even hear the terrified roars of the secret realm beasts. I come with the storm, and with the thunderstorm, I dominate the heavens and the earth. Reverse Wind Spin's voice, cold and mighty, came from his mouth, as if it came from the nine hells. Reverse Wind Spin swung his twin swords violently, sending a dazzling beam of light down toward the crowd below.
Lightning Tornado Slash. Chapter 92, Breaking Heaven Ice, you little bastard dare to teach me what to do.
Although Reverse Wind Spin liked to be a free and unrestrained swordsman, he had not forgotten Zhou Luo's order. Anyway, when he encountered it, he just solved it casually.
Dozens of battle energies surged into Reverse Wind Spin and the flying Mo wheels bodies. Oh, wow, Reverse Wind Spin, why do I feel like your lightning whirlwind slash is even more powerful than before? Fei Amoluan appeared from the void, speaking with a somewhat flattering tone. It's hard to imagine that a motorcycle mech could reach the 6th level realm.
Of course.
Fei Amoluan's words made Reverse Wind Spin very happy.
In the War King world, the most powerful move recognized by the motorcycle clan is the Sky-Breaking Ice's Sky-Piercing Cold Ice Slash, but now I see your lightning whirlwind slash is not the least bit inferior.
Fei Amoluan's mechanical eyes flickered. Fei Amoluan, how come I never realized you're so good at flattering people?
No, I'm just speaking the truth, alright?
Fei Amoluan looked a bit embarrassed after Reverse Wind Spin exposed him. Fei Amoluan, you also need to learn how to fight. Now you are also a 6th level powerhouse.
Even if you don't have much battle experience, your massive energy is enough to support you in battle. Reverse Wind Spin suddenly looked seriously at Fei Amoluan.
Fei Amoluan felt a chill running down his back under Reverse Wind Spin's serious gaze.
No way, big brother.
You're not asking me to go fight those terrifying monsters and mechs, right? I'm a smart robot.
Holy Mary, please stop Reverse Wind Spin from this dangerous thought.
Fei Amoluan was certain Reverse Wind Spin would definitely make him fight.
If I had known this, I wouldn't have been pestering Zhou Luo to let me go out and move around in the War King Hall. But there's no such thing as a regret pill in this world, and even mechs can't eat it. Let's go, there's a hidden halls in the North U area.
Half a day later.
Zhou Luo and Breaking Sky Ice officially entered the Xiong area. Upon entering, Breaking Sky Ice unleashed himself, autonomously locking onto his target and beginning a new round of slaughter.
A few days later.
Breaking Sky Ice and Zhou Luo finally found the hidden Caliph. Caliph had actually been hiding at the secret passage between the North U and Xiong U realms. Caliph's mech had a hidden talent skill, which allowed him to successfully hide before Zhou Luo entered the Xiong U area.
There was not even any information about him in the positioning.
If it weren't for seeing his name still alive on the slaughter list, Zhou Luo would have thought Caliph was already dead. As for how to find him, it was thanks to catching one of his country's geniuses. This person was Caliph's enemy, and after learning that Zhou Luo was looking for Caliph, he personally sought Zhou Luo out. This person knew Caliph very well, and even saw him hiding at the secret passage. As they say, the most dangerous place is the safest place. Caliph was a bit clever, but he never expected that his own countrymen would betray him.
Oscar, you bastard, you actually sold me out. Caliph's mech let out an ear-splitting roar of anger. Caliph's battle level was also at the peak of the 5th stage, very close to the 6th stage.
Unfortunately, he was eventually targeted by Zhou Luo.
Zhou Luo, why are you chasing me? I have no enmity with you, we don't even know each other. There's no competition between us.
Caliph, being from the Bear Nation, was straightforward and brave, directly questioning Zhou Luo.
Do I need a reason to chase you?
Zhou Luo's words shut Caliph up. Caliph's face turned red, and his thick beard was almost twisted with rage.
Zhou Luo, you can't do this, Bear Nation and Dragon Nation have a friendly relationship, you shouldn't do this. Caliph, facing Zhou Luo's overwhelming strength, spoke these powerless words. Caliph, so you're afraid too? I've never seen you like this.
Oscar, seeing this, let out a sinister laugh.
Zhou Luo, I've already found Caliph for you. Now quickly kill him. Oscar's face showed an excited smile.
Once Caliph was dead, no one in the Xiong U area would be able to contest the title of supernova with him. Breaking the Ice slowly raised the long sword in his hand, his body icy cold. Karev gritted his teeth and raised the giant hammer in his hand, preparing for a desperate battle, but what happened next stunned him. Breaking the Ice actually cleaved Oscar and his mecha in half with one sword. Oscar, who was at the peak of the 5th tier, was cut down in one strike. Karev swallowed hard, and deep in his eyes, a profound sense of helplessness emerged.
Humph. A damn dog dares to tell me what to do. A traitor like you, selling out your own people, deserves to live?
Zhou Luo's voice was filled with disdain and disgust.
In Zhou Luo's eyes, a person like Oscar was even worse than an ant. This. Karev was a bit at a loss, still cautiously watching Breaking the Ice. Karev, as far as I know, you should be studying at the Godly Mecha Academy in Magic City, right? Suddenly, Zhou Luo spoke. If you're going to kill me, then kill me, stop talking. Karev's voice was filled with determination. If it were anyone else, I would have killed them already, but you are useful to me. If you do one thing for me, I'll give you a supernova title. How about that? Karev's face flushed red, and he gritted his teeth. If you don't come to the Xiong region, I'll eventually be a supernova. He really wanted to refute Zhou Luo, but he feared Zhou Luo would cut him down with a single sword. After a battle of mind and spirit, Karev finally put aside his pride. It didn't seem shameful to do something for a powerful person like Zhou Luo. Speak, what do you want me to do? Good. I have an older sister named Zhou Yun. Before Zhou Luo could finish, Karev interrupted. You want me to look after your sister Zhou Yun in the academy, right? Breaking the Ice sheathed his sword and snapped his fingers. Clever. So simple, leave it to me. Karev was one of the top 10 talents in the Bear Kingdom, even studying at the Godly Mecha Academy in Magic City. He had some connections and face in the academy. This was a piece of cake for him. Since that's the case, we'll meet after we exit the secret realm. Breaking the Ice turned around, preparing to leave, but suddenly Karev's voice came from behind. What about Liu Qingxue? Isn't it rumored that Liu Qingxue is your old friend? Didn't you two come from the same high school? Does she need any help? Help her if she runs into trouble. Zhou Luo neither refuted nor admitted it, leaving one sentence behind before disappearing before Karev's eyes in the blink of an eye. Karev stared blankly at the spot where Breaking the Ice had just stood. It seems Liu Qingxue doesn't need me to look after her. She has a military escort. What a great deal. Just a simple agreement, and he earned a supernova title. It couldn't be more comfortable. After Zhou Luo stopped chasing him, Karev became confident again and headed back to the depths of the Xiong region for a new round of hunting. He wanted to reach the 6th tier before the supernova selection camp ended. Chapter 93, Dominating the Sky. Breaking Cold Ice Slash. The March supernova training camp was about to end, and the sky fortress of the 5 regions had already merged together, resembling a real base city. The entire nation was broadcasting live, and everyone quietly waited for the final result. The void trembled, and the figure of Yu Xingshan appeared in the sky. The slaughter is over, everyone come out. Yu Xingshan's eyes gleamed as he grasped a space vortex in front of him, and in the next moment, huge mechas fell from the sky and landed on the fortress plaza. Some mechas were still fighting. At the moment the mechas appeared, a thick killing intent filled the entire plaza. Everyone glanced around and realized they had returned to the fortress from 3 months ago, but no one let down their guard because only 5 people could survive. Now, this was the most important moment. They had barely made it through the slaughter for 3 months, and no one wanted to fall at the last moment. If the previous killings were in secret realms, then now the killings will unfold before a national audience, with powerful figures from abroad watching this slaughter. There are still 3,000 people in the square, you all know what to do. Yu Xingshan looked down indifferently at the mechas below. The next moment. Kill. The roar of bloodshed shattered the sky, and surging battle energy erupted as the mecha melee began. As soon as the battle started, a strange scene appeared. This group of contestants seemed intentionally to steer clear of the icy blue combat mecha. This scene was, of course, witnessed by the audience. Why isn't that mecha being attacked? Yeah, I saw the Long Yuan mecha, the Anger of Heaven mecha, and the Winter mecha all get attacked. If I'm not mistaken, the person controlling that mecha must be Zhou Luo. Are you kidding? Zhou Luo's mecha is called Fire Thunder, right? Everyone knows that. Could it be a high-level mecha he bought? He's cheating. Do you think anyone can cheat under the watchful eye of Elder Yu? Can't you see it yet? Zhou Luo has innate dual mechas, even triple mechas. Yeah, it all makes sense now. If he didn't have multiple innate mechas, how could Zhou Luo have a terrifying 200,000 kill points? Zhou Luo stood in the square, his gaze cold as he watched one mecha after another fall, his eyes gradually turning bloodshot as he spoke. All of you, release my battle energy. His voice was deep and filled with killing intent, merging with the voice of the broken sky ice, resounding like thunder. The battle energy of a 6th-tier powerhouse surged like a raging tide from the abyss, constantly washing over the surrounding mechas. Even those mechas unleashing battle cries were forced back hundreds of meters by this terrifying energy. There was no way to resist. Among the remaining contestants, most had reached the 6th tier, with only a few at the peak of the 5th tier. However, their strength compared to Zhou Luo was like heaven and earth. Some weaker mechas were even directly knocked over by this energy, looking utterly miserable. Broken Sky Ice held a long sword and stepped into the void, his figure transformed into a combat machine, circling above everyone as a wild and domineering voice echoed in the air, "Dominate the sky. Enemies will crawl at my feet." A suffocating pressure hovered above everyone, as if the Grim Reaper was circling overhead, ready to reap lives at any moment. Ultimate Ice Attribute energy rapidly gathered in the square, and a towering ice crystal pillar suddenly formed. An all-pervasive cold aura seeped into the mechas, instantly restricting everyone's movements. The piercing ice crystals scraped across the surface of the mechas, producing a chilling friction sound that sent shivers down their spines. Noticing that their mechas were being sliced by the ice crystals, the expressions of everyone changed in an instant to horror. Xin Yuan and Karilev saw the furious Zhou Luo and quickly broke free from the ice crystals on their mechas, then swiftly appeared at the edge of the square to watch. Neither of them had the mind to harvest battle energy anymore. If Broken Sky Ice got angry and struck them with a sword, it would be too late for regret. The Broken Sky Ice mecha seemed like it had appeared out of thin air. This mecha not only had its own independent thought but was also cruel and decisive, definitely striking lethal blows. The two doubted whether Zhou Luo's earlier Fire Thunder also possessed independent thought. Moreover, the personalities of the two mechas were completely different. At this moment, another figure appeared beside Xin Yuan and Karilev. This person was Rage of Heaven Shi, representing the Thunder Martial Hall. Xin Yuan glanced at Rage of Heaven Shi, then withdrew his gaze. Karilev also remained vigilant towards the two. The three now formed a triangular standoff, each alert towards one another. Although the three competed in different areas, no one could guarantee who among them might flip out. Void Ice Slash. The giant sword in Patian Bing's hand had already turned into a towering ice crystal pillar, and he was using the enormous ice crystal as a sword. The scene was truly terrifying. However, anyone who survived the 3 months of slaughter was no fool. They were all 6th-level experts who had already mastered the power of space. Who would foolishly face Patian Bing's ultimate move head-on? One by one, they opened space passages to prepare for evasions. The ice crystal giant sword slashed across the sky, cutting horizontally. Any mecha caught off guard were severed at the waist. Some mechas were fast enough to enter the void to escape, while others used their ultimate moves to forcefully block. On the side, Xin Yuan and the others stared in disbelief at the scene. They all knew no one could stop Zhou Luo, but they never expected Patian Bing to be so terrifying. With the aid of the 5th layer Heavenly Punishment Sword Intent, this ice crystal longsword was like a killing machine. One sword swept through thousands of people. Too much. The great sun rises. Break. Suddenly, a golden mecha erupted in fury. Behind it, a dazzling Haori sun appeared, and in an instant, most of the cold air in the square was dissipated. Under the radiance of this Haori sun, the golden mecha appeared extremely brilliant and eye-catching. It's Dtion. Quick, hide behind Dtion, or we will all die under this sword. The terrifying Haori sun collided with the ice crystal, the ultimate fire and ultimate ice energies constantly clashing and merging. Within the blazing Haori sun, the golden mecha held up with both hands, struggling to support. Dtion had thought that by breaking through to the mid-6th level, he would be able to fight Zhou Luo, but he didn't expect Patian Bing's sword to be so terrifying. When the ice crystal giant sword came, its power had already been blocked by many mechas. By the time it reached him, the sword intent had already been weakened a lot. His Heavenly Punishment Sword intent is probably already at the 5th layer. Damn it, how did he progress so quickly? As soon as they clashed, Dtion could sense Zhou Luo's strength. Now, his Haori Sun intent had reached the 4th layer. The Haori Sun intent wasn't much weaker than the Heavenly Punishment intent, and it was still difficult to resist. Damn it, why hasn't the sun come out yet? Dtion gripped the control lever tightly, looking up at the sun that was covered. Chapter 94, Patian Bing, I have a punch, please enjoy. As long as the sun appeared, his Haori Sun Emperor would receive a massive boost, and at that time, he would no longer fear Zhou Luo. As the saying goes, what you think, comes true. Just as Patian Bing's ultimate move disappeared, the blinding sunlight pierced through the clouds, shining on the Haori Sun mecha. In an instant, the Haori Sun mecha's body burst out with endless brilliance, as if the mecha had been infused with life, emitting an energy fluctuation that made people's hearts race. A huge amount of energy rose from nowhere, and the Haori Sun mecha's Great Sunrise's ultimate move forcibly shattered the ice crystal giant sword. Boom! The deafening explosion sounded as the ice crystal giant sword shattered under the Haori Sun mecha's power, turning into countless ice crystal fragments that scattered and flew everywhere. The Haori Sun mecha's figure was especially dazzling in the sunlight, as if it were a war god walking out of the sun, majestic and invincible. At least, that's how it appeared to everyone. But only Dtion, the person involved, knew just how terrifying Patian Bing's sword really was. He now seriously suspected that Zhou Luo's combat level was not even mid-6th level. Dtion originally didn't want to make a move because even with his strength, he had no confidence in facing the mysterious Zhou Luo. But who would have thought that the domineering Zhou Luo would try to wipe out everyone on the square with a single sword, forcing Dtion to make a move out of necessity? Damn! What kind of mecha is this? Can someone explain? Zhou Luo's domineering sword could have swept through everyone, but it was blocked by this mecha in an even more forceful manner. This mech is the Haori Emperor, from the Emperor family, the rest is his own understanding. Damn, the quality of previous supernova training camps can't even compare to this one. I'm afraid, even 100 years from now, this supernova training camp will be widely praised. Nonsense, in the past, it was already impressive to produce a 6th-tier powerhouse by the end of the 3-month slaughter. This time, who knows how many 6th-tier powerhouses there will be, 4th and 5th tier are just cannon fodder. Two mysterious geniuses collide, who knows who will win in the end. Can't wait. Mech, Haori Emperor. Level, 64. Special move, Haori True Body, Great Sun across the sky, the rest unknown. The information about the Haori mech appeared in Zhou Luo's eyes. It's actually a 64-level mech, didn't expect such a surprise. The information sharing Break Sky Ice said in astonishment. Clearly, the strength of this mech had caught Break Sky Ice's attention. Is it enhanced under special conditions like Fire Thunder? You are quite interesting, in that case. Take another sword from me. Unparalleled Edge. Break Sky Ice was an impatient person, and upon seeing a mysterious strong enemy, he couldn't hold back. The Unparalleled Edge was unleashed, and a giant sword illusion appeared behind Break Sky Ice, the sword's shadow stretching over 100 meters, exuding immense pressure. With the help of this giant sword, the aura Break Sky Ice gave off became even more fierce, proud. In terms of momentum alone, it was more than 10 times stronger than before. It felt as if this was Break Sky Ice's strongest state. Amplification-type ultimate moves, this is so abnormal? Tion's face turned as ugly as if he had eaten a fly. He didn't want to continue fighting, he couldn't afford to lose face. But to his surprise, Break Sky Ice didn't give him any chance to speak. By now, he had realized the seriousness of the situation, because on the edge of the broad square, 8 giant ice crystal swords had formed, each as powerful as the previous Break Sky Cold Ice Slash. Didn't we agree on one sword? You are breaking the rules. Tion's face flushed red as he yelled. At this point, he didn't care about his face anymore. Compared to his life, what was face? The other competitors had strange expressions. They all hoped that Tion and Zhou Luo would fight to both their ends, but to their surprise, Tion actually shrank back in the face of these 8 ice crystal giant swords. Don't be afraid. If you can block one sword, you should be able to block 8 swords. Just summon 8 Haori mechs like Zhou Luo did. The competitors thought to themselves. Break Sky Ice paused slightly in his movement after hearing Tion's words. He looked at the 8 ice crystal giant swords around him. Break Sky Ice, we are indeed bullying him, we agreed on one sword, and now there's 8. Upon hearing Zhou Luo's words, Break Sky Ice hesitated, then, Master, what should we do? 8 swords combined is just one sword, isn't it? Upon hearing this, Break Sky Ice's eyes lit up as he suddenly understood. Ha, I see now, the Mech Battle King really deserves to be the Mech Battle King. We agreed on one sword, so naturally, it's just one sword. Break Sky Ice's voice was calm but firm. However, just as everyone thought Break Sky Ice was about to reduce his attack, they saw a meaningful glint flash in his mechanical eyes. Watch carefully, 8 swords combined. Before the words even finished, the 8 dazzling ice crystal giant swords interwove in the air, eventually merging into one, turning into a more massive and terrifying ice crystal giant sword. The ice crystal giant sword was like a colossal club, reflecting on the Haori mech's face. The sharp ice crystal sword light tore through the space as it passed, and the steel ground was sliced open. Some mechs, under the overwhelming sword intent, were instantly turned into dust. Damn! Tion's pupils trembled violently, his lips parted, and he spoke the words he most wanted to say. Just as Zhou Luo was about to strike, a calm voice sounded in his ear. Kid, don't go too far. Tion can't be killed. The Emperor family and the Qin family are among the leaders of our country. They have real roots and status. Except for Qin Yuan and Tion, you can kill anyone, but if something happens to these two, your title of supernova will not be able to save you. The movements in Patianbing's hands stopped, and his eyes turned towards Yu Zhinshan, who was floating in the sky. Yu Zhinshan gave him a meaningful glance, as if he was very eager to see how Zhou Luo would choose. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Zhou Luo burst out laughing. Just now, I was only joking with brother Tion, but suddenly, I don't know what happened, my weapon seems to have malfunctioned, I just can't strike with this sword. The giant sword in the air began to slowly dissipate, and everything returned to calm, as if nothing had happened just now. Tion seemed to have realized something, and he faintly glanced at Yu Zhinshan. Upon seeing Yu Zhinshan's expression, he already understood what was going on. Probably Yu Zhinshan had said something to Zhou Luo. Tion gave Yu Zhinshan a grateful glance, then turned to Zhou Luo and said seriously, Brother Zhou Luo, you are really humorous. If that sword had struck, I really wouldn't have been able to block it, but what a coincidence, Brother Zhou Luo's weapon malfunctioned. How about we call it off here? That sounds good, please move aside, brother D Tian.
Pa Tianbing cast a glance towards Qin Yuan and the other's direction, and without a word, D Tian flashed and appeared beside them. Then, Pa Tianbing's gaze turned towards the participants hiding in the void, his eyes instantly changing from calm to filled with killing intent.
My weapon did have some problems, but I have a fist that I would like you all to appreciate. Emperor's Fist.
As Pa Tianbing's voice fell, the huge mech fist suddenly clenched, and terrifying energy waves erupted around him. The temperature dropped sharply, and even the space seemed to freeze under the force. A large amount of icy mist spread.
Emperor's Fist.
With a low shout, his fist was suddenly swung out, and a huge shadow of a fist appeared out of thin air. The fist shadow contained a trace of the will of heaven and earth, carrying an overwhelming power that struck at the participants hidden in the void. Where the fist wind passed, space was torn apart, and the participants hiding in the void were forced into nowhere by this power, instantly being crushed into dust.
A large amount of battle energy surged into Pa Tianbing's chest.
The battle energy inside Pa Tianbing surged again, and his battle level directly reached level 65. On the edge of the square, Qin Yuan and the others stared blankly at the scene. They thought it would take some effort, but unexpectedly, Zhou Luo had annihilated all the participants with a sword and a fist.
If I'm not mistaken, that should be the Emperor's Fist. Zhou Luo actually mastered the Emperor's Fist. How did he manage to do that? Zhou Luo is the third person after Fa and Thunder to master the Emperor's Fist. It's simply terrifying. The 5 supernovae of this generation have been born. It's all over.
Zhou Luo, driving Pa Tianbing, slowly moved towards the 6 huge seats at the highest point of the square. These 6 seats were prepared for the 5 supernovae, symbolizing supreme glory and status, because Yu Jinshan knew Zhou Luo had 2 mechs, so an extra seat was prepared for him.
D Tian and the others followed closely behind Pa Tianbing, all with excited hearts.
They knew that at this moment, countless people were witnessing the birth of a historical event. Inside the mech, the smiles on their faces were almost uncontrollable, their eyes flashing with excitement and anticipation.
It seems the outside world knows I have 2 mecha warriors. Since that's the case, I won't pretend anymore.
Zhou Luo simply summoned Fire Thunderstorm as well. The moment Fire Thunderstorm appeared, the surrounding temperature became scorching hot.
D Tian's shocked gaze was fixed on Fire Thunderstorm.
He could clearly feel that this motorcycle mech also contained the ultimate fire energy. Generally, to possess a mech with ultimate power is already extremely formidable, yet unexpectedly, Zhou Luo's sports car mech also has ultimate power.
Moreover, just like his Emperor of the Sun, it can gain enhancement under the sun.
Qin Yuan and the others were also exceptionally shocked. They thought Zhou Luo's sports car mech was not that strong, which was why Zhou Luo drove the Breaking Sky Ice. It turns out he was overthinking everything. Breaking Sky Ice and Fire Thunder walked to the 2 seats in the center, slowly turned around, and sat down steadily. Breaking Sky Ice's movements were calm and unhurried, yet carried an invisible pressure, as if he alone ruled over heaven and earth. Fire Thunder was much steadier, exuding an unparalleled aura. No one dared to underestimate this divine mech. Breaking Sky Ice slightly raised his arm, his voice deep and full of authority, echoing throughout the square. What you call the peak is merely the starting point beneath my feet. My goal is the end of the boundless starry sky. The path I tread is destined to be a mountain of corpses. No one can stop me. His gaze fixed on the killing list, his eyes shining with a contemptuous aura, declaring his invincible stance. The other divine mechs seated around seemed merely as a background at this moment.
The strongest 5 of Dragon Country have been born. This Zhou Luo only obtained the title of supernova yet is so arrogant. Doesn't he know there are countless geniuses in the starry sky stronger than him? Why do I smell a sour scent? Look at what you're saying. If you're so impressive, why don't you sign up to compete? I don't know how strong the geniuses in the starry sky are, but I know that a genius who can obtain the supernova title is destined to shine in the starry sky, like the one on the peak list named Sankong. Do you even understand the value of the 2 and 8 mechs?
And both of these mechs have reached the mid-stage of the 6th tier. At this moment, Yu Jinshan descended slowly from the sky, stepping through the void.
I announce.
The God of War Academy, the Heavenly Punishment Martial Hall's Zhou Luo has obtained the supernova title for the West U region, possessing mechs, Fire Thunder, Breaking Sky Ice. The Heavenly Punishment Martial Hall's Qin Yuan has obtained the supernova title for the North U region, possessing the mech, Long Yuan. The Emperor family's D Tian has obtained the supernova title for the East U region, possessing the mech, Emperor of the Sun. The Bear Country's Caliph has obtained the supernova title for the Central U region, possessing the mech, Winter. The Thunder Martial Hall's New Tianchi has obtained the supernova title for the South U region, possessing the mech, Angry Heaven. As Yu Jinshan's deep voice resounded through the heavens, the live stream's barrage was flooded with the words awesome.
Congratulations to the 5 of you.
Yu Jinshan looked at the 6 mechs before him, his expression softened a bit, no longer as indifferent as before. The 6 mechs quickly shrank back, and the 5 figures appeared before Yu Jinshan.
When the others saw Yuxinshan, their hearts involuntarily raced. Zhou Luo and the others' eyes sparkled with excitement, their cheeks slightly flushed from joy, their lips unconsciously curling up, revealing an uncontrollable smile. This person before them was the 9th-ranked powerhouse on the peak list, a big shot in the starry sky, the head of one of the major families in the Mech Alliance, Yuxinshan. Not to mention Zhou Luo, even Di Tian and others who held a significant background felt extremely excited seeing Yuxinshan. Evidently, they seemed not to have encountered such a strong figure before.
These are your 5 supernova medals.
Yuxinshan flipped his palm, and 5 dazzling golden medals slowly hovered in front of them, the light of the medals reflecting on their faces. A glimmer of excitement and anticipation flickered in their eyes.
They had worked hard for so many years for the supernova training camp, how could they not be excited?
Not everyone was like Zhou Luo and Qin Yuan, they, both under 20, directly received this honor that countless geniuses longed for. The most excited was Caliph, his thick beard almost flew off from laughter.
He was a foreigner.
The first foreigner in history to win the title of supernova in Long Kingdom. This was something worthy of a separate family tree. But suddenly, Yuxinshan's voice changed, becoming deep and authoritative. This is your glory, and also your responsibility.
Do you know why the supernova training camp was established?
The few of them nodded heavily, but Caliph felt a bit uneasy in his heart.
This starry sky powerhouse probably wants to secretly silence people.
Seeing Caliph's worried little eyes, Yuxinshan sneered. He seemed to have seen through Caliph's thoughts. Don't worry, I, Yuxinshan, as a starry sky powerhouse, am not so petty. Even though you're from the Bear Country, your achievement of the supernova title is due to your own strength. In the future, when you enter the starry sky, don't forget why you're fighting and why you become stronger.
No matter what, you're also a member of the human race from Blue Star, aren't you?
Caliph's eyes gleamed with light, and his gaze became more respectful towards the starry sky powerhouse in front of him. Caliph, they say that the starry sky powerhouses of Long Kingdom are friendly and generous. My senior truly didn't deceive me.
Chapter 96, Mecha Awakening Stone, Sacred Heart Spiritual Liquid. Little did they know.
Yuxinshan had already suspected that there was some unknown deal between Zhou Luo and Caliph.
All of this. When Yuxinshan saw Zhou Luo's location and encountered Caliph, he already knew.
Over the past 3 months, the number of foreigners killed by Zhou Luo had reached 60%. This meant that Zhou Luo's goal in crossing the 5 major regions was precisely these foreign powerhouses.
With such a goal, how could Zhou Luo possibly let Caliph, a powerhouse, go? Yet, Caliph encountered Zhou Luo and was still alive and well. If Yuxinshan believed that there was no secret deal between the two, he wouldn't be convinced.
He had lived for so many years, and this much was clear to him.
This is your reward.
Once again, a pile of mecha resources emitting mysterious light floated in the air. Di Tian and the others were not surprised, as with their backgrounds, obtaining these resources was still very easy. What they wanted was simply the title of supernova and the huge resources here. Only Zhou Luo, coming from a commoner's background, found these resources extremely precious. These are the Mecha Spiritual Core, Mecha Awakening Stone, and a portion of Sacred Heart Spiritual Liquid.
Damn! Mecha Awakening Stone. Di Tian and Qin Yuan were shocked when they heard it.
One was the fallen son of the Di family on Blue Star, and the other was the young master sent by the Qin family to Blue Star to live a peaceful life. Both knew how valuable the Awakening Stone was.
Only Caliph and Nu Tianqi were left confused.
Although they didn't know how precious this thing was, judging from the reactions of the 2 major family members, this thing must be a great treasure. The Mecha Spiritual Core and Sacred Heart Spiritual Liquid are the usual, but the Mecha Awakening Stone is something I personally took out. Yuxinshan explained with a smile, giving Zhou Luo a meaningful glance.
Zhou Luo felt a bit guilty when Yuxinshan's gaze landed on him.
After all, he had gotten the old man's granddaughter, and now it just happened that the supernova training camp was being hosted by Yuxinshan.
What a coincidence this was. Thank you, Elder Yu.
Qin Tian and the others suddenly realized they were benefiting from Zhou Luo's luck. They thought Yuxinshan wanted to win over Zhou Luo, but little did they know, Zhou Luo had gotten the old man's granddaughter. The 3 rewards slowly fell into the hands of the group. Zhou Luo looked at the rewards in his hand, which emitted a faint glow, and his expression couldn't help but brighten. He had used the Mecha Spiritual Core before, and the Mecha Core that stored energy had expanded a bit, greatly enhancing his power.
A mecha can only use a maximum of 10 spirit core limits.
In other words, the Mecha Core of a mecha can be expanded by 10 circles, which is an astonishing improvement. The Mecha Awakening Stone is even more precious than anything, and Zhou Luo had seen others discussing it on the World Forum. It is said that this thing only exists in the starry sky, and Blue Star doesn't have such a magical thing at all.
This Awakening Stone is not the same as the Awakening Stone that awakened the mecha in the past.
This Mecha Awakening Stone can make a mecha awaken again, but what effect it will have after awakening is unknown, because Blue Star doesn't have such things.
Kid, you winning the supernova title proves your talent.
Although you're quite good on Blue Star, you'd be a bit mediocre in the starry sky. Old man has given you preliminary approval, but if you want to gain my recognition, this isn't enough. So, work hard and get stronger. Yu Jinshan heavily patted Zhou Luo's shoulder, speaking seriously, and then his burly figure disappeared in front of everyone. The supernova training camp is over, finally we can rest for a while. Karev let out a sigh of relief. Let's exchange contact information, there are over 500,000 people, and only 5 of us survived, this is fate. Emperor Tian casually put his arm around Qin Yuan's shoulder. Qin Yuan wanted to push Emperor Tian, the big bald head, away, feeling extremely disgusted in his heart. Emperor Tian's mecha was very cool, sacred, but he himself was a big bald head about 1.9 meters tall, and his big head under the sun looked like a light bulb, with a mischievous expression. Qin Yuan and his Long Yuan mecha were quite similar, handsome with sharp features, a proper Eastern handsome guy. Angry Tianqi was strong and muscular, with eyes that looked fierce even without anger. According to him, it was natural. Karev naturally looked like a typical Russian man, with a brown half-inch haircut, a thick beard, a well-built and muscular frame, but unfortunately, he was only 1.7 meters tall. That was quite short in Blue Star after the Great Change, a common trait in his family. I'm not familiar with you. Qin Yuan slightly furrowed his brow and pushed away Emperor Tian, who had no sense of boundaries. Emperor Tian didn't mind. He actually thought that this was fate. The Emperor family and the Qin family had always been rivals, standing tall on the land of the Dragon Kingdom, with a history of thousands of years. Two such powerful families, and yet he and Qin Yuan had ended up stranded on Blue Star. Wasn't this fate? Don't be so cold, come on, let me treat you all to drinks. Drink? Drinking sounds good, where are we going to drink? Karev's eyes lit up at the mention of drinks. As a Russian, he couldn't go a day without drinking, and he had been holding it in throughout the supernova training camp. He couldn't take it anymore. Angry Tianqi didn't speak, but he didn't refuse either. Qin Yuan then looked at Zhou Luo. Thank you for saving me in the secret realm before, would you like to drink? Emperor Tian's lips twitched when he saw this. Good heavens. I'm the one treating, and you're the one taking advantage, do you think I'm a fool? Zhou Luo, you wouldn't refuse, right? If so, then let Emperor Tian arrange it. Zhou Luo looked at the others and nodded slightly. After so much killing, he was a bit mentally and physically exhausted. He had even started to crave the feeling of slaughter. Zhou Luo, the Holy Heart Spirit liquid you received from the supernova training camp can be used for a bath tonight. Its effect is to wash away the murderous aura on you. Your kill points are too terrifying. I think even half of the Holy Heart Spirit liquid won't be enough for you. I'll give you half of mine. Qin Yuan noticed Zhou Luo's current state and explained the function of the Holy Heart Spirit liquid, then without hesitation, he gave Zhou Luo half of his own. I don't need so much, I can share half with you. Khalif, seeing this, also shared the Holy Heart Essence with Zhou Luo. One portion of the Holy Heart Essence is estimated to weigh about a ton. Together with the one Qin Yuan and Khalif gave, there are now 2 portions. Zhou Luo initially thought about rejecting it, but a single sentence from Qin Yuan made him unable to refuse. Don't think about refusing. The killing intent on you is too terrifying. If you don't use the Holy Heart Essence to wash it away, I estimate you won't be able to suppress this killing intent. If left unchecked, you will likely be overwhelmed by the killing intent, eventually turning into a demon who only knows how to kill. The Holy Heart Essence was specially developed by the powerful beings of the Starry Sky to suppress killing intent. Although it can be bought at the Heavenly Punishment Martial Academy, it is very expensive. Then thank you. Chapter 97, Yuzhen Mountain, the laws are not something only you can wield. The group arrived at the port of the Iron Fortress, looking at the densely packed warplanes, triggering a fear of tight spaces in those with such a phobia. Tian spoke, Zhou Luo, where is your Blackbird fighter? Let's take your teacher's Blackbird fighter. If we separate, it will draw too much attention. No problem. Zhou Luo nodded slightly. Zhou Luo raised his wrist to glance at the spacetime wristband and saw that his sister, parents, Yu Lingling, Liu Qingxue, and others had sent him many messages. Previously, Zhou Luo had been in the 5 Mountains secret realm, and he couldn't receive messages from the outside world. Zhou Luo first summoned the Blackbird fighter. The group entered the Blackbird fighter. The Blackbird fighter slowly ascended, cutting through the sky and gradually flying away. Just as the fighter left, a few 9th grade experts appeared at the port. One of them had a cold gleam in his eyes. He smiled sinisterly and said, a few big rats have arrived. They've shown themselves, let's treat them to a nice meal. As soon as his words fell, the figures of the group vanished from their original spots. The next moment, they appeared above the atmosphere, where several men exuded a chilling aura. What are you planning to do? The leader of the 9th grade experts crossed his arms, mockingly gazing at the group. Heh, don't ask if you already know the answer, die. Without further words, the two sides clashed.
Every collision shook the atmosphere, as the power of the ninth grade experts was truly capable of destroying the world. As time passed, the battle had already moved from the atmosphere into outer space. The fighting was no longer physical, they had all summoned their personal battle mechs for the chaotic battle. Ha, students from the Starry Sky Academy are indeed strong, but unfortunately their intelligence is lacking. The Dark Palace expert laughed shamelessly. A few ninth grade experts, all in their 30s, flushed with anger at hearing this. Even though they may not be able to compare to Zhou Luo, they were not people anyone could mock, especially not these old men in front of them. Just a bunch of rats struggling to survive, daring to speak so arrogantly. Yu Long roared in fury. With all his strength, he slashed out a knife light several hundred meters long. The blade light ravaged the air and forced back the enemy's mech, but that was all. However, as time passed, Yu Long realized that the opponents were merely stalling for time. You're stalling for time. Yu Long stared at the 100-meter mech in front of him. Guess. So what if we are stalling for time? You ants think you can stir up any waves under Elder Yu's nose? Yu Long and the others scoffed. The experts from the Dark Palace were not angered, they only smiled sinisterly, waving the weapons in their hands. In the deep starry sky above Blue Star, Yushin Mountain stood tall in the depths of space. Even the vacuum of space couldn't affect him in the slightest. Since you're here, come out. The starry sky trembled, and a crack in the starry sky channel appeared instantly, accompanied by an eerie, strange laugh. Keek, you old thing, still as cautious as before.